Chapter 1 I love you so much, will you double me? Lin Yuan, this is the 300,000 yuan dowry that your parents have collected for you. You should marry Rong first. Your father and I will pay off the debt. Lin Yuan took the bank card containing 300,000 yuan of betrothal gift from his mother's wrinkled hands. Looking at his parents' frail faces, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. Mom and Dad, don't worry. After Wang Rong and I get married, I will definitely be filial to you. Just think of this 300,000 yuan as a loan from me. I will definitely pay it back. I'm going to pick up the bride first. Lin Yuan put the bank card with 300,000 yuan in it into his pocket, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and got into the wedding car to pick up the bride. On the way to Wang Rong's house to pick up the bride, Lin Yuan stared at the bank card in his hand in a daze. He and Wang Rong met in college. It is said that young love is passionate, and he is no exception. At the freshman welcome party, Lin Yuan fell in love with Wang Rong at first sight and then began to pursue her vigorously. The latest Apple phone? Purchase. A luxury bag? Purchase. Want romance? All. Even though he is not rich, he will try his best to meet Wang Rong's requirements. People around him joked, even if it is the stars in the sky, Lin Yuan can climb up and pick them for his beloved. Lin Yuan himself agrees with this statement. So as soon as he graduated, he proposed to Wang Rong. And now, this 4-year love affair has finally come to an end. Even when Wang Rong's mother asked for a dowry of 300,000 yuan, he begged his parents to scrape together the money. Lin Yuan clenched the bank card tightly, a happy smile on his face. It is reasonable for Wang Rong's mother to do this. This must be her mother-in-law testing her determination. The heaven and earth can bear witness to his feelings for Wang Rong. He has absolutely no ulterior motives. Lin Yuan even imagined his future life. 2 people in one house, 3 meals a day, for seasons a year, maybe they will even have a cat or a dog or something. The following year, a daughter was born. Thinking of the scene of his daughter calling Grandpa and Grandma, Lin Yuan felt very happy. At the same time, Wang Rong's house was extremely lively. Mother Luo Fengxia called many relatives to come and help early in the morning, and the house, which was not too big or too small, was already packed with people. Wang Rong sat happily in the room, waiting for Lin Yuan to pick her up. At this time, the door of the room opened. Wang Rong looked and found that it was Luo Fengxia who came in. Mom? Why are you here? Daughter, I want to discuss something with you. Luo Fengxia sat down next to Wang Rong, took her hand, and smiled so hard that her face was shaking. Mom, tell me. Well. Luo Fengxia responded, and then her expression suddenly became lost, with tears rolling down her eyes. She stroked Wang Rong's hand and choked up, Rong, you are getting married today. You are the only child your father and I have. We raised you with great difficulty, provided you with food, clothing, and education. Now that you have graduated from college and can finally work, you are going to marry into another family and make money for them. You know, your father and I don't have pensions. If you leave, how will your father and I survive? As she spoke, Luo Fengxia wiped away her tears. Wang Rong was distressed watching from the side, and hurriedly advised, Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Yuan and I will respect you too, and we will be responsible for your retirement when the time comes. That's not necessary. Luo Fengxia quickly waved her hand to refuse. After a pause, she continued, how about this, Rong? Isn't Lin Yuan coming to get married soon? When the time comes, we can ask him to pay another 500,000 yuan. Together with the 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, the total is 800,000 yuan. This will be used as money for your father and I to use in our old age. What do you say? Wang Rong felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. If this happened, wouldn't it be like selling her daughter? Seeing this, Luo Fengxia changed her mind and advised. Rong, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it. If that brat can't even come up with this little money, how can you live a good life after you marry into their family? Besides, if he can really come up with another 500,000 to marry you, wouldn't that prove that he really loves you? But Wang Rong didn't know how to refute her mother's words, and her eyes were a little uncertain. Seeing this, Luo Fengxia moved closer and said, Rong, if you leave, you will become a member of the Lin family. Your father and I are old and can't go out to work. You can't just watch us starve to death at home, right? Lin Yuan loves you so much, he will definitely collect another 500,000 yuan for you, just as a guarantee for our living, okay? Luo Fengxia spoke with tears in her eyes and was about to kneel down in front of Wang Rong. Mom, don't be like this. I understand. I will tell Lin Yuan. Wang Rong's psychological defenses were instantly broken. It's true that she likes Lin Yuan, but compared with her own family, her mother's side is more important than anything else. About an hour later, Lin Yuan arrived at Wang Rong's house in a wedding car. As soon as he got off the car, he was surrounded by Wang Rong's relatives, who asked for red envelopes. Lin Yuan was also prepared. He took out the red envelopes he had prepared in advance from his pocket and was about to distribute them. Get out of the way, don't embarrass my uncle. But at this moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. When Luo Fengxia saw Lin Yuan coming, her eyes almost narrowed into a line due to smiling. The relatives also changed their attitude and stopped asking for red envelopes. Instead, they turned around and said some compliments to Luo Fengxia. Your Wang Rong is really lucky to have found such a good husband who loves his wife. This groom is quite handsome, Luo Fengxia, you can enjoy your life early. 300,000 is given out as soon as it is said. The groom's family is quite generous. For a moment, everyone was discussing it excitedly. Only one person had a gloomy expression, and that was Wang Rong's best friend Mu Qingyun. Mu Qingyun stood behind Wang Rong, looking at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. She saw Lin Yuan, surrounded by a crowd of people, slowly walking towards her. Unfortunately, the object in Lin Yuan's eyes is not himself. Thinking of this, her eyes dimmed a little. Wang Rong, I'm here to marry you. Lin Yuan took Wang Rong's hand under the urging of the crowd and put the bank card in her hand. This is a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. The password is your birthday. Hey! Wait a minute. Luo Fengxia quickly snatched the bank card from Lin Yuan's hand. Isn't it too early to talk about getting married now? Lin Yuan was a little confused. I have also given you the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. Is there anything else you are missing? Luo Fengxia said cunningly, you want to take my daughter away with just 300,000 yuan? You are dreaming. But didn't you say? Lin Yuan wanted to argue for himself, but Luo Fengxia didn't want to listen to his explanation at all. Don't say so much nonsense. I have changed my mind now. You have to add another 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift. 500,000? Luo Fengxia's words hit Lin Yuan like a bolt from the blue. Not to mention another 300,000, he couldn't even come up with 30,000. Why, can't you take it out? Lin Yuan, I'm telling you, you can't even come up with 500,000 yuan. How can I trust you with my daughter? Besides, my daughter graduated from a prestigious university. If she marries into your family, all the money she earns will belong to your family. We have supported her for half her life, so it shouldn't be too much to recoup some of the costs, right? Luo Fengxia's eyes gradually changed from eager at the beginning to strong. I've told you this, the people who are after my Rongrong can line up from here to abroad. Our family giving you this opportunity is already a blessing you've earned in 8 lifetimes. If you can't come up with the money, then forget about this. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect Luo Fengxia to raise the price at the last minute. For a moment, people below began to whisper. Lin Yuan's face also turned ugly. Even though Luo Fengxia was still chattering on, he suppressed his emotions and tried to reason with his mother-in-law. I gave you the 300,000 you asked for. Now the price has been raised. Where can I find so much money? I don't care. This is your business. Luo Fengxia folded her hands and said, anyway, I won't see the other 500,000 today, so don't even think about taking my daughter away from this house. Having said that, Luo Fengxia stood between Wang Rong and Lin Yuan, determined to carry out what she had said to the end. Wang Rong knew that Lin Yuan was in trouble, so she persuaded him, Lin Yuan, just take out another 500,000 yuan. If you do, I will go with you immediately. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't want to take it, it's... He really didn't want to expose his embarrassment in front of so many people. Wang Rong suddenly raised her voice, do you think I'm not worth the 800,000? No. No, of course not. Then why can't you take out another 500,000? I. Lin Yuan hesitated for a long time but couldn't explain it clearly. You are so good, Lin Yuan. I knew you were reluctant to spend money on me. You just want to get something for nothing. Wang Rong thought about what Luo Fengxia had just said to her in the room. She originally thought her mother was exaggerating, but now she saw that Luo Fengxia had predicted Lin Yuan's reaction correctly. Lin Yuan was a little upset. I didn't. Then take out the money to prove your sincerity. You've already taken out 300,000 yuan, and now it's the finishing touch. Wang Rong grabbed Lin Yuan's hand. For our future happiness, what's wrong with you giving me an extra 500,000 yuan? Lin Yuan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar woman in front of him and asked bitterly. If I can't come up with the 500,000 yuan today, does that mean I can't take you away? Wang Rong said without hesitation, yes. Good. Good. I see. When Wang Rong's family heard this, they were overjoyed and thought that Lin Yuan would go back and bring another 300,000 yuan. As a result, the next second Lin Yuan shook off Wang Rong's hand heavily. Maybe because of inertia, or maybe Lin Yuan did it on purpose, he slapped Luo Fengxia directly in the face. There was a crisp pop sound, and the whole place fell silent. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and all the anger that had been accumulating for a long time burst out at this moment. Damn it! Wang Rong, I love you so much, you and your mother will be super double for me. I won't get married today. Let the people in line abroad marry you. Lin Yuan was furious and snatched the bank card from Luo Fengxia's hand, then turned around and was about to leave. But at this moment, a mechanical electronic sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has escaped the dog-licking dilemma, and the God-level selection system is activated immediately. 1. Confess your love to Mu Qingyun and get a McLaren 720s as a reward. 2. Go back and ask my parents to collect the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, and reward me with the title of Great Enemy. Chapter 2. What does the dog say? God-level selection system? This sudden voice made Lin Yuan slightly stunned. He read a lot of novels on a daily basis, so he naturally knew about the system, but he didn't expect that the system would come to him. That would be fun. And this mission? I choose 1. Lin Yuan immediately said in his heart. Then, he walked past Wang Rong, walked in front of Mu Qingyun, knelt on one knee, and then said affectionately, Qingyun, will you be my girlfriend? Although he didn't know why the system asked him to confess his love to Mu Qingyun, but that was a McLaren 720s. Swish. Instantly, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and you will be rewarded with a McLaren 720s. The prize will be delivered to the nearest place to the host by the forest store manager within 2 hours. Lin Yuan immediately became excited. A car worth more than 3 million yuan was obtained so easily? At this time, Luo Fengxia had also come back to her senses. She covered her cheek, and her expression gradually changed from disbelief to hideousness. You dared to hit me? Luo Fengxia cursed and pounced on him with her teeth bared. Unexpectedly, before she got close, she was pushed aside by Lin Yuan. Don't talk nonsense, you dog. I beat you up. Lin Yuan looked at Luo Fengxia coldly. If you come over again, it won't be as simple as pushing it away. He was still half kneeling on the ground, and Mu Qingyun in front of him was a little at a loss. She covered her face and looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief, her eyes complicated and filled with tears. She was crying with joy. Mu Qingyun was about to speak, but Wang Rong beat him to it. Lin Yuan. What are you doing? Wang Rong questioned, looking like she was about to cry. As you can see, I confess my love to Mu Qingyun. She's my best friend. Where do you think I am when you do this? Where would that put you? Lin Yuan questioned, when you raised the price by 500,000, did you ever think about where that would put me? Lin Yuan. At this moment, Mu Qingyun suddenly shouted. Lin Yuan turned back subconsciously. Mu Qingyun asked with moist eyes, Lin Yuan, are you serious? Looking at Mu Qingyun's appearance, Lin Yuan was stunned. He knew Mu Qingyun's family background, so he never thought that he was worthy of Mu Qingyun. The reason he confessed his love was only because of the system's reward. Lin Yuan? Seeing Lin Yuan in a daze, Mu Qingyun called out softly again. Lin Yuan came to his senses and thought that Mu Qingyun was kind-hearted and didn't want to embarrass him in front of so many people. So he took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, I'm serious. As he spoke, he handed the bank card in his hand to Mu Qingyun. Mu Qingyun shook his head and pushed the bank card back. I don't want your money, I want your sincerity. Lin Yuan said, I know this is very abrupt, but please believe me, I will definitely treat you well. Okay then. Mu Qingyun placed his hand in Lin Yuan's and said excitedly, I do. The crowd, who were originally shocked, fell silent again. When Luo Fengxia saw this scene, she immediately split open on the spot. Just a little bit. She was almost able to get the 800,000 yuan betrothal gift. The next second, Luo Fengxia sat down on the ground and started crying. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. What kind of thing is this? Look at this unfaithful man. I just asked him to increase the betrothal gift so that we can have some security in our old age, but he went straight to confess his love to this vixen. How can Rong get married in the future? How can the Wang family hold our heads up in front of the neighbors? Luo Fengxia cried and yelled at Wang Rong, you little bastard, look at what your boyfriend has done. Our Wang family has lost all face. If he doesn't pay you 800,000 yuan today to marry you, I will jump off the building. Luo Fengxia said this and stood up and walked towards the windowsill. Seeing this, Wang Rong quickly got out of bed and grabbed Luo Fengxia, then looked at Lin Yuan and asked. Lin Yuan, in order to avoid paying 500,000, you actually got involved with Mu Qingyun. When did you two get together behind my back? Mu Qingyun, you are my best friend, are you doing me justice by doing this? Upon hearing this, Luo Fengxia immediately joined the verbal battle. Right. It's all your fault, you slut. What did your parents teach you? Luo Fengxia pointed at Mu Qingyun and cursed, you don't learn good things, but learn bad things. You became a mistress and hooked up with my daughter's fiancé, which made our family unable to get the 500,000 yuan. You look like a decent person, but you actually did such a thing. Do you have any shame? When Lin Yuan heard this, his face immediately darkened. Ding. Please make a choice. 1. Allow others to insult your girlfriend and be rewarded with the title of bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. 2. Escape with Mu Qingyun and get a full range of limited edition running shoes as a reward. 3. Give Luo Fengxia a slap in the face and get a reward of 5 million. Lin Yuan sneered and made his choice. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not, the main thing is to beat Luo Fengxia. He was still a little upset because he didn't have a satisfying fight just now. After Luo Fengxia finished her speech, she saw that he didn't say anything and thought that Lin Yuan was still the timid guy, so she ran to Lin Yuan arrogantly. Aren't you very capable? If you have the guts, just hit me. Coward. Luo Fengxia stretched her face forward. I don't think you would dare. Snap. A red and white object flew out of Luo Fengxia's mouth and fell to the ground. When everyone looked carefully, they found that they were Luo Fengxia's dentures. Do you want to do it again? Lin Yuan raised his hand, and a tingling pain spread across his palm. Ding. Mission completed, reward of 5 million, the money has been deposited into the host's account. Host, rest assured, the source of this money is absolutely legal. He felt the phone in his pocket vibrate, probably because the money had arrived. 5 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Luo Fengxia, who was standing by, was so angry that she couldn't speak. She stretched out her hand and said tremblingly, You. What do you mean by I? Beating you is already a light punishment. If you dare to say anything bad about Qingyun again, believe it or not, I will kill you today. Lin Yuan didn't have a good look at Luo Fengxia. Seeing that the old man's hand was still pointing at Mu Qingyun, he continued, You bitch, if you don't want that hand of yours, I don't mind chopping it off for you. When Luo Fengxia heard this, she immediately withdrew her hand. Seeing that Lin Yuan and the others were about to leave, Wang Rong suddenly stood up, walked to Lin Yuan and held his hand. Lin Yuan, I know you are doing this on purpose to piss me off. You must be in love with me in your heart. Wang Rong pretended to be pitiful. You and Mu Qingyun are not familiar with each other, so how could you like her? I'll give you one last chance, and you'll add another 300,000. As long as you take it out, I will go with you now. Let's live a good life from now on, okay? As she spoke, 2 tears fell from the corners of Wang Rong's eyes. Lin Yuan chuckled, then held Mu Qingyun's hand without even looking at Wang Rong. Let's go. He shook off Wang Rong's hand and left Wang Rong's house with Mu Qingyun and his brothers. When the guests saw this, no one dared to stop them and they all made way for them to leave. Wang Rong was stunned as she looked at Lin Yuan's departing figure. As if she had lost all her strength, she slumped on the ground, not caring whether her pure white wedding dress was stained with dirt on the ground. How could this happen? Although she had always treated Lin Yuan as a tool, she found it somewhat hard to accept that this dog suddenly left without looking back. Luo Fengxia picked up the dentures on the ground and said to Wang Rong, "Why are you still standing there? He has taken away 300,000 yuan. Why don't you get it back quickly?" She completely ignored the presence of so many relatives and spoke out her inner thoughts loudly. "Let me tell you that 300,000 yuan belongs to our family. We can't let your best friend get away with it. Think of a solution quickly. It would be best if we go to Mu Qingyun's house and make a scene. Didn't you say that their family is quite rich? Make them compensate us for our losses." Even now, Luo Fengxia is still thinking about her missing 300,000 yuan. Wang Rong didn't listen to what Luo Fengxia said. She just sat on the ground in a daze, looking at the man who didn't even turn his head back, and her eyes became resentful. She murmured, "Lin Yuan, don't regret it. Mu Qingyun's family is not likely to accept a poor guy like you. Don't you have to come to me and get back together? And Mu Qingyun, I treat you as my best friend, but you stole my man. I will make you pay the price." Chapter 3: Parental Scrutiny. Call. After going outside, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he just felt that the air towards him was much fresher. After suppressing my emotions for so long, I finally got to release them today. Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun's hand, still feeling as if he were in another world. I didn't expect that I would be so tough for once. Suddenly, a mechanical voice came from his mind. Ding. Please make a choice. 1. Continue to date Mu Qingyun and be rewarded with the title of Seamless Connection Master. 2. Break up with Mu Qingyun at the speed of light, and get a cash reward of 250 yuan. 3. Go get your marriage certificate with Mu Qingyun, and get a wedding of the century as a reward. Lin Yuan was stunned. The reason why he confessed to Mu Qingyun just now was entirely because of the reward from the system. But getting married. Mu Qingyun, who was standing by, seemed to notice that Lin Yuan was a little worried and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan stopped and let go of Mu Qingyun's hand. "Thank you so much for helping me out just now." After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the smile on Mu Qingyun's face froze. "Do you think that was just a relief?" Lin Yuan didn't say anything, which was considered as his tacit agreement. Just like Wang Rong said, he and Mu Qingyun were not familiar with each other. It was just that when he was pursuing Wang Rong, he had asked Mu Qingyun to pass things on for her many times. Okay then. Mu Qingyun lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up firmly into Lin Yuan's eyes. "Lin Yuan, listen to me. Mu Qingyun. I like you. Anyway, you were the one who mentioned this first. As long as I don't agree, you are not allowed to break the contract." Confucius said, "A gentleman's word is as good as gold." When Lin Yuan heard this, it was like thunder in his ears. What did she just say? She likes me? Lin Yuan didn't react for a moment. The groomsmen behind him exchanged glances with each other and walked up. Someone is so blessed that he doesn't know how to appreciate it. That's right, that person must be blind. We are beautiful and kind-hearted, how could someone not see it? Oh, stop talking. I've already said it's just a piece of wood. How can it have eyes? The brothers joked around, and even though Lin Yuan was slow, he still reacted. Lin Yuan still couldn't believe it. You, like me? In his opinion, there was an insurmountable gap between him and Mu Qingyun. She is a fairy from heaven, and I am a poor boy who cannot even achieve the most basic goal of being a good match. How dare I expect these? After hearing this, Mu Qingyun's face turned red instantly and she buried her head shyly in Lin Yuan's shoulder. I said it once, why did you say it again? As he spoke, Mu Qingyun punched Lin Yuan on the chest with his fist. You all know? Lin Yuan looked at his brothers who were joking around. Everyone nodded. It is said that those involved are confused while those who are on the sidelines can see things clearly. We outsiders can see things clearly. It's a pity that all your energy is stuck on Wang Rong. We don't understand why you like Wang Rong, but that's your choice and we can only respect it. But then again, you just dealt a heavy blow to Wang Rong's family. Looking at us really relieves your anger. That's right. Everyone echoed. We should have done this a long time ago. That family keeps bullying an honest man like you. If it weren't for your face, we brothers would have given them a hand. Cheng Yu persuaded, hey, it's over, we live in a society ruled by law. However, we brothers are really happy for you today. Zhong Zijuan stood up, I wish you can finally escape from the sea of suffering. He paused, met Mu Qingyun's gaze, and said with a smile, I also wish lovers to finally get married. Okay, call us if you need anything, we won't disturb you too. Zhong Zijuan and the others left with a smile, leaving Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun standing on the side of the road. After they walked away, Mu Qingyun asked quietly, So, what's your answer? Lin Yuan was moved and held her hand. I may have done something wrong, but please give me more advice in the future. When Mu Qingyun heard this, his eyes immediately turned red. Okay. Mu Qingyun seemed to be relieved and rested his head on Lin Yuan. Then come home with me and meet my parents. Lin Yuan thought about it and realized that he now had 5 million in his hands, plus a luxury car, so his assets amounted to at least 8 million. I don't think Mu Qingyun's parents will make things too difficult for me. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan agreed to this matter. Mu Qingyun leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear and said, You know what? I feel like I'm dreaming right now. Dream? Lin Yuan was a little confused. You really only care about Wang Rong and never even look at the people around her. When Mu Qingyun said this, Lin Yuan felt the air was filled with jealousy and did not dare to respond for a moment. Fortunately, the car arrived soon and interrupted their conversation. Soon, the two arrived at the community where Mu Qingyun lived. When getting off the car, Lin Yuan deliberately glanced at the time. Only an hour had passed. By the time he left Mu Qingyun's house, the new car might have arrived. Afterwards, Lin Yuan followed Mu Qingyun into their villa. When he was in school, he heard that Mu Qingyun's family was in the real estate business. They happened to catch the market boom in those years and made a small fortune, so their family was considered well off. Looking back now, the term good family background is still a little understated. Walking in, Lin Yuan saw someone watering flowers in the yard. He thought it was a servant, but he didn't expect Mu Qingyun to shout, Mom. Mu Qingyun's mother Taoan put down what she was holding and walked over. Who is this? Taoan looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood up immediately and introduced himself. Hello, Auntie. I'm Mu Qingyun's boyfriend. My name is Lin Yuan. You. Taoan wanted to ask more, but Mu Qingyun quickly said, Mom, where's my dad? Call him over. I have something to discuss with you. Then take Xiao Yuan to the living room and sit down. I'll go get your dad. Okay, thanks Mom. Mu Qingyun was just about to take Lin Yuan away when he found that he was standing there with sweat on his palms. What's wrong with you? Mu Qingyun came forward, his eyebrows curved. Are you nervous? How can I not be nervous? They are your parents. Oh, don't be nervous, my parents are very easy to talk to, just relax. After saying that, Mu Qingyun pulled Lin Yuan into the living room. Perhaps it was because Taoan had just finished watering the plants, and the air was filled with small water droplets, bringing a slight coolness to Lin Yuan. Sit here for a while. I'll get some water from the refrigerator. Mu Qingyun led Lin Yuan to the living room and left. Lin Yuan felt a little restless and took out his cell phone to check it out of habit. As soon as I opened the screen, I saw the news of the previous transfer. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. He counted the zeros at the end of his phone. It was exactly 5 million. Looking at the amounts, Lin Yuan's breathing involuntarily became heavier. Maybe it's not a lot for Mu Qingyun, but at least he can have confidence. While I was thinking about this, I heard footsteps from the side. Lin Yuan looked up and saw Taoan coming out with a man. I guess this must be Mu Qingyun's father. Lin Yuan stood up quickly. Hello, uncle and aunt. Father Mu Deming looked at Lin Yuan, said nothing, and walked to the main seat. Lin Yuan stood there somewhat awkwardly. You bastard. Taoan gently hit Mu Deming and said to Lin Yuan, Don't be so restrained. Sit down. Only after Taoan finished speaking did Lin Yuan dare to sit down. Mu Qingyun happened to come out carrying something. Mom and Dad, you're all here. Mu Qingyun put the things on the table and said, Then I'll just say it directly. I want to get the marriage certificate with Lin Yuan. When Mu Deming heard this, his eyes widened. What did you just say? I said, I want to marry him. Mu Qingyun grabbed Lin Yuan's hand and showed it to his parents. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. Lin Yuan pretended to be calm. Shouldn't he have said this? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Taoan came out to smooth things over. Your father means that this is a bit too sudden. Mu Deming followed behind and said, Didn't you have no boyfriend before? How come you brought a man home when you were attending someone else's wedding, and even told us that you were getting married? Speaking of this, Towan seemed to remember something. Yes, Shin Yun, didn't you say you were going to attend Wang Rong's wedding? Why are you back so early? This. Mu Qing Yun and Lin Yuan looked at each other. There was a change of plans, I came back early. Mu Qing Yun felt that it would be better not to tell this matter. Mu Deming was half believing and half doubting, and just when he was about to ask a question, he was pulled into the room by Towan. Towan pulled Mu Deming to a nearby room. What do you want me to do? Didn't you see that my daughter was almost deceived by that brat? Mu Deming was so angry that his face turned red. Look at your daughter. She actually followed others and got married quickly. Towan blared at Mu Deming, what's wrong? Isn't she your daughter? No. Mu Deming instantly became intimidated and didn't dare to say a word of blame. Towan sighed softly, that boy's name is Lin Yuan. I know. I'm not stupid. Didn't I just say that? You are so stupid. Have you forgotten who your daughter once told you she liked? Mu Deming realized it later and thought, is it him? What else? Towan rolled his eyes at Mu Deming, do you really think your daughter is such a casual person? Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun sat in the living room, the atmosphere was exceptionally quiet. Suddenly, Mu Qingyun spoke. You know what? I actually envy Wang Rong. I envy her for being spoiled like a little princess by you. Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at Mu Qingyun. Mu Qingyun looked at the person in front of him quietly, and years of affection emerged at this moment. In fact, I didn't pay any attention to you at first. I only knew that Wang Rong had a very persistent pursuer. At that time, I was wondering why someone would not give up after being rejected. Maybe it's out of curiosity, or maybe it's because when you approached me and asked me to be the messenger, I seemed to be getting more and more interested in you. And by the time I realized it, I was already trapped. Mu Qingyun smiled. Don't tell me you can't believe it. Even I found it unbelievable when I first realized it. I witnessed your love all the way, but the further you went, the more upset I felt. Later I understood that this is called jealousy. Seeing how good you are to Wang Rong, seeing everything you do silently behind her back. Even today, when Wang Rong invited me, I even put on extra beautiful makeup to attend your wedding. On the way there, I wanted to act like a heroine for a second. It would be great if I could snatch you away from me. But I also know that this is impossible. The one you like is Wang Rong. She is the only one in your eyes from beginning to end. When he said this, Mu Qingyun cried a little and said helplessly, otherwise, why didn't you see me? After listening to Mu Qingyun's words, Lin Yuan didn't know how to react for a moment. When he was in school, he was always called a bootlicker. He seemed to be indifferent on the surface, but in fact he already had some grudges in his heart. But what could he do? Poverty is the original sin. But he didn't expect that even though he was so unbearable, there were still people who secretly liked him for so many years. Mu Qingyun took a deep breath, and the tears that had been accumulating for a long time slid down from the corners of his eyes, and he said with a smile. Do you know how happy I was when you knelt on one knee at Wang Rong's house? Because before this, I thought I was going to lose you forever. When Lin Yuan saw Mu Qingyun's pitiful look, his nose felt sore and he hugged her tightly. After a long time, the two of them calmed down their emotions. After all, this scene could not be seen by Mu Qingyun's parents. At this time, Towan came out. She noticed the redness in the corners of their eyes, but since they were juniors, she shouldn't ask too much. Mu Qingyun quickly asked, Mom, where's Dad? Why are you so anxious? You haven't even gotten married yet and you're already turning your back on me. Towan joked, just wait patiently. When Mu Qingyun saw Towan's expression, he knew that the matter was settled. Thanks, thank you, Mom. Mu Qingyun gave Towan a big hug. After a moment, Mu Deming came out. He also had a bank card in his hand and handed it to Mu Qingyun. Your life is your own, and we all choose to respect your decision. There are 8 million in here. Take it. From now on, your family will not give you any help. After a pause, Mu Deming took out another thing. The red cover and the hot gold letters make it easy to tell the original appearance. Take it. Mu Qingyun took the household registration booklet and said, Thank you, Dad. At this moment, there was a sudden noisy sound outside. Chapter 4, Perfect Counterattack. Chapter 4, Perfect Counterattack. Everyone who has passed by, please give me some advice. Mu Qingyun, the daughter of Mu Deming and my best friend, not only stole my groom at my wedding, but also took away my 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. This is the guy I considered my best friend, and he stabbed me in the back. I'm so pitiful, woo woo. Wang Rong's sharp voice echoed outside through the loudspeaker. Mu Deming, who was in the villa, naturally heard these words clearly. Looking through the window, Mu Deming saw more and more people gathered outside. He frowned and asked the two people with a little anger, "What's going on?" Mu Qingyun was also angry. She didn't expect Wang Rong to be so shameless and confuse right and wrong. "Dad, let's go out and talk. Don't let this woman ruin my reputation." Mu Deming pondered for a few minutes and finally chose to believe his daughter. So the family went out. As soon as the door opened, I saw Wang Rong shouting loudly with a loudspeaker, and passers-by were also angry for her. How could this family raise a daughter like this? She actually stole someone else's husband at a wedding. I really learned something new. People who live here shouldn't be short of money, right? They're paying their daughter for a mere 300,000. I've never seen anything so outrageous. Don't be sad, little girl. We will help you make the decision. While everyone was talking, no one noticed that Mu Qingyun's family was standing at the door. I don't know who reacted first, but Wang Rong looked up. When she saw Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun, she panicked for no reason and subconsciously asked, Why are you here?" Mu Qingyun looked at Wang Rong and said coldly, "This is my home, why can't I be here?" After a moment of silence, Wang Rong continued crying. "Auntie, I didn't want to come here to bother you, but..." She sobbed and said, "Mu Qingyun stole my fiancé, I had no choice." Taoan noticed something was wrong between the two of them, and seeing more and more people gathered around, he quickly said, "Let's go in. It's not good to stand like this." "No need." Mu Qingyun glanced at Wang Rong, "There's nothing to talk about between us. Wang Rong, please leave." Wang Rong simply laid her cards on the table. "Mu Qingyun, why are you so proud? You are just a guy who interferes with other people's love. Do your uncle and aunt know that you are like this? What's going on?" Mu Deming looked a little unhappy when he heard this. Wang Rong took a look and found that there was still hope for the situation, so she quickly spoke up. "Uncle and aunt, I guess you don't know yet, but the one next to Mu Qingyun is called Lin Yuan, and he's my fiancé. But my fiancé, just now, he broke our engagement, took my 300,000 yuan betrothal gift and ran away with Mu Qingyun. How can I put my face on this? I usually treat Qingyun as my best friend, but I didn't expect her to treat me like this. Uncle and aunt, you have to make the decision for me." Mu Deming frowned upon hearing this, then looked at Mu Qingyun and asked in a deep voice, "Is what she said true?" "No." At this moment, Mu Qingyun looked at Wang Rong with only disgust in his eyes. "Wang Rong, I was thinking of our friendship and wanted to give you some face, but now that you have done this, and even want to throw this basin of dirty water on me, I think there is no need to give you any more. Why didn't I see you as this kind of person before?" What did you say?" "I don't know." Wang Rong looked at Mu Qingyun's appearance and suddenly panicked, her eyes becoming a little erratic. "You don't know?" Mu Qingyun smiled, "Then let me help you recall it. Lin Yuan was indeed Wang Rong's fiancé an hour ago, but not anymore. Their family first asked for a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan, and Lin Yuan's family also raised the price. However, their family temporarily raised the price by another 500,000 yuan. Lin Yuan didn't take it out, so Wang Rong and her family became aggressive. In the end, Lin Yuan had no choice but to cancel the marriage. After Mu Qingyun's brief description, Mu Deming and Taoan already had an answer in their minds. However, the passers-by refused to give up. "Look at this girl, she's still making excuses." Someone pointed at Mu Qingyun, "Look at this pretty girl, I didn't expect she would do this for money, how can you be parents?" When Mu Deming heard this, how could he tolerate this? "I didn't say anything, so what qualifications do you have to tell my daughter what to do?" Mu Deming's family has always been low-key, so even those living in the same community don't know that he started his business in real estate. When he was about to scold Wang Rong, Lin Yuan on the side stepped forward before him and protected Mu Qingyun behind him. "Wang Rong, don't go too far." Wang Rong saw that it was Lin Yuan who couldn't hold back, and the smile on her face became more obvious. "Lin Yuan, I think you should figure it out. Am I the one who is overdoing it or are you?" Wang Rong accused Lin Yuan as if she was standing on a moral high ground. Who wants to get a wife and get something for nothing? I just asked you to pay more for the bride price. It doesn't matter how much you don't want to do it, but you turned around and got together with that bitch Mu Ching Yun. Did you really not have any improper relationship before? Or is this just a good show you put on? The more Wang Rong spoke, the more excited she became. The people around her began to believe her and started to blame Lin Yuan. Young man, I don't think you are from a wealthy family, so why do you have to get involved in this mess? It's not shameful to make money with your own abilities, but if you rely on women for a living, it's really a disgrace to us men. I think what this little girl said is also right. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing in marriage. The girl's parents have worked so hard to raise her, so it is reasonable for them to ask you for a little more dowry. Otherwise, you can just marry into someone else's family. The onlookers kept talking, leaving Lin Yuan with no chance to fight back. At this moment, a series of beep horn sounds. The crowd made way for them with some confusion and found a sports car appeared behind them. Someone muttered, "Whose car is this?" But no one present could answer his question. However, the car not only did not leave, but even stayed there, and many people speculated about the identity of the visitor. After waiting for a while, a man in a suit and tie came down from the driver's seat. He stood by the car door for a while, looked around the crowd, and finally set his sights on Lin Yuan. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" Lin Yuan looked at the car and then at the man in front of him, thinking that it must be the reward from the system, so he nodded in front of everyone. The man took out a bunch of brand new keys from his briefcase and handed them to Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, this is the key to your car, please keep it safe." Lin Yuan lowered his eyes, put the key into his trouser pocket, and said lightly, "Please come here in person." No, how can it be troublesome?" The man shook his head hurriedly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I'm late. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time, Mr. Lin." As he spoke, the man fumbled around, took out a VIP card and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took out the card and asked, "What is this?" The man explained, "To express my apology, this is our store's supreme VIP card. You can enjoy all the services in the store for free, and you can also enjoy a 15% discount when buying a car." "Okay, I'll take it." The onlookers on the side were already stunned. Didn't the girl say that this man was a poor boy? This sports car looks very valuable. Does that mean that in this day and age, people who can afford a sports car are called poor boys? The spectators said they had eaten their fill and once again punished themselves with a drink for their recklessness. When Wang Rong, who was standing next door, saw this, her face turned red with anger and she quickly questioned. "Lin Yuan, you paid the bride price in order not to marry me, and even spent money to hire someone to act. Why didn't I see how capable you are before?" After being reminded by Wang Rong, the spectators once again felt like they were in a melon field. "I think that makes sense. After all, that guy doesn't have any expensive clothes on him. How could he afford such an expensive car?" Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yuan. Just as that person said, the cheap suit on Lin Yuan and the cool sports car next door were indeed a little bit out of place. The man who had just delivered the car suddenly became gloomy when he saw this. "Everyone, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say such things. Mr. Lin is a distinguished guest of our restaurant. Don't use your narrow-minded views to make random assumptions about others." Mu Deming's eyes flickered. He recognized the man in front of him. He was indeed a well-known manager in the car dealership, so what he said must be true. That Lin Yuan. He pondered for a while and suddenly had an idea about Lin Yuan. Then he stood up and spoke for Lin Yuan. "It's my daughter's choice who she wants to marry, but you say that my daughter does such a thing for 300,000 yuan, don't you think too much of our family?" Mu Deming stood up, and the aura of a superior instantly frightened them into silence. "My daughter's dowry starts at 8 million. We really don't care about a mere 300,000. When Mu Deming said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. But there are still many people who are just watching. They can't just believe someone else if he says he has 8 million, right? Until there was a person in the crowd who, looking at the aura of a superior being on Mu Deming, felt that he looked more and more familiar. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and quickly took out his mobile phone to search on Baidu. "Oh my god! This is the CEO of Tianmu Group, Mu Deming." Swoosh! These words caused a huge uproar. The onlookers were all shocked beyond words. They didn't know Mu Deming, but they were familiar with the name of Tianmu Group, because this community was built by Tianmu Group. They were actually laughing at a big boss with assets worth over 100 million? For a moment, the place was silent. That's what I told you. Someone suddenly spoke up, his words full of affection. This girl is so pretty, how could she be someone who takes advantage of others? Someone took the lead, and the others began to eagerly echo. That's right. He casually took out 8 million, why would he be interested in the 300,000? It's not even a fraction of it. The middle-aged woman holding a shopping basket nearby accused him, oh, you are such a fool, you have no ability and you blame others. If you could come up with 8 million, you wouldn't be so concerned about the 300,000. I say, little girl, you are not jealous of others and come here to cause trouble on purpose, right? For a time, Wang Rong became the target of everyone's criticism, and all kinds of unpleasant words were heard. At this moment, Wang Rong lowered her head, feeling a sense of humiliation. Today she lost both the wife and the army. Not only did she not get the money, but she was even despised by a group of people. She had never felt so frustrated before. The onlookers criticized a few times, felt that it was no longer interesting, and left one after another. At this moment, only Wang Rong was left standing outside Mu Qingyun's house. Hatred and humiliation took root in her heart. She looked at the door of Mu Qingyun's house and said with gritted teeth, just wait, the two of you. If I don't have a good life, you won't have an easy life either. Poor boy, you still want to fly up to the tree and become a phoenix? Chapter 5 Do you like me like this? Chapter 5 Do you like me like this? After everyone went in, the atmosphere in the living room became much more cheerful and did not become worse because of Wang Rong's disruption. Mu Deming understood the whole story and had a better impression of Lin Yuan. Although he didn't say it, the slightly upturned corners of his mouth said it all. Taoan asked Lin Yuan to sit down and handed him a glass of water. Shaolin, don't worry. Just sit here and wait until those people outside leave before you leave. Lin Yuan's heart warmed and he took the cup. Thank you, Auntie. Why are you still calling me Auntie? Mu Qingyun pinched Lin Yuan's waist. You've already got the household registration book, aren't you going to change your name? Mu Deming said lightly. Why are you in such a hurry? The wedding won't count if it's not held yet. Taoan smiled and said, don't listen to what this guy says, just call him whatever you want. Lin Yuan was somewhat touched. Even though he had met Mu Qingyun's family for less than an hour, the attitude of Mu Qingyun's parents towards him was completely different from that of Wang Rong's family. After a long while, Lin Yuan said, Mom and Dad. Mu Deming moved his mouth and wanted to say something but nothing came out. Taoan on the side agreed with some excitement. Hey! Seeing this, Mu Qingyun also smiled. When the noise outside the door gradually died down, the Mu couple sent Lin Yuan out. The car was still parked at the door, but the people who came to watch the show had already dispersed. Taoan looked at the two and warned them, be careful on the road. Don't worry, father-in-law and mother-in-law, I will definitely protect Mu Qingyun. Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun's hand tightly, said goodbye to them, and walked out of the Mu family's door. He took out the car key and pressed the unlock button. A dazzling light circled the car body and then the two doors slowly opened. Honey, get in the car. Lin Yuan made a gentleman's gesture. Hate. Mu Qingyun's face turned red in an instant, we haven't even gotten married yet. Aren't we on our way to get married? Lin Yuan said with a smile, I changed my way of addressing them as mom and dad, so doesn't my wife agree? Mu Qingyun lowered his head and smiled shyly, then got into the car. Lin Yuan considerately helped him fasten his seatbelt. Boom! Is this the engine of a sports car? Lin Yuan held the slightly shaking steering wheel, and his mood became excited. Not long after driving out, he noticed a disheveled woman walking on the side of the road ahead. Looking closely, the man looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this Wang Rong? Mu Qingyun recognized the woman. Unlucky. Lin Yuan stepped on the accelerator suddenly, and the engine ran rapidly, making a boom 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 sound. The sound caught Wang Rong's attention. She thought that some rich kid had taken a fancy to her, so she quickly adjusted her face and prepared to show her sweet smile. As soon as she turned around, the sports car whizzed past her. The man didn't see it, but instead had a mouthful of dust in his mouth. Wang Rong looked at the car speeding away in exasperation. What the hell is that? Do you know how to drive? Can't you see there's someone on the side of the road? The more Wang Rong thought about it, the angrier she became. She could only kick the stones on the ground in the air. In a moment of carelessness, the stone got stuck in her high heels, causing her unbearable pain. As Wang Rong sat on the ground taking off her shoes, she recalled the scene just now. The people sitting in the car seemed to be Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Yuan drove the car and did a beautiful drift before stopping safely in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. When I was about to get off the bus, I was stopped by an old man at the door. "What are you trying to do? Don't you know you can't park at the door? Move away." After Lin Yuan was scolded by the old man, he looked a little embarrassed, but Mu Qingyun beside him laughed. "Stop laughing." Lin Yuan felt very guilty and drove the car obediently to a parking space nearby. "I had originally intended to leave a good impression in front of Mu Qingyun, but now, I have ended up losing more than I gained." After parking the car, Lin Yuan didn't dare to look Mu Qingyun in the eye. "What's the matter?" Mu Qingyun came closer with a smile. "Are you unhappy?" "No." Lin Yuan replied in a muffled voice. "Really?" Mu Qingyun held Lin Yuan's face. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously." Seeing that Lin Yuan was still in a low mood, Mu Qingyun took Lin Yuan's hand and started running, talking as he ran. "Hurry up, I can't let the newlyweds next door get there first, I want to be the first one." Lin Yuan looked to the side. There were no newlyweds next door. There was only an old grandfather and grandmother supporting each other. This scene appeared in the Civil Affairs Bureau, which has the meaning of holding hands with you and growing old with you. When the two walked in, they found it was surprisingly deserted inside. When the staff inside saw Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun coming in, they welcomed them warmly. "Come on, newbie, look here." The photographer was particularly happy when taking pictures of them. After the photoshoot, she praised loudly, "The little sister and little brother are so good-looking." Although the two of them claimed that they were good-looking, they felt a little embarrassed when being praised so bluntly. When the stamp of the Civil Affairs Bureau fell on the red booklet, they looked at each other and smiled at each other. Mu Qingyun touched the still warm marriage certificate and said, "Lin Yuan, I feel like today is just like a dream." Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingyun with a smile, "Still calling me by my name? Now that I have the notebook, I should change my name, right?" Mu Qingyun suddenly became shy. Hate. At this time, staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau came up. Congratulations to the newlyweds on their marriage. The little girl who took the photo just now also came up and handed over a bouquet of roses. "You are the 999th couple I have photographed. I just went out and bought a bouquet of roses. I wish your love will be prosperous and last forever." "Thanks." Mu Qingyun accepted the rose with surprise. When the photographer passed by Mu Qingyun, she whispered something in her ear and left with a smile. Lin Yuan asked curiously, "What did she tell you?" "Secret." After leaving the door, Lin Yuan suggested taking Mu Qingyun to meet his parents. "Isn't that a bit too anxious? We're already married, there's nothing to worry about." Lin Yuan put his arm around Mu Qingyun's waist. "Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law." "Okay, Lin Yuan, you said I'm ugly." Mu Qingyun threatened to fight back. Lin Yuan, who was standing by, begged for mercy again and again, "My dear wife, please spare my life." Passers-by couldn't help but smile when they saw the looks of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. While playing, Lin Yuan suddenly hugged Mu Qingyun. What are you doing? Call me husband for now." Mu Qingyun looked at Lin Yuan's affectionate expression, and her face gradually became hot, childish. She wanted to push Lin Yuan away, but how could she resist the strength of an adult man? In the eyes of outsiders, this would be seen as flirting. Lin Yuan buried his head in Mu Qingyun's shoulder, rubbed it, and a muffled sound came out. "Can being childish win the love of my wife?" Mu Qingyun suddenly felt like he was being hugged by a big dog. She sighed softly and called out, "Husband, take me home, okay?" "Good." After hearing Mu Qingyun's words, Lin Yuan felt like he was injected with chicken blood. "My wife, please take a seat." Mu Qingyun was stunned. Wasn't this guy emo 1 second? How come he's on steroids the next? Finally, Mu Qingyun came to a conclusion full of tricks. After sitting down, Lin Yuan considerately helped Mu Qingyun fasten his seatbelt. "Get ready to go, next stop my parents' house." While driving, a voice came into Lin Yuan's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. A set of Century Wedding will be awarded, and the details will be sent to the host's mobile phone via email. Lin Yuan asked, "What is included in it?" "All-inclusive, even personal clothing is custom-made." When Lin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but cough. "Honey, are you okay? Mu Qingyun on the side said with concern. I'm fine, cough cough. Lin Yuan waved his hand quickly. You've even prepared this. You're really thoughtful. Of course not. As the most humane system, this is all my responsibility. Lin Yuan was worried before that he could not give Mu Qingyun a perfect performance. Now it seems that my worries were a bit unnecessary. Lin Yuan's parents' home. Halfway through the drive, Lin Yuan stopped the car on the side of the road. The road to my house is too narrow. I'm sorry to ask you to walk with me for a while. Lin Yuan helped Mu Qingyun out of the car. Mu Qingyun thought it was nothing. I'm not a porcelain doll, I'm not that fragile. I feel so bad. Lin Yuan carefully held Mu Qingyun's hand and explained, these alleys are full of potholes. What if I accidentally hurt my wife? You. Mu Qingyun's forehead was full of black lines. Why didn't I feel that Lin Yuan was so clingy before? When the two of them walked on the road, they attracted everyone's attention. Of course, this is also thanks to their cool sports car. After all, Mercedes-Benz and BMW are the ceiling in this place, and they have only seen such flashy cars in TV dramas. Hey, isn't this Lin Yuan? That's your wife next to him. She's so pretty. Lin Yuan has made great progress. He now drives a luxury car. You little brat, I didn't expect you to find such a beautiful wife. Along the way, almost everyone in the shops greeted Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan responded one by one, even solemnly introducing Mu Qingyun. This is my wife, isn't she beautiful? When Lin Yuan introduced Mu Qingyun, he couldn't hide the boasting on his face at all. Come on, calm down. Mu Qingyun felt his face flushing. Yes, my dear wife. After saying this, Lin Yuan indeed became much quieter. At the end of the commercial street is Lin Yuan's home. There are several apartment buildings there, all of which were residences allocated by the government in the last century. Maybe it's not big, but it carries the childhood of many people. Mu Qingyun looked at the low unit door and the green paint on the exterior, and a sense of familiarity came over him. Back then, their family also started from this small place. What's wrong? Seeing Mu Qingyun in a daze, Lin Yuan thought she didn't like this place. It's okay, I just feel very close to it. Friendly? Lin Yuan was a little confused. I thought you disliked this place. How could that be? We are all people who work hard to make a living. Lin Yuan led Mu Qingyun upstairs. The dim corridor lights flickered, and the mottled traces everywhere revealed the atmosphere of the times. Then they stopped at 301. Knock knock knock. Lin Yuan knocked on the door. Dad. Mom. I'm back. With a creaky sound, the door opened. Old man, your son is back. Lin Yuan's mother opened the door and welcomed them in. Mom and Dad, let me introduce you to my wife. Her name is Mu Qingyun. Lin Yuan took out the marriage certificate. Uncle. Mu Qingyun immediately realized that something was wrong. Hello, Mom and Dad. This. Lin Yuan's parents looked at each other, and although they were a little confused, they still agreed. Look at you, why didn't you tell me when you brought your wife back? I didn't prepare anything. No need. Lin Yuan looked at his gray-haired parents and said gently, today is my son's wedding. I'll take you to a 5-star hotel for dinner. Chapter 6, If you love money, I will give you a free meal. On the way here, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun discussed arrangements for the wedding. Although Wang Rong and I had previously booked a hotel for our wedding banquet, we can save that money after receiving the system reward. It just so happened that it was also an entry-level 5-star hotel. Moreover, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun both agreed that the parents of both parties had made an appointment there. First of all, you don't lose face. Secondly, of course, the previous money must be returned. Since Mu Qingyun's parents were notified midway, when Lin Yuan and the others sat in the box, Mu Deming and Taoan had not arrived yet. Lin Yuan's mother looked at the decorations around her and pulled Lin Yuan aside, speaking worriedly. Son, this won't be very expensive, right? All the money has been spent, how can you support your wife? Lin Yuan smiled and coaxed his mother back to her seat. Mom, don't worry, your son is rich now. While he was speaking, Mu Deming and his wife arrived late. Everyone, I'm so sorry. There was a traffic jam on the road during lunchtime. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. I'll pay for this meal. Everyone reserved the main seat. Mu Deming took a look and walked straight to the main seat. Dad! What are you doing? Mu Qingyun glared at Mu Deming and reminded him, this is not your social engagement. Taoan also hurried out to smooth things over. Mother-in-law, this man doesn't think before he speaks. Don't take it to heart. Lin Yuan's parents were a little uneasy at first, but when Taoan came out, they seemed less restrained. Xiao Yuan has told us everything, but we don't really understand it. I wonder what my mother-in-law thinks. Lin Yuan's mother was somewhat flattered. She paused before replying, it's not really an idea. I just know a feng shui master in the village. We can give the birth dates of the two children to him for calculation and choose an auspicious day for the children's wedding. What do you think, mother-in-law? It's pretty good. Taoan nudged Mu Deming with his elbow off the stage. Honey, what do you think? Mu Deming frowned and nodded. Then it's settled. I'll have to trouble my mother-in-law again. No trouble. The food and wine came and everyone started eating. After drinking 2 taels of white wine, Mu Deming's face gradually turned red, and Lin Yuan's father also felt a little drunk. The wine pried open the two people's mouths and they started chatting. Taoan and Lin Yuan's mother were discussing the details of the wedding, and they were quite serious about it. Only Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were concentrating on eating. Honey, is this delicious? And this, try it. Lin Yuan was diligent in picking up food for Mu Qingyun. After a while, the food in Mu Qingyun's hand gradually formed a small mountain. Husband! Arrive! Mu Qingyun's serious expression was instantly broken. Don't give me any more. I can't finish it. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan replied, it's okay. If your wife can't finish it, your husband will help you finish it. When he said this, he looked at Mu Qingyun meaningfully. Mu Qingyun reacted after a moment and his face turned red. Then Mu Qingyun buried his head in eating and ignored Lin Yuan. We had a very pleasant meal, although when it came time to pay the bill the amount was quite high. But Lin Yuan is completely different now, he doesn't even blink. My husband looks so handsome when he pays. That's it. Taoan looked at Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun flirting with each other and smiled tenderly. As parents, what we want to see most is our children's happiness. When everyone was laughing and getting ready to leave, they heard a noisy sound coming from the front desk. Lin Yuan frowned. Why does this disgusting voice sound so familiar? He looked in the direction of the sound and found that Wang Rong and Luo Fengxia were also there. What a narrow road the enemies meet. Lin Yuan, how dare you show up here? While Luo Fengxia was cursing, she could actually see Lin Yuan. Should I say this woman is amazing? Or amazing? After that, she turned to the front desk and said, hurry up and return our money to me, or I will complain to you. The girl at the front desk had never seen such a scene before and was so scared that she almost cried. The lobby manager came late, and after understanding the situation, he apologized and said, because the money was paid by Mr. Lin needs to be present before I can refund it to you. Luo Fengxia pointed to the other side, he's over there, hurry up and give me the money. The lobby manager checked the photos. Okay, I'll help you with the refund. Luo Fengxia could hardly stop smiling as she watched the staff operating the machine. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan just vaguely heard the woman mention his name, and judging from her expression, it must not be a good thing. What are you doing for her? The lobby manager answered truthfully, we have refunded the wedding fee you booked with us, but the deposit cannot be refunded. Lin Yuan responded, just return it to my bank card. When Luo Fengxia heard this, she was unhappy. This was the money she had fought so hard to get, how could she just give it to him? Lin Yuan, do you know what you are doing? Lin Yuan ignored her and said, I know. Take back my own money. After saying that, Lin Yuan turned around and prepared to leave. You are such an ungrateful person, Lin Yuan. We have already let you go, but I didn't expect you to come up to me. I tell you, if you don't give me the money today, you really can't leave. And my daughter's 300,000 betrothal gift. You damn bitch, I think you got something wrong. Lin Yuan looked at them coldly, you were wrong first, why are you biting people like a mad dog? Wang Rong standing by couldn't sit still any longer. Lin Yuan, who are you calling a dog? If it weren't for our long-standing relationship, I'm telling you, this matter would definitely not be that simple. You broke our contract, took my betrothal gift, and now you're having an affair with my best friend. You two, a pair of bastards, don't deserve to live. If you're sensible, compensate me for my mental damages, and I'll let this matter go. Otherwise. As Wang Rong was talking, her computer went offline and she didn't know what to say for a while. How about you report me to the police station? Wang Rong looked up at Lin Yuan, but found that the familiar warmth in that man's eyes was no longer there. Wang Rong, I've made it clear today. I think you know best why you and I have become like this. Don't deceive yourself anymore. We are all college graduates. I hope you will not forget the education your alma mater has given you. You are still alive and well with your mother because I don't bother with you. But I want to remind you that if you continue to be so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. After listening to Lin Yuan's words, Wang Rong fell silent. However, Luo Fengxiao was unwilling to show mercy and still felt that she had done nothing wrong. You little bastard, don't say such horrible things to scare my daughter. I just asked you for an extra 500,000 yuan. You're making it seem like you're going to kill me. Rong, I raised you with so much hardship, so what's wrong with asking you for an extra 500,000? You can't afford that much money, but you want to marry my daughter. Look at your ugly appearance. Are you worthy of her? As Luo Fengxiao was cursing, she suddenly saw the person behind Lin Yuan and grinned. Oh, I was wondering why you came here. It turns out you brought your parents with you. Lin Yuan, don't you look at your own family situation? Your family is so poor, yet you still want to climb up the ladder of Mu Qingyun? You are just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You are just dreaming. I tell you, if you take out 500,000 yuan now to be with my daughter, I can still agree with it reluctantly. Lin Yuan's parents, who were dragged into this by Luo Fengxia, instantly lowered their heads in shame. There were quite a few people around watching the show. Although I don't know what happened between them, it sounds like it was very exciting. Ding! This system is here to send you warmth again. 1. Allow Luo Fengxia to curse and be rewarded with the title of bastard. 2. Less trouble is worse than more trouble. Return the money to Luo Fengxia and get a cash reward of 250. 3. Teach Luo Fengxia a lesson and be rewarded with 50 million virtual gold coins. Hint, it can only be used for daily life and cannot be withdrawn. Lin Yuan had been itching to do something about it, but it was not a good idea for an adult like him to do it. Mom and Dad, you guys go back first, I'll take care of this. Mu Deming nodded and left with Taoan. I had seen Wang Rong's appearance before, but I didn't expect that her mother was even more amazing. No matter how worried Lin Yuan's parents were, they still left first. After all, they couldn't help much if they stayed. Hey, don't go. What's wrong? Can't you bear a few words? Isn't it just poverty? What's there to hide? Luo Fengxia supported her waist, looking extremely proud. The look on his face was as if he had repelled the coalition forces' attack. The lobby manager looked at the two of them awkwardly. We are all open for business, and Luo Fengxia's disturbance is not good for the hotel's image. Manager, please report it to the authorities. She won't listen to you if you talk to this kind of person. Okay. The lobby manager responded quickly. You dare. Luo Fengxia shouted in a shrill voice. Just give it a try. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. He sat aside with Mu Qingyun and enjoyed the hotel's tea. Luo Fengxia looked at this and felt a little dry in the mouth, but she still held her position. Not long after the lobby manager reported the matter to the police, people from the inspection department arrived. After figuring out the situation, the people from the inspection office came to Wang Rong and her daughter. You two, come with us. Luo Fengxia never dreamed that Lin Yuan would actually go to such an extent. Lin Yuan, are you still a human being? Is there anyone who would betray his own mother-in-law like you? It's fine if you cheated me, but you even cheated your fiancée. You are such a heartless and ungrateful man. You have such a vicious heart. When Luo Fengxia was pulled into the car by the inspection personnel, she was still crying. Lin Yuan felt disgusted by Luo Fengxia's wailing. When he had no money, he acted so arrogantly. Now that he is about to go to jail, she is his mother-in-law again? This was the first time he had ever seen such a shameless person. He and Mu Qingyun also got into another inspection car. After all, they had to take statements. Before leaving, Lin Yuan specifically asked the hotel to make a copy of the video and hand it over to the people from the inspection department. It is very clear from the video that the fault lies entirely with Luo Fengxia and her daughter, and it has nothing to do with them. After arriving at the inspection office, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun simply made a record, signed their names, and were able to leave. Wang Rong and her daughter were suspected of disturbing public order and were detained for 3 days and fined 250 yuan. After Lin Yuan finished taking the statement, he went outside to wait. After a while, seeing Mu Qingyun coming out, Lin Yuan stepped forward and asked with concern, "Wife, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Mu Qingyun shook his head. "I just didn't expect that Wang Rong's family would be such people." "Oh, don't mention them, it's a waste of mood." Lin Yuan came up and said, "Wife, let's go home." He was about to drive when he suddenly remembered that their car was still in the hotel. The two looked at each other and laughed out loud. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, "Wife, please wait a moment. I will find a car for you." Chapter 7, Your husband helps you achieve a small goal. Lin Yuan remembered the card handed over by the forest shop manager in the morning, and remembered that they also provided free pickup and drop-off service for members. So he took out the membership card, dialed the number on it, and then gave his address. Not long after, a luxury car stopped precisely next to Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. The car door opened, and a man in a black suit got out and came in front of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. He first bowed to the two of them, and then said, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please get in the car." Lin Yuan nodded, took Mu Qingyun's hand and got into the car. The man in the suit considerately helped the two of them close the car door, then got into the driver's seat and drove to the position Lin Yuan had given him. In the back seat, Mu Qingyun leaned quietly in Lin Yuan's arms, while Lin Yuan stretched out a hand, wrapped it around Mu Qingyun's waist, and hugged her gently. But this rare quiet scene was interrupted by the sudden sound of a cell phone notification. Oh shit! The news came at a really good time. Lin Yuan's face darkened. He withdrew his hand from Mu Qingyun's waist, then took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket. He saw 2 more messages on the screen. The first one was the planning sheet for the wedding of the century, and that short page was filled with messages. For example, some wedding dresses and jewelry are all custom made by masters. Lin Yuan also noticed that the hotel was actually booked in Gus. The hotel is not big, but it is famous for its luxury. Before this, he had never dared to imagine that he would be able to hold his wedding there one day. Lin Yuan suppressed his inner joy and read the second message. 50 million virtual happiness gold has been received. It is the same as the normal payment method. This system will automatically select the payment method for the host. Lin Yuan was so frightened by so many zeros that he could hardly hold the phone. That's 50 million. Too bad I can't withdraw cash. Soon, the man in the suit took Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun to the hotel where their parents had agreed to meet. After Lin Yuan got the car, he took Mu Qingyun to the house he had rented before. After all, they had already obtained their marriage certificate and were considered a legal couple, so they could live together openly. An hour later, the two returned to the community where Lin Yuan rented a house. The neighborhood was a bit shabby, but Mu Qingyun didn't show any dissatisfaction at all. Instead, he looked around like a curious baby. Looking at Mu Qingyun's playful appearance, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Why didn't he realize that Mu Qingyun had such a side before? A few minutes later, Lin Yuan brought Mu Qingyun to his house. As soon as Lin Yuan opened the door, Mu Qingyun couldn't wait to walk in and look him up and down. "Wife, I have nothing here, what are you looking at?" Lin Yuan scratched his head and asked awkwardly. Before this, he lived a very tight life in order to save enough money for the dowry to marry Wang Rong. "I want to see where you lived. I wanted to watch it a long time ago, but I didn't have the opportunity or the status. Now that I finally have the chance, I must take a good look at it," Mu Qingyun said seriously. These words also deeply moved Lin Yuan. This was the first time he felt love other than family love. "Honey, please stay here for a few days. I will buy a house and make it our new home," Lin Yuan said softly, then took out a new 4-piece set from the closet, preparing to replace all the bedding with new ones. "Hubby, I don't allow you to say that. As long as I'm with you, no matter where we are, I won't feel wronged." Mu Qingyun hurried over to help Lin Yuan change the sheets. You can see that her eyes are full of happiness. "Wife." There was some emotion in Lin Yuan's eyes. He recalled a time when he lived with Wang Rong. Not only did Wang Rong not help, she even scolded him and accused him of being clumsy. He was also stupid at that time, and just let Wang Rong continue talking in a daze. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan suddenly felt fortunate that Mu Qingyun was with him now. "Hubby, what are you standing there for? Give me that foot quilt." Mu Qingyun called out for a long time, but there was no response from Lin Yuan. He suddenly pulled the quilt, which scared Lin Yuan. What are you thinking about? You look absent-minded. Mu Qingyun asked tenderly, are you thinking about that young lady at the front desk again? For a moment, the room was filled with the smell of vinegar. Lin Yuan felt something was wrong and shook his head quickly. How could this be? I was just thinking about how our wedding would be held. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief, found a good reason for himself and secretly gave himself a thumbs up. When Mu Qingyun heard this, his ears turned red. Hasn't the date been set yet? Well, there's no need to be so anxious. I'm not in a hurry. If I wasn't afraid of wronging you, I would really like to tell everyone tomorrow that you are my wife. Mu Qingyun suddenly remembered the scene this afternoon and couldn't help laughing. Not long after, Lin Yuan changed the bedsheets and hugged Mu Qingyun from behind. Hubby will take you to take a bath, okay? Mu Qingyun felt the changes in Lin Yuan's body and her face turned red instantly. I can do it myself. Having said that, Mu Qingyun broke free from Lin Yuan's embrace and walked into the bathroom on his own. But after taking a shower, she was dumbfounded. She didn't bring any clothes. Mu Qingyun stood in the mist, at a loss as to what to do. Lin Yuan was standing at the door and heard the noise. He chuckled and reminded them. Honey, you forgot your stuff. I put it on the table in the compartment. You can change it later. When there was no more noise outside, Mu Qingyun stuck his head out and saw a set of clothes piled next to the bathroom. She put it on. The clothes were a little loose, but perfect as pajamas. It's just that the small clothes are not suitable anymore. Mu Qingyun blushed and stuffed the small clothes aside. After seeing Mu Qingyun finish her shower, Lin Yuan rushed in immediately, quickly fixed himself, and ran straight to the room. When Lin Yuan saw Mu Qingyun with his hair down looking at his phone, he couldn't help but laugh. My wife is so beautiful. So fast? Mu Qingyun was a little surprised and quickly put away his phone. Are you sure you washed it clean? After Lin Yuan climbed onto the bed, he quickly slid over to Mu Qingyun and whispered, husband smells delicious now, do you want to try it? Not honest. Mu Qingyun grabbed Lin Yuan's hand and said, let's go to sleep first. Lin Yuan paused, okay. But his hands were reluctant to leave Mu Qingyun's body. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Wife, you're not wearing anything, are you? Hey, what are you talking about? Go to sleep. Mu Qingyun blushed and stopped Lin Yuan from taking the next step. No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. Mu Qingyun got up early. Looking at Lin Yuan who was still sleeping soundly, she tiptoed out of the bed and covered Lin Yuan with the quilt. After putting on his clothes, Mu Qingyun came to the kitchen. She wanted to make Lin Yuan's first breakfast after marriage. Soon, Mu Qingyun prepared breakfast. At this time, Lin Yuan also woke up, and he immediately smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. He put on his slippers and walked into the kitchen, only to see Mu Qingyun wearing an apron and putting all the fried cakes into a plate. Good morning, wife. As Lin Yuan spoke, he walked forward, put his arms around Mu Qingyun's waist, and whispered affectionately in her ear. Morning, husband. Mu Qingyun responded, hubby, go and help me get the porridge out of the pot. Let's have breakfast first. Good. Lin Yuan responded, let go of Mu Qingyun, and turned around to serve the porridge. After a while, the two sat at the dining table and ate breakfast warmly. During this time, Mu Qingyun found that Lin Yuan's eyes were always on her, which made her feel a little shy. Hubby, why are you looking at me all the time? Lin Yuan smiled and replied, my wife is so beautiful. Eat yours. Mu Qingyun handed Lin Yuan another fried cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Breakfast time is always short. After eating for a while, Mu Qingyun started to pack up. Take your time eating. I have to go to work later. After Mu Qingyun finished speaking, he prepared to go out to work. No need to go, I've asked for leave for you. Lin Yuan, with something stuffed in his mouth, stopped Mu Qingyun. You, when? Mu Qingyun was somewhat skeptical. I found the leader's phone number in your phone and sent him a text message. Lin Yuan said, holding Mu Qingyun in his arms, today, you will accompany me to the place where we will hold our wedding for a field trip. I have arranged everything. As he spoke, Lin Yuan secretly kissed Mu Qingyun on the cheek. Good morning, wife. It's so dirty. Eat your breakfast well. Mu Qingyun pretended to be disgusted and pushed Lin Yuan away, but when he turned around, he couldn't help laughing. After having a simple meal, Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun to Gus Hotel. When he arrived at the door, Mu Qingyun saw the name of the hotel and hesitated. After Lin Yuan parked the car, he noticed that her expression was a little strange, so he asked, "Wife, what's wrong?" "Honey, this hotel." "What happened to the hotel?" Mu Qingyun pulled Lin Yuan aside and whispered, "This hotel is too expensive. Let's save some money." When Lin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I thought you didn't like it here." "How could it be?" Mu Qingyun's eyes suddenly showed longing. "Their hotel has a banquet for the wedding of the century. That is a wedding ceremony that many girls yearn for, but the cost is too high. I heard that the couple who held this wedding last time seemed to be a real estate tycoon." Lin Yuan suddenly asked, "Wife, do you want a wedding of the century?" Mu Qingyun didn't say anything. But her words just now clearly showed her longing. Lin Yuan gently took Mu Qingyun's hand. "Come on, I'll give you the wedding of the century." The two walked into the hotel, and the luxurious decoration instantly caught their eyes. Magnificent golden pillars stand in the huge hall, and a large crystal chandelier hangs in the center of the hotel. The beam of light from high above passed through the crystal chandelier itself, refracted around the hall, and finally fell on the golden pillars, showing the luxury. Lin Yuan's knowledge of this place came from some store exploration videos, but he didn't expect that when he saw it today, he would be even more astonished by its level of wealth. Or, let's just forget it. Mu Qingyun suddenly backed out and took Lin Yuan's hand and said, "It's too noble." Lin Yuan refused and suppressed Mu Qingyun's desire to escape the scene. "Only something this noble can be worthy of my wife. And I've already booked it and paid the deposit. Does my wife want this money to go to waste?" Mu Qingyun was about to say something but stopped. Lin Yuan saw Mu Qingyun's concerns and opened his account to check for change. "Your husband has money, don't worry." Mu Qingyun whispered, "Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. How can it be called a waste of money? Every penny spent on my wife is worth it." Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were flirting with each other, but no waiter came up to greet them. He walked over and said to the receptionist, "I have a century wedding order at your hotel. Could you please call your lobby manager for me?" The receptionist glanced at Lin Yuan, made a phone call, and then said to Lin Yuan with a smile, "Sir, please move to the rest area nearby and wait. Our hotel manager will be here soon." The receptionist pointed to the rest area nearby. Lin Yuan discovered that this hotel was extremely wealthy. In the public rest area alone, there are rows of food for anyone to take. Seeing this, Lin Yuan took a plate of fruit and placed it in front of Mu Qingyun, still eating. Honey, come and have some fruit. I didn't expect the fruit in this hotel is so delicious." Mu Qingyun took a look and said, "The orange in your hand is 50 yuan each." "Oh my god, it's so expensive?" Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help but eat a few more, and tears of happiness almost came out of his eyes. Is this the world of the rich? How wonderful! After they had a snack for a while, they saw a fat middle-aged man jogging towards the front desk with an eager look on his face. It seemed that he was the lobby manager. The manager ran to the front desk, looked around, then looked at the receptionist and asked, "Xiao Lu, where is the customer who ordered the wedding of the century you just mentioned?" "Manager, they are in the lounge area." The receptionist said this, pointing to the location of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. He looked in the direction the receptionist pointed, but when he saw what Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were wearing, that eager expression disappeared instantly, and was replaced by deep disdain. He walked over and asked with disdain, "Boy, you said you are the one who booked the wedding of the century?" Chapter 8, A Dog Will Always Eat Shit. Swish. Zhang Ji's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Everyone looked towards Lin Yuan, with some expressing shock, curiosity, and the same disdain as the lobby manager. "I ordered it." Lin Yuan nodded, showing no change in emotion. Puff. Zhang Ji sneered when he heard this. "Boy, are you kidding me? Don't you even know how much you weigh? You're wearing cheap clothes that cost only 200 yuan, and you dare to brag that you've booked the wedding of the century? I understand that you want to show off in front of your girlfriend, but I don't really approve of the way you do it. You still have a chance to get out before I call security." As he spoke, Zhang Ji's confidence gradually grew. Although a big customer had booked the wedding of the century today, his instinct told him that this big customer could not be a loser with no more than 200 yuan on him. He was used to working in the hotel, and judging people by their appearance had become his basic operation. Lin Yuan glanced at him calmly. You can confirm my personal information now. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Zhang Ji thought he had misheard, but after he came to his senses, he laughed even louder. This is really hilarious. With clothes that cost less than 200 yuan, you think you are worthy of me confirming your information? I make hundreds of thousands a month, and I don't even dare to think about the wedding of the century. How dare you give me a chance? I'm also giving you one last chance. Please leave my hotel immediately, otherwise I'll call security to throw you out. Zhang Ji sneered and his face turned cold. Ding! Please make the following choice. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Then, 3 options appeared before him. 1. Give Zhang Ji a slap in the face, and reward him with the title greatly pleasing. 2. Magic attack, fight back with insults, and you will be rewarded with a villain room. 3. Evil will be punished, Zhang Ji will be punished, and he will be rewarded with 1 billion yuan in startup funds. Virtual funds cannot be withdrawn. Lin Yuan's anger grew little by little, and the answer in his heart was already self-evident. But just as he was about to speak, a noisy sound suddenly came from the door of the hotel. Lin Yuan and Zhang Ji looked together and saw a group of people in suits walked in. Zhang Ji took a look at it, immediately put out the cigarette in his hand, and trotted over, panting. Chairman, why are you here? Zhang Ji bowed his head and scraped to the leader, which was completely different from his previous arrogant and domineering appearance. The chairman turned around and Lin Yuan recognized the man in front of him. It was the chairman of Gus Group, Su Yonghe. You are. Su Yonghe stared at his nameplate for a long time before he had some impression. Xiao Zhang, didn't I ask you to prepare to welcome the VIP? Why are you still wandering around in the lobby at such a young age? Chairman, don't worry, I'm ready. Just be ready. When someone comes, remember to bring him up and tell him I'm hosting a small gathering. Of course, of course. Zhang Ji responded repeatedly. Seeing that he didn't leave, Su Yonghe was a little confused. Anything else? Zhang Ji saw the opportunity and looked at Lin Yuan with an evil smile. Chairman, I'm here in the lobby because someone is causing trouble. Su Yonghe's face darkened. Making trouble? Who is so bold as to make trouble on my territory? He looked in the direction Zhang Ji pointed and saw Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun sitting aside, eating fruit leisurely. It was those 2 people who pretended to be our big customers and said they had booked the wedding of the century in our hotel. Su Yonghe's eyes became serious and he led a group of people over. I heard you're here to cause trouble? Today's matter is extremely important to him, and Su Yonghe will never allow anyone to cause trouble for him. Lin Yuan raised his eyes, and that cold look was like a sword, piercing Zhang Ji directly, scaring him so much that he trembled. You are the chairman of Gus, but you don't have any judgment of your own? Su Yonghe was a little surprised. Ordinary people would be frightened speechless after seeing this scene. How could they sit there as calmly as Lin Yuan? Su Yonghe realized that something was wrong and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Just. Zhang Ji was also a little panicked. This guy said that he was the big customer who came today. I thought something was wrong, so I wanted to ask him to leave. Have you checked it? When Zhang Ji heard this, the sweat on his forehead fell like rain. No. You. Su Yonghe was so angry that he could hardly speak. Then, he took a deep breath and said angrily, then why are you still standing there? Go check it quickly. Yes, I'll go right away. Su Yonghe turned his head and said to Lin Yuan with a forced smile, brother, please take out your ID card so that we can check it. No problem. The moment Lin Yuan took out his ID card, Su Yonghe already had the answer in his mind, but he still had to go through the necessary procedures. After a while, Zhang Ji hurried over with the documents. Chairman, here. Su Yonghe handed him Lin Yuan's ID card and said in a low voice, check it quickly. Yes. Zhang Ji responded timidly, no longer having the arrogance he had just had. Customer's name, Lin Yuan. ID number, 4XXXXXXXXXX. As he read on, Zhang Ji's face turned paler. After checking his identity information, he suddenly felt his legs go weak. Su Yonghe looked a little embarrassed. Front desk location. Several waiters stood together, whispering. This what's going on? Haven't you figured it out yet? If nothing unexpected happens, that plain-looking man is our mysterious guest today. Are you the one who scheduled the wedding of the century? Aha! This is totally unrecognizable. So, you can't judge a person by his appearance. I guess this guy is probably some rich kid who's out to experience life. But luckily, I didn't offend any big customers. The girl at the front desk was feeling lucky that she had gone to the trouble to call Zhang Ji down, otherwise she would also be held responsible. Compared to the lively atmosphere at the front desk, it was unusually quiet over at Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan said calmly, "Are you still questioning me now?" No, it's all my subordinate's negligence that embarrassed you. I'm so sorry. Su Yongha returned Lin Yuan's ID card to him. How? Your lobby manager has insulted me for so long, and you just say sorry and let it go? If that's the case, then there's really no need to hold this wedding here. As Lin Yuan spoke, he glanced at Zhang Ji intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Ji looked at Lin Yuan's eyes as he was looking at him, and a bad feeling came over him. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining my men well. What do you want to do with him? Su Yongha asked directly. He could still tell which was more important, a wedding of the century that could save the hotel, or a mere lobby manager. How to deal with it is your hotel's internal matter. But, he just said that he earns hundreds of thousands a month. This surprised me. When did a hotel manager in our city earn hundreds of thousands a month? Listening to Lin Yuan's words, Su Yongha immediately understood his implication. Then, Zhang Ji, you are so bold that you dare to embezzle the hotel's property. Security, send Zhang Ji to the inspection office. Once we find out how much he has embezzled, we will recover all of it. Hearing Su Yongha's cold tone, Zhang Ji was dumbfounded. He knelt down in front of Lin Yuan with a plop, crying and snotting. Mr. Lin, you are so generous. Please let me go. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. My whole family is waiting for me to eat. If I go to jail, what will happen to my family? Please, for the sake of my family, forgive me this time. Zhang Ji saw that kneeling was not an option, so he immediately kowtowed. The heavy sound echoed in the hall. After just a few kowtows, Zhang Ji's forehead instantly turned blue and red, and blood even seeped out of his forehead. Please, spare me. Zhang Ji really regrets it now. If time could go back, he would definitely not choose to go against Lin Yuan. But how can there be a pill for regret in this world? Lin Yuan glanced at him and said, a dog will always eat shit. Su Yongha was a smart man. He immediately said to the security guard next to him, what are you still standing there for? Get him out of here. When he saw Zhang Ji like that, his eyes were full of disgust. When Zhang Ji was dragged out, he cried out, Chairman, Mr. Lin, please let me go. However, no matter how much he wailed, no one could help him. After Zhang Ji left, the hall returned to silence. I'm really sorry for making you two laugh just now. Su Yongha originally wanted to win over Lin Yuan. Although there were some minor incidents in the middle, it did not hinder his desire to get to know him. How about this, I'll cover all your hotel expenses. Just consider this as my apology to you too. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Lin Yuan responded. After all, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you'd be a bastard. Then, he continued, I'm here today to accompany my wife to try on wedding dresses. Please ask Director Su to send someone to show me the way. No trouble. Su Yongha smiled and quickly called a few people to lead the way for Lin Yuan. Just as Lin Yuan and his friends were taking the elevator, they happened to see a patrol car approaching the door. Zhang Ji has been taken into a car by the staff of the inspection department to receive the punishment he deserves. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 1 billion in startup funds. Chapter 9 is pretty good, but a little expensive. The lobby, which was bustling just now, was suddenly deserted. In the end, only Su Yongha and a few partners around him were left together. Old Su, why are you so respectful to a young man? Whose son is he? Is he worthy of such a big honor for you? Su Yongha smiled bitterly, I don't know either. If I knew, there wouldn't be such a joke just now. You don't know either? The people around were surprised. Su Yongha explained, Mr. Lin ordered a century wedding in our house. As you know, no one has touched this thing for many years. Besides, my company has been having some problems with cash flow recently. If it weren't for this order, my decades of hard work would have gone to waste. When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. He should be the young master of some powerful family. Some people hold different views on this. Maybe he succeeded through his own efforts? You must be joking. That boy looks to be in his 20s, maybe even 30. How can this be possible? Several people in their 40s or 50s started arguing for some unknown reason. Well, whatever it is, it's always good to make some friends. Add me one. And me. Lin Yuan was sitting outside the fitting room at this moment, waiting for Mu Qingyun to come out. He was wearing a modified version of hanfu, but he had no idea what the material was. However, the clothes were extremely light, and he didn't feel any weight when he wore them. A lifelike dragon was embroidered with gold thread on the red dress. The piercing eyes and sharp claws made people feel as if a dragon was roaring in the sky, and they felt as if the dragon on the clothes would fly out in the next second. After a while, the staff who helped Mu Qingyun try on clothes came out and pulled open the curtain of the fitting room. With a loud splash, the curtain slowly opened like the opening of a stage play, and Mu Qingyun stood in the center of the stage. When Lin Yuan saw the scene inside, he was stunned for a moment. Mu Qingyun's skin was as white as tofu that was so tender that it could be blown away by a breath. Now, against the backdrop of the red wedding dress, it looked like a sugar cube soaked in black tea, gradually blending into it. There is a flying phoenix on her chest, and its golden tail feathers are shaking. Just by looking at it, you can imagine what is said in the myth. Birds pay homage to the phoenix, and auspicious beasts rely on each other. Mu Qingyun stood in front of Lin Yuan somewhat awkwardly. She didn't expect that putting on a piece of clothing would be so troublesome. She needed the help of several staff members to put it on. There was no mirror inside, so she had no idea what she would look like in the dress. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't respond, Mu Qingyun asked, "Does it look good?" "Good, beautiful." Lin Yuan was stunned and didn't even dare to breathe fast, for fear of ruining the beauty of the fairy. Mu Qingyun looked down at himself, helplessly unable to see the whole picture. Really? Of course, my wife is really as beautiful as a fairy. I didn't know what a fairy looked like before, but now I know. Lin Yuan stood up, half knelt down, and extended his hand to Mu Qingyun. "Wife, will you marry me?" "You, what are you doing? There are so many people here." Mu Qingyun was so pouty at Lin Yuan's behavior that the blush on her face didn't need any extra embellishment, it had already reached its most beautiful state. "Rehearse the proposal." Lin Yuan stood up with a smile, and then he seemed to have thought of something. The ancients probably didn't kneel on one knee. Definitely not. Afterwards, the two had a series of discussions on the details of ancient people's marriages, leaving the staff stunned. What is going on? Su Yonha originally wanted to come up and see the progress, but he found that all his employees were standing there in a daze, leaving their big sponsor aside. A staff member explained it to Su Yonha, causing him to laugh dumbly. "Brother Lin, you don't have to worry about this. We will arrange it for you. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Su." "Oh, why are you still calling me Mr. Su?" Su Yonha followed Lin Yuan's instructions and walked forward. "In this case, I am older than you. You can call me Brother Su and I can call you brother. This way, we won't seem so unfamiliar. In this business, we can also cooperate more and improve the relationship." "I don't know, what do you think, Brother Lin?" Lin Yuan smiled and said, "If Brother Su has such intention, I am flattered." "Ah, there's no such thing as being surprised or not. Just treat this as your own home. The same goes for your sister-in-law. Don't be restrained." Mu Qingyun nodded. While everyone was having fun, Lin Yuan remembered something and asked, "I don't know why this is called the wedding of the century, brother. Is there any particular meaning behind it?" "It's not that particular, it's just the obsession of the older generation. As descendants like us, we must not forget the roots of excellent culture when we grow up, and we must not forget our origins." When he said this, Su Yonha's eyes were moved. Although foreign cultures are very new, the culture of our ancestors is not inferior to those foreign things. That's also because I want to promote more of our ancestors' things. It's just that the cost is a bit high. Lin Yuan's words revealed the secret, causing everyone to burst into laughter. "Brother Lin, you are so humorous now, ha ha ha." Mu Qingyun covered his face and smiled. Su Yonha didn't care and explained, "Everything costs money, but since Brother Lin trusts me, I will make sure that this wedding is beautiful for you and your sister-in-law, and live up to its name. Then I'll trouble you, brother." "No way." As the conversation went on, the atmosphere gradually became more like a conversation. Lin Yuan came here this time just to try it on in advance. This way, once the date is set, they don't have to rush to change it. Seeing that they had almost finished trying on clothes and jewelry, Su Yonha made a suggestion. Brother, you've been busy for most of the day. Let's go up and have a quick meal together before we leave. Su Yonha looked at Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingyun. I listened to my wife. Do you want to stay for dinner? For a moment, everyone in the room turned their eyes on him, and Mu Qingyun felt his cheeks getting hot. We can't refuse President Su's kindness. Okay. My wife agreed. I'll have to trouble you, brother, to make the arrangements. Su Yonha was surprised by Lin Yuan's wife's slave, but he still smiled and replied, That's fine, brother, after you change with your sister-in-law, just let them bring you up later. Okay. After Su Yonha left, Lin Yuan wanted to follow Mu Qingyun into the fitting room and help her change clothes, but he was stopped by the staff. Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingyun inside eagerly, raised his eyebrows and asked, Can't I go in? No, you can't. Before Mu Qingyun could reply, he heard the staff member start to stutter. Is it really impossible? It's really not possible, sir. The staff explained, the material of the wedding dress is special, and it is very complicated to put on the wedding dress on the bride. If you are not careful, you may damage the parts. I heard that this wedding dress was custom made by a master craftsman in China. If something is damaged, the trip back and forth will definitely delay things. I see. Lin Yuan nodded, then sat on the sofa beside him and waited. After changing their clothes, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were led by the staff to Su Yonha's box. Hey, brother, sister-in-law. Su Yonha asked the two to sit down. This is just in time. The dishes are still hot. Let's take a look. Is there anything you shouldn't eat? Or should I add anything else? Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at the table full of dishes with complicated expressions. This is too much. Brother, have you cooked up the entire menu? Su Yonha smiled and said, It's not that much, maybe only 1/3. If my hotel is this big, if there were only so many dishes, it would have closed down long ago. They are all home-cooked dishes, try them, brother. Su Yonha suddenly remembered something. Brother, why don't you take this opportunity to choose the menu for the wedding banquet? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, That's good. It saves some trouble. Wait a minute. I'll go out for a minute and ask the kitchen staff to serve the samples. With that, Su Yonha left, leaving Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun faced with such a dazzling array of dishes that they didn't know where to start. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, a cell phone ring suddenly rang in the box. Lin Yuan looked around and found that it was Mu Qingyun's phone that was calling. I'm going to take a call. Mu Qingyun gestured and answered the call. Mu Qingyun, where have you been today? Didn't you say you only wanted one day off? Even without the speaker, the voice from the other end of the phone could be heard. When Lin Yuan heard this, he frowned, put down his bowl and chopsticks immediately, walked to Mu Qingyun and answered her call. Hello. The supervisor, who was halfway through cursing, was stunned. Who are you? I'm her husband. I asked for leave from your boss this morning. Why are you calling? Ask for leave? The supervisor on the other end of the phone smiled and said, I haven't heard about asking for leave. Tell Mu Qingyun to come back to work as soon as possible. Without her, no one will do the work. Lin Yuan covered the microphone, looked at Mu Qingyun, and whispered, Wife, please stop working and start a business together. Mu Qingyun hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. After getting Mu Qingyun's promise, Lin Yuan replied to the supervisor on the other end of the phone, My wife resigned and ran away. Please don't call me again. In fact, he had noticed that Mu Qingyun's phone kept receiving messages, but Mu Qingyun didn't say anything and he didn't ask any more questions. After all, everyone should have their own space. But after hearing that Mu Qingyun's supervisor was such an unreasonable shrew, he really couldn't bear to let Mu Qingyun be bullied like this any longer. Resign? The laughter on the other side became even louder. Don't even think about it. Mu Qingyun is not allowed to resign until he finishes his work. If he insists on resigning, according to the company's requirements, he will have to pay a penalty of 2 million. Chapter 10 Su Yonha's Confession. It's a waste of time to talk to this kind of person. Lin Yuan immediately hung up the phone. Wife, we might as well not do this job. Mu Qingyun responded and then did not speak for a long time. Lin Yuan saw that she was in a low mood and walked over. Wife, don't you want to quit your job? Lin Yuan realized belatedly that for Mu Qingyun's family background, work was just a hobby. I guess so. Mu Qingyun was a little helpless. Although I studied finance for my family's business, advertising design is my hobby. It's lucky to have a company that accepts me. If it's other companies, no one would be willing to accept me if they don't have the right major. After listening to Mu Qingyun's words, Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then took Mu Qingyun's hand and said, "Then let's open an advertising company." Mu Qingyun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? How could it be false? When has your husband ever lied to you? Lin Yuan was worrying about where to spend his startup capital, but he didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Thank you, husband. Mu Qingyun was so excited that he hugged Lin Yuan and kissed him. Lin Yuan hugged him and said jokingly, "Why did you only kiss one side of the face? There's also the other side?" He turned his face away, waiting for Mu Qingyun's lips to fall. Mu Qingyun hesitated for a while and then offered his kiss devoutly. Hey. Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone and looked at the 2 lipstick marks on his face with satisfaction. He even took a photo and sent it to his family group. You should wipe it off. Mu Qingyun felt a little embarrassed looking at the 2 lip prints. No, this is a sign that my wife loves me. After struggling for several times, Mu Qingyun finally gave up. Just then, Mu Qingyun's phone rang. Lin Yuan made an impatient TSK sound, wanting to see which blind guy had disturbed their peace. He picked up the phone and saw that the note displayed on the screen was Mr. Li. Lin Yuan raised his phone and asked, "I answered it for you?" Mu Qingyun nodded. "Wait, your husband will help you talk to your boss about your resignation." As he spoke, Lin Yuan answered the phone. Before he could say anything, the man on the other end spoke first. "Hey, Xiaomu, I've told you everything. Why do you want to quit when things are going well? Young people like you can't stand the slightest hardship. It will be hard for you to survive in society in the future. Don't be so impulsive. We can discuss it. There's no need to resign, right? After all, this is the job you worked so hard to get. If you quit, it will be difficult for you to find another job in this field if your major is not suitable for you." He spoke for a long time without hearing any response from Mu Qingyun. "Xiaomu, are you still there?" "Exist." Lin Yuan responded. "Who are you?" When Mr. Li heard that it was a man's voice, he was obviously stunned. "I'm her husband. I was the one who texted you this morning to ask for leave." "Are you his husband?" Mr. Li was distracted again after hearing this, and murmured, "When did Xiaomu get married?" "Mr. Li, my wife has decided to resign. Please notify the HR department." This, would you mind letting Xiaomu and I have a good chat? This is really too sudden." Lin Yuan relayed Li Xiuzhao's words. After listening, Mu Qingyun shook his head. "No, my wife is still busy, let's not talk about it for now." When he was about to hang up the phone, Li Xiaozhao on the other end of the phone hurriedly said, "It's not impossible for Mu Qingyun to resign, but she has to wait for half a month. After she has handed over the work at hand and we have found a replacement, she can resign. I can hand over the work, but forget about waiting until you find someone. There are too many unstable factors. I can pay the penalty." Li Xiaozhao was anxious. "Give the phone to Mu Qingyun, I will tell her in person, this is our company's business, it's not easy for you as an outsider to convey it. You are the outsider between us." Lin Yuan did not give up the phone. "If you really want to find someone, come to Gus Hotel. My wife and I are here." However, before Lin Yuan had time to hang up the phone, Su Yonghai came in with several chefs, followed by the kitchen helpers, pushing the cooking equipment in. "Brother, let me introduce you to these chefs from our hotel. If you have any requirements for the dishes, just tell them. Thank you for your trouble, brother." Having said that, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. That's not the case. I just hope you don't mind me, brother." Su Yonghai waved his hand, and several chefs immediately dispersed and prepared the dishes on the side. In about half an hour, all the delicious dishes were served on the table. Just when everyone was about to enjoy the freshly baked delicacy, a bell rang at an inopportune time. Su Yonghai smiled awkwardly. "Brother, wait for me for a moment, I have a call first." Lin Yuan nodded and gestured. Su Yonghai stood aside and answered the phone. "What's the matter?" After a moment of silence, Su Yonghai turned around and asked Lin Yuan. Brother, do you have guests? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, already guessing who that person was. Brother, put him up. That's fine. After Su Youngha responded, he returned to his seat. Brother, why didn't you tell us earlier that we had guests? It's so embarrassing to have them waiting downstairs. Lin Yuan replied calmly, it's not a guest, just an annoying fly. When Su Youngha heard Lin Yuan's words, he was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Not long after, there was a sound at the door and the waiter let a man in. When the man came in and saw the scene in front of him, he was a little at a loss. But when he turned around, he saw Su Youngha was there too. He walked up quickly and held Su Youngha's hand. Boss Su, long time no see. Li Xiaozhao enthusiastically offered Su Youngha a cigarette, but Su Youngha politely declined. But Li Xiaozhao did not give up and continued the conversation with Su Youngha. I've always wanted to work with President Su, but I just didn't have the chance. Today, I have a rare opportunity to meet President Su. I wonder if President Su would do me a favor and have a simple meal together? Li Xiaozhao kept talking, not noticing that Su Youngha looked a little embarrassed. Seeing that Su Youngha had not responded to her for a long time, Li Xiaozhao turned her head and saw Mu Qingyun sitting at the dining table. The person next to her must be her husband. Recalling Su Youngha's attitude towards him just now over the phone. Ahem. Li Xiaozhao suddenly cleared his throat. He lost face in front of Su Youngha, but he couldn't lose his composure in front of his employees. Xiaomu, you said you wanted to resign, but now you're eating, drinking and having fun here instead of going back to the company to work. Aren't you deliberately embarrassing me? Boss, I've already asked for leave today. You still have to hand over your work after taking a leave. After all. Li Xiaozhao glanced at Lin Yuan when he said this, you can also complete the resignation procedures earlier, right? Mu Qingyun pondered for a while, boss, I will go back to the company after I finish the wedding in a few days. Who knew that Li Xiaozhao's attitude was so firm? You'd better come back with me. I drove here, and after the docking procedures are completed, I will take you home. No need. Mu Qingyun rejected Li Xiaozhao's kindness, it's too late now, my husband and I will just go back. It's okay, don't worry about the trouble, Li Xiaozhao still didn't give up. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang on the dining table. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and found that it was made by Lin Yuan. We appreciate Mr. Li's kindness, and we won't bother you with so much trouble. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Li Xiaozhao coldly. It's too late. Mr. Li can just go back by himself. Li Xiaozhao wanted to retort, but when he met Lin Yuan's gaze, he instantly became intimidated. However, he still mustered up the courage to speak. Mu Qingyun signed an internal contract with us, so he should follow our rules. Lin Yuan sneered, really? Li Xiaozhao's eyes were evasive, and he felt a little uneasy for some reason. If Mu Qingyun doesn't leave with me today, you can only wait half a month before telling me about your resignation. Li Xiaozhao's attitude was very firm. Since he was hitting a wall everywhere, he might as well use Mu Qingyun as a scapegoat to vent his dissatisfaction. Su Youngha couldn't bear it anymore and stood up. You dare to cause trouble on my territory? The arrogance that Li Xiaozhao had just shown immediately deflated. No, Mr. Su, you are joking. Although he didn't know the identity of Mu Qingyun's husband, he must not offend Su Youngha. I am. Li Xiaozhao hesitated for a long time and couldn't make out the reason. Su Youngha on the side realized that this was a good opportunity to make friends with Lin Yuan. If getting rid of a small minion can bring more benefits to himself, he would be happy to do it. What is your little workshop called? When Li Xiaozhao heard this, he thought Su Youngha wanted to cooperate with him, so he immediately introduced himself. DD Graphic Advertising Company. Yeah? Su Youngha replied absent-mindedly, it's not impossible to cooperate with you, but I have a prerequisite. What conditions? Su Youngha took out his cell phone and made a call in front of everyone. Hello, it's me, Su Youngha. Help me find a company. It's called DD Graphic Advertising Company. Yes, I checked it out. Li Xiaozhao asked only after Su Youngha hung up the phone. Boss Su, what are you doing? Since it is a cooperation, then of course we should know each other thoroughly. If something goes wrong with your company, who will compensate for the losses caused to our company? When Su Youngha said this, Li Xiaozhao was completely dumbfounded. You notified the people from the supervisory bureau? If you can still stand here tomorrow, I will accept the cooperation. Su Yonghe did not answer Li Xiaoxiao's question directly, but the meaning of his words was very clear. Li Xiaoxiao's cheeks bulged with anger, but he couldn't say a word against it. You guys, Mu Qingyun, you guys are really awesome. After saying the next sentence, Li Xiaoxiao left in a hurry. Thanks, bro. Why are we being so polite to each other? My sister-in-law's affairs are my affairs. It's just a piece of cake. I owe you a favor, brother. Lin Yuan toasted Su Yonghe with a glass of wine. Okay, I'll get it back someday. The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Yonghe patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said, Brother, I actually, Su Yonghe burped loudly, and then said, Brother, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Lin Yuan paused. Brother, what do you mean by that? You don't know, my company is almost unable to make ends meet. Chapter 11, Classmate, I'm going to give you a stab. Su Yonghe, a man in his 40s or 50s, was actually crying. Lin Yuan quickly handed Su Yonghe a tissue. Brother, don't be anxious, speak slowly. Thank you, brother. Su Yonghe took the tissue and wiped his tears. It's a complicated matter to say. Su Yonghe sighed and asked Lin Yuan, Brother, what do you think of Gus? It's pretty good. What Lin Yuan said was true. After all, a hotel of Gus's standard was probably the only one of its kind. Su Yonghe sighed again. It's good. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, how could such a glamorous person be short of money? But what they don't know is that we are a family business. When he said this, Su Yonghe's eyes dimmed. As the youngest, I have no say in the rest of the family business except for Gus. To me, this is everything. If it weren't for Brother Lin's help, I might have to give up this hotel. Lin Yuan was stunned by what he was doing. He didn't expect Su Yonghe to confess so directly. This huge trust is a bit too much for him to bear. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that Li Xiaoxiao came to discuss cooperation with Su Yonghe just now. How about you cooperate with me, brother? Cooperation? Su Yonghe was a little excited. Brother, do you have any ideas? I may start my own business next, and I hope you can give me more support. Oh, that's not right. Isn't it my duty to help my brother? Su Yonghe patted his chest and assured, Don't worry, brother. If you need my help, just come to me and do whatever I want. Don't be polite. Thank you in advance, bro. Lin Yuan toasted Su Yonghe with a glass of wine and then drank it all in one gulp. He knew that Su Yonghe was conquered by the system's money power. But the system is dead, and people are alive. For him, getting to know Su Yonghe would bring him nothing but benefits. At the end, Su Yonghe was a little unsteady on his feet, and he staggered as he walked Lin Yuan to the door. Brother, let's talk again when we have time. Okay. When Lin Yuan was thinking about driving, he found that there was a man in a suit sitting in the driver's seat. Who are you? Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, I'm Peng An's designated driver. He got out of the car and opened the door for the two of them. Please get in. Lin Yuan was a little confused. Wife, is this the designated driver you hired? Or was it you, a drunkard, who treated us? Mu Qingyun supported Lin Yuan as he walked in. I wanted to persuade you not to drink, but seeing that you and Mr. Su were having such a good time chatting, I didn't want to spoil your fun. My wife, you are so nice. Lin Yuan sat in the back row, hugging Mu Qingyun. Why is my wife so gentle and virtuous? That's enough. Mu Qingyun wanted to grab Lin Yuan's dishonest hand, but who would have thought that his hand was like a water snake and he couldn't grab it at all? Finally, Lin Yuan seemed a little tired and fell into a deep sleep leaning on Mu Qingyun's shoulder. You little rascal, you can't drink that much but you're drinking with others. Mu Qingyun couldn't help but twitch his eyelids as he listened to Lin Yuan's steady breathing. An hour later, with the help of the designated driver, Mu Qingyun carried Lin Yuan back home. After the designated driver left, she struggled to help Lin Yuan to the bedroom. She was completely exhausted and lay down with Lin Yuan. However, this guy didn't show any sign of being a newcomer. Mu Qingyun originally wanted to help Lin Yuan take a bath, but when he thought of his limited strength, he gave up the idea. Finally, she found a comfortable set of clothes in the closet and helped Lin Yuan change into them. While changing clothes, Mu Qingyun muttered to himself, "We are husband and wife, no. There's no need to be so embarrassed." But when she saw the whole picture, she couldn't help it. She had already taken off half of her clothes. She couldn't let Lin Yuan catch a cold, so she had to help him change his clothes with a blushing face. Looking at Lin Yuan's sleeping face, Mu Qingyun didn't know what he was thinking about, and his face became hotter and hotter. She took a deep breath, rushed into the bathroom with her clothes, and prepared to calm down. The next morning, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and turned his head to see Mu Qingyun sleeping soundly. A beam of sunlight fell on Mu Qingyun's eyelashes, pure white and flawless, like an exquisite doll. Lin Yuan saw her slightly moving eyes, and fearing that the sunlight would disturb Mu Qingyun, he prepared to get up and close the curtains. As a result, when he moved, the person next to him noticed something was wrong and woke up. Mu Qingyun buried his head in the quilt and asked sullenly, "Husband, what's wrong?" "It's okay. I'm just afraid the sun is too bright." As he spoke, Lin Yuan quickly walked over and closed the curtains. Mu Qingyun lay lazily in bed for a while and then got up. "Honey, what time is it?" Lin Yuan looked at his phone and said, "It's 9 o'clock. "It's so late?" Mu Qingyun was so shocked that he woke up immediately. Seeing Mu Qingyun so flustered, Lin Yuan thought something had happened. "What is going on?" "I have to go to work." Mu Qingyun didn't care what Lin Yuan said. He ran down the bed barefoot in a hurry. As a result, when Mu Qingyun was halfway through getting dressed, he suddenly realized something. Lin Yuan, who was leaning against the door, saw her stop and smiled. "Silly, have you forgotten what happened yesterday?" "Hubby, why didn't you remind me?" Being frightened so early in the morning, Mu Qingyun felt like his soul hadn't even come to his senses. "I reminded you, but you didn't listen." Lin Yuan waved his hands helplessly. "I have changed my clothes." "That's great. My husband will take you to look at houses and find our wedding house." There are many residential areas in Shanghai, and the two spent a lot of time just discussing where to go. Lin Yuan felt that if he was going to buy something, he should buy the best. However, Mu Qingyun felt that houses are for living in and there is no need to pursue nobility. Finally, both of them took a step back. "Choose a mid to high-end residential area." As soon as I entered the door, the sales lady greeted me warmly. "Mr. and Mrs., what type of house do you want to buy?" Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "Please introduce the largest and most expensive house in your area." When the sales lady heard this, her eyes lit up, knowing that a big order had come in, and she politely invited Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun to go to the VIP room to rest. "You take a break, I'll go do that thing." After Lin Yuan nodded, the sales lady left. "I told you to buy something economical, why are you wasting money again?" Mu Qingyun looked at Lin Yuan angrily. "Honey, this is just a small amount of money. Besides, when we have a baby in the future, we can give her a princess room if the house is bigger. It is said that a daughter is a father's sweetheart. We cannot treat our little princess badly." As he spoke, Lin Yuan touched Mu Qingyun's flat belly. "Not yet." Mu Qingyun looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no one. "How do you know it's a girl? What if it's a boy? Are you going to install a Gundam for him at home?" "That's impossible." Lin Yuan denied, "As long as you don't starve to death, that's fine." When Mu Qingyun heard this, it was a big blow to Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, that's your son." Lin Yuan cried out in pain, "But I still like my daughter. She's like a glutinous rice dumpling, cute and adorable, just like my wife. Besides, I still have the final say on what to have." Lin Yuan blew into Mu Qingyun's ear, making her feel itchy. "Disgusting, disgusting." At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard from the side. "Mu Qingyun, is it really you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun turned around and saw a man and a woman standing behind them. "Who are you?" Mu Qingyun looked for a long time before he could barely recognize the man. "Su Jia. Long time no see." "Yeah, we haven't been in touch since we graduated from high school. I didn't expect to see you here again." Su Jia walked over with her husband. "By the way, let me introduce you, this is my husband Yisheng." A young man who looks to be in his early 30s, but the flashy brand names on his body show that he is worth a lot of money. Yi Sheng greeted Lin Yuan and the others enthusiastically, especially when he looked at Mu Qingyun, his eyes were shining. Seeing this, Su Jia pinched Yi Sheng secretly, and he restrained himself a little. "Are you here today?" "My husband and I are here to buy a house." "Buy a house?" Su Jia suddenly raised her voice. "Mu Qingyun, I remember your family is in the real estate business, right? Why do you have to go to someone else's house to buy a house?" Can't you just ask your dad to buy one? When she said this, she gave Lin Yuan a sarcastic look. Mu Qingyun didn't notice the hidden meaning in his classmate's words and replied. Now that I've grown up, I can't rely on my family anymore. I have to be independent. Depend on your husband? Su Zhejia's tone was full of disdain. The smile on Mu Qingyun's face froze. What do you mean by that? Mu Qingyun, I didn't expect you to end up like this. Su Zhejia looked at Lin Yuan. Look, he doesn't have a single brand name piece of clothing on him. You actually married someone like him. What do you want from him? Su Zhejia, how can you talk like that? Isn't it? Su Zhejia raised her head. We women should make plans for the rest of our lives. If you marry someone who has no ability at all, what are you going to do with the rest of your life? Yi Shang, who had been silent on the side, spoke up and reminded. Could it be that your classmate sneaked into the VIP room? No way. Let me tell you, my classmate's family is in the real estate business, they are very rich, they wouldn't sneak into a VIP room. The two of them sang in unison and shouted loudly, attracting many people from outside to come in and watch. There was some anger in Mu Qingyun's eyes. Su Zhejia, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. At this moment, the sound of the system issuing a task came into Lin Yuan's mind. 1. Avoid its sharp edge, run away with dejected ears, reward escape agility plus 5 points. 2. Show off your wealth and smash their faces, and you will be rewarded with 10 million in cash. Chapter 12 My husband, your mistress. The front desk clerk saw the dispute in the VIP room and rushed over. This what's going on? Some customers who came to see the house were talking at once. Did you see that poor young man in there? I heard that the two of them sneaked into the VIP room. Tell me, there are all kinds of people in this world. It really broadens my horizons. The receptionist looked inside. You must have made a mistake. I personally received this guest. He even drove a sports car over here just now. The receptionist pointed toward the door. Look, see? That's his car. The crowd that was chattering just now suddenly fell silent. Someone murmured quietly, if you use a car worth 3 or 4 million yuan for transportation, you can't do this without a little goal in your family, right? As luck would have it, these words were heard by Yi Sheng inside. He walked out and looked at the people outside with a haughty look. Hey, what are you talking about? Do you know any cars worth 3 or 4 million? When he asked this question, the young man who had just spoken immediately shook his head and denied it. Yi Sheng snorted coldly. Why are you pretending to be fat? However, when he looked out, he did see a sports car parked outside. This car, could it be that kid's? After thinking about it, Yi Sheng quickly shook his head. How could that guy afford to drive a car like that when he doesn't even have a decent piece of clothing on him? Not long after, Su Zhejia saw that Yi Sheng had not returned yet, so she came out to call him. Honey, what's wrong? Yi Sheng pointed at the car at the door and said, these people said that it was your classmate's car. Su Zhejia took a look and smiled. How is this possible? Have you forgotten that our Miss Mu is married and has said she will not rely on her family? How could she go back on her word? Su Zhejia said very loudly, and even Q Mu Qingyun, don't you agree, Mu Qingyun? After a while, the sales lady came over with a house model and a brochure with detailed introduction. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, sorry to have kept you waiting. Hey, wait a minute. Just as the sales lady was about to place the model in front of Lin Yuan, she was stopped by Su Zhejia. You're just ordering them around like this. What if they don't have the money to buy it? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? The sales lady was stunned, but she still put the model in place, stood up and answered. It is my job to introduce customers to the site. As for whether customers want to buy, it all depends on their preference. Hey, little girl, why are you so stubborn? I'm helping you out of kindness, but you don't even appreciate it. Seeing that the sales lady did not follow her wishes, Su Zhejia became angry instantly. Call your manager out and show her how her subordinates do things. The sales lady couldn't convince Su Zhejia, so she had to go back and ask the manager to come out. After a while, the manager came over and bowed slightly. Sir, how can I help you? Su Zhejia pointed at Lin Yuan and said, don't you check the assets of your guests? You bring all kinds of people into the VIP room, disturbing our peace, you know. This. The manager was a little embarrassed. Miss, there is no such regulation in our company's procedures. You won't add it if you don't have it? Husband. Seeing that her words didn't work, Su Jejia pulled Yi Sheng out from the side. Say something. Yi Sheng cleared his throat. Hey, you know my dad Yi Hong, right? If you don't want to lose our family's list, go and check this guy's assets for me. This. The manager was in a dilemma. Customers cannot be offended, and Yi Sheng cannot be offended even more. It's okay, check it. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke, but I didn't bring my bank card, so you can just check my account number. He turned on the phone and handed it to the manager. The manager took a look and handed the phone back respectfully. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, I'm really sorry to have troubled you. What is going on? The smile on Su Jejia's face froze in an instant. Why is the development different from what she imagined? Not only did the manager not scold Lin Yuan, but his attitude became even more respectful? Did you verify the capital seriously? Did you just take a quick look and that was it? Su Jejia was still shouting, but the manager responded to her. Inspecting customer assets is beyond our job description. If you continue to cause trouble, I will have to ask security to ask you two to leave. How dare you? Su Jejia shook Yi Sheng's body. Husband, look, these guys are going too far. Yi Sheng stood there, his face livid. How dare a mere sales lady treat him like this? The manager ignored Su Jejia and his wife and turned to Lin Yuan to introduce the house. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, this is the best house we have here. It's a large, north-facing, south-facing villa with 9 floors in total. It's located in the center of the community, but don't worry, there are green areas all around, there are no other residents, and it's absolutely quiet. We will also assign someone to serve Mr. Lin. From the upper floors, you can overlook the entire park, and the scenery of each park is different. It can be said that each one is unique. The manager was talking excitedly, but Yi Shengke standing beside him was not happy. What's the point of saying so much? No one is paying. Do you really think that guy is rich? Lin Yuan didn't want to show off his wealth, but this man's racket was aimed at his face, and it would be impolite to endure it any longer. Honey, what do you think? Lin Yuan asked Mu Qingyun for his opinion. I think it's okay. Mu Qingyun didn't look very satisfied. It's just too big, 9 floors. It's better to have a bigger house. One little princess won't have enough. I need many. You're pushing your luck. The two flirted for a while, and then Lin Yuan spoke to the manager. Give me the contract. I want it. Okay. When Lin Yuan was about to sign the contract, Su Jejia said sourly. Hey, husband, look, they took that big house, I want it too. Yi Sheng looked a little embarrassed. Honey, what's wrong? Su Jejia thought Yi Sheng would buy the house for her, but after waiting for a long time, Yi Sheng still didn't take any action. Husband. Su Jejia called out anxiously. Yi Sheng whispered, the down payment for that house is 10 million. 10 million? Su Jejia exclaimed, looking at Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun with a complicated expression. This play is quite realistic. All of Su Jejia's chattering was heard by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced at them and casually asked, did they buy it? No, but I like one and am about to sign the contract. Give me the contract, I want it. The manager paused, then did as Lin Yuan instructed. Su Jejia and Yi Sheng, who were standing by, had no idea that their homes had been robbed while they were watching the show. More and more people gathered around. With a beep sound, the transaction was completed. Su Jejia and Yi Sheng were both dumbfounded. This guy really bought. Mu Qingyun was a little angry. Husband. Why did you buy them all? It's okay, my husband has money. Lin Yuan coaxed Mu Qingyun, I just can't stand them, so I'm giving you a chance to vent my anger. After Mu Qingyun hummed twice in Lin Yuan's arms, he did not forget to say a few words to Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan's repeated assurances, the matter was finally put to rest. Yi Sheng, who was standing by, noticed that Lin Yuan had 2 contracts in his hands. It can't be. He had a bad feeling in his heart. When Lin Yuan passed by Yi Sheng, he said, you two are here to look at the wedding house as well, right? What do you want to say? Nothing. Lin Yuan felt his pockets and found only 2 $50 bills. He asked Mu Qingyun next to him, wife, do you have any money on you? I think so. Mu Qingyun fumbled around his body uncertainly and took out 3 $50 bills. That's all I have. What a fool. That's too presumptuous. As he spoke, Lin Yuan slapped the money on Yi Sheng's face. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any cash with me, so let this be my compensation to the two of you who are homeless. A few pieces of green paper fell from Yi Sheng's face. He was shaking with anger. What do you mean? 201314, what a great room number. After Lin Yuan threw down a sentence, he walked away regardless of the incompetent roar of someone behind him. Honey, what do they mean by this? Su Jia still didn't quite understand the situation. Isn't that the house we want? How did he know? Honey, that's my house, buy it back quickly. Su Jia was still chattering away, which made Yi Sheng even angrier. You stinky bitch, what are you making such a fuss about? Yi Sheng reached out and slapped Su Jia. Yi Sheng! How dare you hit me? Su Jia, don't be shameless. You are just a mistress that I support. I just like you because you are pretty. You slut, you want me to spend so much money on you. Don't you think you are worthy of me? You. When her wound was exposed by someone, Su Jia's expression became distorted. With two snaps, the two men entangled with each other, neither of them willing to give in. Mu Qingyun, who was standing at the door, looked at the scene happening in the hall and felt an unspeakable emotion in his heart. Wife, what's wrong? When Lin Yuan was fastening Mu Qingyun's seatbelt, he found that Mu Qingyun didn't seem to be in a very good mood today. It's just that seeing my former classmates become like this, it's a bit hard to bear. Husband, you said everything was fine, why did this person change so suddenly? Lin Yuan was silent for a moment and touched Mu Qingyun's head. Wife, no matter how others change, my love for you will never change. If you don't like it, just touch me. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun's hand and placed her hand on his chest. Bang! Bump! Beneath the muscles, there is a strong heart beating. Lin Yuan looked into Mu Qingyun's eyes and said seriously. Wife, this heart will always beat for you. From now until the end of our lives. Chapter 13 Our Wedding. The auspicious day calculated by someone came out, and it was exactly 3 days later. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun are watched by the elders of each family as they go through the procedures every day, and they really have no private space at all. On Su Yonghe's side, he also started to build momentum for Lin Yuan's wedding. The road from Mu Qingyun's house to Gus Hotel is filled with all kinds of Chinese elements. If there were no cars on the road, it would really give people a feeling of being in ancient times. Many curious people filmed the scene and posted it online, which immediately caused a sensation on the internet. Oh my god, who is this? Is it so rich? It looks like a wedding arrangement. Which overbearing CEO got married and bought half of the Magic City? I know this question. Isn't this the wedding of the century at Gus Hotel? I've always heard about that grand occasion from others, but I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to witness it with my own eyes. I'm really looking forward to it. For a while, people on the internet were discussing this news. Gus Hotel wedding of the century. Mysterious rich second generation. Who will be the winner of the wedding of the century? Entries like these were pushed to the top of the hot searches by netizens and have not gone down yet. The busy Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun didn't notice all this at all, because after returning home every day, they were so tired that they fell asleep immediately and had no time to care about so many things. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door for a long time, and then someone spoke. Lin Yuan, Mu Qingyun, opened the door quickly. The two of them turned over in bed because of the noise. Just when they were about to go back to sleep, they were woken up by even louder knocks on the door. Who is it? When Mu Qingyun was about to go downstairs to open the door, he was stopped by Lin Yuan. Wife, you should rest for a while. I'll go out and take a look. Mu Qingyun uttered a few words, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Who is it? Lin Yuan yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, opened the door, and found his brothers standing outside. Why are you here? Lin Yuan yawned loudly, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Mutu, today is your big day, you won't forget it, right? Lin Yuan had just woken up and his mind was still a little fuzzy. He looked out the window and found that it was still pitch black outside. What time is it now? 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yuan touched and scratched his hair. I slept for less than 3 hours and you woke me up again. Oh, there's plenty of time to sleep, but people only get married once in their lifetime. Let's go quickly, the groom needs to get ready early. As Zhong Zijuan said this, he was about to pull Lin Yuan away. Lin Yuan woke up as if from a dream. Wait a minute. My wife is still sleeping. You don't have to worry, the bridesmaids are here too. After the brothers made way, Lin Yuan saw a few beautiful red roses standing behind them. You can rest assured now. No, wait for me. I'll report to my wife before going over. Even though Lin Yuan hadn't fully woken up yet, his instinctive reaction still made him go back. Wife. Lin Yuan walked into the room and called softly. Kindness. After hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Mu Qingyun subconsciously moved a little towards him. Wife, I'm going to go and prepare for our wedding first. Aha! Mu Qingyun was so sleepy that he could not open his eyes and could only whimper a few times in response to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled, helped Mu Qingyun cover the corner of the quilt, and finally stopped in front of her. Wife, you are going to marry me today. After saying that, Lin Yuan gently kissed Mu Qingyun on the lips, and then left like a dragonfly touching the water. Mu Qingyun seemed to sense something and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Seeing her like that, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh too. I don't know what she dreamed about. After being carried into the car by his brothers, Lin Yuan felt his head was swollen. They didn't expect that there would be so much preparation work in advance for a wedding. They were so busy that they had to work around the clock to finish it. The brothers were all extremely excited and had even planned how to make some noise. However, the groom, Lin Yuan, was so sleepy that he kept yawning. Lin Yuan, you are the protagonist today, you can't be so energetic. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, when you singles get married, you will understand why it is so hard. Hey guys, this guy is bullying us because we don't have wives. Come on, brothers. Everyone arrived at the hotel in a noisy and laughing mood. Su Yanhe was waiting at the door early. When he saw Lin Yuan's panda-like appearance, he smiled and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. You haven't had a rest these days, have you? Lin Yuan smiled bitterly. Brother, please stop teasing me. Ha ha ha. Su Yanhe hugged Lin Yuan and went in. Today is my brother's big day. Don't worry, I will definitely make it a beautiful day for you. Lin Yuan half closed his eyes in the chair, and a group of people around him began to get busy. He was like a puppet, at the mercy of others. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yanhe came over and reminded him. Brother! It's almost time. We should get going. Lin Yuan stood up and stretched. The laziness in his eyes had long since disappeared, and excitement filled his mind. This day has finally arrived. The groom has arrived. The wedding car that Lin Yuan was riding in had just arrived at Mu Qingyun's house when the loud voice came in through the car window. After they got out of the car, the person at the door shouted again. The groom has landed, please let the bride come out. After calling 3 times, Mu Qingyun walked out of the hall with a red veil on her head. Although he couldn't see Mu Qingyun's face, Lin Yuan was still deeply attracted by this beautiful figure. That's his wife. The other half of his life who will hold hands with him until old age. Taoan and Mu Deming stood beside Mu Qingyun, and they helped her cross the brazier on the door lintel. The man at the door sang. The bride will be married and will have more wealth and children next year. Respect your parents-in-law and people will not be annoyed. A harmonious family will bring prosperity. The bride stepped over the fire basin with a dignified and gentle manner. The husband sings and the wife follows, and they are close friends. The same generation cherishes each other and respects the elder generation. Mu Deming brought Mu Qingyun to Lin Yuan and put Mu Qingyun's hand in Lin Yuan's. I'm handing my daughter over to you. You must treat her well, otherwise I will never forgive you. Father-in-law, don't worry. Lin Yuan solemnly promised, I, Lin Yuan, will treat Mu Qingyun well all my life and will never let her suffer any grievances. Mu Deming suppressed his emotions and let go of Mu Qingyun's hand. If you are unhappy, come back to daddy. Mu Qingyun responded while sobbing softly. Lin Yuan bowed to the 2 elders and shouted, Thank you, father-in-law and mother-in-law, for your help. All right, let's go quickly, don't miss the auspicious time. Mu Deming waved his hand and got into the wedding car at the back with Taoan. The person at the door shouted again. Let's go. A group of luxury cars set off in a mighty procession. The high-speed work period has not yet arrived, so the road is relatively unobstructed. People on the roadside are standing by the roadside eating breakfast while waiting for the bus. As a result, when he saw a large group of luxury cars passing in front of him, he was so surprised that the tea egg in his hand fell. They all took out their mobile phones to take pictures and posted them on their moments. Oh my god, guys, I've never seen so many luxury cars in my life. Family, do you know how it feels like to have money flying down the road? I know, it's fucking awesome. With this kind of cards, who wouldn't want to sigh, long live the money? Some people posted the video on the short video platform, and it was instantly pushed to the hot search square by netizens. Oh my god, isn't this where I work? Why didn't I see it? At the scene. The scene was a bit embarrassing, and I suddenly felt that the hot dog in my hand was not delicious anymore. I wonder if I can go to this wedding and give a gift. I want to be a part of the feast too. When they were still a short distance away from Gus Hotel, the wedding car team stopped. Lin Yuan carefully helped Mu Qingyun out of the car and led her to the front of the sedan chair. Mu Qingyun was led into the bridal sedan by a maid. Su Yongha asked the staff to lead a horse over. Brother, come up. Lin Yuan looked at the scene that seemed like a story and felt that reality was becoming a little unreal. Brother, isn't this too exaggerated? Lin Yuan didn't expect that this wedding would have so many twists and turns. My dear brother, you don't know this. Marriage is a major event in life, so it should be done in a grand manner. In ancient times, people emphasized the orders of their parents and the words of matchmakers, but now it is a new era, advocating free love, but it does not prevent us from following the ancient customs, which is the unique flavor of our nation. 8 people carrying a grand sedan chair, marrying her in a formal ceremony, isn't this exactly what brothers want? Su Yongha nudged Lin Yuan with his elbow. Could it be that you still think it's not grand enough? This is more grand than I expected. Ha, the fun has just begun. It was only 10 minutes from the transit hotel to Gus, but to Lin Yuan, these 10 minutes seemed as long as a lifetime. Even though he was wearing a mask on his face, he could still feel everyone's burning gazes on him. This was the first time he had experienced such a striking sight. It feels not bad. When they arrived at the hotel, the media arranged by Su Yongha started working, and there was also a special team recording every detail of the wedding for Lin Yuan. Get off the sedan. The maid helped Mu Qingyun across the brazier and brought her to Lin Yuan. The auspicious time has arrived. Please let the newcomers in. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun's hand and took off the mask on his face. Surrounded by flashing lights, the two slowly walked towards the wedding venue. The decoration was magnificent before. Now, under the festive care, it seems like a real wedding is held in the palace. Countless spotlights fell on Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun, and the dragon and phoenix on their bodies seemed to be entangled together. Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun's hand tightly and led her forward firmly. Honey, are you nervous? I'm not nervous because my husband is here. Then let's get started. Welcome to our wedding. Chapter 14, Don't even think about getting married. Mom and Dad, please have some tea. Lin Yuan knelt down and handed the tea to Taoan and Taoan. Hey, okay. Taoan's eyes were moved and he quickly took the tea from Lin Yuan's hand. Although Mu Deming didn't say anything, he took a sip of tea. The next step was to serve tea to Lin Yuan's parents. My parents have worked hard all their lives, and now after witnessing all this, they are almost crying. Mom and Dad, you've worked so hard. Seeing his parents crying, Lin Yuan couldn't help himself. Lin Yuan's mother wiped the tears from Lin Yuan's eyes and cried with joy. Why are you crying? Today is your big day, you can't cry. You must treat Xiaomu well, do you hear me? Yes. This wedding was a combination of Chinese and Western styles. After the 3 teas and 6 ceremonies, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun moved to the center of the wedding banquet. The lights in the venue dimmed, and a beam of light shone on Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. At this moment, the world fell silent, leaving only the two of them. The MC stood up. Mr. Lin Yuan, are you willing to marry Ms. Mu Qingyun? From now on, whether in poverty or wealth, in health or in sickness, you will be loyal to her, protect her, and cherish her wholeheartedly and faithfully. Are you willing? Lin Yuan lifted up Mu Qingyun's red veil. He had been thinking about it for so long, even though he already had a picture in his mind. When he saw it for the first time, Lin Yuan was so attracted by the beauty in front of him that he even forgot to breathe. This incredibly beautiful woman is my wife. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't respond, the host said it again. Mr. Lin Yuan, are you willing? Lin Yuan looked into Mu Qingyun's eyes and smiled. I do. Just when Lin Yuan was about to put the ring in Mu Qingyun's hand, a noisy sound came from outside the door. I don't agree. Everyone looked towards the door. I didn't expect that the people who came were Wang Rong and Luo Fengxia. I don't agree to this marriage. After Luo Fengxia finished shouting loudly, she picked up the drink from the guest next to her and started drinking without any image. The guests around looked at each other, having no idea what was going on. Lin Yuan, I'm telling you, if you don't give me the 300,000 today, forget about getting married. Lin Yuan protected Mu Qingyun behind him and looked at Wang Rong and her daughter coldly. It's only been a few days, and we've already let you out. You're really lucky. What did you say? That's your fault. Thinking about this, Luo Fengxia was filled with anger. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, how could she and her daughter be detained? As soon as they came out, they found that Lin Yuan had booked a wedding banquet with someone else and was now holding the wedding in a blatant manner. How can this be tolerated? So not long after coming out, Luo Fengxia brought Wang Rong over here. Seeing that you are making such a big fuss, I guess Mu Qingyun's family must have spent a lot of money. A poor boy dreaming of eating swan meat, you have a nice idea. If you want to get married smoothly, you have to give me 300,000. Otherwise, no one will have a good life today. My life is all I have left. You can take my life away. Luo Fengxia refused to leave and just sat down. Looking at Lin Yuan in front of her who was wearing luxurious clothes, she felt jealous. Why? How could this guy marry into such a wealthy family after dumping his own daughter, while they couldn't even protect the 300,000 yuan they got? The guests around had never seen Wang Rong and her daughter before, and when they saw the scene, they became curious. At the same time, netizens on the internet also began to go crazy. Because the wedding was broadcast live, everyone could see clearly what happened at the wedding banquet. What's going on? Whose melon is this? It must be that man. Didn't you see that old woman coming over with a girl? In my opinion, this is what happened. After the man hooked up with the rich girl, he turned around and abandoned his wife. The modern version of Shui Pingdue. Look at this pretty boy. Isn't he just a gigolo? All of a sudden, Lin Yuan became the target of public criticism. Su Yanghe saw that the situation was getting out of control, so he walked up and whispered in Lin Yuan's ear, "Brother, should I ask the security guards to kick this guy out?" Need not. After Lin Yuan whispered a few words to Su Yanghe left. What are you talking about? Luo Fengxia sensed a sense of crisis. Lin Yuan smiled evilly, I'm talking about your 300,000. Are you interested? When she heard that there was money to be gotten, Luo Fengxia instantly became excited, and thought that the man who had just left had gone to get the money for them. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Luo Fengxia laughed so hard that her eyes could not be seen. If you had given me the 300,000 earlier, I wouldn't have been in such trouble. Lin Yuan smiled and ignored Luo Fengxia. Instead, he called out to Wang Rong who was standing beside him. Wang Rong, if you still have any shame, get out of here. Wang Rong raised her head blankly. The appearance of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun stung her eyes. Rich and gorgeous clothes, luxurious hotels, and a room full of guests and friends. These should have belonged to her. Wang Rong shifted her gaze to Luo Fengxia again. If my mother hadn't been making trouble, would I be the heroine standing here today, enjoying the envy of everyone? What are you doing? Seeing that Wang Rong was a little dazed, Luo Fengxia pulled her over. You are such a good for nothing. Not only did you not get the betrothal gift, but you can't even snatch a man from your best friend. Now you can only stand there stupidly. Tell me, why did I raise you to this age? Can't you give me some courage? Wang Rong was like a doll, allowing Luo Fengxia to insult her. Seeing this, people around her pointed at Luo Fengxia. Hey, why are you like this? She is your daughter after all. What's wrong with my daughter? Luo Fengxia retorted, in the end, she is still not worth marrying off. When Wang Rong heard this, all the grievances she had felt in the past few days burst out at this moment. When she was put in the detention center, Luo Fengxia just kept whispering these things in her ear. Now that she is out, Luo Fengxia still refuses to give up. Mom! Have you said enough? If it weren't for you, would I have ended up like this? Wang Rong looked at Luo Fengxia angrily. Everything here today should have been mine, and the person standing next to Lin Yuan should have been me, but because of you, all of this was destroyed. You stinky girl, I gave you face, but you still dare to talk back. I raised you with great difficulty, just to let you go against me? Su Yanghe arrived late with a USB flash drive in his hand, only to find that the two troublemakers had started quarreling first. Is this still necessary? Lin Yuan nodded. Then, Su Yangha asked someone to plug the USB flash drive into the multimedia and started playing the video inside. The video happened to show the day when Lin Yuan went to Wang Rong's house to pick up the bride. In order to record this beautiful moment, Lin Yuan specially rented a brooch camera to record the wedding from his own first-person perspective. Although the purpose of use is somewhat different from the original intention of the ear, it does not prevent it from becoming the most powerful evidence. The content of the video was broadcast online. The guy who had previously cursed Lin Yuan immediately changed his tune and directed his criticism at Wang Rong and her daughter. This kind of person deserves it. How can you increase the price of the bride price at the last minute? Isn't this just deliberately embarrassing others? What's the matter with the guy above? What's wrong with raising the price temporarily? If he can't afford it, it can only prove that it's the man's problem. Do you really think we girls are so cheap? If it were my family, I wouldn't marry him unless he had several million. Ha ha, I am dying of laughter. This is the funniest joke I have heard this year. Is that sister just now planning to live out her life alone? A few 100,000 is already too much, but she is different. She asked for millions when she asked for a lion. Does she really think she is as beautiful as a fairy? How can she have a sense of existence on the internet? Hey, don't stop people from adding me as a friend. I also want to see what your husband looks like and whether he really gave me millions. Leave a follow-up. Now that you've said it, don't be a coward. Luo Fengxiao was dumbfounded as she kept cursing. She didn't expect that Lin Yuan still had the video in his hand. You. Luo Fengxiao was so angry that her body was shaking. You are so despicable. You can do this just to avoid paying me 300,000, you shameless fellow. Lin Yuan sneered. I didn't expect to hear such cultured words from you. If I have no shame, then you are shameless, right? You. Luo Fengxiao was so angry that she threw a tantrum on the ground. You just have so many people and you bully an old woman like me. Anyway, if I can't get 300,000 yuan today, I won't leave and you can forget about getting married. Luo Fengxiao simply stopped pretending. A man in his 50s or 60s was rolling on the ground, taking advantage of his age and seniority. Many people complained about this, but no one dared to step forward. Who knows who this old woman will fleece next? Su Yanghe would not let Luo Fengxiao ruin Lin Yuan's wedding, so he called the security guard to take Luo Fengxiao out. Lin Yuan, just wait, I won't let you off easily. You have to give me this money. When Luo Fengxiao was taken out, she was still chattering. After a long time, Luo Fengxiao's voice disappeared from the venue. At this time, Su Yanghe stepped out to smooth things over. Everyone, I'm sorry, something went wrong just now. The wedding will continue now. Everyone just thought of it as a joke before the wedding and no one took it seriously. The wedding was still a joyful occasion. After Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun swore to each other, they put rings on each other's fingers. Hubby, I really married you. Mu Qingyun looked at the blue ring on her hand and felt that she was the happiest woman in the world at that moment. Wife, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Under the urging of the crowd, Lin Yuan lowered his head and placed his lips on Mu Qingyun's. The blue and pink diamond ring sparkled brightly under the flashlight. Chapter 15: The Trouble of Being Too Hot. Lin Yuan felt like his brain was aching as if it was being torn apart. He struggled to get up and saw the familiar furnishings around him and Mu Qingyun sleeping beside him. The memory of yesterday's wedding vaguely came to his mind, but he could no longer remember what happened afterwards. I remember that after the oath, he and Mu Qingyun went to each table to toast. And then, the memory is fragmented. Lin Yuan sat on the bed and thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember anything. The memory of the night was gone. Isn't that a big loss for him? As a result, Lin Yuan looked down and found that they had not changed their clothes at all. What one night of passion! It never happened at all. Lin Yuan's actions woke up Mu Qingyun, who was next to him. Mu Qingyun opened his eyes and saw Lin Yuan next to him, then hugged him like a kitten. Husband. Husband. My dear wife, what's wrong? I'm so happy. Maybe it was because he had just woken up. Mu Qingyun's lazy tone was particularly alluring, making Lin Yuan feel itchy in his heart. The regret from earlier was still in my heart, coupled with the restlessness in the early morning. Hiss. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Honey, can I use the restroom? Mu Qingyun didn't say anything, but rejected Lin Yuan's proposal by hugging him tightly. Lin Yuan thought to himself that something was wrong. Well, honey, let's get up and have breakfast first. You must be hung over from last night. Who knew that? Mu Qingyun replied, it wasn't me who was hung over last night. I was just tired from taking care of you, okay? Mu Qingyun was talking to himself when he looked up and found that Lin Yuan looked a little unusual. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Mu Qingyun looked up and noticed that something was wrong with him. Honey, did you catch a cold last night? Lin Yuan pretended to be calm and said, no. Mu Qingyun thought he was lying, so she tried to get up from Lin Yuan's body, but the bed was too soft and she sank again. Careful. Lin Yuan did not forget to support her. Seeing that Lin Yuan's reaction didn't seem like he was fine, Mu Qingyun quickly asked, husband, are you really okay? I'm really fine. Lin Yuan suddenly discovered that this ancient costume did have its advantages. After all, most of these garments are in the form of dresses, and if the hem is moved aside, only a layer of inner garment will be left. Moreover, this garment seems to be made of silk, and its lightness and thinness are even higher. Mu Qingyun pondered for a while, lowered his head, moved away from Lin Yuan, and then buried his head in the pillow. She said sullenly, husband, you are so bad. Lin Yuan smiled and took away the pillow that Mu Qingyun was hugging. Wife, on this beautiful morning, why are you hugging a pillow? Shouldn't you give your husband a good morning kiss first? After a long time, the sound of conversation was heard again. Hubby, don't do this again next time. While Mu Qingyun was washing up, he did not forget to say a few words to Lin Yuan. I haven't woken up yet. Lin Yuan laughed hoarsely, feeling that it was a bit unfair for him to bear this blame. Wife, isn't the point that you haven't woken up yet? Mu Qingyun snorted, slapped on the toner and went out, leaving Lin Yuan alone in the bathroom. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. What else can I do? I can only pamper my wife. Lin Yuan quickly cleaned up the mess in the bathroom and followed him out immediately. Seeing that Mu Qingyun was about to cook, Lin Yuan quickly said, Wife, let's go out to eat today. She replied, okay. Lin Yuan felt that as their first meal after marriage, the sense of ceremony should be maximized. At least it has to start with Michelin. When they walked on the street, they always felt that everyone's eyes were on them. Honey, is there something dirty on my face? Mu Qingyun turned around and asked Lin Yuan, why do I feel like everyone is looking at us? Lin Yuan put his arm around Mu Qingyun's waist. It must be my wife's beauty that attracted them. Mu Qingyun rolled his eyes at Lin Yuan and started looking for a restaurant. But after going around in circles, they finally went to a small shop for breakfast. Amply, as usual, 2 servings. Lin Yuan brought Mu Qingyun into the shop and greeted the boss skillfully. This is a restaurant I often come to. Don't be fooled by its small size. Aunt Lee's cooking skills are first rate. You brag every day, and make an old woman like me feel embarrassed. There is no such thing as cooking skills. It's just some home-cooked food. Not long after, Aunt Lee came up with 2 bowls of noodles. Hey, brat, it's your girlfriend. She's so straight-looking. No. Lin Yuan denied and took Mu Qingyun's hand, this is my wife. Good boy, you got married quietly without informing your Aunt Lee. Are you afraid that I will ruin your wedding banquet? How can that be possible? Aunt Lee, you are unwilling to give up the breakfast stall business, so I can't even get a number to invite you. Aunt Lee smiled and said, young people around here all want to eat breakfast. If I leave, many people will go hungry. At this time, a new customer came. Okay, you two, take your time eating. I'm going to get busy now. Okay. Mu Qingyun looked at this small shop and thought about how Lin Yuan usually had breakfast here before going to work. He suddenly felt that this small place had become warm and cozy. Just like the boss said. Although the shop is small, it is a place where many people can get a warm bite to eat in the morning. Mu Qingyun picked up a noodle and tasted it. Is it tasty? Mu Qingyun tasted it carefully and took another sip of the noodle soup. It's surprisingly delicious, better than any of the star restaurants I've eaten at. Lin Yuan joked, Aunt Lee's cooking skills are unique in Shanghai. You can't get them anywhere else. Then I'll have to eat more. The 2 of them started eating, but there were discussions all around them. Hey, look, are those 2 the same ones from yesterday? You know what, they really look a bit like each other. It can't be true, can it? With a click. I don't know who left the volume of their cell phone on, but the snapping sound was particularly prominent. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at each other. Oh no, husband, we've been discovered. Then run. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun and ran out. Passers-by outside saw Lin Yuan and his companion running on the road, with the sunlight falling on them like a beautiful landscape. It is so beautiful that people can't help but take photos. The other side. Ever since Wang Rong came back from Lin Yuan's wedding that day, she has locked herself in the room. The lights in the room were off, and only a beam of light from a cell phone shone on Wang Rong's face, reflecting that dark face. Her phone was filled with messages from Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. Looking at the two happy smiling faces in the photo, Wang Rong's expression became increasingly indifferent, and she even felt hatred. If Mu Qingyun hadn't appeared, how could Lin Yuan have been snatched away from her? Bang bang bang. Luo Fengxia anxiously knocked on Wang Rong's room door. Rong Rong, can you please open the door? No matter how angry you are, you have to eat. You haven't eaten for a whole day. If you continue like this, your body won't be able to bear it. Luo Fengxia was anxious and angry, but she couldn't lose her temper at Wang Rong anymore. If her daughter suddenly became upset, she would lose everything. Seeing that Wang Rong did not open the door, Luo Fengxia was about to knock on the door again, but the door in front of her suddenly opened. Wrong. When Luo Fengxia saw Wang Rong's disheveled appearance for the first time, she was almost frightened. Rong, are you okay? Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Wang Rong took the food from Luo Fengxia and started eating it voraciously. It's amazing that Mu Qingyun is rich. This time, I will definitely get Lin Yuan back. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun, who escaped from the crowd, realized that yesterday's scene was too big. They were like stars now, with people taking pictures wherever they went. So, the two of them went to the wholesale market and bought a few fashionable items to disguise themselves a little. After realizing that no one recognized them, they walked hand in hand along the river bank. At this time, the cell phone in Lin Yuan's trouser pocket rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Su Yanghe. Hey, bro, what's wrong? Brother, did you sleep well last night? The first thing Su Yanghe said when he came up was a simple greeting, and then he revealed the purpose of this call. I wonder if you have seen today's trending searches? No. He and Mu Qingyun didn't even have enough time to be together, so how could he have time to look at other things? Someone is spreading rumors about you online. Do you need me to help you suppress them? Lin Yuan paused for a moment and said, No, just let them ferment. This. Su Yanghe was stunned. Brother, this is not good for your reputation and that of your sister-in-law. It's okay. Now is the internet age. We should be good at taking advantage of the reversal of public opinion. Lin Yuan said while holding the phone, we should make good use of the popularity that comes for free. Su Yanghe immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. Do you have any ideas, bro? Brother, please help me find a piece of land. It's just right. I can use this popularity to build momentum for my new company. The 1 billion startup capital is still lying in his account. If he doesn't use it, it will probably just gather dust. Land. Su Yanghe pondered for a moment and exclaimed, You know what, there is a piece of land that has been released recently, but the price may not be stable. What do you mean? This piece of land was released by the government. We were about to sign a contract with the Su family, but maybe the people above broke down the negotiations, so this piece of land was released. If you want to grab this land, you have a lot of opponents. What is the highest estimated value of the land? It's more than 200 million, but it may be raised to 300 million on site. Lin Yuan thought of his 1 billion startup capital. A mere 300 million seemed like nothing. Brother, please take me in, I'm determined to get that piece of land. Chapter 16 I reported him, he is a spy. The sound of the microphone still lingered in Su Yanghe's ears. Determined to win, what a concept. Thinking of this, Su Yanghe's breathing slowed down and he quickly agreed. Not long after, Lin Yuan and his companion received the guest list sent by Su Yanghe. After all, these people may be able to help them in the future. If they can take this opportunity to build good relationships with them, it will surely make their entrepreneurial journey smoother. At the end of the list is some basic information about the banquet. He took a look at the auction venue, which was inside a high-end private club here. If it weren't for Su Yanghe, they might not even be able to get in the door. After the two changed into formal dresses, they drove to the place given by Su Yanghe. Before they reached the door, they saw all kinds of luxury cars lined up outside. Mu Qingyun looked outside and found several familiar faces. I didn't expect so many people would come. The outsiders are just small fry. I'm sure the heavyweights have already gone in. Lin Yuan drove the car to the door, and a servant came over and helped him drive the car away. Brother, this. Su Youngha waved towards Lin Yuan. Everyone around was stunned. Who was that young man? It's actually worth Su Youngha's giving him this face. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yuan. Hey, isn't this the rich second generation who got married a few days ago? Some people were sharp-eyed and recognized Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. And the one next to him seems to be the daughter of Tenmu Group. Everyone was talking about it. Being able to marry the daughter of the Tenmu Group, I think that man must have a complicated background. I just don't know which family he is from. Who cares where he comes from? Those who can help you are all good people. As he spoke, several people walked over eagerly. Su Youngha was inviting Lin Yuan and his wife to come in, and when he saw a group of people coming over there, he volunteered. Brother, since you are here, let me introduce you to the mainstay of the Magic City. Please don't be disgusted. Brother, what you said means that I still need to rely on you for help. As the two were laughing, several bosses gathered around them. Old Su. You are being disrespectful. You made a new friend but didn't introduce him to us? That's right, happiness is better shared than happiness when enjoyed alone, don't you think? Yes. Those people echoed. Oldly, what you said is so true. I was just about to introduce it to everyone. After Su Youngha briefly mentioned Lin Yuan's name, he introduced a few people to Lin Yuan. This is Mr. Sun. This is Mr. Zhang. That one over there is. Before Su Youngha could say a few words, Lin Yuan's hands were already stuffed with business cards. You old guys came here to greet me, but it was fake. It turns out you have some hidden agenda. Su Youngha made a joke, causing everyone to laugh. Old Su, you are always around, so you must get to know some fresh blood. Su Youngha glanced at the time and hurriedly urged everyone to enter. All right, the auction is about to start, let's go in first. Ha ha ha, look at how anxious old Su is. Is your family determined to win? On the way in, everyone did not forget to tease Su Youngha. I heard that the Su family has been very aggressive recently. I'm afraid it will be difficult to take over this piece of land. Su Youngha said casually, I just brought my brother here to have a look today, so you don't have to guess so much. Everyone laughed, obviously not taking Su Youngha's words seriously. After all, in business, whoever takes it seriously loses. Entering the inner field, the scale of the venue was beyond Lin Yuan's expectations. I thought it would be a high-standard furnishing, but when I came in, I found it to be very ordinary, with a few paintings that looked worthless hung casually on the wall. Su Youngha noticed that there was a hint of disappointment in Lin Yuan's eyes, and explained casually. Brother! Do you see those paintings on the wall? Each one is worth at least 100 million yuan. And those ceramics and other things are all bought by the owner from all over the world. It's a pity that this man is so hard to find. When Lin Yuan heard this, he was shocked. It really is true that appearance is not to be judged. When Su Youngha and Lin Yuan sat down, they attracted a lot of people's attention. At this time, Lin Yuan discovered that the big man sitting in the middle also glanced at him twice, but quickly withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to the movements on his side. What's that over there? Lin Yuan noticed that one of the areas was marked with the Su family's flag. That's my second brother, Su Gaoyuan. When Lin Yuan looked again, he found that the man sitting in the middle was looking at them coldly. I guess that must be Su Gaoyuan. Brother, does your family also want this piece of land? Su Youngha was silent for a moment. I don't know much about family matters. Yeah? Lin Yuan tactfully did not ask any further questions. People came in one after another and sat down, and the auction began. The host came up and after a brief opening speech, went straight into the topic. I think everyone knows what the protagonist of today is. Let's not waste any more time and get straight to the point. The host stood a little closer, and the screen behind him began to change, projecting a bird's-eye view of the land and a blueprint for future planning. As you can see, this piece of land is located at the junction of Shanghai and Jiangnan, and that piece of land may be included in the new development zone planned by the government in the future. I think everyone understands the advantages of this. I know you are all busy people, so I won't waste any more time and we'll just start filming. The starting price, 0 yuan. Before the host finished speaking, the price jumped to 1 million. Of course, these are just jokes from others, the real protagonist has not appeared yet. As the price went up, Su Yongha echoed a few words and then stopped moving, chatting with Lin Yuan beside him. Brother, if this trend continues, it will be difficult to compete in the final battle without 200 million. As far as I know, my second brother in the Su family's bottom line is around 300 million, but I don't know more about it. Su Yongha told all the information he knew. Lin Yuan was a little surprised. Brother, you told me your bottom price. Isn't this a bad idea? Brother, are you still worried about this? Su Yongha laughed. This auction is supposed to go to the highest bidder. Besides, the estimated value of that piece of land is already there. We are all businessmen, so we naturally won't do business at a loss. Once we have exceeded our psychological expectations, we won't pursue it anymore. So, in the end, it comes down to who is willing to lose more. That's true. Lin Yuan recalled a sentence he had seen before. The highest level of game is a zero-sum game, but people are greedy and always want to get more and more. As the two talked, the price came to around 200 million. Almost everyone on the field had stopped fighting, only the Su and Su families in the middle were still fighting. Su Gaoyuan held up a sign and shouted, 200 million. Su Weibin followed slowly, add 10 million. Su Gaoyuan was not willing to be outdone and also paid another 10 million. 220 million. Anyone else wants to raise the price? Su Weibin chuckled, looked at Su Gaoyuan, and said word by word, 200 million, 50 million. You. Seeing Su Weibin's confident look, Su Gaoyuan knew that this guy had investigated him. Su Gaoyuan, are you out of money? Su Weibin looked at Su Gaoyuan with the look of a winner. Oh, I forgot. Your company has had some problems recently. If you throw all your money in, you'll probably lose everything. Su Gaoyuan said coldly, Su Weibin, don't be too proud. The host shouted out appropriately. 250 million, 250 million, is there anyone who wants to raise the price? The whole audience was silent and no one raised a sign. 250 million at a time. 250 million twice. 250 million. Before he finished speaking, a voice came from the corner. 260 million. The voice is not loud, but it is powerful. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Who? There was some displeasure between Su Weibin's brows. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person who raised the price was the young man sitting next to Su Yongha. The audience behind him began to whisper. Who is this guy? How dare he contradict the young master of the Su family? 260 million. Does this guy have a mine at home? Why does he say this number as if it were a joke? This kid will have a hard time in the future. After seeing that it was Lin Yuan who raised the price, many people began to worry about Lin Yuan's personal safety. After all, Su Weibin is a well-known villain in the Magic City. Lin Yuan, who looks like a nouveau riche, is just like an ant in his eyes. Su Weibin raised his card and said calmly, 270 million. He thought to himself, we can't add this kid to the pile. Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Weibin finished speaking, Lin Yuan added another 10 million. 280 million. Su Weibin listened and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. 290 million. Su Weibin had just raised the sign and had not yet finished speaking when Lin Yuan spoke first. 300 million. What? When everyone in the audience heard this, they took a deep breath. This piece of land was auctioned for 300 million. Is this young man crazy? As a commodity, the premium is over 50%. The buyer is a big victim, but the seller is already very happy. What's even more terrible is that this time Lin Yuan ran directly into Su Weibin's gun. It is possible that this guy will be severely beaten by Su Weibin before he even leaves the venue. Su Weibin frowned and stared at that place with evil eyes. An assistant standing next to him noticed Su Weibin's expression and leaned over to ask, Master, do you need me to come forward and solve this problem? Su Weibin's face darkened. Let's go and see who this guy is. The assistant nodded and raised the red sign next to him. Host, I have objections. After hearing the price, the host was so excited that he could hardly hold the hammer in his hand, but he still answered in a calm voice. If the Su family has any objections, please speak up. I suspect that guy was deliberately hired by Su Gaoyuan to maliciously drive up the price. The assistant pointed at Su Yongha next to Lin Yuan, that guy is also from the Su family. The two of them are sitting together. I don't need to say more about the relationship between the two. Everyone looked over and saw that many people on the field knew Su Youngha. And today is the battle between the Su family and the Su family. If the Su family knew in advance that they could not get this land, it is not impossible that they would find someone to engage in malicious competition. All of a sudden, the people sitting below started whispering. Obviously, there is still some evidence to support what Su's assistant said. He stood up and pointed his spearhead directly at Lin Yuan. We, the Su family, request to examine this guy's assets. Chapter 17, Just 3 Small Goals. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Su's assistant in disbelief. The people from the Su family really dare to say that. Verifying funds on the spot is an unprecedented event in auctions. The host was also a little embarrassed, as this was not something he could decide. Putting aside whether the auctioneer can afford the auction price, their action alone is a first in the industry, and no one knows how many unbearable consequences this will bring them. For a moment, the staff did not dare to act rashly. After being silent for a long time, Lin Yuan finally stood up. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and said calmly, "You are not qualified to test me. As one of the two giants in Magic City, the Su family has some qualifications." The assistant looked at Lin Yuan with a smile, but in Lin Yuan's eyes, that smile had a threatening meaning. "That's fine." Lin Yuan sneered, "I just don't know if the Su family is going to raise the price? It's none of your business." The assistant simply stuck to the point and didn't get confused by Lin Yuan. "You don't need to know our decision. Then I won't raise the price." "If I don't raise the price, why are you saying so much?" Lin Yuan said sarcastically, "If I can't pay the full amount, I will bear the consequences myself. If you don't want it, I will accept this piece of land." After hearing this, Su Weibin, who was behind him, raised his head with a sinister look in his eyes. The assistant was ridiculed and looked unhappy. Just as he was being so arrogant, Lin Yuan turned around and said to the host, "Please ask the host to read out the auction results." The host woke up as if from a dream, raised the auction hammer in his hand and shouted loudly. 300 million first time. 300 million for the second time. 300 million for the third time. Make a deal. At the request of the Su family, the transaction, which should have been completed by payment in the background, has now become an on-site payment. The staff member came over with a POS machine in his hand, and the assistant stood proudly by the side, ready to watch the show. "You little brat, it's not too late to regret now. I wonder how you'll show off later." Lin Yuan took out his cell phone and said, "Scan me." The staff member couldn't help shaking his hand holding the POS machine. The assistant beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You must be a fool, aren't you? You have 300 million and you're still thinking about mobile payment. You should know your limits." Before he could finish his words, he heard a beep and an invoice came out from the POS. He was dumbfounded. Everyone at the scene was stunned. This guy, did he just pay 300 million on his phone? Seeing this, Su Weibin's hand holding the tea couldn't help but tremble a few times. Lin Yuan casually put the receipt into his pocket and turned to look at everyone. "Everyone, is there anything else? You are really mentally ill." After a long pause, the assistant said this angrily. Lin Yuan ignored his words and left the scene holding Mu Qingyun's hand. What he didn't know was that Su Weibin's eyes were always on him. After walking out of the venue, Su Youngha had not yet recovered from the shock. "Brother, you really are a hidden talent." Lin Yuan's action made Su Youngha more convinced that he was a young man from some powerful family who came here to experience life. "Brother, you are joking. I just prepared a little more funds than others." Su Yong lived with the clam. "Almost half a small goal was achieved. Does this mean you are more prepared than others?" As the two were walking, someone suddenly called Su Youngha. They turned around and saw that the person following them was Su Gaoyuan. Su Gaoyuan nodded to Su Youngha and walked in front of Lin Yuan. "Third brother, won't you introduce this person to me?" Su Youngha said a few words without much interest. "This is Lin Yuan." Su Gaoyuan didn't care and started talking to Lin Yuan naturally. "Let me introduce myself. I am the general manager of Suneng Group, Su Gaoyuan." "Suneng Group? Isn't that the first company in the country to invest overseas?" As the leader of the domestic manufacturing industry, in order to break the monopoly of foreign capital, the chairman of Suneng Group overcame all difficulties and established roots overseas. Today, Sunang Group has already ranked among the top 50 companies in the world, and its products are sold all over the world. Lin Yuan never thought that one day he would be able to come into contact with a big shot of this level. But Lin Yuan saw Su Yonghe standing aside. Although he was puzzled, he still suppressed his doubts in his heart. Hello. The two shook hands symbolically. This is my wife. So it's my brother's wife. Mu Qingyun nodded. Boss Su, do you want to talk to me about something? Lin Yuan felt that Su Gaoyuan's visit was definitely not just a simple greeting. Su Gaoyuan smiled. Just now I saw that my little brother was generous, so I would like to ask, who is your father? Su Gaoyuan searched through all the people with the surname Lin in his mind, but it seemed that no one could match Lin Yuan. I'm afraid I'll disappoint President Su. My parents are just ordinary migrant workers. Su Gaoyuan was stunned for a moment, but still kept a smile on his face. Brother Lin is joking. Whether you are joking or not, if President Su is interested in knowing, he will naturally know. Lin Yuan didn't want to have too much interaction with Su Gaoyuan for the time being. Hey, Brother Lin, don't worry. Su Gaoyuan stopped Lin Yuan and said, Actually, I came to see Brother Lin for another matter. What is it? Next week, the Su family will have a business banquet. I wonder if Brother Lin is free. The Su family's business banquet must have been attended by many big shots. Lin Yuan did not answer in a hurry, but asked for Mu Qingyun's opinion. Honey, do you want to go? Su Gaoyuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Lin Yuan to ask his wife beside him. Mu Qingyun was originally thinking about something, but who would have thought that the pressure of this topic would fall on her? Then go ahead. It's rare that someone has invited you so kindly. We can't refuse their kindness. Moreover, it can also help Lin Yuan expand his network of contacts. Mu Qingyun has been exposed to these things since childhood, so he naturally understands the importance of interpersonal networks to business. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. After Lin Yuan finished speaking to Mu Qingyun, his expression instantly turned cold when he looked at Su Gaoyuan. Thank you very much for the invitation, Mr. Su. You're welcome. Looking at the figures of Lin Yuan and others leaving, Su Gaoyuan's eyes were filled with complexity. Who is this kid? After saying goodbye to Su Yonghe, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun drove back home. However, before they entered the apartment building, they saw people holding guns and cannons everywhere at the entrance. Before they could think about it, someone accidentally looked up and saw the McLaren, and immediately realized that this was Lin Yuan's car. Hurry! Lin Yuan and the others are there. After someone took the lead and shouted, everyone turned their eyes. There! Stop them! In an instant, they picked up several kilograms of equipment and rushed towards Lin Yuan. Soon, the area around the car was filled with people. Hubby, what should I do? Seeing so many people outside, Mu Qingyun became a little panicked. It's okay, honey, just sit down. Lin Yuan drove out carefully, and the paparazzi around him asked one after another. Lin Yuan, may I ask if there are people online saying that you are a fake rich second generation? Do you have anything to say about this? Mu Qingyun, is your marriage being publicized by the Tianmu Group just for hype? Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. They kept banging on the car door, and the bang-bang sound filled the space inside the car, making Lin Yuan unhappy. Hubby, be careful. As soon as Mu Qingyun finished speaking, Lin Yuan stepped on the accelerator and drove out. Are those people okay? Mu Qingyun looked back with some worry. Honey, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yuan naturally would not act rashly. But we can't go back to that home for the time being. Honey, let's go to our new home. Okay. True or fake rich second generation, faced with media inquiries, he fled in a hurry. What is the truth of the matter? Please follow our account. Gossip Xiaozhan will continue to report for you. Whether the marriage of the daughter of Tianmu Group is hype or has other intentions, our station will pay close attention. Public opinion continues to ferment. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun have been on the hot search list for several days, and now they have added fuel to the fire. In the real-time square, there is an account that continues to appear in various comment areas. There is no such thing as a rich second generation. That kid is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Don't you see that poor man? He might have used some tricks to trick the girl into his bed. It's obvious that the money was paid by the girl's family. The man couldn't even afford a 300,000 yuan gift before. The light from the computer shone on Wang Rong's face, making her already bloodless face even paler. Wang Rong was typing rapidly on the keyboard, muttering to herself. Lin Yuan, Mu Qingyun, as long as I'm here, you won't have an easy life. Wang Rong looked at the comments below her and saw a group of people echoing her words with a few creepy laughs. Magic City. Su family. Before Su Weibin even stepped into the house, a porcelain bowl was thrown at him. With a pop sound, the porcelain bowl broke into pieces in front of him, and the tea in the bowl spilled all over the floor. An old voice filled with anger. Are you a loser? I gave you 300 million, but you can't even do such a small thing. Do you know how important this land is to us? Without this piece of land, what can you use to compete with the Su family? Tell me. Su Weibin lowered his head and dared not speak, picking up the fragments on the ground. You actually have the nerve to come back now. As he said this, the old man threw the pipe in his hand away again. This time, Su Weibin had no time to dodge, and the pipe hit him hard on the body. After making a dull sound, it fell to the ground. Master, please don't be too angry. There was a man standing next to the old man, speaking well of Su Weibin. I've heard about it. It's not my second brother's fault. I don't know where this kid came from, but he offered 300 million directly. My second brother was willing but unable to do so. Wei Wen, you don't have to speak up for your brother. This guy only knows how to bully others at home. What future can he have? The old man was so angry that he was leaning on his crutches. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go and check that kid's background? Do you want the people of Magic City to laugh at our family? Su Weibin held the broken pieces of the porcelain bowl in his hand, put the old man's pipe on the table, and then left. Lin Yuan, Su family, if you mess with me, you will have no chance of getting away with it. He walked out, and drops of blood fell on the brown wooden board, quickly seeping into it and disappearing. Chapter 18. I want to know your taste. Waste. Waste. They are all a bunch of fucking rubbish. When Su Weibin saw the information handed over by his subordinates, he found that the whole thing showed that he came from a poor family. Apart from his recent good relationship with Su Yonghe, his life in the past 20 years was as ordinary as that of an ordinary person. I asked you to find something, and you found this thing for me? There were scattered documents everywhere in Su Weibin's office, and in front of him stood several tall and strong men in black who dared not move. Boss, the news we found is indeed like this. Another person said in a low voice. If the facts are different from what we found, it only means that the power behind this person is beyond our reach. Originally, Su Weibin was in a very righteous mood at the moment, and his subordinate's words accidentally stepped into his minefield. Useless guy, get out. Su Weibin threw all the documents in his hand at them. They didn't dare to complain and left immediately. Lin Yuan, ha! Su Weibin looked at the photo in the computer. No matter who was backing you up, or if you really came out of a rock, I will never let you off. Suddenly, he shouted loudly and punched the computer screen. The computer screen suddenly became distorted, just like Su Weibin's gloomy face. On the other side, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were planning company affairs at home. The land was taken, but it was indeed a bit large, so they had to think carefully about how to use it. Lin Yuan looked at the huge piece of land and felt a little worried. Wife, if we just build a company, it would be a waste of talent. That's indeed a bit. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What should I do? Lin Yuan naturally lay in Mu Qingyun's arms, staring at her fair skin in a trance. How about asking my dad? He's a professional and might be able to offer some constructive suggestions. Your father. Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Ah. I see. Lin Yuan sat up suddenly, almost scaring Mu Qingyun. Did your husband think of anything? Mu Qingyun looked towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan just smiled and took out the plan map from the document. Honey, look, there is Shanghai above us, and Jiangnan below us, and our piece of land is right between the two cities. There are high-speed trains and subways within a 15-minute drive. But the housing prices here in Shanghai are a bit scary. We can turn that place into a commercial district, take advantage of the terrain and transportation, and use the relatively cheap prices to attract some studios in Shanghai to settle in. And we can also build our company inside. In this way, the purpose of the company building is achieved and we can also earn extra money. Businesses and residents provide a fixed source of income. If things develop well, we can also get income from tourism. If we round it off, we can break even. That's easy for you to say. Mu Qingyun interrupted Lin Yuan's daydream. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is very cruel. Then my husband will work hard to make money and make reality round and round. As he spoke, Lin Yuan's hands covered Mu Qingyun's back at some point, and he couldn't help but squeezed her. Wife, you are not only skinny, you are also sexy. Lin Yuan changed his position, pushed Mu Qingyun along, and the two of them lay on the sofa. He stared at Mu Qingyun's lips in a daze. What will it taste like? Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Yuan covered him up. We're discussing work. Stop making trouble. Mu Qingyun wanted to stop Lin Yuan, but he couldn't defeat Lin Yuan, so he had to go along with him. After a long time, this little episode finally came to an end. Lin Yuan hugged Mu Qingyun and said with a smile, "My dear wife, you are so beautiful." When Mu Qingyun heard this, the shyness that had just disappeared came back again. Say, what weird things. Suddenly a gust of wind blew in from outside the window, the soft white gauze moved with the wind, and mottled sunlight appeared faintly in front of the windowsill. The cool breeze brushed across their foreheads, which were slightly covered with sweat, bringing a hint of coolness before quietly leaving. Mu Qingyun still had a little temper. "Hubby, you are so mean." There were still a few undried tears in the corners of her eyes, hanging there, making her look particularly beautiful and moving. Lin Yuan smiled evilly and said, "If the husband is not bad, the wife will not love him." Hate. After lingering for a while, they sat up and continued discussing the topic they had not finished just now. Where were we talking about? Mu Qingyun was sorting out the documents that had just been messed up by them. Lin Yuan answered without hesitation, "It said that if the husband is not bad, the wife will not love him." Be serious. Mu Qingyun picked up a few thin A4 papers in his hand and hit Lin Yuan on the head. Okay. Lin Yuan sat down obediently. Both of them recalled the topic that had just come to an abrupt end. Lin Yuan thought for a while and suggested, "Why don't we just hand this project over to my father-in-law? After all, it's better to keep the money within the family, and we can feel more at ease." Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? That's what our family does. Mu Qingyun thought of so many plans, but excluded his own company. Husband, wait for me, I will discuss this matter with my dad now. Mu Qingyun is a man of action. Once he thinks of something, he immediately does it. Hey, Dad, we have a piece of land here that we want to give to someone in our family to work on. As for the documents, I'll pack them up and send them to you later. I'll write a detailed plan for you. Startup capital. When he said this, Mu Qingyun was suddenly stunned. The money she and Lin Yuan had combined seemed to be only a few tens of thousands. If they invested all of it into this project, they would be penniless. Lin Yuan heard the conversation between Mu Qingyun and Mu Deming and slapped him. Mu Qingyun immediately understood and replied, 50 million. Lin Yuan shook his head and said calmly, "Wife, it's 500 million. 500 million? Now it was Mu Qingyun's turn to be surprised, but he still told the number to Mu Deming first. When Mu Deming heard this, he patted his chest and assured that he would take care of the matter. After hanging up the phone, many things suddenly emerged in Mu Qingyun's mind. These things are connected together and seem to be one step at a time, but why do some things seem so strange? Husband, where did you get so much money? Although as a couple, they should have some basic trust in each other, Mu Qingyun really couldn't understand it, so he simply went directly to Lin Yuan for the answer. She remembered that a few days ago, Lin Yuan had to scrape together 300,000 yuan. How could he become so powerful in just a few days? Lin Yuan knew that this question would eventually come up, but fortunately he had already thought of a reason before. Honey, have you forgotten our major? I put what I learned into practice in the stock market. But the stock shouldn't make so much money. Everything is based on a base. If the initial value is too small, even if it is 1,000% or 10,000, the profit obtained is actually not much. Who said I bought it myself? I was helping others. Mu Qingyun was still a little skeptical, so Lin Yuan simply hugged her. Honey, don't worry. I promise that the money I get comes from clean sources. If there is even a little bit of uncleanliness, I will be. Before Lin Yuan could finish his words, Mu Qingyun covered his mouth. I didn't say I didn't believe you. Why did you swear so harshly? Lin Yuan smiled, moved Mu Qingyun's hand down, and kissed the back of her hand. I'm just afraid my wife won't believe me. Mu Qingyun pretended to be angry. Lin Yuan coaxed her for a long time before she calmed down. Mu Qingyun said proudly, "This won't happen again." Yes, sir. The rumors about Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun on the internet have become polarized. Some people believe that Lin Yuan is really rich. After all, the video of Lin Yuan's wedding has been thoroughly dug up by countless bloggers. From wedding dresses to jewelry, many people were surprised to find that they were all custom made. They were not even custom made by the brand. Some people recognized the signatures on the clothes and found that what they were wearing were created by at least 5 masters, and several of them had already retired. I didn't expect that Lin Yuan and his team could actually invite these people to come out of retirement. This shows the identities of the people behind them. Another group of people think that their analysis is simply nonsense. That's just a video, not the real thing. Who knows if it's true or not, even if it's just a bunch of nonsense. The guy who said Lin Yuan was a second-generation rich man before, could it be that he hired some water army? In my opinion, he is more like the negative second generation. When an account appears more frequently, it will attract some people's attention. Hey, you guy, why are you listed under every promotion? Are you too idle to do anything? Hey, now that you mention it, I seem to have seen her many times. When Wang Rong saw their messages, her typing hands suddenly stopped. However, the number of replies kept increasing, which scared her so much that she quickly blocked all the netizens in the comment section. But Wang Rong underestimated the speed of the internet. The number of people leaving comments in the comments section was increasing exponentially, and she had no time to block them all. What's more, they directly dug out Wang Rong's IP address. I was wondering who has so much free time. It turns out to be the woman who caused trouble at the wedding last time. Everyone come and take a look. Why is this woman still not giving up? She has the time to curse people. Why not find a job in a factory and work for a few years? Shouldn't she get the 300,000 soon? Don't others want you? With your appearance, who would want you? I feel unlucky even if you're mine. The netizen's words hurt Wang Rong's eyes, and she fought back. However, her few pale words were instantly drowned out by other comments, and no one paid any attention to her defense. Why are you all blaming me? It's obviously Lin Yuan's fault. He didn't pay the money. And Mu Qingyun, if she hadn't snatched Lin Yuan away, would I have ended up like this? I should be the one who should enjoy that kind of life. Wang Rong looked at the screen, and suddenly her mouth curled up and she burst into laughter. Be mine. Those are all mine. Chapter 19, The Hongmen Banquet. When the online discussion was heating up, a photo of an auction house quietly appeared. What is this? You want to clarify the rumors by showing a crappy photo? This is really too much of a disrespect for everyone here. You know what, the place in the photo looks quite shabby, like a home with nothing but bare walls. At first, many human rights activists thought the photo was a joke and did not take it seriously. It was not until someone revealed the big guy sitting behind Lin Yuan that netizens realized that things were gradually becoming wrong. Why do I see so many big guys? Am I dazzled? Is there a possibility that your guess is correct? Brothers, I found another picture. The one next to Lin Yuan is Su Yonghe, and the one behind him is Su Gaoyuan, the general manager of Sunang Group. And Su Weibin, the second young master of the Su family, is here too. By comparing the pictures taken from other perspectives, the authenticity of the first photo was indirectly confirmed. Lin Yuan really appeared at the auction scene where many big shots gathered. Let's not talk about whether he is real or fake, the fact that he was able to get in should be enough to explain everything, right? No way, is there anyone who wants to jump out and step on me? The guy upstairs, you might as well just report the woman's ID card. There was laughter in the comments section of that person, but Wang Rong's face became increasingly gloomy. You are so good, Lin Yuan, you actually lied to me. You are so rich, but you pretend to be poor. Just as she was thinking angrily, the half-closed door opened. Luo Fengxia came in with the meal. Rong, it's time to eat. Looking at Wang Rong's appearance these days, Luo Fengxia couldn't help feeling a little scared. That computer, look at it less, get some rest. Luo Fengxia was afraid that if Wang Rong continued like this, she would ruin her pretty face. By then, let alone a betrothal gift of 300,000, even 100,000 might be a bit too much. Mom! Wang Rong frowned and found that her voice was so hoarse and unpleasant. Luo Fengxia was startled and looked at the back anxiously. What's wrong? Wang Rong turned around and laughed. Mom, I've made up my mind. No matter if I am a junior or have no status, I will make our family climb up to the branch of Lin Yuan. When Luo Fengxia heard this, she was overjoyed and hugged Wang Rong. Rong, it's best if you can think this way. At the same time, Lin Yuan and his colleagues were running around various departments, hoping to complete the company's procedures as soon as possible. After Su Yonghe heard about it, he suggested helping Lin Yuan contact a lot of people. The materials submitted for approval were given the green light afterwards, and they only had to wait 7 working days to get the company's business license. Coming out of the government building and looking at the sky outside, Mu Qingyun felt that all this was unreal. I didn't expect that we would have our own company. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Wife, whatever you want, your husband can satisfy you. Let alone the stars in the sky, I can even get them back for you from the Milky Way." Mu Qingyun smiled slightly when he heard Lin Yuan's words. "Come on, don't blow your own trumpet. Did you post the job posting I asked you to post the day before yesterday? It's sent. Have you found an office building?" "Not yet." Mu Qingyun paused. "Why not look for it?" "I was thinking of asking my father-in-law for help. Ask him if he can give me a friend of family price." Mu Qingyun raised his hand and slapped it on Lin Yuan's back. "You are so good, Lin Yuan. You are taking advantage of your family." "How can that be called taking advantage?" "It's called taking care of my father-in-law's business." Mu Qingyun was speechless. This person just talks and takes advantage of me. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyun walked away angrily. "Hey, honey, don't walk so fast." Lin Yuan hurriedly chased after him. During this time, many people saw them and took out their mobile phones to take pictures, but no one came forward to disturb the two. At this point, it no longer matters whether the public opinion on the internet is true or false. After all, some people discovered that even though they were discussing it heatedly online, in the end the couple didn't take it seriously at all, and everyone was just singing a one-man show. Every time they appear in front of the public, all kinds of tricks emerge one after another, and there are even many paparazzi taking pictures, which are directly turned into an official Weibo account recording their love. It seems that the love story between the two can attract more traffic in the long run than the gossip between them. However, part of the reason for this situation was secretly promoted by Su Yonghe. Mu Qingyun looked at the passers-by taking pictures and had an illusion in his mind. Why do we feel like celebrities? People are watching our every move. Isn't this good? It proves that my wife's beauty is being recorded all the time. Lin Yuan considerately fastened the seatbelt for Mu Qingyun. How about the husband directly becoming his wife's exclusive model? Mu Qingyun glanced at Lin Yuan, then looked away. You? Forget it? I'm afraid I won't make any money. Well, what? When Lin Yuan heard this, he stuttered. How is your husband worse than them? Mu Qingyun said casually, "It's just a little bit off here and there." Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingyun and saw something strange. Wife. Look at me. No, drive back quickly to change clothes. Aren't we going to a banquet today? Mu Qingyun felt a little guilty and quickly interrupted Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun's face, looked into her eyes, and asked, "Is my husband really not as good as them?" Mu Qingyun blinked, not daring to look Lin Yuan in the eye. Lin Yuan continued, "What kind of look does my wife like? I'll go to Korea to get it fixed." What are you talking about? Mu Qingyun threw a flying knife at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pretended to cry out in pain, "If my wife doesn't like me, I'll spend some money to make it look like what she likes, and then you'll like me even more." Mu Qingyun took a deep breath and whispered, "You are mine, don't show it to others." Lin Yuan smiled, but said, "Wife. What did you say? You spoke so quietly. I didn't hear you." Mu Qingyun suddenly put her arms around Lin Yuan's neck, pulled him over with force, and left lipstick marks on his mouth. "You are mine." Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, his face full of smiles. "Wife, I like you more like this." As he said that, Lin Yuan wanted to move closer, but who knew that he would come into close contact with the tissue box? Mu Qingyun's voice came faintly from behind the tissue box. "Drive quickly, or you'll be late." "Okay." Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, whistled and drove away. Mu Qingyun tilted his head and looked out the window, his earlobe still slightly red. The business banquet was held at the Grand Hotel. Before coming here, Lin Yuan was still wondering why Gus and Gran were so similar. Unexpectedly, after searching online, I found out that the two hotels are actually one family, but Gus's focus is on the domestic market, while Gran's is a benchmark for global luxury hotels. This made Lin Yuan realize that as a member of the Su family, Su Yongha's situation didn't seem to be very good. When Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun stood at the door of the Grand Hotel, they realized what it meant to be truly rich and inhumane. My brother is here. Su Yongha just arrived at the scene and found Lin Yuan following closely behind. After the two men greeted Su Yongha led them into the venue. On the way, Su Yongha kept introducing to Lin Yuan which big guys would come today. Don't think that today is just a simple meal. I heard from my second brother that a big shot might be coming back. Big shot? When Lin Yuan heard this, he instantly became interested. It's the owner of the auction house. Seeing Lin Yuan so excited, Su Yongha continued, don't be too happy too soon. It's just a possibility. Lin Yuan smiled. Brother thinks too highly of me. Even if he came, he might not notice a small figure like me. Brother, you are joking. You are a rising star in the business circle of Shanghai. Many people want to get to know you. The two entered the venue chatting and laughing. Many people had already arrived here, each holding a glass of champagne in their hands, chatting and laughing with the people next to them. Isn't this Mr. Lin? They had just come in, and many people, seeing this, came over with their drinks in hand. I heard that Master Lin has acquired the land at the junction. He is really promising at a young age. Mr. Lin has a unique vision. He will surely shine in the future. What you are saying is that he can have a successful career? Everyone was talking at the same time, and Lin Yuan, the protagonist, couldn't get a word in. Suddenly, the noisy sound quieted down, and a beam of light hit the center. It turned out that Su Gaoyuan appeared. Su Gaoyuan walked over. Thank you very much for giving me this little noodle. I would like to thank you all in advance. Everyone, just treat this as an ordinary banquet, eat and drink well. After everyone raised their glasses and cheered, the excitement returned to normal. Su Gaoyuan saw Lin Yuan from a distance and walked towards him. Hello, Mr. Su. Seeing this, the people who were around Lin Yuan just now left tactfully. Brother Lin, Mrs. Lin. The two nodded slightly. Boss Su. Su Gaoyuan looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Actually, I invited Lin Yuan here today because I have something to discuss. I wonder if I can talk to you for a moment. Then please let Mr. Su lead the way. Lin Yuan knew that this was a hongmen banquet, but he didn't know what Su Gaoyuan was trying to do. He is still weak and alone now, not strong enough to fight against this old fox. Mu Qingyun accidentally used a little more force when holding Lin Yuan's hand, revealing her inner uneasiness. Don't worry, honey. It's okay. Lin Yuan comforted Mu Qingyun in a low voice. Led by Su Gaoyuan, the two came to a lounge, where the table was already filled with a wide variety of food. Please take a seat, both of you. Su Yongha was waiting outside, but he felt a little uneasy, so he finally followed in. But Su Gaoyuan didn't seem to take him seriously. Time is precious, so I'll just say it directly. Su Gaoyuan sat down and stared at Lin Yuan. I want Brother Lin to give up the land he bought at the last auction. Chapter 20, The Dogskin Plaster That Can't Be Thrown Away. Ding! The knife and fork collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Sorry. Mu Qingyun picked up the cutlery that he had accidentally dropped. You guys continue. Lin Yuan laughed. This guy's true colors have finally been revealed. Brother Lin, what are you laughing at? Although Su Gaoyuan kept smiling, there was a hidden knife in every word he said. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and said calmly, I wonder how much Mr. Su is prepared to bid? Su Gaoyuan raised his lips slightly. Whatever price Brother Lin offers, our Su family will offer. If Brother Lin is not satisfied, we can increase the price by 10%. We will never let Brother Lin lose money. Cash? Lin Yuan said this casually, but the smile on Su Gaoyuan's lips froze. Cash, Brother Lin, are you kidding me? Boss Su didn't even joke with me, so I don't dare to joke with him. Su Gaoyuan's eyelids twitched. The man in front of him didn't look like he was afraid at all. After a moment of silence, Su Gaoyuan replied. If you switch to another payment method, we can add another 5%. Lin Yuan was so focused on eating that he didn't even raise his head. If you pay it in full at one time, I can consider it. Su Gaoyuan looked a little embarrassed. If they could pay it off in one lump sum, they wouldn't be so bullied by the Su family. Su Gaoyuan said a few words with difficulty. No. I can't. If you can't, then there's nothing to say. Lin Yuan picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. Wife, this restaurant is not very delicious. Let's go to another one. Mu Qingyun nodded. She seemed to be cutting steak the whole time, but in fact she didn't eat much of it. All her attention was on their conversation. Wait a moment. Seeing Lin Yuan was about to leave, Su Gaoyuan quickly stopped them. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun's hand and turned around. Is there anything else, Mr. Su? That matter. Su Gaoyuan hesitated for a long time, then said, can't we discuss it again? Our Su family can definitely offer you better conditions, and we will definitely not treat Brother Lin unfairly. Lin Yuan asked back, does President Su think that I am short of this little money? Su Gaoyuan did not answer. Although he had sent people to investigate Lin Yuan before, he was still confused by the detailed information. He always felt that Lin Yuan was hiding something. I understand what Mr. Su means. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't do this. I bought that piece of land to build a company for my wife. No matter how much money I have, I won't pay for it. Lin Yuan's attitude was very clear. Su Gaoyuan looked at Mu Qingyun standing beside him. He had some impression of this girl. She seemed to be the daughter of Mu Deming. However, Lin Yuan spent hundreds of millions of dollars just to make his wife happy. How much capital does he have to do this? Su Gaoyuan had originally thought that if soft methods didn't work, he would try hard methods. But now looking at it this way, he couldn't make up his mind again. What if there really is a mysterious force behind Lin Yuan? Can their Su family withstand it? Su Gaoyuan didn't dare to take risk with the Su family's century-old foundation. After a moment of silence, Su Gaoyuan said, I understand. I was reckless. Su Gaoyuan took a step back, not wanting to make their relationship too strained. Maybe there would be room for cooperation in the future. After all, the Su family couldn't get this piece of land, so they didn't suffer any loss in the round trip. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Boss Su, that's not the case. If it weren't for my wife wanting to start a company, I would definitely help Boss Su. Su Gaoyuan knew that Lin Yuan was just being polite. Brother Lin, if you have any difficulties in business, you can ask me for help. Just consider it as my apology for my recklessness today. Of course, of course. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun's hand and walked out of the room. When the door closed, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Talking to someone of this level was really like being on edge. The scene just now has been replaying in my mind. Su Gaoyuan is indeed an old fox, he can see through him with just one glance. But he was betting that Su Gaoyuan could not control his background and would not dare to act rashly. As it turned out, he made the right bet. If it were some brainless guys, they might just believe his message after seeing it. However, people like Su Gaoyuan have been involved in conspiracies for many years, and being cautious has become their subconscious behavior. Seeing his clean background, they will have some concerns. Mu Qingyun suggested, Hubby, let's leave first. Lin Yuan nodded. He had only taken 2 steps when Su Yanha caught up with him. Brother, sister-in-law. The two stopped and turned around. Brother Su. When Mu Qingyun looked at Su Yanha, there was a hint of coldness in his words, and the displeasure just now was still on his face. Su Yanha felt the change in their attitudes and felt a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Please don't take it to heart, sister-in-law. Brother, I know this matter has nothing to do with you. Lin Yuan patted Mu Qingyun's shoulder and signaled her, Wife, you may have misunderstood. Mu Qingyun turned around and waited for Lin Yuan to explain. Although my eldest brother and Su Gaoyuan are from the same family, their relationship is probably very tense because of their interests. The Su family is a family business, but as far as I know, the Su family's headquarters has long been moved abroad, and Su Gaoyuan is the leader of the group in China. As for my brother. When Lin Yuan said this, Mu Qingyun also understood most of it. Su Yanha was at best a discarded pawn among them, except that he had the blessing of the Su family's identity. I didn't expect that my brother knew all about it. When mentioning this, Su Yanha forced a smile. But I'm the youngest, so naturally I can't compete with my brothers for anything. Brother, do you really not want to? Lin Yuan asked him back. Su Yanha was speechless when he saw Lin Yuan's serious eyes. I really don't want to? No, I think. Su Yanha raised his head suddenly, I don't want to live under their shadow anymore. Lin Yuan curled his lips and smiled, let's cooperate, it will be mutually beneficial and win-win. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand. Su Yongha looked at the hand and finally shook it. After leaving the venue, Mu Qingyun looked at the magnificent hotel behind him and suddenly sighed. I didn't expect Su Yongha to be in such a difficult situation. Come to think of it, my dad wanted to cooperate with him before, but our family was not qualified, and the cooperation didn't succeed in the end. Every family has its own problems, especially family power. Lin Yuan changed the subject and turned to Mu Qingyun. But luckily my wife didn't encounter such a thing, otherwise I would be heartbroken. Mu Qingyun chuckled. If you give me that much money, I'd be fine with being the last one. My husband is rich, he will let you sit in the front of the car. Hearing this, the corners of Mu Qingyun's mouth suddenly dropped. If you want to sit, sit by yourself. The two were walking and laughing, and when they got close to the car, they suddenly noticed a figure beside them. Wife, be careful. Lin Yuan protected Mu Qingyun behind him and shouted at the black shadow over there, who is it? The black shadow didn't speak or move. Lin Yuan's eyes were a little serious. Wife, hide behind me. Lin Yuan, wait a moment. At this time, the black shadow spoke. His voice was a little hoarse, but Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun could both recognize this familiar tone. A dark shadow walked out, and under the light, her face was revealed. It was Wang Rong. What are you doing here? Lin Yuan's face suddenly darkened. Lin Yuan, I was wrong. Wang Rong walked towards Lin Yuan. Her heavy makeup couldn't cover her dark eye bags and the red bloodshot eyes. She looked a little scary. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I don't want the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift anymore. We have been together for 4 years. I know this relationship is not so easy to forget. You must still have feelings for me, right? I don't want money, and I don't want any status. I just hope that a chance to be with you is enough. Even if I have to be a junior, I am willing. She begged desperately, but Lin Yuan stepped back step by step. Wang Rong became even sadder when she saw this. Lin Yuan, do you really have no feelings for me? I still like you. During the time since I lost you, I couldn't eat and couldn't sleep at night. When Wang Rong wanted to continue speaking, she was interrupted by Lin Yuan. Have you finished? If you are finished, please leave. I have made it very clear before that there is no relationship between us anymore. Please don't disturb my life and my wife's life anymore. Excuse me. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun's hand and walked past Wang Rong. After getting in the car, Lin Yuan started the engine and prepared to leave. Hearing the sound of the car, Wang Rong's tense nerves seemed to react to something. She quickly stood in front of them, opened her arms and shouted loudly. Lin Yuan, if you don't agree to my request today, don't even think about leaving. If you want to leave, run over me. Wang Rong simply risked her life, looking ready to die. Madman. Lin Yuan looked at Wang Rong, put the car in our gear, and turned out from the lawn at the back. Lin Yuan. Looking at the McLaren speeding away, Wang Rong shouted Lin Yuan's name heartbreakingly. However, she got nothing except car exhaust. How could this happen? Wang Rong sat on the ground exhausted. Next to it is a high-end hotel and surrounded by countless luxury cars. But these scenes do not belong to her. She had entered this world, but didn't fit in. Suddenly, Wang Rong noticed footsteps behind her. Who is it? Wang Rong began to panic. She turned around and saw a pair of shiny leather shoes slowly walking towards her. Against the light, she couldn't see the man's appearance clearly. The man half bent down and stretched out his hand to her. I can help you deal with Lin Yuan. Chapter 21. We want to create an ace. In an open space, countless vehicles are slowly driving in. The sound of countless machines operating filled the air. A man wearing a white hat hurried across the construction site and came to the edge of the site. He then took out a mobile phone from his trouser pocket. Hello? He shouted into the microphone. What? You want an office? No, go find your Uncle Lee. I'm busy here. That's all. He said a few words quickly and then hung up the phone. Toot. The sound of the phone being hung up came through the microphone. Mu Qingyun was a little slow to react. Did Mu Deming hang up the phone so quickly? Lin Yuan fed Mu Qingyun a grape. Wife, what does my father-in-law say? Mu Qingyun opened his mouth and ate, speaking vaguely. My dad is busy, so he asked me to find his assistant. That's good too. Lin Yuan changed another watermelon and fed it to Mu Qingyun. My dad has never been like this before. This is the first time he hung up on me. Mu Qingyun was puzzled. What had possessed Mu Deming that he didn't even care about his own precious daughter? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Wife, don't think too much, just focus on your own business now, we still have to recruit people for the company. Mu Qingyun stared into Lin Yuan's eyes and seemed to remember something. Did you transfer the money? Lin Yuan nodded. No wonder. I didn't expect my dad would go down there in person just for that piece of land. Lin Yuan suddenly ate a piece of very sour fruit. He quietly hid the fruit aside, picked up a sweet one and fed it to Mu Qingyun, then said, maybe my father-in-law takes it very seriously. As a businessman, Mu Deming naturally understands the benefits involved. This not only benefits Lin Yuan, but also opens up a new path for Tianmu Group. Whether the Mu family can move to a higher level depends entirely on this performance. For a long time. Mu Qingyun sighed softly, maybe. After saying that, he put his phone aside and took it. Come on, honey, have some fruit. Once you're full, let's go find my father-in-law's assistant and talk about the next office first. Otherwise, we'll have nowhere to put the approved business license. It's just the way it is for now. Mu Qingyun was eating fruit, but his mind was no longer on it. Perhaps Mu Deming had given instructions in advance, so when they arrived at Tianmu Group, a middle-aged man had been standing at the front desk waiting for them for a long time. Uncle Lee. Mu Qingyun obviously knew the man in front of him. Miss, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look beautiful again. Uncle Lee smiled kindly and took the two of them inside. By the way, Uncle Lee, let me introduce you to my husband, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't know how to address the person in front of him, so he just greeted him politely. Uncle Lee smiled and said, I know. It's all over the internet. What a pity. Mu Qingyun pouted, if Uncle Lee went to my wedding, he would definitely be moved to tears by my beauty. You can tell from the photos that the young lady is very beautiful. While everyone was chatting, the elevator reached the top floor. Uncle Lee said, I wonder what type of office building Miss and Uncle want. Mu Qingyun did not answer, but gave the right to speak to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and said, it doesn't need to be too big, but it would be better if it could be in the center of the business district. The center of the business district. Uncle Lee looked through the documents and found that there was one set left that met the requirements. It's located in IFE Shijin, so it should be okay, right? IFE Shijin? Can. That's quite possible. After Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at each other, they immediately made up their minds. Uncle Lee, we want that piece. That's fine. Uncle Lee took out another document from under the table and said, just sign here. When you go over there, remember to contact the person in charge in advance. The two looked at each other. Mu Qingyun felt a little embarrassed and asked, Uncle Lee, is this what my father meant? Uncle Lee shook his head. Your father told me to do it, so I just acted on my own. Husband, this. Mu Qingyun couldn't make up his mind, so he had to leave this difficult task to Lin Yuan. Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, let's just follow the process. Lin Yuan said, Shijin is such a good location. If it is released, it will be a big order. We can't let Tianmu lose the money. After listening to Lin Yuan's words, Uncle Lee looked at him deeply and took out a document from another drawer. Okay, then it's up to you. Lin Yuan directly paid 2 years' rent. According to Mu Deming's speed, their grand plan should be completed in 2 years. After signing the contract, Uncle Lee sent the two of them downstairs. Mu Qingyun advised, Uncle Lee, just send it here. There are still things waiting for you to do in the company. That's fine. Uncle Lee didn't refuse much. He said goodbye to the two of them and went back. Lin Yuan watched Uncle Lee leave and said, You seem to respect Uncle Lee very much? I guess so. When our family was just starting out, Uncle Lee has always been helping my dad with things. He even acted as a babysitter when my parents were busy. To me, he is my uncle. When talking about this, many scenes from the past flashed through Mu Qingyun's mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After staring for a long time, Lin Yuan came forward. Wife, what are you thinking about? Why are you so happy? Nothing. Mu Qingyun left with a cheerful step. Lin Yuan felt that if she hadn't been concerned about her image, she would have been whistling as she walked away. After getting the venue, the two first purchased some equipment, at least to decorate the empty floor like a studio. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan asked Su Youngha for help and spread the news that he was going to start a company. Su Youngha was naturally happy to help and agreed without saying a word. Soon, many messages appeared on Lin Yuan's phone. Among them, many people expressed their willingness to cooperate, and some even brought their own teams to the door. After Lin Yuan secured some cooperation, the next thing he did was to start selecting people. It is relatively easy to find such staff. After all, the company is located in a prime location. New media is a hot industry, and there are countless talents involved in this field. Besides, the conditions offered by Lin Yuan were generous, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to recruit technical talents. But the only problem is the casting of models. Lin Yuan looked at a lot of information submitted by others, but in the end, none of them suited his taste. They are all nice people, but it feels like I'm just doing someone else a favor. Next, Lin Yuan said with disgust. Boss, a staff member beside him reminded, the one just now was the last one. Yeah? Lin Yuan's eyes were filled with fatigue. Mu Qingyun brought a cup of coffee over and said, Hubby, why don't we take a break? We're not in such a hurry to select people. I'm fine. Lin Yuan sat up straight, stretched, then picked up the coffee that Mu Qingyun had brewed and started drinking it. Wife, I don't think this kind of casting is a long-term solution. Kindness? After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Mu Qingyun sat down with great interest. The employee who was accompanying the boss at work was smart and left the meeting room quickly, leaving Lin Yuan and the other two alone. Does my husband have any good suggestions? I think we should create our own stars. Build it yourself? Mu Qingyun frowned. Although this is indeed a long-term solution, it is costly and time-consuming. We may not be able to afford to spend so much time on it. New media is all about one word fast. In this era where the internet has been developing for such a long time, all the first pot of gold has basically been taken away by others. If they were slower, who knows what the world will be like in a few years? Don't worry about the cost. As for the time, as long as the right method is found, the time can be ignored. Lin Yuan calculated the details of the start-up capital. Apart from the 700 million that actually flowed out, the remaining 300 million could be used to invest a small amount of money on one person, and even a fool could be made into an internet celebrity. What I'm most worried about is not having the right person. Otherwise, having money alone is useless. Mu Qingyun felt that what Lin Yuan said made sense. But where should they find someone? You can't just send out a notice and let others come to you, right? After all, their attention will not be focused on a company that has just been established for a few days. Most of the students who pass the art examinations will join various entertainment companies. Those companies have resources and professional teams. This is something they could not match during their construction phase. Honey, our school has it. Mu Qingyun suddenly remembered that although his school did not focus on acting, its professional ranking was well known in the country. After Mu Qingyun's reminder, Lin Yuan also remembered. I have some ready-made at home, but I forgot. Thinking back to the time when students from the acting class showed off their talents at art festivals, Lin Yuan in the audience wished he could be one of them. Of course, this is also impossible. It just so happens that I know a female student who studies acting. I'll ask them. Okay, thank you for your hard work, wife. While Mu Qingyun was contacting his junior schoolmate, Lin Yuan was thinking about the company's next plan. Of course he wanted to run this advertising company, but as for the plan of creating stars out of ordinary people, he had some other ideas. It's not enough to just shoot commercials. If you want to reap the benefits of new media, the most direct way is to enter the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry is a place where good and bad people mix together, but it is also the easiest place to make money. Just need to create an ace. Chapter 22, Mad Dog Bites People. The university roads were lined with cypress trees, and the sunlight shone through the branches and leaves on the asphalt road. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were strolling in it, and they felt like they were still students yesterday. I didn't expect that I would be back so soon after graduating for half a year. Mu Qingyun was walking on the way to school and still felt that the scene in front of him was a little unreal. Lin Yuan saw a couple holding hands and hugging each other on the street opposite. Somehow, he did not want to be outdone and took Mu Qingyun's hand. What are you doing? Mu Qingyun was startled, but Lin Yuan still held his hand. Hold hands. Don't let the guy on the other side get past you. Opposite? Mu Qingyun looked up, saw the couple, and couldn't help but smile. How childish. Why would you argue with those kids? Lin Yuan held her hand tightly and said something shocking. A man is a boy until he dies. Mu Qingyun shook his head helplessly, but a smile remained on his lips. Being able to walk hand in hand with Lin Yuan on campus was something she had never thought of, but she never expected that the day would come true. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyun often sighed at the fickleness of fate, and was even more grateful for the fate that brought them together. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan responded, "What's wrong?" "No, I just wanted to call you." Lin Yuan lowered his head in thought for a while, then replied to her. Mu Qingyun. Mu Qingyun also turned around in confusion. The two looked at each other and smiled with relief. Even though they missed each other before, fate brought them together again. Perhaps this was destined. No matter what happened before, from the moment they got married, they would only have each other by their side. Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold Mu Qingyun's hand tightly. "Thank you, my wife, for not giving up on liking me." Mu Qingyun said yes softly. The breeze blew past the two of them, lifting their clothes, and dots of light sprinkled on their bodies, making them look like a peaceful and tranquil life. The classes for students in the Department of Performance are generally located in the school auditorium. Firstly, it is for convenience, and secondly, the facilities there are naturally complete. Besides, the school leaders are very smart. After all, they can't let Bailey Wan's equipment only be used at the art festival and let it gather dust the rest of the time, right? The students of the performance department are the cleaners with the best equipment. As a result, they managed to renovate a few more classrooms in the school auditorium. "Hello, senior." When Lin Yuan and his friends just walked in, they happened to meet their younger classmates finishing get out of class, many of whom knew Mu Qingyun. After all, as the beauty of the finance department, she has topped the list of confession walls many times, and many people have left an impression on her. Youth. When Lin Yuan saw the clear stupidity in their eyes, he suddenly missed the simple self he was back then. "What are you reminiscing about?" Mu Qingyun pinched Lin Yuan's waist and said, "You guy, did you think that schoolgirl is pretty again?" and took a few more glances at her. "Wife, this is a misunderstanding. How dare I do that?" Lin Yuan quickly begged for mercy. As they walked, the door of a rehearsal room in front of them opened and a man walked out. After seeing Mu Qingyun, he paused. "Mu Qingyun?" he called out uncertainly. Mu Qingyun took a look and recognized the man. He asked in surprise, "Hongfeng? Why are you here? It's really you." After waiting for Mu Qingyun's answer, Hongfeng breathed a sigh of relief and walked over. "Why did you come back so suddenly?" Mu Qingyun didn't explain too much, and said vaguely, "I came back to do something." "I see." Hongfeng wanted to say something more, but when he saw Lin Yuan standing beside him, his expression turned strange. "Student Lin is here too." Mu Qingyun knew that Lin Yuan had a bad reputation among his peers, so he added, "Is there something you want to talk to me about? If not, we have other things to do." "Nothing. I wanted to invite you to our party. He Haobo just came back from abroad, and many of us are welcoming him. But now it seems." Before Hongfeng could finish his words, another person walked out of the room. "Hongfeng, you kid, why are you dawdling when I asked you to go out and get something?" As the man was talking, he was stunned when he saw Mu Qingyun. Mu Qingyun? When he saw Mu Qingyun, his initial shock quickly turned into surprise. "Why are you here too?" Before Mu Qingyun could say anything, he continued acting and talking. "Good fellow, Hongfeng, you invited Mu Qingyun back without telling me in advance. Isn't this a big surprise?" Mu Qingyun looked at He Haobo indifferently. "Long time no see. It's been such a long time. It seems like you stopped replying my messages after I went abroad in my junior year, and we lost contact since then." As He Haobo spoke, his hand was about to fall on Mu Qingyun. Unfortunately, he was stopped by someone before he could meet Mu Qingyun. He Haobo's face darkened instantly. He wanted to see clearly who was stopping him, but when he looked over, he saw Lin Yuan standing nearby. Just now, all he could see was Mu Qingyun, and he didn't notice that there was someone else beside her. "Why is it you?" When He Haobo said this, the surprise in his eyes turned into contempt, and even mixed with a hint of bad luck. "I'm here to keep my wife company. Do you have any objection?" "My wife?" He Haobo spoke haltingly, his eyes full of disbelief. "So what they said was true? You actually married this licker?" It would have been fine if He Haobo didn't say anything, but as soon as the word dog liquor came out, the other three people fell silent instantly. Especially Mu Qingyun, the coldness on his face was even more obvious. He Haobo, watch your words. Mu Qingyun seems to be friendly to everyone, but when he gets really angry, he will not care about any feelings at all. Besides, she and He Haobo were not familiar with each other, so if we were to talk about their relationship, it was that this guy was pestering her. In a sense, this guy is also a bootlicker. Did I say anything wrong? The whole school knows that Lin Yuan is a bootlicker. Mu Qingyun, what on earth were you thinking to marry such a coward? He Haobo didn't realize his mistake at all and continued to output crazily. How could Mu Qingyun tolerate others talking about Lin Yuan? When she was about to fight back, Lin Yuan stopped her. Wife, why should we bother with this guy? Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun in his arms, and his hands were still on Mu Qingyun's buttocks, ravaging him twice. He is just a single dog, it is normal for him to be jealous of us. Isn't it better to eat dog food more often? Mu Qingyun's face turned red, and she punched Lin Yuan's chest with her fist, hate, hate. Although she said that, her body actually went forward to greet him honestly. He Haobo saw all this and was so angry that he was about to explode. His white moonlight was just allowed to be ravaged by another man. As a man, he would never allow this to happen. One of the reasons why he returned to China this time was because Mu Qingyun got married. When he saw the news in a foreign country, he wanted to rush back to China and snatch Mu Qingyun back. What exactly made me inferior to Lin Yuan, that bootlicker? He has money. He still has the power. If we talk about being well matched, their family definitely qualifies. However, Mu Qingyun actually fell in love with this guy Lin Yuan. A huge feeling of frustration came over him, but He Haobo would never admit that he lost to Lin Yuan. You're not going to get angry just because I said a few words to you, are you? Don't forget, you're a bootlicker. You haven't gotten angry even after licking Wang Rong for so long. Why, now that you're hooking up with Mu Qingyun and have a little money, your temper has gotten worse. He Haobo was still relentless and spoke while taking advantage of Lin Yuan's pain. At this time, the system that had been silent for a long time once again heard a sound. 1. Allow He Haobo to abuse you, and reward him with double the title of licking dog. 2. Expose He Haobo's hypocritical mask and gain an extra 2 centimeters on any part of your body. When Lin Yuan saw the reward at the back, he was stunned, but he still took care of the things in front of him. He Haobo's hypocritical mask. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered an embarrassing situation he had encountered once. Should this count as well, right? Why, you're not talking anymore. He Haobo thought he was in control. Is it because I was right that you don't dare to speak anymore? I've seen a lot of men like you, Mu Qingyun. This guy is only licking you for your money. Don't be fooled by him. Who knows, one day he might kick you away after getting the money. You sound so real, could it be that you have done these things? Lin Yuan asked back coldly, stumping He Haobo. What are you talking about? It's nothing. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, I just think what you said is very vivid. Could it be that you have done something like this before? He Haobo's face changed suddenly when he heard this. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who would do such a thing? How would I know? Lin Yuan shrugged helplessly. Before that, I was young and ignorant. However, I have seen many people being young and ignorant. He Haobo's eyes were wandering. Mu Qingyun noticed the change in He Haobo, then looked at Lin Yuan's calm expression, and suddenly he couldn't tell who the victim was. You have to know that when I was a bootlicker, I was stationed downstairs of the girls' dormitory for a long time. I know exactly what you did. Memories of the past surfaced and He Haobo panicked instantly. Don't talk nonsense about what you have done or not done. Lin Yuan sneered, I haven't said anything yet, why are you so excited? Could it be that you really did something you didn't dare to do? Shut up. He tried to cover Lin Yuan's mouth, but Lin Yuan just turned his body slightly and dodged it. He Haobo lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. What is it? Mu Qingyun looked at the two people who were talking as if they were playing charades, and asked. It's not a big deal, it's just a mistake that all men make. Lin Yuan told the story of He Haobo's past in just a few words. Besides, this guy is a thrill seeker and would trick little girls into not wearing an umbrella. After something happened, he relied on his family's wealth to give them money and send them away. After hearing these words, Mu Qingyun's eyes when looking at He Haobo changed from indifference at first to disgust. I thought you were just pestering me, but I didn't expect there was such a person behind you. No. It's not like that. He Haobo wanted to defend himself, but the coldness in Mu Qingyun's eyes blocked all his escape routes. Chapter 23, Hypocritical Nice Guy. No. It's not like that. He Haobo grabbed Mu Qingyun's sleeve. Qingyun, please listen to my explanation. It's not like that, it's Lin Yuan who is slandering me. Yes, that's right. He must be worried that he can't beat me, so he uses such a despicable method to deal with me. You must believe me. He Haobo insisted that it was Lin Yuan's fault. But no one listened to his explanation. The noise outside attracted the attention of people in the room, and many people stuck their heads out to see what was going on. When Mu Qingyun saw him like this, a hint of disgust appeared in his eyes, but he still gave him a way out and did not expose He Haobo's crimes in front of so many people. No matter what the truth is, please pay attention. I am a married woman. Please let go of your hand. He Haobo looked very embarrassed, but with so many people watching, if he didn't know what was tactful, who knew what else Lin Yuan would do? Helplessly, he had to let go of Mu Qingyun's hand. Just when he was about to go back in shame, he was stopped by Lin Yuan. Wait, did I let you go? He Haobo turned around angrily and said, Lin Yuan, what else do you want? I advise you not to push your luck. As he spoke, he lowered his voice and threatened, don't think you are great just because you married into the Mu family. I tell you, if you talk back to me again, I will make sure you don't suffer. Lin Yuan smiled. He originally wanted to let He Haobo go, but this guy was so blind that he ran into the gunpoint. This is not up to him. Lin Yuan said coldly, apologize. Apologize? He Haobo laughed disdainfully. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You want me to apologize? Are you dreaming? Are you sure? When He Haobo saw Lin Yuan's expression, his laughter stopped abruptly. Why does this guy look so confident of winning? Could it be? He Haobo couldn't help but think more. He has always been secretive in what he does, so it is impossible for anyone to catch him. This guy Lin Yuan must be bluffing. Thinking of this, He Haobo felt more confident. I advise you to leave quickly. I don't want to argue with you. He Haobo raised his foot and was about to leave. Are you sure you don't care? I have evidence in my hand. Lin Yuan waved the phone in his hand. How is that possible? He Haobo sneered, totally not believing that there was anything in Lin Yuan's phone. As a result, when he saw the content in Lin Yuan's mobile phone, his face changed instantly. It was a video. Although it had not been played yet, He Haobo immediately remembered the incident when he saw the familiar scene. He Haobo pointed at Lin Yuan and asked, how did you get this? It's human nature to watch the fun, so I just took the photo. Lin Yuan smiled and clicked the play button on the video. Then, a noisy sound came from the speaker of the mobile phone, and several cars sped past in the background. After the sound of the car faded away, I could vaguely hear a few human voices. After a rustling sound, the human voice gradually became clearer. Baby, let's stop making trouble, okay? I told you, I don't want to shed tears. Do you know how much harm this will cause to me? The girl's voice in the video sounded a little broken, but in comparison, the boy's voice seemed particularly calm. We are still young, and this child will become a burden to us. The boy gently comforted the girl, can we consider having a child after we graduate? The boy's gentle tone makes people feel particularly convinced. After hearing this, the girl cried a little quieter and asked uncertainly. Haobo, is what you said true? He Haobo chuckled, baby, when have I ever lied to you? Don't you believe me? If I don't believe you, I will swear an oath right now. If I let Li Changchang down, my life. Before he could finish his words, Li Changchang covered his mouth. No need to say, I believe you. Li Changchang choked for a long time and said again, will you really be responsible for me? Of course, trust me. Okay, I'll listen to you. The picture on the phone changed, and the originally dim scene was suddenly broken by a swaying light. In the shabby streets, there was a flashing red cross, which looked like a small, nameless clinic. Is this place really okay? Li Changchang stood at the door, hesitating for a long time. Don't worry, many people in our school do this here. He Haobo coaxed Li Changchang into the room and whispered in her ear, no one here will know about you. It would be bad if you go to the hospital and get caught by acquaintances. Can Li Changchang wanted to retort, but the nurse from the clinic had already come over. As for what was said, it was not very clear due to the distance and the extreme noisiness inside, but I did record He Haobo talking to the nurse at the door when he left. As usual, the money has been transferred, you should know what to do, right? Then, He Haobo left. The video ends here. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Mu Qingyun was extremely disgusted with He Haobo. I thought this guy was just as persistent as Lin Yuan, but I didn't expect him to be such a scum. He really brought shame to the boys in their school. Hong Feng, who was standing aside, seemed to be thinking about something, and muttered, "No wonder I felt for a while that Li Changchang looked strange. Now it seems. What nonsense are you talking about?" He Haobo scolded Hong Feng, which scared him. Hong Feng covered his mouth and dared not speak anymore. "I didn't." He Haobo looked at Lin Yuan gloomily. "I didn't do this. This guy must have used software to synthesize it." Lin Yuan put away his phone and looked at him indifferently. "He Haobo, God is watching what you do. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for your actions. Wife, let's go. Don't waste time with this scumbag." Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun's hand and walked forward, but He Haobo refused to give way. "Get out of the way." Lin Yuan looked straight into He Haobo's eyes. He Haobo was not convinced in the first place, but after Lin Yuan's commotion, he could no longer hold back his face, and finally had to make way for them to leave. When leaving, Lin Yuan remembered a voice in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and reward +2 to any part of the body." Watching them slowly leave, He Haobo clenched his fists in anger. When he returned to the classroom with a stern face, he found that many people were looking at him strangely. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before?" Seeing this, He Haobo vented all his anger towards everyone. Everyone was silent for a long time. "Bah, garbage." One person couldn't help it anymore, and left after despising He Haobo. After seeing this, the others also left. "He Haobo, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You're still pretending to be a gentleman, you beast. It's so fucking disgusting. Just thinking about getting to know you is a disgusting thing." Hong Feng looked at He Haobo deeply and said, "You've really gone too far. Not only did you play with other people's feelings, but you also made them infertile for life. Do you know how much of a blow this was to her? If it weren't for you, her future life will definitely be brilliant, but you have ruined someone else's life." Hong Feng also left angrily. For a moment, He Haobo was the only one left in the huge classroom, and the surroundings were filled with mess left over from the carnival. He Haobo was so angry that he overturned the table. "This guy Lin Yuan made me look ridiculous, I must teach him a lesson. Isn't he just a bootlicker? See if I can kill you." Lin Yuan and his friend were looking for a performance club. After being disturbed by what happened to He Haobo just now, the atmosphere between the two of them became much quieter. After a long while, Mu Qingyun said, "Husband, you are not the kind of person who likes to gossip." She knew Lin Yuan's character and this kind of thing was totally not his style. Lin Yuan did not deny Mu Qingyun's words. "And you?" Mu Qingyun wanted to ask Lin Yuan why he did this, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't know how to bring it up. Lin Yuan explained, "Everyone knows that He Haobo pursued you. After all, you and I knew each other at that time. I couldn't let a scumbag ruin you. So this is for me?" Mu Qingyun covered his mouth in surprise. "I guess so." Lin Yuan didn't know why he did this. He only remembered that he recorded the video after he came to his senses. "Perhaps, after He Haobo catches up with you, I will show you this video. As for what happens between you and him in the future, that is your own decision. I can only help you up to this point at that time. I just didn't expect." Lin Yuan suddenly changed the subject, and his cold eyes softened. "Finally we are together." Chapter 24, This Wave, the advantage lies in money. Ah. As the two walked in, they heard a high-pitched ah sound coming from the classroom over there. They thought it was the younger students in the club practicing. Knock knock knock. Lin Yuan knocked on the door. Soon, someone opened the door for them. The people inside were a little confused at first, but after seeing Mu Qingyun, the doubts on their faces disappeared instantly. "Senior, you're here." When she screamed, everyone in the club looked over. "Hello, Senior." "Senior, why are you back?" "Senior sister." After a while, the crowd surrounded them. Everyone. Mu Qingyun didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic and was a little overwhelmed. As a result, when I turned my head, I saw Lin Yuan's gloomy eyes. Wife, you are so popular, as your husband I feel so much pressure. No. Who knew that those little brats would get even more excited? After a while of noise, everyone finally quieted down. Suddenly, a man stood up. Does everyone remember that feeling just now? Everyone nodded. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at each other. Remember what? The two of them looked around in confusion, until one of the schoolgirls couldn't help laughing out loud, and then the rest of them joined in laughing. In an instant, laughter broke out in the classroom. After all, he is studying acting, so his laughter is a little different from others. What are they all laughing at? Mu Qingyun was a little confused at the moment. Suddenly, something cold touched Mu Qingyun's face. Nothing, I just treated you guys as NPCs for a while. NPC? Mu Qingyun turned his head and found that it was his former partner and junior high school classmate, Qin Sihui. You guys have been quite popular recently, so I asked them to be my fangirls for a while. How is it? It feels good, right? Qin Sihui said this and threw a bottle of water to Lin Yuan. Hello, brother-in-law. Lin Yuan didn't expect that this junior schoolgirl was quite enthusiastic, so he responded. It's okay. Mu Qingyun was wondering why that group of younger classmates were so weird, but he didn't expect that they would even make a cameo appearance. By the way, why did seniors suddenly want to come to school to look for someone? After taking 2 sips of water, Qin Sihui asked. After all, Mu Qingyun only mentioned it briefly on the phone and didn't explain it clearly. Now that he was in front of her, she had to ask clearly, at least to give an explanation to the members. My husband and I are currently planning to set up an advertising company, but we need models. Model? Qin Sihui wondered, we study acting, so it shouldn't be related to this, right? Modeling is just a start, we want to enter the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry. Qin Sihui took a breath. Because her voice was so loud, many people's attention was focused on them. They study acting in order to enter the entertainment industry. If their senior schoolmate has connections, it will undoubtedly provide them with a shortcut. So you're going to start from scratch? Mu Qingyun nodded. Qin Sihui pondered for a while, but amateurs creating stars, especially those of our class. Don't you have any good plans? The couple shook their heads. Does that have anything to do with the people in the circle? The two shook their heads again. Qin Sihui was shocked. Senior, you have nothing and you still want to enter the entertainment industry. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? She said it so bluntly that both of them felt embarrassed. Senior sister. Although the road for art students from our school may be a little difficult, the road you have opened for us seems to be even more difficult. Mu Qingyun felt embarrassed by what Qin Sihui said. Hubby, please say something. Mu Qingyun's face turned red with embarrassment, and he pulled Lin Yuan, who was silent on the side. Lin Yuan said calmly, we have money. The sound was not loud, but because the classroom had very good soundproof walls, the sound echoed for a long time and fell into everyone's ears. Rich? Hearing this, Qin Sihui's eyes lit up. It's good to be rich. Senior sister, I take back what I said before. Qin Sihui changed her attitude in the blink of an eye. This connection is important, but it's better to be rich. Isn't there a saying that goes, money makes the world go round? Qin Sihui was very sociable and attracted by people. She abandoned Mu Qingyun in a few seconds, crossed her legs, and crawled in front of Lin Yuan. Brother-in-law, how much money do you have? Lin Yuan was shocked. Are all the junior high school girls nowadays so powerful in society? He glanced at Mu Qingyun and found that she just shrugged helplessly and didn't say much. Lin Yuan touched his nose and said, it's only a few 100 million. Fuck. How many hundreds of millions? The light in Qin Sihui's eyes was almost turning into Ultraman, and it almost blinded Lin Yuan's eyes. Brother-in-law, tell me what conditions you want, and I'll find them for you, but before that, why don't you consider me first? Qin Sihui blinked her eyes, looking like a completely different person from when they came in just now. Alright, why are you still pushing it further? Mu Qingyun couldn't bear it anymore and pulled Qin Sihui back. Sister, brother-in-law, please consider me. Qin Sihui was still yelling when she was dragged away. Although the distance between them was not far, Qin Sihui created an aura that they were a million miles apart. Your acting is good enough, you haven't regressed, please stop now and get down to business. Mu Qingyun had long seen through Qin Sihui's tricks and let her play for a while. Ha! The senior sister saw through it. Qin Sihui smiled shyly, completely different from the community bull just now. Now it was Lin Yuan's turn to be stunned. She? Why did she change her face again? Does this girl have schizophrenia? When Mu Qingyun saw Lin Yuan's expression, he knew that he had misunderstood and hurriedly explained. As long as they are in the club, the members of their acting club are basically immersed in acting. On the one hand, it is to maintain basic skills, and on the other hand, it is also to practice acting and improve the ability to improvise. Mu Qingyun reminded, so the junior high school girl in front of you is actually a social phobia. Social phobia? Lin Yuan was full of disbelief. If this guy is socially anxious, then how social can I be? It's not that exaggerated. I just don't like dealing with others. Qin Sihui's speech was much calmer now than before, but she was indeed not as lively anymore. Okay, let's get to the point. Mu Qingyun spoke up and brought the topic back. I'm sure you all understand the purpose of our visit this time. Is there anyone willing to join us? After these words were spoken, the people around fell silent, and then many people began to whisper. Qin Sihui cleared her throat. Senior, you know that our line of work relies on youth. Qin Sihui's words were very tactful. Even if they make their own way outside, they will at least have a chance to make it. But if they join Lin Yuan's company, no one is sure what their future will be like. Don't worry about this. Although we don't have channels in the entertainment industry, we have many channels in the business circle. In the initial stage, we have new product cooperation with Ponzi, Judwa, and Griba. As long as you pass the screening of Party A, you will be the protagonist of this advertisement. Everyone in the audience took a breath. What do you mean these are all we have at this stage for a company with nothing? This is already amazing, right? Qin Sihui thought for a while, although it's not a big brand, it's also a good priced domestic product. Did you really get it? Lin Yuan replied, of course, if you don't believe it, we still have a contract. There's no need to go to this extent. Qin Sihui stopped Lin Yuan's movements. Can I ask, how did you get it? Lin Yuan said, it was made by spending money. Really a good idea. Qin Sihui was stunned for a moment, but at the same time felt that what he said made sense. She complained in her heart, damn rich people. I don't have any problem here, how about you guys? Qin Sihui turned around and asked the people in the club. Boss, we don't have any problem either. Everyone responded. After getting an accurate answer, Qin Sihui said, we all have no problem. We will select people according to your plan in the future. But let me say this in advance. If we don't see any results within 2 years, can you please give them the right to choose? A brand new company is a tricky thing both for their community and for Mu Qingyun. However, luck is the main factor in their industry. Red is a metaphysics, it all depends on fate. Therefore, Qin Sihui was willing to take a gamble with Mu Qingyun. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it fails, 2 years is not a long time. I promise you. Mu Qingyun knew that without Qin Sihui's help, these people would not agree to her request. They agreed to it because of her face. As a senior student, she would definitely not let down her juniors. Okay, it's settled then. Qin Sihui extended her hand to Lin Yuan and said, it's a pleasure to work with you. It's been a pleasure working with you. When Lin Yuan and the others were about to leave, they had only taken 2 steps when they heard a voice passing by them. They stopped and looked around, but couldn't find the source of the sound. Just as they were wondering, a child's voice called them. Hey, you two, aren't you taking this a bit too far? Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at each other, trying to find the source of the sound, but found a child standing behind them. They were a little confused as to when this child appeared. Before they could figure out what was going on, the people behind them were already laughing so hard that they couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha, help me, what did I see? How can it be so funny? Luo Xiaoxi, ha ha, we really don't mean to laugh at you, but it's really too funny. Mu Qingyun asked, what happened? Luo Xiaoxi looked at the 2 giants in front of her angrily, pointing at them, and was so angry that she couldn't utter a word. Qin Sihui walked over and picked up Luo Xiaoxi, so that she could be at eye level with Lin Yuan and the others. She explained, when you left, you didn't notice that there was another person at the door. She just walked through you. Chapter 25, The Daughter of the Entertainment Boss. Everyone looked at each other. Lin Yuan looked down and found that the distance between him and Mu Qingyun was just enough for one person to pass through. But the prerequisite is that the person needs to be thinner. Lin Yuan looked at Luo Xiaoxi and saw that the person in front of him just met the prerequisite. Seeing everyone's expressions, the scene just now reappeared in his mind again. Puff! Lin Yuan couldn't help laughing after all, and couldn't help but touch the head of the child in front of him. Little friend, you still need to drink more milk so that you can grow taller. As soon as he said this, everyone laughed even louder. Yu Luo Xiaoxi pointed at Lin Yuan, her tongue twisting in anger. You're still laughing. You're really going too far. Okay. Qin Sihui comforted Luo Xiaoxi, seniors didn't do it on purpose, just calm down. Senior? Bah, what kind of senior? Luo Xiaoxi looked at Lin Yuan with disdain. Wait until I cut him into pieces, and then I'll show him who is the little bully here. Stop it, they are here to discuss business with us. Business? After hearing this, Luo Xiaoxi became much quieter. What business can we discuss? We are a poor family, how can we discuss business with others? As soon as Luo Xiaoxi said this, everyone fell silent, and Qin Sihui also had several black lines on her forehead. Luo Xiaoxi, you will die if you don't speak up. You have offended both sides. Qin Sihui threw Luo Xiaoxi aside and said, let me see who will speak up for you. After hearing this, Luo Xiaoxi just hummed twice but didn't say anything else. Instead, Mu Qingyun on the side was silently reciting her name. Luo Xiaoxi. Why do I feel it sounds familiar? Mu Qingyun thought about it carefully, and suddenly a picture flashed through his mind, and he asked aloud. Are you Luo Chenghua's daughter? Luo Xiaoxi supported her waist with her hands and said proudly, of course, what, now that you realize my identity, you want to apologize to me? When Lin Yuan heard this, he was a little surprised. Luo Chenghua, he is the CEO of Excellence Entertainment, the boss of the entire entertainment industry. I didn't expect that her daughter was actually in their school. It seems that Luo Chenghua hid himself so well that the news was not even leaked by the paparazzi. However, Luo Xiaoxi did not wait for the two people's apology. She looked up and saw that the two men were whispering to each other, completely ignoring the fact that she was so angry in front of them. Hey, you two, don't take it too far. Luo Xiaoxi was about to pounce on her with her teeth bared, but was held back by Qin Sihui. Alright, I've already told you that I didn't mean it, so just shut up, you little bully. Afterwards, Lin Yuan and the other man expressed their apologies. Humph. You guys are at least a bit discerning. Luo Xiaoxi accepted the apologies from the two men. Then, after hearing the purpose of Lin Yuan and the others coming here, she said casually. Sister Qin, how can a new company compare to our excellence? In my opinion, everyone should go directly to my father's company, and you will definitely have a meal. Luo Xiaoxi spoke a lot and looked at Lin Yuan with a smug look on her face as she spoke. Qin Sihui heard this and just said softly, Luo Xiaoxi, be careful with your words, or don't blame me for throwing you out later. Luo Xiaoxi shrugged angrily, stuck out her tongue at Lin Yuan, then walked aside and joined the other members. Brother-in-law, senior sister, don't take it to heart. Luo Xiaoxi is just like that. She is not a bad person by nature. Her arrogant and domineering behavior is caused by being spoiled. Qin Sihui explained a few things to Luo Xiaoxi. Lin Yuan and his friend naturally did not take the child's willfulness to heart. After all, such a cute child was hard to resist rubbing. He finally understood why some people were slaves to their daughters. Having such a lovely daughter, if I don't become a daughter con man, who will? On the way back, Lin Yuan used the excuse of having a stomachache and stayed in the bathroom for a while. The system's reward just arrived, but he didn't have time to pay attention to it then. Now is a good time to ask the system. Any part of the body plus 2 centimeters, can it be anywhere? Of course, anywhere is fine. Lin Yuan thought for a while and added it to the hidden place. Not long after, he felt the changes in his body. He went into the bathroom, looked down, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. This reward is really quite impressive. The screening process went smoothly afterwards, and the candidates for each project were basically determined. Their company had a dedicated team to manage the next filming tasks, so Lin Yuan didn't need to worry too much. Mu Qingyun, on the other hand, couldn't sit still and would go over to take a look every now and then. Lin Yuan thought that their office and the studio were relatively close, so he didn't go over to supervise. However, what puzzled Lin Yuan was that Qin Sihui, who had shouted the most happily at the beginning, did not make any sound at all. He originally thought that he would see Qin Sihui's name on the list, but after waiting for 3 days, her list was still not submitted. After asking, Lin Yuan found out that Qin Sihui had not prepared a resume for this at all. What on earth is this guy thinking? Not long after, Mu Qingyun pushed open the door of his office, his eyes full of excitement. Hubby, I didn't expect that the students in our school are so outstanding. Do you know how long it took for Ponzi to make that line just now? Lin Yuan smiled softly. How long? It took less than 2 hours. The people sent by Ponzi were stunned to complete the filming task in such a short time. That's great, and besides, my wife wrote such an excellent plan, so it's naturally fast. Although it was a cooperation, Ponzi gave all the choices to Lin Yuan. Perhaps their original intention was not to cooperate, but to get to know Lin Yuan. After all, what can a kid from a rich family do? Mu Qingyun was so angry that he took over all the cooperation and wrote the plan and designed the script himself. No one will be in a bad mood when their work is recognized. She smiled shyly. Honey, I'm almost embarrassed by your compliments. What's there to be embarrassed about? My wife is already great. Lin Yuan asked Mu Qingyun to sit on him. Come here, give me a hug. No, I'm dirty. I'll go change my clothes first. As he was talking, Mu Qingyun walked to a small cubicle next to the office and came out after changing his clothes. Honey, if we continue at this pace, maybe our star-making plan can actually succeed. I'm suddenly a little excited. Lin Yuan looked over when he heard the voice and saw that Mu Qingyun had changed out of her professional attire into a white shirt and jeans. Her fair skin highlighted her youthful beauty. Mu Qingyun felt Lin Yuan's burning gaze and his face began to turn red. Hubby, what's wrong? No. Lin Yuan said foolishly, I think you are very beautiful, my wife. Click. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening. That. Qin Sihui stood at the door and saw the scene inside. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should go in or not. Why are you here? Lin Yuan was a little surprised when he saw Qin Sihui, but Mu Qingyun next to him quickly invited her in. And explained, I asked her to come over. After sitting down, Mu Qingyun asked, Qin Sihui, why didn't you participate in this screening? Not interested. Qin Sihui blurted out the words without thinking, and these words surprised Lin Yuan. If she really had no interest, why would she go to such lengths for the members? How could someone who is devoted to the performing arts career not be interested in this? However, Mu Qingyun didn't seem surprised. Have you found the way? Qin Sihui lowered her eyelashes, pondered for a while, and said leisurely, no. Take one step at a time, and see. I am a free-spirited person, and I don't want to be trapped by these things. Mu Qingyun hesitated for a while, and finally said, actually, I asked you to come here today for something else. I know. It's because of Luo Xiaoxi's matter, right? Before Mu Qingyun could finish her words, Qin Sihui said what she wanted to say. You know everything? Mu Qingyun glanced at Lin Yuan. She did this without telling Lin Yuan. But judging from the situation, Lin Yuan's expression didn't seem to have changed. Reading people's expressions is the foundation of professional performance. Moreover, if you can get on the line of excellence group, let's not talk about how high you can reach in the future, but at least you can leap into the ranks of first-tier companies. You are still as sharp as ever. Mu Qingyun sighed lightly, somewhat helplessly, with your brain, it would be a waste of talent if you don't come to study business. I said I am free-spirited by nature. These things are not what I want, but... Qin Sihui changed the subject quickly. I advise you to be more careful. Excellence Group will not cooperate with you just because you are on good terms with Luo Xiaoxi. Don't look at Luo Xiaoxi talking nonsense all day long, just listen to him. That guy is very smart. You are not qualified for this cooperation. Lin Yuan sat up and said, we may not be able to be compared with Excellence Group right now, but it is only a matter of time before we reach the level of Excellence Group or even surpass it. Qin Sihui looked at Lin Yuan deeply. So confident? Confidence is the capital of everything. Isn't it the same with your acting? The acting that can even fool yourself is undoubtedly the best acting. Your metaphor is quite appropriate. By the way, you didn't come all the way here just for this matter, did you? Lin Yuan stared at Qin Sihui in front of him, trying to find some flaws on her face. It's definitely not just about this one thing, but... Before Qin Sihui could finish her words, the office door was violently kicked open. Everyone looked over and found that the person coming was Luo Xiaoxi. Luo Xiaoxi looked around, and when she saw Qin Sihui, she wanted to pounce on her directly. However, she saw Lin Yuan behind her, and her originally excited expression instantly drooped. Qin Sihui, didn't you say you were going to my company? Why are you coming to this bastard's company now? Chapter 26: The Road of Domestic Products. Luo Xiaoxi looked at everyone with anger on her face. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were both confused and didn't know what had just happened. Stop it! Qin Sihui was about to pull Luo Xiaoxi out, but the little guy was very smart. He took a step back to avoid Qin Sihui's hand and slipped in front of Lin Yuan. I'm telling you, don't go after my sister Qin. She's mine. As Luo Xiaoxi spoke, her eyes fell on Lin Yuan's desk. She asked with some confusion, "Are you Lin Yuan?" "It's me." Lin Yuan responded calmly. Luo Xiaoxi looked at Lin Yuan several times, and after moving her lips a few times, she still didn't say anything, but just took Qin Sihui away. When leaving, he did not forget to mock Lin Yuan's small company. She knows you? Mu Qingyun, also a woman, keenly noticed the abnormality. How did you two meet? Lin Yuan complained bitterly, "Wife, it's unfair. I don't even know how she knew me. A man's mouth is a lie." Mu Qingyun threw down a few words and ran out to supervise the work, leaving Lin Yuan alone in this huge office. Night. In a certain building. A man sat in the boss chair, looking at documents leisurely, and behind him was the brightly lit Magic City. Looking down from a high place, you can have a panoramic view of the Magic City. At this time, a woman came in. The man put down the document and said, "How are you doing with what I asked you to learn today?" "Mr. Su, I have learned everything the teacher taught me." Wang Rong raised her head slightly, but still didn't dare to look directly at Su Weibin. After he picked her up from outside the hotel that day, he said he wanted to help her take revenge on Lin Yuan, but in the end, he only asked her to learn some etiquette and other things, and didn't mention anything else. This made her wonder what this guy named Su Weibin was planning. Very good. A sneer appeared on Su Weibin's lips. He stood up and walked to the French window, overlooking the night view of the entire Magic City, and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Lin Yuan, if you offend me, you will pay the price." The shooting task was completed quickly, and with the help of Lin Yuan's capable employees, the post-production was sorted out in no time and then packaged up and handed over to Party A. This action was so fast that many people looked at Lin Yuan and his wife with admiration. They originally thought that Lin Yuan was just playing around, but who knew he was actually quite capable. After the finished products of the shooting were posted on various social platforms by the brands, these domestic brands became a little popular. "This brand is cheap and big. I didn't expect they would be willing to spend money on advertising," moms are so relieved. "But, sisters, can you please go easy on them and buy out the stock? Who said that we don't have good domestic brands? Isn't this one here? Not only is it economical, it also has a high cost-performance ratio. How can those foreign brands compare?" In my opinion, they should learn from this advertising company and take on more domestic brands, so that we all know what conscientious domestic products are. I just want to say that the protagonists in that movie are all good. Which agency are they from? I want to know more about my future husband or wife. Sisters above, me too. They all look like newcomers. I wonder which company signed them. Brothers and sisters have bright futures. The director gave a briefing on this at the company's weekly meeting. Regarding the follow-up of last week's project, the number of views of each video is still steadily increasing. If nothing unexpected happens, it should bring another week of popularity, which is more than 1 week longer than Party A expected. Regarding the popularity of the artist, although the company has not yet opened a personal account for him, we can take advantage of this momentum to put this matter into practice. We can just use this wave of popularity to introduce new people. Regarding the subsequent project cooperation, I have discussed with my colleagues in the planning team. Since we became popular as a small domestic product, and domestic products are the new trend at the moment, at this stage, we choose a conservative plan and contact more domestic brands. On the one hand, we promote domestic products, and on the other hand, we promote our newcomers. The director was talking non-stop, but Lin Yuan only listened to a few of his sentences. It's not that their ideas are bad, but compared to the goal in his mind, their methods are too slow. "Boss, do you have any other questions?" After the director finished speaking, he prepared to ask Lin Yuan for his opinion. Who knew that Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "Just follow this plan for now and make the company famous. Only then will others be more interested in us." Learn. After Lin Yuan gave a few simple instructions, the weekly meeting came to an end. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. "Hubby, we're off to a great start, why aren't you happy at all?" Mu Qingyun came over and rubbed Lin Yuan's face. "Not enough, far from enough. Domestic products are very good, but we need to create a phenomenal domestic product, so that we can gain a foothold." Phenomenon level? Mu Qingyun was stunned. But these things are commonly used brands. It may be difficult to make them phenomenal. So, this is our top priority. After all, our path must be correct. Domestic products may look ordinary, but don't forget that we have a large population base. If we can make domestic products have a brand effect but still sell them at everyday prices, this will drive a lot of sales. Also, we have to be fast. The faster the better. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then said, "It may not attract other people's attention once or twice, but if it happens too many times, there will definitely be many people who will follow our example. If we still haven't made a name for ourselves by then, we should change our track." His concerns were not groundless. In this era of rapid internet development, whoever can be one step faster will be able to occupy the commanding heights in the field. But there are so many domestic products, we can't try them one by one. Mu Qingyun expressed his concerns. "Wife, it seems we have the same idea." Lin Yuan smiled, "Of course we won't try them one by one. We just need to see if there is any opportunity that can help us become famous in one fell swoop." Opportunity? When Mu Qingyun saw Lin Yuan's smile, he knew that he had an idea in mind. After Lin Yuan took out his cell phone and made a call, he took Mu Qingyun's hand and said, "Wife, let's go and have dinner." A car was speeding on the road, and then with a beautiful swing, it stopped steadily in front of Gus' hotel. Lin Yuan felt a little unfamiliar with the place after not being here for a long time. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin." Seeing this, the servant at the door immediately trotted over and opened the car door for Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. After all, Lin Yuan had come so many times in this flashy sports car, and many employees had already memorized his license plate number. After the two got off the car, the hotel's housekeeper took them upstairs. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, the boss is already waiting for you in the box. Please follow me. Thank you for your help." As they followed the butler in, many employees asked them questions along the way. If one didn't know this, one might have thought that Lin Yuan and the other were the chairman of the hotel. Bite. The elevator reached the 32nd floor. The butler led the two of them out. Before they entered, they heard voices coming from inside the box. The housekeeper pushed open the door, and hearty laughter came out from inside. Su Yanghe looked outside and found that it was Lin Yuan who came, so he immediately came to greet him. "Hey, bro, long time no see. I really missed you so much." Su Yanghe was a man of his age, but he spoke frankly, causing everyone in the room to laugh. "Brother, you are so enthusiastic. Come on, brother, sister-in-law, come in quickly." Su Yanghe invited Lin Yuan to the main seat. Come on, let me introduce you to everyone, this is the boss of Yuanmu Company, Lin Yuan, my brother, I hope you will take good care of me in the future." When everyone heard this, they all raised their glasses of wine. This must be Brother Lin. I always see him on the internet, but now I finally see him in person. "Boss Su, your brother doesn't need us to take care of him. You don't know that their company's first advertisement was on the hot search list within 3 hours, and the following advertisements were also like this. Those products are now making a lot of money. With such ability, we old guys are inferior to them. You said we're taking care of us, but you might as well ask your brother to look after us." They joked with each other and shortened the distance between them. "With your words, I, Su, feel relieved." Su Yanghe smiled and raised the wine in his hand. "I'll drink this glass of wine first as a sign of respect." Su Yanghe drank it all in one gulp, and many people applauded. "Boss Su has a good alcohol tolerance. We certainly can't fall behind." As they talked, they drank one cup after another. Mu Qingyun wanted to imitate them, but as soon as he raised the wine glass in his hand, it was snatched away by Lin Yuan. "Since everyone is like this, I can't spoil your fun, but I will serve my wife this glass of wine." After Lin Yuan drank 2 cups, he explained, "My wife can't drink alcohol, so I can use tea instead of alcohol, is that okay?" Everyone laughed. "I didn't expect Brother Lin to love his wife so much. My sister-in-law is really lucky. How can you talk like that? This is a perfect match made in heaven." Right. Ah, I'm so presumptuous. I'll drink a glass myself." After almost finishing his meal, Lin Yuan put down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up a glass of wine and stood up. Actually, I asked you all to come here today because I have something else I would like to ask for your help. Chapter 27, Meet the Scumbag Again. The lively scene just now suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan. Oh, Brother Lin, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. You are being so serious that we can't help but get nervous. That's right, we will definitely help you with this. Mr. Su invited us over for a meal, we can't just eat and drink for free. Su Yongha came over and said, don't worry, brother. Next time you have something to do, just go to them. After all, I have known them for many years. It shouldn't be a problem for these old guys to take care of you. With Su Yongha's words, Lin Yuan expressed his thoughts. As everyone knows, there has been a craze for domestic products on the internet these days. Our company wants to take advantage of this momentum to capture the market for domestic brands. I know that. Someone said excitedly, Brother Lin has taken care of our new products, and they have set new records in recent days. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the chairman of Judua. He nodded slightly. Mr. Zhang, we are all grateful to you for giving our company this opportunity. If we have any cooperation in the future, please keep us in mind. Director Zhang said with a smile, that's for sure. After the little episode, Lin Yuan said seriously. If possible, please introduce me to some domestic companies with larger capital. This. Everyone looked at each other. One of them said, Brother Lin, it's not that we don't want to introduce it to you. You also know the current market for domestic products. There are no large companies with capital. The revenue is not even as good as some internet celebrity products. For many companies, it's already a good thing if they can avoid losses. No one would expect to make more money. As soon as that person said this, everyone fell silent. After all, what he said was true. Lin Yuan smiled and said, if I can help you take over the domestic market, would you be willing to give it a try? Brother Lin, you are still too young. I know you are rich. But you can't just take over this market easily. If we don't try, how will we know? Lin Yuan saw the high spirits of the young man. If you can cooperate with a few domestic brands, we can seize the market. In the following time, Lin Yuan explained his plan again. After listening to this, someone asked, is this really possible? We have to give it a try to know if it's possible. Even if it fails, Brother Lin will be there to protect the capital. What are you afraid of, old man? You can't accomplish anything great if you are timid. Under the conditions offered by Lin Yuan, everyone present agreed to cooperate. Then I'll trouble you all. When leaving, someone suddenly stopped in front of Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, are you interested in attending the charity dinner? Lin Yuan paused, looked up and found that this was the owner of Siyuan Beauty. A newly emerged beauty brand, whose main target customers are students and working people. It can be considered a semi-internet celebrity brand. He asked doubtfully, charity dinner? It's like this. I happened to receive an invitation to a charity dinner a few days ago, but as you know, there's no point in going to that kind of place. So I wanted to ask you, do you want to go? Lin Yuan pondered for a while. Although it is a charity dinner, it is actually a social gathering for the bigwigs. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to be rich and powerful, otherwise you will be invisible. Let's just forget it. Lin Yuan was about to refuse, but the boss of Siyuan Group continued. I heard that it was hosted by Excellence Group. President Su just told us that Brother Lin is going to enter the entertainment industry in the future. I think this dinner should be more or less helpful to you, right? Excellence Group? That's exactly what he wants right now. I want it. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Unexpectedly, the boss who had just made the suggestion looked hesitant. Lin Yuan noticed Li Siyuan's embarrassment and asked, Mr. Li, do you have any difficulties? I suddenly remembered that the identities on the invitation are already bound. He hesitated for a while. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, let's add each other's contact information, and then I'll take you in, how about that? Why would I dislike it? Lin Yuan took out his phone and exchanged contact information with Li Siyuan. I'll ask Mr. Li to help me when the time comes. Of course, of course. After they left, Lin Yuan asked, Brother, are you going with us this time? Su Yonghe shook his head. This kind of charity is always a trick of the entertainment district. I don't have any connections there, so I can't help you, brother. Brother, what you said is too polite. Lin Yuan filled a glass of wine for Su Youngha. You have helped the brothers so much, but I haven't been able to help you as much as you did. Su Youngha took the glass of wine and said with a smile, Brother, you must be joking. In less than a week, you have already supported the new company and it is now on the right track. Brother, you are so young. In time, you will definitely be ahead of us. Ah, brother, you really think too highly of me. That's all thanks to my wife. I just gave her a little more money. Su Yunha just smiled and went to drink and eat meat with Lin Yuan. Night falls quickly. Darkness shrouds the city, but the bright lights and nightlife below intensify the endless loneliness. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun appeared at the door of a conference venue. Li Siyuan, who had been waiting for a long time, came forward and said, Brother Lin, Mrs. Lin. Mr. Li, thank you for taking such a long trip. It's not hard, let's go. Li Siyuan brought Lin Yuan and the other person into the venue. After passing the security check at the door, Li Siyuan stopped and said to Lin Yuan, Brother, I can only help you up to this point. How far you can go from here depends on Brother Lin himself. Thank you, Mr. Li. Lin Yuan smiled and said, If we have any cooperation in the future, please give me some favor, Mr. Li. That's natural. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun's hand and walked in with the crowd. What they didn't expect was that the scene inside was much more lively than outside. In addition to some big names, there are also many popular stars among them. Come to think of it, this is a charity dinner held by Excellence Group. So many people are trying their best to get in touch with Luo Qinghua, so they naturally won't miss the opportunity to show their face here. Oh no! Lin Yuan walked inside and suddenly realized something. Mu Qingyun noticed Lin Yuan's sudden change in expression and asked in a low voice, Husband, what's wrong? Wife, we seem to have forgotten to ask Mr. Li where to sit. Ah! The two looked at the chairs in front of them and suddenly became worried. Although Li Siyuan is not a big star, anyone who receives an invitation letter will surely have a seat. Charity dinners are different from other forms of dinners. Although they are called charity, they are just another form of auction. It doesn't make sense to stand during the entire auction. What should I do? Mu Qingyun looked around but didn't see anyone familiar here. Ask the servants. They should have a list. Lin Yuan didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he thought of a safer plan. However, there are always people who want to get involved. Hey, isn't this Lin the dog licker? How come he licked all the way here? He really has some skills. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the owner of the foot, then made an impatient TSK sound. What bad luck! I didn't expect to meet He Haobo in this place. What's your attitude? He Haobo already held a grudge against Lin Yuan, and now that he was looked down upon by him, his original anger instantly rose up again. Don't think you're great just because you can get into this banquet. I guess you got in because of Mu Qingyun's invitation. Lin Yuan didn't want to bother with He Haobo. Wife, let's leave. It's a waste of time not talking to scumbags. He was about to pull Mu Qingyun away when he was stopped by He Haobo again. Did I let you go? I must settle the score with you for what happened last time. It happened at school before, and he had no way to defend himself. Now that he is outside, this place can be considered his home ground. He just didn't believe that this guy Lin Yuan could make any waves here. He Haobo, right. Lin Yuan looked at He Haobo. I advise you to quit while you are ahead, otherwise, you will hurt others and yourself. Haha, you dare to threaten me? He Haobo crossed his arms across his chest, looking very disdainful. Everyone in this venue is my man, do you dare to touch me? Boring. Lin Yuan didn't want to cause trouble. The purpose of his visit was to get to know Luo Qinghua. As for a small fry like He Haobo, he even thinks this guy is in the way. Wait a minute. He Haobo seemed to have realized something. Mu Qingyun, isn't your family in the real estate business? When did you get involved in the entertainment industry? He smiled slyly. Don't you have an invitation? Seeing that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun didn't say anything, this further confirmed He Haobo's guess. Why are you silent? Could it be that I am right? He Haobo laughed evilly and shouted, Security, someone has sneaked in here. Get them out quickly. After shouting loudly, He Haobo whispered again, Mu Qingyun, if you beg me now, I can let you pretend to be my female companion so that you won't be thrown out by the security guards. You don't want to be on the top of the headlines tomorrow, do you? If your father knew that the daughter of the Mu family brought her poor husband to a charity dinner, what would he think? Mu Qingyun said coldly, He Haobua, you will only make me hate you more and more if you behave like this. So what? He Haobua didn't care at all. You are also a slut. Why are you pretending to be pure and innocent here? You're marrying Lin Yuan, maybe just to find an obedient lickspittle to take over. Otherwise, why would you choose Lin Yuan, a bootlicker? He Haobua was still talking tirelessly, completely unaware that Lin Yuan's face beside him had darkened and 2 cold rays of light shot out of his eyes. At this time, the mechanical sound of the system rang. 1. Let He Haobua bully you and you will be rewarded with 250 yuan in cash. 2. Punch He Haobua in the face and be rewarded with 5% of the shares of Excellence Group. Chapter 28 Rewards delivered to your door. Boom! A loud noise was heard throughout the venue. Everyone looked in the direction of the noise and found a person lying in the middle of the scattered chairs. The originally arranged chairs were no longer in shape, and the scene was in a mess. What is going on? Many people came here after hearing the news. Hey, isn't that the young master of the Yi family lying on the ground? What happened? Why was he beaten? I don't know. It seems like he had an argument with someone. Look, those 2 people. Why, these 2 people look familiar to me. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell here. Lin Yuan shook his hands. He had used too much force just now and his fists were still a little numb. He just watched quietly as the crowd gathered around him. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and be rewarded with 5% of the shares of Excellence Company. He Haobua just yelled, and now the security guards are in place one after another. When they saw He Haobua lying on the ground, they immediately recognized his identity and hurriedly helped him up. Master He, what happened? Let me go. He Haobua angrily shook off the support of others. A sweet taste rose up his throat and he spat it out. He Haobua looked at the bright red saliva on the ground, the anger in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Search these 2 people. If you can't find the invitation letter, throw them both out. This. The security guards looked at each other, and no one dared to move first. Most of the people who come here have status. If He Haobua makes a mistake, they will all lose their jobs. No one dares to take this risk. He Haobua noticed that the security guards beside him didn't move at all, so he gritted his teeth and said, "What are you still standing there for? Go search me. If anything happens, I'll take care of you." After hesitating for a long time, they finally walked out. Sir, madam, I'm really sorry. I would like to trouble you to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Yuan protected Mu Qingyun behind him and looked at everyone calmly in the face of danger. Do you dare to try? The security guards looked at each other and found that the 2 people in front of them did not seem to be on their list of people to pay special attention to. Their previous attitude of respect and inferiority changed instantly. Please don't make it difficult for us. If you are unwilling to cooperate, we will force the inspection. They dispersed and surrounded Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. I wonder who dares to touch my wife. Lin Yuan got ready for a fight, and He Haobua, who was standing beside him, laughed even more wildly upon seeing this. What are you still standing there for? This guy is just bluffing. He doesn't know how to fight. Just come at me. More and more spectators gathered, but no one was willing to stand up. After all, no one wants to get into trouble. Lin Yuan looked calm on the surface, but he was actually a little panicked inside. He really doesn't know how to fight. Those random moves are completely useless except for self-protection. System. Can't you give me a cheat for fighting? No, don't you have a saying that goes no reward without merit? I'll go to hell with you. Lin Yuan looked at the gradually shrinking circle in front of him with a serious expression, and saw that they were about to succeed. Suddenly, a female voice sounded. Wait. The smile on He Haobua's face suddenly stopped, and he stamped his feet in frustration. Slow down, search me quickly, these guys are from unknown places. What did you say? Just as He Haobua finished speaking, the female voice appeared behind him like a ghost, scaring him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around suddenly and found that Luo Xiaoxi was standing behind him. Miss Luo, why are you here? After seeing Luo Xiaoxi, He Haobua's arrogant attitude instantly disappeared. This is a charity party held by my family, why can't I come? Yes. He Haobua didn't dare to say a word against Luo Xiaoxi in front of her. Luo Xiaoxi looked at him coldly and said, What are you doing here? A security guard stepped forward and replied, Master, he suspected that these 2 guests did not have invitations, and we had to resort to this measure for the safety of the venue. Let's retreat. Luo Xiaoxi said lazily, these two are my friends. Yes. They listened more to the Luo family than to He Haobo. That group of people left in a mighty manner. He Haobo's face was full of disbelief. Are you kidding? How do they know you, Miss Luo? Luo Xiaoxi looked at He Haobo impatiently. Does Miss Ben need to inform you of anything she does or who she associates with? Of course not. He Haobo lowered his head timidly, not daring to say a word. When Luo Xiaoxi was about to leave, he seemed to remember something and turned back. He Haobo, I advise you to be more cautious. This is our family's territory. If you don't know what's good for you and insist on causing trouble, even if your father is here, I will dare to throw you out directly. After saying that, Luo Xiaoxi left proudly. The onlookers all made way for Luo Xiaoxi. Maybe some people don't know He Haobo, but basically everyone who comes here knows Luo Xiaoxi. After all, she is Luo Chenghua's daughter, the crown princess of Excellence Group, and more likely the heir to Excellence Group. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun chased after him. Thank you for just now. You're welcome. I just can't stand seeing people causing trouble on my territory. As for helping you, it was purely an accident. Luo Xiaoxi said this with a sneer. Although I don't know what means you used to get in, but just relying on this to want to be associated with our Excellence Group, you are looking down on us a little too much, aren't you? Miss Luo, I think you misunderstood. For some reason, Lin Yuan always felt that Luo Xiaoxi seemed to be looking at him with hostility, but he did not want to make his relationship with this rich girl too tense. Who knows, there may be many aspects of cooperation with Luo Qinghua, or Luo Xiaoxi who will inherit the family business. Therefore, Lin Yuan wanted to justify his actions. However, Luo Xiaoxi was not interested in listening. After shaking his hands, he walked in one direction. Lin Yuan looked carefully and saw a familiar figure. Isn't that Qin Sihui? Honey, let me ask you a question. Mu Qingyun tilted his head. Husband, you say. What is the relationship between Luo Xiaoxi and Qin Sihui? Why do I feel that the daughter of the Luo family seems to care about Qin Sihui a lot? They are. Mu Qingyun smiled, a couple. Oh. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, a couple? After seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, Mu Qingyun smiled. I was just teasing you, why did you believe it? They are just sisters. Lin Yuan grasped the key elements in it. Sister? Relative? Mu Qingyun nodded. Luo Chenghua's previous romantic debts may be because he is old and always wants to pay back for the mistakes he made when he was young. Lin Yuan was secretly surprised. No wonder Qin Sihui looks down on her small company. With the support of Excellence Group, she doesn't need to worry. However, even if Qin Sihui is recognized, their relationship is not good. Only Luo Xiaoxi's shameless clinging to her has had some effect. No wonder. Lin Yuan had long discovered that the arrogant Luo Xiaoxi treated Qin Sihui differently from others, but he didn't expect there was this reason. Mu Qingyun noticed that the stage suddenly darkened. Hubby, the party is about to start, let's take a seat first. Lin Yuan nodded and took Mu Qingyun to find a seat to sit down. As soon as they sat down, whispers began to spread all around. Many people in the seats at the back had watched the show and felt that Lin Yuan and the other two looked very familiar. After a quick check, they knew their identities. After all, their wedding was known to everyone, and how could they not be familiar with it when they were involved in new media? What they didn't expect was that Lin Yuan and the other man seemed to have some relationship with the Luo family's daughter. Lin Yuan himself is known as a mysterious rich second generation, and now that they have met Luo Xiaoxi, many people have become more and more curious about Lin Yuan's identity. Mu Qingyun leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear and whispered, Hubby, they seem to have recognized us. It's okay, if they recognize it, then they recognize it. We came here to let them know. Lin Yuan had never planned to get in touch with Luo Qinghua from the beginning. After all, he is the big boss of the entertainment industry, and he is just a small figure with some entertainment stories. How can he catch the eye of such a big figure at this stage? But so-called contact does not necessarily require physical contact. Rather than trying so hard to fight for an opportunity, it would be faster to let Luo Qinghua pay attention to himself first. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan should also thank He Haobo for that farce, which just solved his urgent problem. He even thought that if there was really no reason, he could just spend a lot of money on the charity dinner. Money may not be very useful, and no one would complain about having little money. Lin Yuan felt that this deal was a good deal as he could spend money to win Luo Chengzuo's attention. It was said that this charity dinner was initiated by Luo Chengzuo, but when the dinner started, Luo Chengzuo did not appear. However, the enthusiasm of the audience did not diminish at all, and they shouted louder and louder when raising the price. I don't know if that aura was for others to see, or for Luo Chengzuo behind the scenes to see. The auction went on for a long time and Lin Yuan felt a little tired, but he looked at Mu Qingyun beside him and found that her eyes were fixed on the items in front of her. Lin Yuan followed her gaze and saw a piece of Baiyuan jade in the glass display case. Although the distance was a bit far and the specific appearance of the thing could not be seen clearly, under the lighting of the venue, there was not even a single flaw visible. "Wife, do you want it?" Lin Yuan asked. Mu Qingyun nodded, "But if it's too expensive, let's not buy it. Now is the time to start a business, and the money should be spent wisely." "Don't worry, my husband has money." The host in front of me began a brief introduction. This piece of jade was donated by an unknown person. There is no appraisal certificate. It is purely for your entertainment. The starting price starts at 0. Everyone smiled and called out a few prices casually. Since it's just entertainment, no one takes it seriously. The host waited for the last voice to settle, then raised the auction hammer and shouted with a smile. 100,000 yuan a time. $100,000 twice. 100,000. Just when everyone thought that this entertainment game was about to end, a voice came from behind. 200,000. Chapter 29. I want to cooperate with you. The whole house was in uproar. 200,000? It is really not worth spending 200,000 to buy a piece of white jade without any appraisal certificate. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and it happened to fall on Lin Yuan and his wife who were standing in the corner. The host didn't expect that this white jade could be auctioned for a price of 200,000. He couldn't help but feel a little excited, and his hand holding the auction hammer shook a few times. After all, this thing is related to his commission. The higher the price of the competing product at auction, the more commission he can get. The host shouted as he picked up the hammer. 200,000 each time. 200,000 twice. 200,000 3 times. Make a deal. The light in the conference hall shone on Lin Yuan. The host said excitedly, "Congratulations to this gentleman for buying the white jade for 200,000. At this time, many people in the venue recognized Lin Yuan's identity. Lin Yuan just smiled slightly, covered Mu Qingyun's eyes with his hands, and signaled the organizer to move the beam away. "Excuse me, could you please move the light away? It's blinding my wife." Mu Qingyun's ears turned red instantly. The strong light hit Lin Yuan's hand. Mu Qingyun couldn't see the shape of the light and could only glimpse a little of it through his fingers. Thin rays of light were cast on her face, and those rays were like warm sunshine falling into her heart. "Excuse me." Upon seeing this, the host immediately asked the staff to move the lights away. Meanwhile, in a lounge somewhere backstage, there was a huge LCD screen playing a picture that was a real-time broadcast from the venue. That guy must be a fool, spending so much money to buy a piece of broken stone. When Luo Xiaoxi saw that the bidder was Lin Yuan, she couldn't help but say a few words to him. Then, the elegant man at the side smiled and said, Nan Nan, don't you believe in your uncle's judgment? Who knows what you are up to? Luo Xiaoxi added, you and that guy have the same ideas. Oh? The man showed some interest. From what Nan Nan said, you seem to know this gentleman? Luo Xiaoxi denied it flatly, I don't know him. How could I know such a poor guy? All the things he has put together are not as expensive as one of my shoes. The man just smiled and didn't take her words seriously. At this time, the door of the lounge opened and another man came in. Boss Luo. The man who was sitting in his seat just now stood up. My dear nephew, please sit down quickly. How come you feel so unfamiliar after going abroad? Luo Qinghua asked the man to sit down. Qinghua still hasn't come back? Jiang Juanhao replied, I don't know where my father is. You know, he has always been as free as the wind. But I heard that some time ago, after he came back and met with the people of the Su family, he became incoherent again. The Su family. Luo Qinghua pondered for a while, is he planning to join forces with the Su family to suppress the Su family together? This. I don't know either. Jiang Juanhao kept smiling, and no one could tell there was any flaw in his expression. Forget it, anyway, we don't get involved in the business circle, it has nothing to do with me. Luo Qinghua wanted to give up, but Jiang Juanhao continued to speak. Uncle Luo, I recently heard that the Su family wants to enter the entertainment industry. Luo Qingzhua disagreed, then let them come. I can't beat them in the service industry, but I can't let them carve out a niche in the field I'm good at. But your father's attitude. Jiang Juanhao said as usual, I don't know. We should just remain neutral like Uncle Luo. Is that so? Luo Qingzhua picked up the teacup on the table and started drinking, when he suddenly saw Lin Yuan on the screen. This person looks a little familiar. Jiang Juanhao reminded, the person my father mentioned before. Is that him? Luo Qingzhua had only heard of this person but had never seen what he looked like. Jiang Juanhao nodded. If I remember correctly, the Su family has a good relationship with him, right? That's the situation at this stage. Luo Qingzhua pondered for a long time, looking at Lin Yuan's face, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of familiarity, and couldn't remember which family he was from. He then asked, who is this person? Uncle Luo, you may not believe this, but no one knows his identity, including my father. Luo Qingzhua was shocked when he heard this. Even Jinghua doesn't know? This person must be quite powerful. Then, the two of them began to discuss in a whisper, but no one knew what they were talking about. Luo Xiaoxi couldn't stand the boredom anymore, so she pulled Qin Sihui out. After the auction, Lin Yuan was led to the backstage by the staff. The attendant asked, what is your name, sir? Forest. Lin Yuan only said one word and was unwilling to reveal too much, lest Luo Qingzhua detect his thoughts. If he is interested in me, he will come to me naturally. Mr. Lin, do you want to swipe the card or use the QR code? Lin Yuan showed his mobile phone and said, just scan it. Okay. The staff quickly scanned the money, issued the invoice, and then handed the items to Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please take it. The man bowed respectfully and handed the thing to Lin Yuan with both hands. Thank you. Lin Yuan took the thing, took out the white jade inside, and took a quick look at it. It was a piece of unpolished jade with a clear texture. The milky white color was faintly visible in it. If you didn't look carefully, it would be faded by the surrounding light. Although he did not know jade, he knew that the thing in his hand was definitely not an ordinary item after seeing it from such a close distance. However, he had no idea of its specific value. Wife, do you like it? Lin Yuan held the jade in his palm. Mu Qingyun said with a smile, I like it. Then, let's find a craftsman to make this jade into jewelry. What do you think, wife? Lin Yuan spoke loudly, and the people around him looked at him enviously, which made Mu Qingyun's face flushed, so he had to respond shyly. I always listen to my husband. Lin Yuan smiled and glanced around from time to time. Apart from some big guys who came to pay, there was no sign of Luo Qingzhua. Maybe, he might not be here today. When the two were about to leave, the man who had been hesitating for a long time came forward bravely. Excuse me, is this Lin Yuan, Mr. Lin? Lin Yuan looked at the man in front of him curiously, you are. The man introduced himself, I am the chairman of Yunha Group, He Yunha. Yunha Group? Lin Yuan had heard a little about this company. I don't know. President, he is looking for me. What's the matter? Boss Lin, I know you've been making a lot of Chinese products lately. Could you help us make one too? Lin Yuan thought for a while, aren't you making parts for mobile phones? The direction of our company doesn't seem to be in line with yours. Although he wanted to take on the job, Lin Yuan was powerless as everyone has their own expertise. Of course. Aren't you making domestic products? Our entire production line uses technology independently developed in China. He Yunha was afraid that Lin Yuan would leave, so he hurriedly said, isn't this more in line with your plan for the next quarter? Lin Yuan stopped and looked at the man in front of him. Their plan only came out this morning, and it hasn't been that long, but the person in front of him already knows about it. It seems that he has been asking about me a lot. Oh no. After saying this, He Yunha realized that he had spoken too quickly, and when he was about to defend himself, Lin Yuan waved his hand. Lin Yuan asked suspiciously, even though Mr. He is right, can I ask why you chose us? There are thousands of advertising companies, and there are many better companies than theirs. Those companies not only have more experience, but also have slightly better connections. He Yunha abandoned those optimal solutions and chose them instead. This practice is really puzzling. He Yunha did not answer Lin Yuan's question immediately. At this point, Lin Yuan's face darkened and he said in a cold voice. If Mr. He is here for other matters, then let's end our conversation here. It is true that Lin Yuan wants to expand his network, but if everyone comes for the imaginary force behind him, he will have no choice but to give in. After all, that thing did not exist in the first place and could not withstand their in-depth investigation. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he was about to leave, and He Yunha immediately caught up with him. Mr. Lin, please stay. That's not what I meant. He Yunha stood in front of Lin Yuan, not even having time to wipe the sweat from his forehead. I have also heard about Mr. Lin's affairs, but Mr. Lin, don't worry, I am definitely not here for other reasons. Seeing his sincere attitude, Lin Yuan stopped again. Then Mr. He, what are you doing for? He Yunha thought for a moment and finally said it. I wonder if Mr. Lin knows anything about the domestic mobile phone parts market? Lin Yuan answered truthfully, I don't really understand. Seeing this, He Yunha started talking to himself. In fact, our domestic spare parts market has long been mature, even better than that of foreign countries. For example, most of the foreign products we buy, many molds are made in China, and the core technology is in the hands of foreigners, resulting in the domestic market making only a fraction of the profit. Our group knows the consequences of being monopolized by technology, so we have been developing core technologies in recent years. Fortunately, we have achieved certain results this year. Although we are not as good as those mature foreign technologies, I firmly believe that in time, we will be able to occupy a place in the domestic market. Lin Yuan heard this and said, isn't that good? Why does Mr. He look so sad? Well. He Yunha sighed deeply. Originally, this news was only known to us internally. After all, this technology has just been developed and is not yet mature. It will take many tests to confirm whether it is successful. But I don't know who leaked the news, and it was actually known to people abroad. Now those people are suppressing us everywhere. Yunha Group is now in danger. Chapter 30. I have an idea, are you willing to try it? Such a huge group is actually in danger? Lin Yuan was a little unconvinced. Yunha Group is a large group with more than 10 years of history, and it is at the forefront of the internet. President He's words are a bit exaggerated. Although Yunha Group did start from scratch by small-scale parts processing in its early days, and later, just as He Yunha said, when it was making a lot of money in the parts market, it resolutely switched to the mobile phone market. Even if it doesn't get a big piece of the pie, it still has a place in the mobile phone market. However, He Yunha now told him that Yunha Group was in danger. If this were to be told to others, how many people would believe it? He Yunha explained. Although Yunha Group has shifted to the mobile phone market, our company's main business is still mainly mobile phone parts. After all, the income from the mobile phone market is not stable and cannot support the funds for the research and development of new technologies. And most of our parts are exported abroad. Now those foreign groups have united to collectively suppress our foreign orders. Before today, 50% of the orders had been cancelled, and the number of cancellations has been rising. He Yunha pointed to the cell phone in his hand, which was still vibrating. Lin Yuan saw the frequency of the phone's vibrations, which made him somewhat certain. He Yunha noticed that Lin Yuan's expression changed a little, so he struck while the iron was hot. If this continues, without the support of foreign orders, the few orders in the domestic market will not be able to support the R&D department's expenditure. Within 2 weeks, Yunha's capital chain will be broken, and the hundreds of millions of assets invested in the early stage will all be wasted. By then, all the money will be gone. At this point, the light in He Yunha's eyes dimmed a lot. No one from other companies is willing to help me. After all, each of them has overseas orders. Helping me would undoubtedly push their own company into the fire pit. No one would do such a thankless task. After much thought, I can only place my hope on you, Mr. Lin. If even you can't do anything, Yunha Group will really be finished. Lin Yuan paused and did not directly respond to He Yunha's words. We cannot jump to conclusions based on He Yunha's one-sided statement, as there are still many details that need to be discussed. However, if what He Yunha said was true, they could use this incident to make some news. In this way, it not only helped He Yunha, but also helped their Yuanmu Group to win the battle for fame. Both are extremely attractive. After a long time, Lin Yuan spoke. Boss He, how about this? It's getting late now, so this is not a good time to discuss this matter. I will definitely pay you a visit during the day and discuss the details with you. What do you think? After hearing Lin Yuan's words, He Yunha's eyes lit up, like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. Then I will be waiting for you at the company. Lin Yuan looked at He Yunha and suddenly felt that his slightly bent body seemed to have broken all his years of arrogance. If it weren't for these things, He Yunha would definitely still be that glamorous entrepreneur. Even if they have intersections in the future, they will discuss cooperation on an equal footing, rather than looking like they are asking for favors from others like they do now. Lin Yuan seemed to see a miniature of countless national entrepreneurs in He Yunha. Every country has started from poverty, and the people who have made the greatest contribution are the national entrepreneurs. Everyone knows the story of Millet and Rifles, but ignores the businessman who devoted his life to the cause. They raised the weapons and equipment needed on the battlefield. In the early days of the country, they made whatever was needed. It is through these steps that our motherland has achieved its current prosperity. Having received favors in the past, Lin Yuan now has the opportunity to repay them, so he will naturally do his best. The next day, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun appeared downstairs of Yunha Group. Mu Qingyun looked at the building in front of him and said, "I can't believe that this magnificent building is actually golden outside, but rotten inside. Things are hard to predict, and many companies collapse in a matter of moments. Those who study finance understand the logic behind this even better. The battlefield within the business district is a battle without the smoke of gunpowder. Every step you take is like walking on the edge of a knife or thin ice. If you are not careful enough, you will fall into an endless abyss in this ever-changing battle situation." The two walked in. The girl at the front desk was stunned for a moment, then compared the things on the computer screen and hurried over. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, the chairman is already waiting for you in the office. Please follow me." The two nodded slightly and followed the receptionist over. It has to be said that the Yunha Group does have some capital, otherwise it wouldn't be able to afford such a grand building. But I didn't expect that we would be suppressed into this state by foreign capitalists. The receptionist led the two to the door of He Yunha's office, opened the door, and made a pleased gesture. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please come in." After Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun went in, the man gently closed the door. The person sitting inside heard the noise, looked towards the door, and instantly stood up from his messy work. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, you are here." He Yunha scratched his frizzy hair, trying to make himself look less sloppy, but what he didn't know was that his hair was already a mess, and after he scratched it, it didn't get much better. However, Lin Yuan and the others just smiled in response and did not expose him. "I'm really sorry, I've been busy lately and I'm sorry for not being able to entertain you well." When He Yunha came over, he told the secretary beside him to prepare tea. The secretary left and He Yunha sat down in front of Lin Yuan. "I'm really sorry for being so rude yesterday." He Yunha apologized for what he did yesterday. "If I hadn't been desperate, I would have come to visit." "Mr. He, you are too kind." Lin Yuan said, "You are all national entrepreneurs, and you are doing good things for the country and the people. It is my honor to be able to help you." He Yunha's smile paused, but there was some emotion in his eyes. A person can be very strong, but there is always a soft part in his heart. Once touched, even Iron Man couldn't help but soften a little. There aren't many young people like Mr. Lin. He Yunha was a little choked up when he said this. "Boss He, don't call me Boss Lin all the time. I'm younger than you, so you can just call me Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan introduced Mu Qingyun to He Yunha. "This is my wife, Mu Qingyun." He Yunha didn't have time to take a closer look last night, but when he looked at him again today, he felt that Mu Qingyun seemed somewhat familiar. "Mu Deming's daughter, I remember you. When you were a child, I held you in my arms." Mu Qingyun smiled sweetly. After seeing Mu Qingyun, He Yunha was filled with emotion. At that time, the domestic market was in a state of disrepair. Your father and I, along with a few other people, worked together to develop the domestic market. But later on, only your father and I persisted. It's been years. How's your dad these days? We've all been busy with work. When I think about it, I haven't seen him for more than 10 years. Please remember that my father is doing well recently." Lin Yuan didn't expect that He Yunha and Mu Qingyun had such a relationship. If you round it off, they can be considered a family. Then he had to help. "Bossy, I went back yesterday to learn about the situation you mentioned, but we are in the advertising business, so we can't help you much in terms of industry." Lin Yuan expressed his concerns. It's not that he doesn't want to help, it's just that he doesn't know where to start. What He Yunha and his colleagues need is not the noisy traffic, but the real money, which is the key to saving the company. Obviously, they don't have this ability for the time being. He Yunha also hesitated. "I actually forgot such an important thing. What should I do now? He Yunha was a little anxious. Lin Yuan was silent for a while, then smiled. I have a method. I wonder if Mr. He is willing to try it. He Yunha quickly responded, what method? He was originally desperate and was trying every possible means. Now that things had come to this, he naturally had to try every possible method. What if it works? Patriotism is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people, and it is a memory engraved in our DNA. Yunha Group is a national enterprise. We just need to align the affairs of Yunha Group with the direction of patriotism. In this way, as public opinion develops, we can gain some popularity. Then, we will treat them the way they have treated us. How do you pay it back? He Yunha was a little confused. Aren't those foreigners suppressing your orders? We can unite various companies to suppress foreign orders. In this way, they can also taste the bitterness of being suppressed. Lin Yuan smiled and said, in the global market share, the Chinese market accounts for 50%. If there is no domestic market, those foreigners will not be able to be so arrogant. In this way, not only will the problem of lack of orders in your hands be solved, Mr. E, but it will also promote cooperation among domestic enterprises to a certain extent. If we join forces, we can create a conscientious cycle in China, and in this way, we can also break the monopoly of foreign countries. If you fall behind, you will be beaten, so innovation is our only way out. When He Yunha heard Lin Yuan's words, he seemed to see the process of making this choice. This kind of bottleneck technology must be mastered in their own hands, otherwise they will always be restricted by others. He Yunha suddenly became much tougher. Lin Yuan, what do you want to do? We will fully cooperate with you. Chapter 31 Hardcore Operation. In the following time, Lin Yuan told He Yunha all the plans in his mind. After hearing this, He Yunha was shocked. Is this all right? Lin Yuan shook his head. I don't know either, but we have to give it a try. If it succeeds, the crisis facing Yunha Group will be solved. And if Mr. He wants to continue research and development, there will surely be policy support. He Yunha nodded, not quite understanding. Then do as you say. Our propaganda department is at your disposal. On the way back, Mu Qingyun asked. Husband, have you ever thought that if this plan fails, we will be in trouble? I have thought about it, but I believe more in the patriotism of the Chinese people. Lin Yuan looked ahead with bright eyes. It is precisely because we have witnessed the history of the country from scratch that our generation understands the difficulties of the country and the people who have contributed to the country. Although there are many people who worship foreign things, when we Chinese people face national affairs, we always put our country first. After all, without the country, there would be no small family. I may fail, but my fellow Chinese people will never fail. This truth has been proven long ago. While everyone was still immersed in videos promoting domestic products, a sitcom blog was quietly launched. Due to the popularity of the previous advertisements, the official account of Yuanmu Group has accumulated a lot of fans, so when the official account updated the video, it attracted countless people's attention at once. When everyone was curious about what kind of video Yuanmu Group would shoot this time, the content of the vlog surprised them. This is not Guangxi's makeup. Let alone fresh style, it can be said that there is no everyday style at all. On the contrary, the content of the video is very hardcore. From tiny molds to very sophisticated machine tools, the entire growth line is operating continuously in a flash. What exactly is this trying to introduce? The audience watched patiently out of curiosity. After a small part is made, it is gathered in one place along the growth line, and then divided into parts by machines and driven to the other side again. After repeating this process over and over again, everyone finally got a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. This is the process of producing mobile phones. At the end of the video, the audience witnessed the finished product of the mobile phone Yunha mobile phone. After seeing this, the audience smiled knowingly. Should we say that Yuanmu's promotional method is hardcore? Or hardcore? When others promote their mobile phones, they always focus on the phone as highlights, highlighting its technological feel and making it sound as high-end as possible. How can it be done like Yuanmu, starting from scratch? As soon as this video was released, it received rave reviews online. I guarantee that only Yuanmu would advertise like this. It's really awesome. How confident this product must be to dare to spend so much money on Yuanmu. How come the brother upstairs doesn't even recognize his own mobile phone? Yunha is the leader of domestic mobile phones. Do you think he is not confident? You know, I bought a Yunha keypad phone for our old man. He has used it for several years. He dropped it and soaked it in water, but the phone didn't break. The speaker is still very loud. Tell me a joke. Our school's bell is broken, so we use Yuna's cell phone's ringtone as the end of get out of class bell. I'm dying of laughter. This is a joke from a very old time. Yunha has already released a touchscreen phone. Who wouldn't love a touchscreen phone that is resistant to falling? After all, it costs thousands of dollars to replace the screen of a foreign brand. It makes me so sad. Don't miss it if you pass by Yunha mobile phone, you deserve it. Amidst all the positive comments, there were also some unpleasant ones. It's just a domestic mobile phone, but it's being hyped up. How can that garbage processor compare to the foreign golden fruit? I have to buy a new phone in less than 2 years, and the price is not cheap. I don't know how much Yuan Mu paid it to advertise such a garbage phone. That's right. I second your opinion. Their phone is just a little more user-friendly for seniors, but their smartphone is really not as good as others. Anyone who uses it knows. Do you really think we are being taken advantage of by a brick-shaped machine worth thousands of dollars? Boss, this. The employees looked at the haters who were still leaving crazy messages on the social platform, and then looked at the silent Lin Yuan. They were all worried. Don't worry about them. Ask colleagues in the publicity department to hire some internet trolls and try to guide the comments in a positive direction. Lin Yuan held the iPad in his hand and analyzed calmly. Those trolls are obviously sent by the opponent to specifically smear us. Okay. The employees wrote down what Lin Yuan said. Oh, and don't make it too obvious, or else someone will catch you with it. Clear. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yuan. After checking the latest data, Lin Yuan put down the iPad and looked at everyone. Another video ready? It's ready. We've got all the relevant press releases. As long as the boss gives the order, we can go online immediately. There's no need to be so anxious. Do what I said before. Then, remember to exchange information with the people in Yunha at all times. As for that thing, wait 3 days before sending it out. Let's wait for a while. Clear. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun have been busy with Yunha's affairs these days. Even when they return home, they each hold a tablet in their hands. Those people are really difficult to deal with. After staring at the computer screen for such a long time, Mu Qingyun's eyes were already dry. She had undergone laser surgery, and the long-term excessive use of her eyes made her feel a little unbearable. Wife. What's wrong? Lin Yuan noticed that Mu Qingyun looked a little tired, so he quickly put down the tablet and moved over. I'm fine. Mu Qingyun rubbed his eyes and said, maybe I've been looking at it for too long. I just need to take a rest. Lin Yuan stopped Mu Qingyun and said softly, don't rub it, honey, wait a moment, I'll go find some eye drops for you. Okay. Mu Qingyun listened to Lin Yuan and sat on the bed obediently. She closed her eyes and could only feel some light. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully, only to hear a rustling sound coming from the side. Not long after, the sound of rummaging disappeared, and Mu Qingyun heard the footsteps getting closer and closer to him. Wife. Lin Yuan called softly. Mu Qingyun was a little confused. Huh? It's okay, I just called you so you can be mentally prepared. Oh. She thought it was something else, but she didn't expect it to be this. Thinking of this, even with his eyes closed, Lin Yuan could sense that he felt a little lost. Lin Yuan smiled and leaned down gently. Mu Qingyun didn't know what was wrong with her. When Lin Yuan's warm breath hit her face, she felt her breathing stagnate. Perhaps it was because she had closed her eyes for too long, and being blind made her feel an inexplicable fear, so when Lin Yuan approached her, she couldn't help but flutter her eyelashes. What's wrong? After Lin Yuan noticed Mu Qingyun's subtle changes, he stopped what he was doing. Mu Qingyun said in a soft voice, I'm a little scared. Lin Yuan laughed hoarsely and coaxed gently, don't be afraid, your husband is here. If you are really scared, grab my clothes. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun's hand and placed it on his waist. Wife, be good and don't move. I'll put some eye drops in your eyes. Mu Qingyun nodded, his eyes still closed. Lin Yuan held the eye drops in one hand, and for a moment he didn't know how to start. Wife, if you don't open your eyes, how can I put eye drops in your eyes? When Mu Qingyun heard this, her face instantly turned red with embarrassment, but she still opened her eyes. Perhaps it was because he had closed his eyes for too long, and when he suddenly opened them, he didn't have time to focus. Mu Qingyun could only see a blurry face infinitely magnified in front of him. Then, just like a picture being loaded on a network, Lin Yuan's face gradually became clearer in front of her. Before she could see clearly, a drop of crystal liquid fell down, and the slight pain made her close her eyes. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. After Mu Qingyun recovered, he opened his eyes again. Are you feeling better? Mu Qingyun's eyes had just been irritated by the eye drops, and now the corners of his eyes were still a little red. It still itches a little. Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingyun with tears in his eyes. He looked so charming and touching that people couldn't help but feel pity for him. Then come again, husband. Mu Qingyun responded with a low hum. After applying the drops several times, Mu Qingyun's eye discomfort finally got better. But, it's okay. Mu Qingyun pushed Lin Yuan's hand away shyly. Good. After Lin Yuan responded, he covered the eye drops. Mu Qingyun originally wanted to pick up the tablet and look at it, but when he was about to get the tablet, it was taken away by the owner of the other hand. No more watching, I'm going to take a break. Lin Yuan cleaned up the mess on the bed. You can still watch it tomorrow, now go to bed quickly. Can. Mu Qingyun wanted to argue a bit, but when he met Lin Yuan's gaze, he immediately backed down. All right. Mu Qingyun buried his head in the quilt, revealing his eyes as he watched Lin Yuan clean up. Not long after, Lin Yuan put away his things and turned off the lights in the bedroom. The originally bright bedroom suddenly became dim. Seeing Lin Yuan was about to go out, Mu Qingyun immediately asked, Husband, aren't you going to rest? I'll be back in a minute. It was dark, and Mu Qingyun didn't know how Lin Yuan found her mouth accurately, and then he gave her a kiss and left. This is a goodnight kiss, good night, wife. Mu Qingyun smiled and said, Good night, husband. Chapter 32, A Life of Death. After a few days of fermentation, Yunha Group was pushed to the top of the hot searches by everyone. Also topping the list is Lin Yuan's Mu Group. The former is criticized because of the uneven quality of its product models. As for the latter, they are purely concerned with collecting money and doing the work without considering the quality of the product at all. For a time, many people's opinions of the two brothers fell to the bottom. Lin Yuan glanced at the data and smiled, now is the time to release everything. After receiving the order, each department immediately entered combat status. The sounds of typing and phone calls were everywhere in this huge office. Lin Yuan watched the situation change quietly. The previous barrage of insults disappeared, and was replaced by the notice that Lin Yuan had just ordered to be issued. What's going on? The various monsters and demons that were previously on the line were frightened by this situation and were asking what was happening. However, their inquiry posts were quickly deleted because Lin Yuan and his team not only issued a press release, but also had countless internet trolls occupy the main battlefield at the first opportunity, leaving no chance for individual netizens to refute. In just 1 hour, the headlines of major social media platforms were dominated by a tweet titled Foreign products are hitting domestic products, where will the path of domestic products go? Afterwards, various bribed marketing accounts also retweeted this tweet and even published a long-prepared analysis. Everything is done to guide the direction of things into the track set by Lin Yuan and others. After a barrage of information, the civets that had been unable to squeeze in and were jumping around outside the melon field finally rushed into the field. Oh my god, what happened just now? I can't squeeze in, and I can't eat the melon. I almost went crazy outside. Is it that a popular young actress got married, or a male star's reputation was ruined? Is anyone posting his summary? I think the situation just now was quite scary. I looked around, but I don't know what happened. The impact of this collapsed house shouldn't be such that no one was injured, right? A group of people who didn't know where to start eating spectators, faced with all the news, couldn't find the key point at all. After a while, the people who had calmed down seemed to have found the source of the terrifying heat. Gossip Sweeper reposted one thing: foreign products are hitting domestic products, where should domestic products go? The netizens who were confused just now instantly found the place to watch the melon and started browsing it immediately. Soon, a new battlefield was born. What's going on? They're suppressing our business. Are they giving those people face? They come here to earn our money, and then use our money to deal with us. How dare they? Haven't you noticed that Yunha Group is being suppressed to the point of bankruptcy? That's the memory of our childhood phones. I didn't expect it to be strangled by outsiders. How the hell can we tolerate this? What the brother above said is right. How can they take our money and suppress our business? If they cancel our orders, we can just cancel theirs. Who doesn't have a temper? Besides, our domestic technology is not bad. Why do we still worship foreign garbage? Those things are expensive and not durable. The subsequent maintenance is also expensive. I really don't know what the point is. Now is the perfect time. Since those people are suppressing us, we just don't use theirs. At that time, everyone was angry and began to consciously boycott foreign products. Some capable bosses sold their foreign shares. In an instant, the stock market plummeted, and the affected investors complained bitterly and began to blame the culprit of the incident. The foreign companies that initially boycotted Yunha Group were suffering. After having their orders cancelled by major domestic companies, they also had their stocks dumped. I'm afraid they are not the only ones who understand the pain this has brought. On the other hand, after Hyuna became popular, many domestic partners came to discuss cooperation. Some people heard that Yunha Group was developing processors, so they brought their own scientific research teams to cooperate with Hyuna. After all, scientific research can be done by one person or two people, so it is better for everyone to work together. This can not only pool wisdom and jointly promote the development of domestic mobile phone processors, but also achieve a win-win situation and break the shackles of foreign technology that is holding back domestic technology. In this incident, the beneficiaries included not only He Yunha but also Lin Yuan. It seems that He Yunha is the biggest beneficiary, but in fact, Lin Yuan, who secretly fueled the flames, has also become a rising star among advertisers. A new company that was established less than a month ago not only turned the situation around with advertising, but also promoted the progress of domestic independent research and development of technology. This battle is enough to be recorded in textbooks. He Yunha and Lin Yuan fought a beautiful comeback. In addition to the name of Yunha Group being remembered by people, there is also a person named Lin Yuan who is equally famous. As things gradually got on track, He Yunha insisted on holding a celebration banquet and inviting people from all walks of life to celebrate. Lin Yuan didn't want to attend the celebration banquet, but He Yunha was so enthusiastic that he couldn't refuse. Mu Deming was also invited. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't know in advance that He Yunha had also invited Mu Deming. It was only after they arrived at the venue that he saw Mu Deming. "Dad, why are you here?" Mu Qin-yun was a little surprised to see Mu Deming appear here, and he pulled Lin Yuan and walked over quickly. Lin Yuan stood in front of Mu Deming and called him father-in-law honestly. Seeing Lin Yuan becoming more calm and composed, Mu Deming felt very relieved. Who could have thought that Lin Yuan, who was that poor boy some time ago, now has some edge? However, Mu Deming had been busy with other things recently and had no time to pay attention to what was happening on the internet. Naturally, he didn't know about the achievements of Lin Yuan and He Yunha fighting side by side. He Yunha arrived late. After seeing Lin Yuan and others coming, he brought a glass of wine and walked towards Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan. Mu Deming." He Yunha's hearty laughter interrupted their conversation. "Why didn't you tell me when you came? How can I, as your master, feel embarrassed?" Lin Yuan originally thought that He Yunha was talking to Mu Deming, but when he looked over, he found that He Yunha's eyes were on him. This seems a little wrong. Lin Yuan had no choice but to answer awkwardly, "My father-in-law is here, so I came over first." He Yunha realized it later, and when he saw Mu Deming standing beside him, he smiled embarrassedly. "Oh, brother, I haven't seen you for such a long time, I almost didn't recognize you." Mu Deming twitched his lips and looked a little unhappy. There was nothing wrong with not recognizing him. He Yunha didn't even focus his eyes on me just now, so naturally he didn't recognize me. But Mu Deming is not a person who easily shows his emotions on his face. After all, he is used to keeping a stern face, so people can't see the changes in his expression. "It's been a long time indeed. I didn't expect you would actually invite me." Mu Deming glanced at his former colleague calmly and noticed that the man in front of him was even full of vigor and vitality. He guessed that he came here this time to show off. "Brother, you must be joking. It's not that you are too busy. I may not be able to find a schedule even if I want to invite you." He Yunha pointed at Lin Yuan and Mu Qin-yun who were standing beside him. "Look, I just happened to bump into your daughter and niece-in-law." Mu Deming asked suspiciously, "How did you two know each other?" Lin Yuan replied, "It's just a cooperative relationship." "Cooperate?" When Mu Deming wanted to ask more questions, the banquet began and He Yunha led everyone to the main table. "Brother is here too." When Lin Yuan walked over, he found Su Yongha was also there, so he greeted him. Su Yongha nodded. He Yunha invited Lin Yuan to sit down and insisted that Lin Yuan take the main seat. But Lin Yuan did not sit down after all. After all, Mu Deming was still here, and he had to give face to his father-in-law. After Mu Deming sat down puzzledly, he looked at the room full of people and had more and more questions in his mind. How come there are more people around Lin Yuan after not seeing him for a while? The celebration banquet began, and He Yunha, as the host, naturally had to say a few words first. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for attending the celebration banquet I held. Without your help, my Yunha group would have collapsed. Of course, the person I am most grateful to is my nephew-in-law Lin Yuan. He Yunha raised his glass and spoke solemnly, which made Lin Yuan feel embarrassed to sit in his seat. He quickly picked up the glass and stood up. Boss He, you are too kind. I just did what I should do. Look, my nephew-in-law is modest. He Yunha smiled and said, to be honest, if it weren't for my nephew's husband's help, I really can't believe what the outcome of Yunha group would be. Everyone present echoed. General Lin is a young hero. With just 2 moves, he turned danger into safety. This kind of courage and insight is outstanding and unmatched. What kind of boast are you making? Many people joked. In my opinion, this is the case of the Qianjiang River's back waves pushing forward the front waves. One wave has knocked all of us old guys onto the beach. Why are you talking so fancy? If you ask me, I'll just say one thing, Mr. Lin is awesome. Ha, that's a rough point. Everyone's praise, even if the people who praised him were not He Yunha, made him really happy at this moment. Not only has he been able to preserve his years of hard work, but he has also been able to lead domestic products into a new stage. This is what he has always dreamed of. Now that it has come true, it suddenly seems a little unreal. When he saw Lin Yuan being toasted by a group of people, He Yunha smiled, strode up to him, and said cheerfully, "What's the big deal about bullying my nephew's son-in-law? Come on, let me, an old guy, drink with you." However, Mu Deming, who was sitting in the main seat, was ignored by everyone. Mu Deming was a little surprised when he saw the situation on the side. This may seem like a celebration party for He Yunha, but the protagonist of this party is Lin Yuan. Not only He Yunha, but even Su Yongha was among them. Mu Deming couldn't help but think, Lin Yuan, when did you grow to this point? Chapter 33, My goal is to give up. Everyone. I really can't hold my liquor, so. Before He Yunha could finish his words, he fell asleep on the table, leaving everyone in the room laughing. Everyone could see that He Yunha was happy and did not stop him from drinking. After all, we have survived a disaster, so we should be as unrestrained as possible. Now that He Yunha was no longer the host, everyone at the banquet focused their attention on Lin Yuan. Boss Lin. This move of yours is really brilliant. The compliments kept coming one after another, and even Lin Yuan couldn't stand it and had to beg for mercy again and again. I feel your enthusiasm, but a little bit of this wine can make you happy, but too much can hurt your body, so I'll serve you tea instead of wine. Lin Yuan raised the teacup beside him, and the person next to him didn't say anything, so he followed his lead. After all, the protagonist of this banquet was Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan greeted people on behalf of He Yunha for a long time, the people around him gradually left. Mu Qingyun frowned. Husband, can you still hold on? Even if they were drinking tea instead of wine, with so many people here, they wouldn't be able to handle the constant drinking. Nothing. Lin Yuan's eyes fell on the entrepreneurs around him. These may be our customers in the future. Getting to know them now can pave the way for our great cause. Mu Qingyun felt a little distressed when he saw Lin Yuan like this. Even so, there's no need to fight so hard. Lin Yuan smiled after hearing this and whispered in Mu Qingyun's ear, "If my wife loves me, then." The smirk on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. However, before he could finish his words, Mu Deming came over, and Lin Yuan had to put away the improper thoughts in his mind. Father-in-law. Mu Qingyun followed closely and shouted, "Dad. Why are you two so distant to me just because I'm out?" Mu Deming was already a little dissatisfied, and now his daughter ran away with someone else just a few days after getting married. He was so angry that he didn't know where to vent. Mu Qingyun noticed the change in Mu Deming's tone and immediately stuck to him. "Dad, what you said, I'm going to be angry." "Don't say you're angry. Look at me like this. Are you angry now?" Mu Deming had a stern face, and his unhappiness was almost written on his face. Mu Qingyun paused, guessed Mu Deming's dissatisfaction, and coaxed him. "Hey, don't be angry, blame." Mu Qingyun looked around and saw He Yunha sleeping on the table, so he pulled him out to block the bullet. If you want to blame someone, blame your unreliable brother. Look, my dad is standing here so heroically and you can't even see him. You really have no vision. Mu Qingyun and Mu Deming stood on the same front, sharing the same hatred for the enemy, while a drunk guy over there had no idea that he was being sold out by this girl. Lin Yuan, who was listening at the side, couldn't help laughing out loud. In front of Mu Deming, Mu Qingyun just kept talking nonsense. After hearing the laughter of the people next to him, Mu Qingyun pouted, secretly pinched Lin Yuan's waist and warned him. Why are you laughing? Lin Yuan coughed slightly, covering up his previous smile, and said calmly, No, wife, you must have heard it wrong. Mu Qingyun snorted twice and turned his gaze back to Mu Deming. Mu Deming couldn't stand it any longer and said, come on, you two young people are still flirting in front of me. Do you take me, an old man, seriously? In front of others, he is the big boss who is intimidating but not angry, but in front of Mu Qingyun, he is just an old father who wants his daughter's affection and love. After hearing this, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun stood obediently in front of Mu Deming like a child who had made a mistake, and dared not act rashly anymore. After a long time, Mu Deming asked, What happened? How did you get involved with He Yunha? Lin Yuan was stunned. From what Mu Deming said, it seemed that he was not willing for them to have contact with He Yunha. Mu Qingyun briefly explained. Lin Yuan and I set up a notice company. We had some success with the first few orders, and then Uncle He approached us. She omitted many things in the middle, but Mu Deming was a seasoned man after all and he spotted the wrongness at a glance. That guy came to you on his own initiative? Impossible. I know him well. He is very arrogant. Mu Deming's implication was already very clear. And? He paused and looked at the full house of guests. What kind of celebration banquet is this? Why are there so many people here? What on earth did you do? Originally, he had some suspicions about Lin Yuan and wanted to make his own guess. But now, his growing curiosity made him want to get answers from both of them. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at each other, somewhat surprised. Shouldn't this be known to everyone? How come Mu Deming is like a 2G surfer, completely unaware of what is going on? After Mu Deming finished speaking, he noticed that there was something wrong with the expressions of the two people. What are you looking at? Mu Qingyun pursed his lips. Dad, don't you go online? I've been so busy lately, how can I find the time? After hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately took out his mobile phone, found the summary post written by someone else, and handed it to Mu Deming to read. Father-in-law, this matter cannot be explained in a few words. Please look at this. Mu Deming took the phone with some doubt and started browsing the messages in it. After a moment, Mu Deming was shocked after reading the news. You guys did such a big thing, why didn't you tell me? This. The two looked at each other, and finally Lin Yuan stepped forward and said, Father-in-law, the situation was quite urgent at the time, so, just. Mu Deming looked at the two guys in front of him who were doing great things quietly and snorted coldly, his dissatisfaction written all over his face. If people knew about this, and I, as the father-in-law, was just standing by and watching, my rivals would definitely blame me. That can't be done. If anyone does this, let your son-in-law teach them a lesson. Mu Qingyun quickly pulled Lin Yuan out. Besides, Lin Yuan was afraid of disturbing you, so the two of us took the initiative. Husband, don't you agree? Mu Qingyun winked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded quickly and agreed, yes, it's just a small matter, I won't bother you. It's just a small matter. Mu Deming didn't know where to start complaining. Fortunately, this matter was done well. If it was not done well, the consequences would be really unimaginable. Mu Deming took a deep breath and said coldly, next time, if you have something to do, remember to discuss it with me first. You two are young and inexperienced, so you still need others to give you some advice on many things. He was just a man with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Seeing Lin Yuan achieve such success, he was so excited that he couldn't contain his excitement. Lin Yuan and the other man responded in quick succession. At this time, Su Yanghe came over with wine. Boss Mu. Seeing this, Mu Deming quickly picked up a glass of wine from the table. Boss Su. Compared to Su Yanghe's ease, Mu Deming's face showed a little humility. Su Yanghe saw Mu Deming's expression, smiled, and put his hand on Mu Deming's shoulder. Mr. Mu, there's no need to be so restrained. We are all family, right, sister-in-law? Mu Qingyun smiled, but didn't intend to refute. Su Yanghe praised Lin Yuan generously while Mu Deming was praising him. If you ask me, you are so lucky to have such a son-in-law. If it were me, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Mu Deming's heart was once again in turmoil. Judging from Su Youngha's tone, Lin Yuan seems to be very familiar with Su Youngha. Su Youngha said loudly, "My dear, I was too busy at the last wedding banquet and didn't have time to talk to you properly. I didn't expect to meet you here. I have to drink a few more glasses with you." "No, it's my pleasure." Although the Tianmu group is large in scale, it is only the foundation of one generation. Compared with the Su family behind Su Youngha, they are not even on the same level. Besides, Mu Deming had wanted to make friends with Su Youngha before, but he had never had the opportunity. "I heard that the old man wanted to cooperate with me. How about this, let's go to the other side and talk while we talk, and give the young couple some space, don't you think?" When Su Youngha looked at Lin Yuan made the shape of thank you with his mouth. He just smiled and pulled Mu Deming aside. Lin Yuan knew that Su Youngha was giving him face, and these favors would have to be repaid in the future. "Big brother, you played a good hand." Mu Qingyun watched the two people leave and whispered, "Cooperate with my dad, then we will be grasshoppers in the same boat in the future." "Wife, what you said is a bit inappropriate. We are in a cooperative relationship. This win-win situation is beneficial to everyone. In this case, of course we must make full use of resources." Lin Yuan analyzed, "My father-in-law is in real estate, and as for Su Youngha, he must have other businesses. With the addition of the two of us in advertising, it can form a closed loop no matter how bad it is." And Lin Yuan glanced at Su Youngha. "His ambitions don't stop there." Mu Qingyun whispered, "He wouldn't want the entire Su family, would he?" "Why not?" Lin Yuan said slowly, "Only if you have ambition can you dare to do things. If we help Su Youngha take down the Su family, then we can completely ruin it." Mu Qingyun was silent. "You're talking so high-soundingly, just to give up?" Lin Yuan smiled, put his arm around Mu Qingyun's waist and pulled her closer to him, then spoke softly in her ear. "Making money is so tiring. I want my wife to indulge in love and not make small talk or anything." Lin Yuan said word by word, "From now on, the king will not hold court early in the morning." Under his gaze, Mu Qingyun's whole body turned red little by little. Hate. Mu Qingyun buried her head shyly in Lin Yuan's body, but a hint of hope appeared in her two exposed eyes. Chapter 34, Can't Beat Them, Look for Dad. The dim light swayed on the beams, and everything in the room became flickering. Mr. Su. Faced with Su Weibin approaching step by step, Wang Rong felt a little scared and gradually stepped back. Until she touched the cold wall behind her and knew she had nowhere to retreat. "What's wrong?" Su Weibin had drunk a little and reeked of alcohol. He squinted his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him. "I spend money to support you, so what's wrong with touching you? Don't you think Lin Yuan will want you?" Wang Rong bit her lip and said nothing, nor did she dare to speak. Su Weibin sneered, "What kind of memorial arch is needed for a bastard like me?" After saying that, Su Weibin was about to move forward, but was dodged by Wang Rong. "You want to die?" Su Weibin's eagle-like eyes can make people see his ruthlessness even in the dark. Wang Rong quickly shook her head, her eyes filled with mist. But no matter how scared she was, she still dodged Su Weibin's attack. "Mr. Su, no. Don't be like this. You still have Lin Yuan in your heart?" His voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in Wang Rong's ears. Wang Rong was stunned for a moment before she slowly said, "It's true that I want to take revenge on Lin Yuan, but I also love him at the same time." "Love?" Su Weibin sneered after hearing this, "Do you think you have the qualifications to say love in front of me now?" Wang Rong remained silent. Su Weibin looked at her and became angry. "I'm forcing myself on you, what can you do as a defenseless woman?" Wang Rong's face turned pale, but she still said solemnly, "I can't do anything, but I won't let Mr. Su get his wish either." She didn't know where she got the courage from, and she actually faced Su Weibin's snake-like and vicious face. Su Weibin was suddenly confused by the woman in front of him, and then he sneered. "I can't believe you're so chaste." His breathing became heavier, perhaps because of the alcohol. Wang Rong could see through the faint light that Su Weibin's face was turning red. Sizzle. Su Weibin grabbed Wang Rong's shoulders and, with sudden force, tore her already thin clothes into pieces. The cool breeze brushed across Wang Rong's skin, making her shiver uncontrollably. Su Weibin looked at Wang Rong without a trace of pity on his face. Just when Su Weibin was about to continue, Wang Rong said calmly, "I have already given it to Lin Yuan. These words were like a needle piercing Su Weibin's heart, and his face instantly darkened. What did you say? Wang Rong took a deep breath and said, I have slept with Lin Yuan, and I will not accept anyone else except him. Mr. Su is willing to help me, so I am naturally grateful, but other than revenge, I will not give you anything more. After listening to Wang Rong's words, Su Weibin sneered. Stinky bitch. Su Weibin got angry and slapped Wang Rong twice. However, when he looked at the woman next to him, he instantly lost interest, pulled up his pants and left. I hope your value is worthy of my investment in you. After the last famous battle, no one dared to underestimate the Yuan Mu group anymore, or rather, no one dared to underestimate Lin Yuan anymore. If it is said that the business that came to the door before was to make friends with Lin Yuan, then in the future he could get in touch with the mysterious power behind Lin Yuan. After the last time, no one dared to hold such a view anymore. They didn't know how much the forces behind Lin Yuan helped him, but they saw everything Lin Yuan did. This young man is really not simple. Who knows, he might be able to find a way out of this muddy water in the Magic City. However, Lin Yuan, who was highly expected by many forces, was being manipulated by Mu Qingyun at this moment. Lin Yuan asked in despair, Wife, are you okay? No, sit still and don't move. Mu Qingyun was busy at the side, while Lin Yuan could only sit in front of the dressing table and look at his own miserable appearance. The employees passing by just took a quick glance and then walked away with their heads down. They didn't want to be caught by Lin Yuan and forced to work as laborers. When Mu Qingyun came over, she was holding a bunch of skincare products in her hands. After you try these out, I'll let you go. When Lin Yuan saw the pile of cosmetics, he immediately backed off. Wife, we don't have to fight so hard. At worst, we can just withdraw from these partners. No, I've already accepted it. If I have to do it, I have to do it well. Mu Qingyun rejected Lin Yuan's proposal without even giving him a chance to refute. Lin Yuan was helpless, so he passed all the skincare products he had just brought in front of him. After a long time, Mu Qingyun wiped the stuff off Lin Yuan's face. Hubby, it's done. Hearing this news, Lin Yuan felt relieved. This devilish torture is finally over. Lin Yuan looked up at himself in the mirror, and suddenly he couldn't recognize who that person was. He himself was not that fair, and he was not that well groomed on weekdays, so his face was just a healthy wheat color. However, with Mu Qingyun's help just now, Lin Yuan felt that he had instantly become several shades whiter. After Mu Qingyun packed up her things, she couldn't help laughing when she saw Lin Yuan admiring himself in front of the mirror. Hubby, do you feel that you have become more beautiful? Lin Yuan came back to his senses and quickly denied it. No, it's just like that. He said this, but if his eyes hadn't been looking at the mirror beside him, Mu Qingyun might have believed it. But she did not expose Lin Yuan's little trick. After all, everyone loves beauty, even if the other person is a man. When Lin Yuan saw Mu Qingyun looking at him with a smile, he immediately withdrew his gaze. Well, wife, why do you want me to try these things? Aren't these things for women? Lin Yuan used a poor excuse to change the subject. What are you saying? Mu Qingyun gave Lin Yuan a good lecture. Who said that makeup is a privilege for girls? You boys can use it too. Wearing makeup is to please yourself. Everyone has the right to pursue beauty. Lin Yuan was speechless. After all, what Mu Qingyun said was quite right. After Mu Qingyun finished speaking, he realized that he had just lost his composure, so he took the initiative to explain the reason. It's because this time the brand wants us to create a style that is not defined. Just like what you just did, many people look at the problem with prejudice, and they want to break this limitation. Lin Yuan only half understood what he said. What does that have to do with me? Mu Qingyun rolled his eyes and said with a smile, it doesn't matter, I just want to try it. After saying that, Mu Qingyun ran away immediately. Wife. Lin Yuan immediately realized that Mu Qingyun was treating him like a doll and chased after him instantly. As a result, as soon as Mu Qingyun opened the door, several people fell to the ground with a thump. When Lin Yuan saw this, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. He said coldly, what are you doing? Well, boss. The employees who were caught were all scratching their heads, trying to figure out how to make up an excuse to get away with it. As a result, the director came over with the documents and looked at his subordinates in confusion. What are you guys still doing here? Have you finished your work? Everyone shook their heads quickly. When the director heard this, he immediately took action. Why are you still standing here? Why don't you hurry up and do it? Do you have to let me catch you one by one? Yes, yes, yes. The director is right, let's get out of here right now. The employees responded timidly, but there was uncontrollable happiness in their words, and when they left, many of them expressed gratitude to the director. The director felt that this group of subordinates were really weird. Why didn't they get angry after he scolded them? Instead, they were so grateful to him. Did these guys take the wrong medicine this morning? He didn't have time to think about it, the heavy documents in his hand reminded him why he came here. Boss, a brand wants to cancel the contract. Lin Yuan said calmly, if you want to break the contract, then break it. You all know the process, so why are you still asking me? This is not an ordinary breach of contract. He wants us to pay liquidated damages. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan took the document from the director. Let me see which brand it is that not only broke the contract first, but also dared to ask us to pay the penalty for breach of contract. He flipped the folder back to the beginning and saw the name of party A Hiruetsong. Lin Yuan thought about it carefully. He had no connection with this person at all, so why would he target him? Mu Qin-yun, who was standing by, saw this and reminded him. Hiruetsong is He Haobua's father. Lin Yuan laughed. It seems that someone couldn't win the fight head-on, so he went back crying to complain to the adults. Hiruetsong is really a fool. It's fine if his son is brainless, but he has to follow his will even on such a small matter. Should we say he is old and confused? Or is he old and confused? Boss, what do you mean? Although the director and his colleagues can handle this matter, they still have to ask Lin Yuan's opinion first. They provoked us first, so don't worry about anything. Just do your job. Lin Yuan ordered, don't leave them any soup. If you don't do well, your group's bonus will be gone. Clear. After getting Lin Yuan's approval, the director immediately went to work. This He Haobua is really persistent. Mu Qin-yun felt a headache when he heard this man's name. It's okay. Your husband has helped you vent your anger. Lin Yuan hugged Mu Qin-yun's waist. Anyone who dares to covet my wife's beauty will be taught a lesson. There are others. Mu Qin-yun blocked Lin Yuan's reckless hand. No, everyone has left. Lin Yuan hugged Mu Qin-yun, and the two of them staggered inside. When he entered, Lin Yuan closed the door and locked it from the inside. Lin Yuan gradually pushed Mu Qin-yun to the edge of the desk, then he picked up Mu Qin-yun and placed him safely on the desk. Mu Qin-yun said shyly, still, in the company, there are people outside. Lin Yuan replied anxiously, it's okay, they can't get in. Before Mu Qin-yun could say anything else, Lin Yuan stepped in and stopped her from speaking. All the words Mu Qin-yun wanted to say turned into syllables, moving in his throat, making people feel even more itchy. On a pleasant afternoon, the sun lazily sprinkled on the two of them. From a distance, they both seemed to be glowing in the sun. The pale golden and white light fell on it, forming a picture of indescribable beauty. The blinds trembled in the breeze, as if they sensed the romantic atmosphere and couldn't bear to disturb the two people. They just brushed their hair and left in a hurry. Chapter 35, Good dogs should not bite people randomly. Dad, you have to help me decide. It was that kid named Lin Yuan who ruined your future daughter-in-law. He Haobua lay in front of Hiruetsong, muttering to himself. However, Hiruetsong ignored him and instead dealt with the matters at hand. Dad! Seeing that he was ignored by Hiruetsong, He Haobua shouted quickly. But Hiruetsong ignored him. Instead, he slowly sorted out the documents in his hand, then looked up at He Haobua. Are you done? I'm done. For some reason, when He Haobua saw Hiruetsong's eyes, he suddenly felt scared. I turned down the cooperation with Yuan Mu Company because of your imaginary girlfriend. Do you know how many people outside want to cooperate with them but can't get in? He Haobua was stunned. Dad, you must be mistaken. Lin Yuan is just a poor boy. He is in this position now thanks to the help of Mu Qingyun's family. It's not as exaggerated as you say. You know nothing. Hiruetsong looked at He Haobua and really hated his son for being useless. If you had the same thoughts as him, why would I not hand over this huge family business to you? Dad! He Haobua wanted to argue for himself, but was ruthlessly kicked out by Hiruetsong. Don't bother me, go wherever it's cooler. This was the last sentence Hiruetsong uttered before closing the door. What the hell? He Haobua looked at the tightly closed door, a nameless anger rising from the bottom of his heart. Isn't it just Lin Yuan? Why are so many people vying for such a thing? He Halbwa shook his head and was about to leave when he found He Ruizong's secretary walking towards him in a hurry. Stop, what are you in such a hurry for? The secretary answered truthfully, the front desk said that a guest wants to see the chairman, and I am preparing to report it to the chairman. Guest? He Halbwa pressed on. How come I didn't know my dad had a guest today? Who is it? That person said it was Lin Yuan from Yuan Mu. He Halbwa sneered, no need to look for my dad, I'll go see him directly. This. The secretary was a little embarrassed. He Halbwa yelled when he saw that the secretary didn't leave. Didn't you hear me? Don't you want to continue? No. In desperation, the secretary had to leave in a hurry. He Halbwa sneered and took the elevator down. Lin Yuan. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you insist on breaking in. It just so happens that I have no place to vent my anger. At the same time, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were waiting in the waiting area below. Before that, they first asked their subordinates to come over and demand liquidated damages from the He family. After all, if a business cooperation contract of this kind is breached, there will be a huge penalty. Lin Yuan would definitely not miss this opportunity to make a killing. He would not refuse the money that was delivered to his doorstep. Who would have thought that their own employees couldn't even get into the door of the CEO's office of the He Group and were kicked out by security guards? In desperation, the employees had to hand this difficult job over to Lin Yuan to solve. Mu Qingyun waited, muttering to himself. This is too abominable. They were the ones who breached the contract first, but they still wanted to not pay me. This is really too much. If you don't give me money, I'll find the best lawyer to sue them to death. Then we found some trolls to put up a banner and put it up downstairs of their company. Lin Yuan was touched by Mu Qingyun's cute behavior and rubbed her face. Okay, wife, if you're angry with those guys, let your husband handle it. Mu Qingyun saw the expression on Lin Yuan's face. Couple, do you have a solution? Lin Yuan nodded. After all, they were the ones who made the mistake first. If I don't make these people bleed their pockets, I'd be sorry for coming here in person. As the two were talking, they noticed someone walking towards them in a hurry. When they saw him from a distance, they hadn't figured out what the man looked like and thought he wasn't looking for them, so they didn't pay much attention to him. The next second, He Halbwa's voice came from the side. Lin Yuan, Mu Qingyun, you actually dared to come to our house. Lin Yuan looked up and saw He Halbwa looking furious, which he found a little funny. Master He, what made you angry? Do you want to take it out on us? What did you say? He Halbwa glared at him, I haven't even settled the score with you from last time. Now that you're here, let's settle it. Hey, wait a minute. Lin Yuan interrupted He Halbwa. You must have made a mistake. I'm not here to look for you. I know. You came to my dad and begged us to cooperate with you, right? He Halbwa laughed evilly. It's a pity that you can't see my dad today. We won't cooperate with you either. Lin Yuan glanced at He Halbwa and said, Young master, he seems unable to make up his mind on this matter, right? He Halbwa put his hands on his waist and said, This company belongs to my father. If you round it up, it is also my company. Why can't I refuse you a cooperation? Really? Lin Yuan said calmly, then why did young master He refuse our cooperation? Why? You still dare to ask why? He Halbwa was filled with anger before, and now all the anger was released. I'm just simply unhappy. Who told you to embarrass me? He Halbwa looked at the two people in front of him smugly, do you regret it now? Even if Mu Qingyun begged me, I would not agree to cooperate with you, but, if you sacrifice yourself. As he spoke, He Halbwa licked the tip of his tongue, his mind full of worldly desires. Lin Yuan sneered, Master He, are you sure what you said is true? What a joke. He Halbwa looked at Lin Yuan with disdain. Why would I lie to you? Get out of here while I'm still in a good mood, or you won't be able to leave later. Lin Yuan curled his lips and smiled. Then I really have to thank you, Master He. When He Halbwa saw Lin Yuan smile, his heart suddenly skipped a beat for some reason. You, what did you call me just now? He Halbwa was still very angry just now and didn't pay attention to what Lin Yuan said. When he realized it belatedly, he realized that something was wrong. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Master He is really good at cheating his father. What do you mean? Lin Yuan took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket, but the recording icon on the phone hurt He Halbwa's eyes. He Halbwa frowned, what are you recording? Should I say that you, the young master, are stupid? Or are you stupid? Lin Yuan kicked the phone into his trouser pocket. Of course, there is a way to turn the tables on you. What did you say? Although He Haobo hadn't reacted yet, he knew that nothing good would happen if the conversation was recorded. Lin Yuan sat down in the rest area and said calmly, I'm giving you a choice now. Call your father down and pay the penalty for breach of contract. I won't mind your behavior today. Dream. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, He Haobo interrupted him. Young man, don't be so confident. Don't forget what I do. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair and stared at He Haobo. If I want to, I can bring your family to ruin. You dare. Lin Yuan raised the corner of his mouth. If you don't believe it, why don't you try it yourself? He Haobo was so angry that he clenched his fists. After thinking for a moment, he turned around and left. Seeing this, Lin Yuan added, Master, he better hurry up, I don't have much time. He Haobo stopped, but did not turn around and walked in with his head down. Mu Qingyun was stunned by Lin Yuan's actions. Honey, how did you know to record this? Lin Yuan replied, I don't know, I just opened it for fun. Who knew that a brainless guy like He Haobo would bump into me? It's no wonder he's trying to blackmail me. Mu Qingyun gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. It has to be you, my husband. Not long after, a decent-looking man wearing glasses came down. Lin Yuan had seen a photo of He Ruizong before, so he naturally recognized that the man in front of him was He Ruizong. Mr. Lin. He Ruizong's face looked a little bad, and He Haobo behind him didn't even dare to breathe. Boss He, you guys really made such a big show to welcome me. I'm a little flattered. No, we were negligent. He Ruizong looked at the people around him, feeling a little embarrassed, and suggested, there are too many people here, why don't you, Mr. Lin, come to my office and we can talk about this matter in detail. No, I think it's nice here. Lin Yuan rejected He Ruizong's suggestion. Mr. He's decoration is quite good. Let's put it aside for ventilation. He Ruizong's mouth twitched twice, and without saying anything, he sat down opposite Lin Yuan. Boss Lin, cooperation is a matter of fact. It is our loss if we cannot cooperate with you. He Ruizong said this seriously, but He Haobo behind him didn't look very happy. Lin Yuan saw what the two were thinking and said with a smile. Mr. He thinks so, but Mr. Your Excellency doesn't think so. Lin Yuan took out the recording and played what He Haobo said again. After hearing this, He Ruizong's face instantly turned dark. Moreover, your company not only took the initiative to cancel our cooperation, but also asked us to pay liquidated damages. What's the reason for this? Mr. He, do you want to explain it? He Ruizong turned his head angrily and found that He Haobo didn't dare to look him in the eye. The answer came to his mind instantly. After turning around, He Rui forced a smile. My son is ignorant, please don't take it to heart, Mr. Lin. Since Mr. He has said so, I am not an unreasonable person. Besides, you are older than me, so I should respect the elderly and love the young. However, Lin Yuan paused, I came all the way here just for the penalty for breach of contract, you see. He Ruizong understood immediately. In addition to what is stipulated in the contract, we will also pay 10 times the liquidated damages. How can I be so embarrassed? As Lin Yuan spoke, he took out a crumpled piece of paper from his trouser pocket and handed it directly to He Ruizong. Mr. He, I came in such a hurry and didn't prepare a folder. Please just sign it. After He Ruizong spread out the paper ball, he found that the relevant regulations had already been drafted on it, waiting for his signature. He looked deeply at the young man in front of him, and finally took out a pen from his shirt pocket and wrote his name on the crumpled contract. It's signed. Mr. Lin, please take a look. No need, I trust you. After saying that, Lin Yuan took the paper, folded it casually and put it in his pocket. Before leaving, Lin Yuan casually said, Mr. He, you should keep an eye on the noble young master and don't bite anyone randomly, otherwise, it won't be as simple as it is today. You. He Haobo was about to speak, but after being glared at by He Ruizong, all his momentum was gone. He Ruizong replied, Mr. Lin is right. Chapter 36, What qualifies you to work with me? Lin Yuan and the other person hadn't returned to the office yet, but the news had already spread in the employee group. Boss, the finance department of He Ruizong suddenly transferred so much money to us. What do they want to do? At Big Boss. Someone jumped out and replied. If someone gives you money, just accept it. Do you think it's too much money? Are you a fool? If the people over there bite us back, can you bear the responsibility? That's right. We live in a society ruled by law now. The money flows are all recorded. You can't deny it. Do you really think it's ancient times where you can just get the money and run away? This was originally just a remark made by an employee from the finance department, but who would have thought that after just a few minutes, all departments had joined this battle? When the director was free, he found 99 plus messages in the group. He thought something big had happened and clicked in to find out more. Who would have known that after he flipped through the message above, his face turned dark? With a straight face, he typed, "What are you yelling about? Wait until the boss comes back and then we can report to him." Suddenly, the chat group, which was originally lively, became silent and no one spoke anymore. However, after Lin Yuan came back, the director immediately reported the matter to him. After listening to this, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Just think of it as Hero Wait Song inviting everyone to a team building event. Thank you for your hard work on Yunha's matter last time. You guys can arrange the details." Good. When the director passed Lin Yuan's words back to the group, there was a burst of joy in an instant. The boss is so powerful and generous. How could I be so worthy to work in such a company? Besides anything else, our company's flexible work system is probably the only one of its kind in the industry. Thank you, boss, for taking me in. Not only that, I also heard that the boss. There was a person who seemed to be hesitant to speak and stopped talking halfway through. What? Several people couldn't wait any longer and jumped out to tag the person who just happened. Don't walk away in the middle of a conversation. That's so rude. Seeing those employees chatting animatedly, Lin Yuan smirked and sent an emoticon to the group. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Lin Yuan typed slowly, "During working hours, work hard. I don't support useless people." After he finished speaking, he looked through the blinds to see what was happening outside. The employees were so frightened that they put down their phones and dared not slack off. Mu Qingyun watched from the side and couldn't help laughing out loud. "Hubby, you must have scared them half to death." Lin Yuan disagreed. "If I didn't show up, they would almost think I was not in the group." That's not the case. Mu Qingyun opened his phone and found that Lin Yuan's profile picture was at the top, making it difficult for people to ignore it. But then again, Hero Wait Song really acted quickly. "I thought it would take 2 or 3 days to see the money. He dare not be unhappy." Lin Yuan said this with a firm tone. It was He Haobo who was secretly making trouble and disrupting Hero Wait Song's plan. Otherwise, he would not be led by us by the nose. But in this case, Hero Wait Song may also become our enemy. Enemy? Mu Qingyun didn't quite understand. Isn't it just a matter of blowing up a business deal? How can we become enemies? Hero Wait Song is a businessman after all. He should understand the ins and outs of business. Lin Yuan's eyes became a little serious. It is precisely because he understands that he stands with the Su family. In the past few days, Lin Yuan has been analyzing the forces in the Demon City in his spare time. If he wants to stand out from the crowd, his first priority is to reach the same status as the Su family and the Su family. Only in this way can he become one of the 3 royal families and form a 3-way balance of power with them in the Magic City. However, the first idea is indeed quite difficult to realize. So Lin Yuan used the backup plan, tying himself to the Su family, so that they would prosper together and suffer together. Mu Qingyun reacted, "This means, we have found a rival for ourselves." I guess so. He Haobo is the kind of villain who will never let go of any grudge. Even if we don't do anything, he won't let us have an easy time. What happened just now only made this situation happen earlier. Mu Qingyun paused, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yuan was different. You have to know that more than a month ago, Lin Yuan was still a poor boy who couldn't afford the bride price. Now he can actually talk about these things so freely. It is really incredible. However, Mu Qingyun did not ask any further questions, but there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Hubby, you're awesome." Lin Yuan smirked. "Is there a reward for being awesome?" Mu Qingyun became alert, lowered her voice, and said shyly, "We are still in the office, what are you doing? It would be unreasonable not to kiss one, right?" Lin Yuan took the initiative to deliver it to the door. Mu Qingyun looked at Lin Yuan, and saw that the blinds were still open. She immediately blocked Lin Yuan's face and said, "Wait a moment, I'll draw the curtain closer." "You can do it, but you have to keep the gossipers out who have their ears pricked up." With a swish sound, the pure white leaves blocked the scene inside. Suddenly, the employees in the office outside wailed. They saw two figures gradually approaching, and their snacks were ready. As a result, when it came to the critical moment, they were suddenly stopped from watching. It was difficult for anyone to calm down the ups and downs of emotions. A female colleague said with emotion, "Our boss is so nice to his wife." Needless to say, from the beginning of the century wedding to now, there has not been a bad day. Another female colleague joined the group chat. "I also heard from others that the boss always takes his wife with him wherever he goes. They are so inseparable that I want to fall in love with her. It's like I own a replica of the boss." "You?" Everyone joked. "It's broad daylight, stop daydreaming and just work hard. There aren't many bachelors with so much money." Someone paused and then said, "There are even fewer who are blind." "What did you say?" With a bang, a heavy object fell to the ground, causing everyone to laugh. The sound passed through the gap in the glass and reached the ears of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. But they were busy, and the faint smile actually provided some romance to the quiet environment. Lin Yuan licked her earlobe and said, "Wife, they all know about it." Mu Qingyun breathed gently, her face flushed. Too much. Although there was only a wall between them, the sounds coming and going outside the door infinitely magnified her perception, and her inner sense of shame was constantly increased. "There's something even more extreme. Do you want to try it, wife?" As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he covered it again. His voice was extremely seductive, and he led Mu Qingyun step by step into it. At the same time, an uninvited guest came to Su Group. The assistant opened the door and found that it was filled with an indescribable smell, but she acted as if nothing had happened and said calmly, "General Manager, He Ruizong from the He Group is here." Su Weibin turned his back and said calmly, "Tell him to come up." Not long after, He Ruizong came over led by his assistant. "Mr. He, our general manager is waiting for you inside." He Ruizong nodded and walked in. The decadent breath that hit him made He Ruizong frown. Walking further inside, he heard a few subtle sounds. "Mr. Su." He Ruizong stood in front, silently looking at Su Weibin's back, without saying anything for a long time. After waiting for a while, Su Weibin turned around along the chair. "Do you want to talk to me about something?" Su Weibin didn't take He Ruizong seriously at all. After all, their family backgrounds were very different. "I'm here to work with Mr. Su." Before He Ruizong could finish his words, he saw a woman crawling out from under Su Weibin's desk. He didn't see the woman's appearance clearly, but just from her messy clothes, he could guess what had just happened. Unexpectedly, the woman did not leave. Instead, she sat on Su Weibin with her back to He Ruizong. Su Weibin laughed, deliberately making his voice louder. "Mr. He, I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't interrupt our conversation." He Ruizong twitched his lips when he saw this. This young master of the Su family is really as the rumors say. But He Ruizong didn't dare to say anything more, and just replied, "No. It's okay. I'm glad you're alright." Su Weibin didn't stop moving his hands. "Mr. He, what do you want to cooperate with me on?" He Ruizong revealed the full purpose of his visit. "My son is useless and has contradicted Lin Yuan. In this case, that guy called Lin Yuan will definitely not let us go." Su Weibin smiled playfully, but his eyes became increasingly cold. "So, you are here to seek the protection of my Su family?" He Ruizong nodded. Su Weibin suddenly moved his chair forward, his eyes like a knife moving over He Ruizong. "Your He family is just a small thing. It's beyond your reach to be associated with our Su family. You still want to discuss cooperation with me? What qualifications do you have to discuss cooperation with me?" He Ruizong was a little surprised. He had inquired before coming. Su Weibin and Lin Yuan had had conflicts in the past. According to his personality, as long as he could bring Lin Yuan out, this matter should be a natural outcome. "I didn't expect that the second young master of the Su family was not stupid, even at this time." Su Weibin smiled evilly. "Does Mr. He also think that I'm the kind of loser who can't do anything?" "Of course not." He Ruizong hurriedly shook his head, took a deep breath, sorted out his words and continued, "The He family is indeed not capable of standing on the same side as the Su family to discuss cooperation, but if the Su family can protect the He group, from now on, the He group will obey Mr. Su's arrangements." How? Chapter 37, My Goal, to be number one in the entertainment industry. The excitement in the Magic City continues. The traffic during the morning rush hour, the white smoke rising from the streets, and the workers hurrying along the road. However, the few large characters standing on the giant screen of the World Gold Awards cannot be underestimated. After all, Lin Yuan's advertising company became an instant hit after having had several glorious achievements before, becoming a rising star in the advertising industry and even opening the door to the entertainment industry. Several of the younger students who were previously recruited by me are now somewhat famous. Some low-budget online dramas took a fancy to them and wanted to cooperate with them, but they were all rejected by Lin Yuan. For this purpose, the head of the artist department also specifically found Lin Yuan. Boss, I think that although this team has a small budget, it can also hone their acting skills and accumulate popularity for them. In this way, there is nothing wrong with it? You just think too conventionally. Lin Yuan looked at the teacher in charge and said, "You treat this as a career, so you already have a template for becoming famous in your mind. And this template not only harms you, but also your artists." This. The person in charge hesitated for a while, and asked in confusion, "How could it harm me? I have trained many artists, and now their traffic is pretty good." The reason why he was able to become the head of the entire artist department was naturally because of his strengths. Even though Lin Yuan was the boss, he would not allow outsiders to doubt his professional qualities. "It's pretty good, but it's just pretty good." After Lin Yuan searched the tablet, he handed it to the person in charge. "All these internet celebrities are brought up by you, right?" The person in charge took a look and responded, "It's his. This data is quite good." He muttered to himself as he watched. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Why don't you scroll over and take a look at where all this traffic comes from?" The person in charge did so. But when he saw the data analysis later, his originally confident demeanor suddenly drooped. "Did you see anything? This is the person who was brought up using your template. When hungry, one has no choice of food. When cold, one has no choice of clothes. Once a person has traffic, he or she will excessively pursue traffic and market. In the end, apart from the seemingly good traffic, what else is left? It can be said that this little bit of traffic has no commercial value at all." The person in charge lowered his head in shame upon hearing this. "Boss, have you investigated everything?" "It's not an investigation. I just took a look at your resume." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "I just want to remind you that if you continue to act the same way as before, your ideals and ambitions will probably never be realized." "Alas." The person in charge sighed. "Boss, you are right. If you want to make an artist famous, traffic is indeed the basis, but after chasing it for a long time, it seems that I can't find any value other than this." Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked him to sit down. "Xiaoqing, do you know why I recruited you? Isn't it because I have some achievements, but I have lost my previous buyers and can't find the next buyers?" When Xiaoqing said this, his eyelids drooped and his eyes were filled with gloom. Before he came, he had already learned about the Yuanmu group through his own connections. "I thought it was a hidden company, but after asking around, I found out that this company was as blank as a sheet of paper. However, it was such a company that extended an olive branch to him." After hesitating for a long time, Xiaoqing finally came. It's not for any other reason, it's mainly because Lin Yuan has a lot of money and the conditions he offers are much better than those of ordinary companies. After entering, he discovered that this was a completely different world. Although it is a new company, every one of its employees is a veteran. After all, he has money and can find anyone. The last time Lin Yuan and He Yunhe worked together, it was truly amazing. It was at that time that Xiaoqing's opinion of Lin Yuan, the rich second generation, changed a lot. Now, Xiaoqing looked at Lin Yuan in front of him, and he felt that he could not see through the man in front of him. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Not entirely. Do you remember what you wrote on your resume?" Xiaoqing thought for a while and felt a little confused. "What?" Lin Yuan said word by word, "Starting from zero, the goal is to reach the top." Xiaoqing was stunned for a moment, then laughed at himself twice. "It's just some polite words, boss, do you believe it? If I don't believe it, why would I invite you in?" Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair and said, "You are an ambitious person. Coincidentally, so am I. You want to be the best in the industry, and I also want to be the best in the entertainment industry." Xiaoqing couldn't believe what Lin Yuan said. "Boss, you are exaggerating. The entertainment industry has long been dominated by Luo Qinghua. If we enter under the monopoly of the Luo family, we may not even make a splash. Even a kingdom can change hands, just like the entertainment industry. Xiao Cheng saw that when Lin Yuan was talking, it seemed like he was discussing what to eat, and his words did not seem to take Luo Qinghua seriously. Are you scared? Lin Yuan asked with a chuckle. No. Xiao Cheng shook his head. I'm just afraid that you might not be able to achieve your goal, boss. Luo Qinghua has been in this circle for a long time. It is no exaggeration to say that the entertainment industry is his world. It is not easy for you to surpass him. Lin Yuan knocked on the table. It's not easy, but it doesn't mean it can't be done. I called you here today just for this matter. Xiao Cheng quickly declined. No, boss, although I am a little arrogant, but as for being the number one in the entertainment industry, I really can't help you with anything. TSK, you're not even as capable as my wife. Xiao Cheng knew that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were in love, but there was no need to show it off at this time. Okay, I won't make it difficult for you. Lin Yuan handed him another folder. I have written a rough plan in it, just follow it. No matter how long you've been in the entertainment industry, you must have some resources at your disposal that can be put to good use. Xiao Cheng took a quick look. I understand that we need to ensure quality, but do we really need to start from scratch? The documents that Lin Yuan handed over included not only planning for the artists, but also recruitment for the team. Xiao Cheng felt that if Lin Yuan continued at this rate, if he wanted to eat a bowl of rice in the future, wouldn't he have to grow it from seeds? It's necessary. Lin Yuan took a sip of water. The Luo family has everything from extras to set design. No matter what, it's more comfortable to work with a team that we have trained ourselves. That's true. Xiao Cheng agreed with Lin Yuan's point of view. It's time-consuming, labor-intensive, and extremely expensive. Money is not a problem, just do as I say. That's fine. Xiao Cheng picked up the document, informed him, and left. Lin Yuan was lost in thought as he stared at the stock market fluctuations on his computer. The system had previously rewarded him with shares in Excellence Group. Even if it was only 5%, the dividends he would get would be enough to support him in living a miserable life. But he doesn't think so now. Just as previously investigated, the Magic City is divided into two families, the Su family and the Su family. The Luo family seems to be wealthy and powerful, but they are in a different circle and don't get involved in business affairs. However, if Luo Qinghua stands on the side of the Su family, it would not be a good thing for him. At the very least, he had to be able to compete with Luo Qinghua before he could figure out his faction. And shares are his breakthrough. I just wonder if there is anything that can cause the Excellence Group stock to plummet, so that he can take the opportunity to make some acquisitions. Mu Qingyun had just finished working in the studio. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Yuan sitting on a chair, not knowing what he was thinking about. She called Lin Yuan several times, but he didn't respond. Hubby. What are you thinking about? So absorbed in it? Mu Qingyun walked behind Lin Yuan and patted his shoulder. Only then did he come to his senses. Lin Yuan was slightly startled, turned around and saw that it was Mu Qingyun, and his vigilance calmed down again. Nothing, I just talked to the artist department about our next plans. Mu Qingyun looked up at the computer screen and asked, Husband, you were so concerned about excellence. Do you want to buy its shares at a low price? Wife, you are still as smart as ever. Don't brag, it's all right in front of me. If I can't guess it, I'll be a ghost. Lin Yuan smiled lightly and held Mu Qingyun in his arms. What do you want to do again? Although Mu Qingyun stayed in Lin Yuan's arms, he was very aware of his little thoughts. Lin Yuan said hoarsely in a deep voice, Charge. Charge? Mu Qingyun was a little confused, but considering that Lin Yuan did not do anything in the office, she did not care too much. Unable to leave, Mu Qingyun had to focus his attention elsewhere. For example, the computer in front of me. Mu Qingyun said, Husband. Lin Yuan's voice came from his throat, sounding a little tired. Mu Qingyun looked at the computer and replied after a moment. I think your behavior of buying stocks at a low price is not feasible. Lin Yuan put his head on Mu Qingyun's shoulder and watched the stock fluctuations with her. Why? You see, their stock prices are basically stable and improving. If you want to buy them at a low price, the possibility is really too small. Mu Qingyun had his back to Lin Yuan, so he didn't see the doting expression on his face. I think we should try a different approach. What do you say, wife? Mu Qingyun heard the playfulness in Lin Yuan's words and his face suddenly turned red. This guy. The thief is really unwilling to give up. Chapter 38, It Wouldn't Work Without You. Boom, boom, boom. The hurried knock on the door interrupted their sweet leisure time. Mu Qingyun was embarrassed and annoyed for a while, then quickly broke free from Lin Yuan's arms, stood up, and ran over to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, Su Yongha's hearty voice came over. Brother. As a result, he had just opened his mouth when he saw that the person inside looked a little unhappy. This. Su Yongha originally wanted to ask Mu Qingyun what happened, but when he saw the subtle atmosphere between the two, he understood instantly. He was afraid that he had disturbed the couple's flirting. Well. Brother, I came to you today because I have something urgent. Su Yongha changed the subject somewhat awkwardly. Brother, you came here specially to see me. Is there something urgent? Lin Yuan even emphasized the word especially. Su Yongha cleared his throat and said, It's not urgent. I just came here to give my brother an invitation. Invitation? Lin Yuan took the thing from Su Yongha's hand and said seriously, Is this the Su family's invitation letter? No. Su Yongha shook his head. To be precise, this is a joint invitation letter from the Su family and the Su family. Unite? Haven't your two families always been at odds? Why are you getting together today? Su Yongha looked at Lin Yuan and explained, That's because of what you did with Yunha before. Even though there was a rift between the Su family and the Su family, they still had to put on a show for others to see. Brother, are you saying that this banquet is to be performed for the foreigners? Half and half. Su Yongha didn't know where to start explaining, it's almost the same as what my brother said. Since we want to resist foreign investment, we should also unite as one, otherwise those people will always take advantage of us. After listening to this, Lin Yuan was silent for a while before asking. If that's the case, then that's the job of a businessman. How come this trend has reached me? This kind of banquet is undoubtedly just a hongmen banquet in sheep's clothing. Before his wings are fully grown, he is really unwilling to step into this muddy water. Su Yongha seemed unaware of Lin Yuan's thoughts and thought he was joking. Brother, you are the first-class hero of this matter. It is understandable to invite you. Besides, Su Yongha came over, if you don't go, it's as if the banquet was not held at all. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Brother, you sound as if this dinner party can't be held without me. Hey, brother, you're right. It really won't work without you. Su Yongha saw the screen on Lin Yuan's computer, paused, and continued speaking. My mission today is to convey this message to you. You must go. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan still wanted to refuse, but Su Yongha moved out the last big Buddha. Your father-in-law will be there too, sister-in-law, remember to keep an eye on me. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to answer, Su Yongha left after finishing his instructions. This guy. Lin Yuan felt a headache when he thought about the banquet he would attend in a few days. Hubby, are you really not going? Mu Qingyun was afraid that Lin Yuan would be embarrassed, so she said, I will explain to my dad. Lin Yuan waved his hand, no need. Since the banquet was specially held for me, if I don't go, who knows what those people will gossip about behind my back. Just as Su Yongha said, this banquet was just a show. The banquet hasn't even started yet, but most of the list of people attending the banquet has been revealed. In addition to some familiar names, entrepreneurs who rarely attend dinners also appear on this list. However, the most eye-catching among them is Lin Yuan. After all, since his appearance, he has been surrounded by countless popularity, and coupled with his outstanding appearance, many people on the internet jokingly call him the national husband. Mu Qingyun was unhappy when he saw the news. What national husband? That's my husband. Mu Qingyun sat on the sofa and scrolled through his phone. Looking at the words of netizens on the screen, a nameless anger surged up from the bottom of his heart. When Mu Qingyun was too angry, he would pull Lin Yuan over to question him. Husband, tell me, am I right? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yuan didn't dare to say anything was wrong. After all, Mu Qingyun's eyes looked like he could throw out two cold knives. After they packed up, they set off for the venue. As soon as I walked out of the villa, an extended version of Lincoln had been waiting outside for a long time. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please get in the car. The driver who was waiting on the side said respectfully after seeing Lin Yuan and the others coming. It's a pity that I can't drive there myself. Seeing this, Lin Yuan said with some regret, Wife, look at your husband's outfit, he is definitely the driving god of Akina Mountain. Mu Qingyun smiled and said, Come on. The driver nearby did not disturb the two of them, but just waited quietly. After playing around for a while, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun got into the car. Only then did the driver drive the car steadily towards the venue. Since it was jointly held by the Su family and the Su family, both families seemed to be putting in their best efforts. The already extravagant conference venue suddenly became even more grand and majestic. Although it is not as good as the Forbidden City, you can tell at a glance that it is a remarkable place. Luxury cars drove to the entrance of the venue in an orderly manner and then slowly left. Lin Yuan looked out the window and saw flashing lights all around. He knew without going down that both sides of the aisle were full of media. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, we are here." The driver in front had just finished speaking when the servants outside opened the door for them and even considerately placed a small step to make it easier for the two to get out of the car. After Lin Yuan got off the car first, he refused the servant's offer of help and stood by, helping Mu Qingyun get off. "It's Lin Yuan." The media at the scene were sharp-eyed and recognized the two people as soon as Lin Yuan got out of the car. The flash cameras never stopped flashing. Click, click, click. Mu Qingyun was not used to such dense flashes of light, and couldn't help frowning when walking on the red carpet, but the strong lights still penetrated everywhere. She lowered her head slightly, and suddenly a pair of sunglasses appeared in her field of vision. Mu Qingyun looked over and found that it was given to him by Lin Yuan. "Please put it on, don't hurt your eyes." Mu Qingyun took the sunglasses, and when he touched Lin Yuan's palm, his fingertips and heart felt warm. "Thank you, husband." Mu Qingyun obediently put on her sunglasses and smiled sweetly, which was somewhat out of place with her queen-like look. When the media saw this, they took pictures even faster. Lin Yuan gently took Mu Qingyun's hand, with a faint smile on his face, and led her inside. The female colleague who was traveling with me was so envious that she forgot to work. Looking at the photos in the camera, she couldn't help but sigh. "Isn't this the prince and princess from Disney?" After walking the red carpet, the environment in the venue suddenly became quiet. Compared to outside, there is no media here. After all, the organizers will not allow media people to move around everywhere. If they accidentally take pictures of something bad and spread it, it will not benefit anyone. "Are you okay?" Lin Yuan asked caringly. Mu Qingyun took off his sunglasses. Although the corners of his eyes were slightly red, it seemed that nothing serious happened. "Not bad." Mu Qingyun seemed to remember something. "Why did you think of wearing sunglasses?" Lin Yuan put on the sunglasses and said jokingly, "As the demon city's Fujiwara Takumi, how can he be without sunglasses?" When Mu Qingyun saw Lin Yuan's expression, he knew that he was talking nonsense again. The two of them walked into the venue laughing and found that many people had already arrived. Lin Yuan looked around and found that there were hardly any people he knew. He didn't know the person in front of him, but everyone in front of him knew Lin Yuan. So when they first appeared at the venue, many people had already come over. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin." For a moment, Lin Yuan was surrounded by people. "I've always heard about Mr. Lin's deeds, but I didn't expect that today I would finally have the opportunity to see him in person. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin standing together are a perfect match." Lin Yuan didn't remember exactly how many people were around him, but he heard a lot of compliments. "Everyone, isn't it a bad idea to block people outside?" A cold voice came from behind. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Su Gaoyuan standing there, followed by Su Yonghe. When they saw that it was Su Gaoyuan, many people were stunned, but they all consciously made way. "It's just there are some people with bad intentions talking in the crowd. I didn't expect that President Su would come out in person to greet the guests. Can Mr. Lin be called a guest? This banquet is to celebrate Mr. Lin. In fact, Mr. Lin is half the host." After hearing these words, many people were secretly shocked. Who exactly is this guy Lin Yuan? Only 2 months have passed since he appeared, but he has already reached the same level as Su Gaoyuan. It is really unbelievable. Listening to these discussions, Su Gaoyuan's face changed, but it was only for a moment, and he returned to his previous smile, then looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Brother Lin, come over here, you are the protagonist today." At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Gaoyuan actually wanted to lead Lin Yuan personally. Lin Yuan knew what Su Gaoyuan was thinking, but he still smiled and said, "Boss Su, I feel a little scared." Perhaps in the eyes of others, the two were just chatting and laughing, but Mu Qingyun and Su Yonghe, who were watching from the side, were terrified. Mu Qingyun didn't know what Su Gaoyuan was up to, and Su Yonghe didn't know what Su Gaoyuan wanted to do. All I can say is that both of them have their own ulterior motives. After walking for a short distance, Su Gaoyuan led Lin Yuan to a relatively spacious place with fewer guests. Lin Yuan looked around and found that most of the people here were big shots. At this moment, a vicious look fell on him. Lin Yuan followed the gaze and saw the owner of that gaze, Su Weibin. Chapter 39: A shallow advertisement. Lin Yuan knew that he would run into Su Weibin, but he didn't expect to see him as soon as he came in. "Boss Lin, long time no see." Su Weibin shook the wineglass in his hand and looked at Lin Yuan with a playful expression. "I didn't expect that you would come here after not seeing you for a while." Su Weibin's words were full of disdain. Lin Yuan didn't take it seriously, he just smiled and said, "I just rely on your help." Su Weibin snorted coldly, ignored Lin Yuan, turned around and disappeared. Su Gaoyuan saw the arrogance of the two men and had no intention of trying to stop the fight. He just watched quietly from the side. Su Gaoyuan stood up only after Su Weibin left. "Brother Lin, don't take it seriously. Second young master Su is a straightforward person. Don't take it seriously." Su Gaoyuan had a smile in his eyes and looked like a peacemaker, but Lin Yuan saw a hint of slyness in his eyes. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Gaoyuan, a hint of sarcastic smile in his eyes. Boss Su is absolutely right. It's normal for Boss Su to have his own personality. How could a junior take it seriously? It would be best if Brother Lin thought so. Su Gaoyuan was still smiling, making it impossible to figure out what he was thinking. Suddenly, the cell phone in Su Gaoyuan's pocket rang. He took out his cell phone, took a look at it, and then looked at everyone apologetically. "I'm so sorry, something came up suddenly and I can't stay with Brother Lin until the banquet starts." "Boss Su, just go and do what you want. Don't worry about me." Then, Su Gaoyuan hesitated and pointed at Su Yonghe, who was standing beside him. "Then let Yonghe accompany you. You just need a companion. Let him introduce you to other partners." After Su Gaoyuan gave the order, he left in a hurry without caring what Su Yonghe thought. "Honey, is Su Gaoyuan a little too enthusiastic towards us?" After Su Gaoyuan left, Mu Qingyun lowered his voice and spoke into Lin Yuan's ear. Lin Yuan smiled. "This is not enthusiasm at all, this is clearly an attempt to pull us to his side. In the eyes of others, we in the Su family have long been grasshoppers in the same boat." Mu Qingyun tilted his head and asked, "Can we bring any benefit to him now?" "Who knows?" Lin Yuan shrugged. His current position was not high enough, and he did not know the full picture of many things, let alone guessing Su Gaoyuan's thoughts. However, since Su Gaoyuan wants to use him to deal with the Su family, he can use this power to move to the next level. After all, there are no permanent friends in business. The banquet has begun. Everyone was sitting in the audience, waiting for Su Gaoyuan and Su Weibin to give brief speeches. Su Weibin himself didn't like this kind of pretentious scene, so he said a few words and left. However, Su Gaoyuan spoke enough polite words and won applause from the audience. Hypocritical. Lin Yuan picked up some peanuts and started eating them. He glanced at Su Gaoyuan's expression and turned his head away. Hypocrite. Mu Qingyun held back her smile and looked around for Lin Yuan. After she found that no one was paying attention to them, she spoke softly. "Hubby, keep your voice down. If someone hears you, you'll be on the headlines tomorrow. No one else can hear it." Lin Yuan pointed in a few directions at random. "Look at those people, their eyes are all on Su Gaoyuan, no one will notice us." Mu Qingyun looked around and found that it was just as Lin Yuan said. "Even so, you should take it easy." Yes, my dear wife." As the two were whispering, Su Gaoyuan's lengthy speech finally came to an end. Su Gaoyuan glanced at Lin Yuan beside him and suddenly smiled. "I have almost finished what I have to say. Otherwise, I will leave the rest of the time to my brother, Lin Yuan, to come up and say a few words. After all, he is the great hero this time, and I am sure you have all been looking forward to it for a long time." Before Su Gaoyuan could say anything, applause broke out. Lin Yuan looked up in bewilderment and found that everyone's eyes were on him. Su Gaoyuan on the stage was still chiming in, "Brother Lin, don't be shy. This place is open for you today. Everyone, my brother is usually too low-key." Su Gaoyuan kept saying this and that, and it would be unreasonable for Lin Yuan not to come forward. "Hi, really hi." Lin Yuan secretly gave Su Yonghe a thumbs up. "Your second brother is really a wolf in sheep's clothing." Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Yuan also stood up. Facing the countless flashing lights across from him, Lin Yuan lost his mind for a moment and felt his brain go blank. But soon he calmed down and spoke slowly. Boss Su and Boss Su have already said almost everything. I don't have much to say. So I'll just advertise for my company. Yuan Mu Group sincerely invites everyone to cooperate. Of course, we also accept capable people. Click, click, click. Everyone was waiting for Lin Yuan to continue speaking, but Lin Yuan just waved his hand. That's all. Enjoy your meal, everyone. When Lin Yuan uttered the last word, the whole audience was shocked, including the media present. In a place where many bigwigs gathered, Lin Yuan just said a few simple words and advertised his own company? After a long moment, someone murmured quietly. Maybe his brain is broken? However, he never thought that the place was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard clearly, let alone a person's voice. By the time he realized he had said the wrong thing, it was too late. I had to lower my head in shame and not look at other people's expressions. What are you doing? Mu Qingyun was really angry and amused. After Lin Yuan came down, he slapped him. I asked you to say a few words, what are you talking about? After Lin Yuan sat down, he found that the person sitting opposite him was Su Gao Yuan, and he curled his lips and smiled. Mr. Su has said so much, there is no need for me to elaborate. What do you think, Mr. Su? Su Gao Yuan smiled politely. Brother Lin, just make the decision. Mu Qingyun looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly. It really is about one who dares to do it and the other who dares to let him do it. As expected, before the banquet was over, the video of Lin Yuan simply speaking a few words directly became a hot topic. This guy is awesome. As expected of an advertising person, I don't know how much advertising fees I have saved by doing this. When it comes to advertising, you still have to look at the source. Look, other bosses are putting their knowledge into practice. Brothers above, is there a possibility that only boss Lin Yuan dares to play like this? At this moment, the people in the conference hall were as shocked as the audience watching the show online. However, they were more or less skeptical about Lin Yuan's identity. Su Gaoyuan and Su Weibin didn't seem to take any action, which seemed to indicate that they tacitly agreed to this matter. This made them even more surprised. Who is Lin Yuan? Although they were shocked, the banquet continued. Su Gaoyuan acted as a peacemaker and livened up the atmosphere. Since it's going to be a banquet, we have to act it out more realistically. Lin Yuan's action inadvertently added fuel to the fire. Seeing this, some media spread the news about Lin Yuan's casual behavior. As for how much truth or falsehood there is in this matter, that is none of their business. Halfway through the banquet, the big guys who had previously looked down on Lin Yuan came over with the intention of making friends with him and had a drink with him. After those guys toasted Lin Yuan, they saw that Mu Qingyun had a unique charm, and the little thoughts that were aroused by the alcohol began to stir. Mrs. Lin, I toast to you. You have found a good husband. When the man was about to clink glasses with Mu Qingyun, he was stopped by an unexpected cup. I'm sorry, my wife can't drink. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. How about you drink with me? When the man found out that his thoughts were exposed, he was not embarrassed and just smiled. Then I'll toast to Mr. Lin again. The man smiled and drank it all. Lin Yuan glanced at the man coldly and drank the wine in his hand. In the following period of time, many people treated Lin Yuan like a drinking barrel, toasting him with one glass after another, which made Mu Qingyun feel distressed. Hubby, let's stop drinking, it's too much. It's okay. Lin Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth and managed to steady himself. They are just a bunch of old guys. Can't I drink more than them? After a round of fighting, although Lin Yuan was drunk, one could not tell from his appearance that he was drunk for a long time. Will you come again? Lin Yuan stared at the man in front of him. No. They originally wanted to give Lin Yuan a warning, but who knew that they would almost get drunk by this kid? Lin Yuan sat down heavily, looking at those smiling tigers, muttering, "Trash, dare you covet my wife?" He spoke so softly that no one heard it except Mu Qingyun and Su Yonghe. Brother Su, this. Mu Qingyun looked at Su Yonghe for help. We can't leave for a while. Can you find a place for us to rest so that my husband can sober up? Su Yonghe pondered for a moment, then helped Lin Yuan up. Sister-in-law, come with me. I'm not drunk, you don't need to help me. Lin Yuan tried to refuse Su Yonghe's help, but he was drunk after all and his strength was weak. It's troublesome. Mu Qingyun was also helping. Sister-in-law, why are you being so polite to me? The two left, but they didn't notice that there was a pair of eyes following them from behind. The man waved his hand and a servant came over. Boss Su, do you have any instructions? Su Weibin smiled wickedly, and the half glass of red wine in his hand became even brighter under the light. Go tell that woman that it's time to do something. Chapter 40, Flying Pot. Su Yanha found a more remote lounge. This place is far away from the venue and there are few staff passing by, so it is a good place to take a break. After Su Yanha put Lin Yuan down, he said to Mu Qingyun, sister-in-law, you guys stay here first. I'll go and clean up the mess and go back with you guys later. Mu Qingyun wanted to refuse, but she also knew that it would be difficult for her to bring Lin Yuan back by herself. Then I'll trouble you, brother Su. Su Yanha nodded and left. Mu Qingyun sighed lightly and sat on the sofa beside him, waiting for Lin Yuan to wear off the alcohol. You are such a drunkard, you can't drink, but you are still trying to be awesome. Look, now you are a drunkard again. Mu Qingyun poked Lin Yuan's face. Looking at the person in front of her with steady breathing, she also knew that Lin Yuan did this for her. After all, those who came to the venue, even if they were not big names in the industry, were all the best in their respective fields. Lin Yuan naturally knew the pros and cons of this, otherwise he wouldn't have drunk like this. While Mu Qingyun was thinking, there was a knock on the door. She was a little confused. Didn't Su Yanha say that no one would come to disturb them? Who is here again? Mu Qingyun walked over and opened the door, and found a servant standing at the door. What's wrong? The attendant smiled and said, Mrs. Lin, we are short of staff in the logistics department right now. I have to ask you to come with me to get some sobering tea. Mu Qingyun paused and looked at Lin Yuan in the room again. Okay, I'll go with you. Not long after the servant took Mu Qingyun away, the tightly closed door suddenly opened a crack. A dark shadow slipped in. Su Gaoyuan walked around and came back, and found that Lin Yuan was no longer at the table, so he went to Su Yanha to ask. Where did that kid Lin Yuan go? Su Yanha replied calmly, he has something to do, so he and his wife left first. I'll take them back later. Is that so? The smile on Su Gaoyuan's face faded a little, then remember to send him back well. After saying this, Su Gaoyuan left in a hurry again. Su Yanha looked at Su Gaoyuan's receding figure and slowly clasped his hands together. But the next second, he saw a familiar face. The pale hands slowly loosened. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Su Yanha walked forward and found Mu Qingyun holding a small pot of water in his hand. He looked at what Mu Qingyun was holding and asked doubtfully, what is this? Sobering tea. The servant just said they were short of manpower and asked me to come out and get it myself. Su Yanha frowned and took the thing from Mu Qingyun's hand. How could there be a shortage of manpower? Maybe it's that guy Su Weibin who's trying to trip you up again. Ah. Mu Qingyun still hadn't reacted yet. Su Yanha explained, how could there be a shortage of manpower for an event jointly held by the Su and Su families? If this were to be made public, how would people outside view these two families? Besides, logistics is something that will only increase, never decrease. So it's very likely that Su Weibin did this just to tease you. There was anger in Mu Qingyun's eyes, this person is too childish. The thoughts of the Su family's young master are not something that ordinary people can understand. You should stay away from that guy. After all, he is a notorious vindictive guy. You made him look bad in public last time. With his temper, he will definitely not be able to get along with you in the future. Mu Qingyun was silent for a while, then said coldly, thank you for your reminder, brother Su. We will pay more attention to it. As soon as the two of them left, Su Weibin appeared from somewhere, and there was a girl behind him. If Mu Qingyun and Su Yanha had not left, they would definitely be able to recognize that the woman in front of them was Wang Rong. Su Weibin looked in the direction they left, the gloom in his eyes was hard to conceal. After noticing someone standing next to him, he said in a deep voice. How's it going? Everything has been done according to Mr. Su's instructions. Wang Rong's voice was soft and hurried, completely different from her previous sarcastic and harsh tone. If Wang Rong was a pure and somewhat vain girl before, she is now a woman with charming manners. There seems to be some charm of a mature woman in her every frown and brow. Su Weibin looked at what Wang Rong handed over and smiled proudly. It's done very well. As Su Weibin spoke, he couldn't help but touch Wang Rong's body. You, woman, really surprise me. Wang Rong smiled and dodged without making a sound. It's all thanks to Boss Su's good teaching. Yeah? Su Weibin laughed contemptuously. He was no longer surprised by this woman's behavior. Although it made him a little annoyed, since this woman was still useful for the time being, he just let her go. Of course, I can make Lin Yuan fall flat on his face. Every word Wang Rong said touched Su Weibin's heart. He chuckled and left with her in a swagger. On the other side, Mu Qingyun took Su Yonghe back to the lounge. Su Yonghe couldn't bear to watch Lin Yuan drunk as a fool. Oh my, how come my brother is so drunk and unconscious? He's sleeping in a crooked state. Su Yonghe put the kettle aside and quickly helped Lin Yuan sit up. Mu Qingyun glanced at Lin Yuan. She didn't know why, but as soon as she came in, she felt that something was wrong with the room. But if you ask her to explain in detail, she can't explain it clearly. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Su Yonghe turned around and saw that Mu Qingyun was still standing at the door and had not come in. Brother Su, I think. Mu Qingyun hesitated for a while and said, there is something wrong with this room. Something's wrong? Su Yonghe looked around. What could be wrong? Are you thinking too much? Mu Qingyun lowered his head, maybe. Sister-in-law, let's send my brother back first. Su Yonghe carried Lin Yuan on his back and called Mu Qingyun to help. If you sleep outside, you might catch a cold. Mu Qingyun had no choice but to suppress his doubts for the time being, and together with Su Yonghe, he supported Lin Yuan and left. Everyone at the party went back to rest, but the carnival night on the internet had just begun. After the media that had originally arrived at the scene returned, they worked overtime and gradually released the photos they had taken previously. This banquet itself attracted the attention of thousands of people, and many marketing accounts had been waiting in front of their computers. When it was 1 o'clock, domestic and foreign media all sent out their manuscripts. The Su and Su family's stock prices broke through their historical highs with this momentum, which made the foreign capitalists very angry. They thought that since the Su and Su families were competing with each other, they could just sit back and reap the benefits. Who would have thought that Lin Yuan would show up unexpectedly and disrupt their plans to monopolize China? Su Weibin looked at the gradually rising stock price and suddenly laughed. Lin Yuan, who are you? He took out the photo Wang Rong gave him and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, he picked up a photo and sneered. I don't care who you are. I just don't believe that we can't find out the power behind you. Ding-a-ling. Ding-ling-ling. The urgent ringing of the phone broke the silence of the early morning. Lin Yuan frowned and groped his way out of the bed. He checked his phone and answered the call. Hello. Lin Yuan leaned on the bed, his head ached terribly, and he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. As expected, drinking should be done in moderation. Compared to his light tone, Su Yonghe on the other side seemed a little anxious. Brother, this is bad, you are on the trending search. Isn't it normal to be on the trending search? Lin Yuan yawned. They just want to use me as a hype. This is exactly what they want. No, it's yours. Su Yonghe was halfway through his speech when he suddenly fell silent. Lin Yuan came back to his senses a little. What? Brother, why did you stop talking halfway? Su Yonghe whispered, someone posted your bed photos online. Oh. After Lin Yuan responded unconsciously, he suddenly reacted. What did you just say? Su Yonghe repeated, the bed photos of you and Wang Rong were posted online. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan fell silent for a long time. Brother? Brother? Are you still there? Brother? Su Yonghe was extremely anxious. His first reaction when he saw the news this morning was that Lin Yuan was framed. Just looking at the photo, he couldn't find any clues, except that the other heroine in the photo looked familiar to him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the woman who had caused a scene at the wedding that day, Lin Yuan's ex-girlfriend. But, how did she get to that place? After a long silence, Lin Yuan slowly spoke. What happened yesterday? How do you know? Su Yonghe was shocked and blurted out subconsciously. Lin Yuan held his aching head and recalled, yesterday I vaguely saw someone coming in, but I really didn't have the strength. I thought it was my illusion, but now it seems that Wang Rong sneaked in at that time. Although he and Wang Rong had had sex, it was their first time tasting the forbidden fruit at that time, so they didn't remember to record the beauty of that time. Sneak in? That's impossible. Su Yonghe rejected it outright. The security at the venue is very good. A mere girl can't sneak in. What if the person behind her is Su Weibin? As soon as Lin Yuan said this, Su Yonghe became quiet instantly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's normal for Su Weibin to go after Wang Rong. After all, using my ex-girlfriend to deal with me is obviously much faster than other methods. As long as Su Weibin is not a fool, he will definitely do this. Chapter 41 Explain. Mu Qingyun was sleeping in a daze. When he noticed some movement around him, he opened his sleepy eyes and checked. I only saw Lin Yuan holding his cell phone and making a call on the balcony. Husband. Mu Qingyun called softly. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at her, said a few words to the person on the other end of the phone, and then hung up. Wife, you're awake. When Lin Yuan came in, he closed the balcony door. Who did you just call? Mu Qingyun asked in a daze. Su Yonha called to tell me something. Lin Yuan sat down next to Mu Qingyun and rubbed her furry head. Wife, do you want to sleep a little longer? You worked hard yesterday. Mu Qingyun snorted twice. You also know who told you to drink so much. Lin Yuan was amused by Mu Qingyun's cute appearance. Yesterday was also forced by the situation. After all, we can't offend those big guys. I know. Mu Qingyun muttered quietly, next time we should not go to those places. They are full of ruthless people. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised at first, and then a smile appeared on his face. Okay, I'll listen to my wife. After the two of them whispered to each other for a while, they slowly walked out of the room. When they were leaving, Mu Qingyun casually said, Hubby, why do I feel like you look a little off today? Did you drink too much yesterday? And you're still not sober? Lin Yuan shook his head. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep. Yeah. Mu Qingyun thought for a while, then turned around and went to wash up. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa and thought for a long time, but still did not tell anyone about what happened between Wang Rong and himself. After all, speaking it out will only add to your troubles, so it's better to solve the problem as soon as possible. Not long after, Lin Yuan received a message on his mobile phone. He picked it up and found that it was sent by Su Yonha. Brother, I can only help you suppress the trending search for the time being, but you also know that with your current popularity, this matter will not end so easily. While Mu Qingyun was away, Lin Yuan searched for the term himself. Dozens of photos suddenly came into view. In the photo, he was sleeping unconscious, while Wang Rong was smiling brightly beside him. Lin Yuan couldn't help but tighten his grip on his phone. Su Weibin really played a good hand. Just as he was thinking about it, Mu Qingyun suddenly poked his head out. Oh, by the way, husband, my dad asked me to tell you yesterday that we can go over there and do a field investigation together. Lin Yuan secretly turned off the screen of his mobile phone and smiled faintly on his face. Okay, we'll go over after we clean up. Mu Qingyun said put on facial cleanser and went back in. Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingyun busy in the bathroom, and many things were on his mind. When Mu Qingyun came out from her skincare routine, she saw Lin Yuan sitting alone in a chair, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking about. She noticed that Lin Yuan was in a bad mood, so she tiptoed over. Honey, what's wrong with you? Lin Yuan wanted to say it was okay, but after seeing Mu Qingyun's face, he couldn't say those two words. What's the matter? Mu Qingyun was a little worried. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Yuan decided to tell Mu Qingyun everything that was on the hot search from beginning to end. Is this it? Mu Qingyun looked at the photos on his phone, feeling indescribably complicated. Lin Yuan nodded. I should have expected this to happen. Mu Qingyun suddenly became annoyed and recounted his guess that day. They both came to a conclusion. Someone doesn't want them to have peace. That piece of land is located at the junction of Shanghai and Jiangnan, and it takes them 2 or 3 hours to drive there from the city center. After discussing it, the two decided to take the high-speed rail. However, because they bought the tickets too late, the business class and first class tickets were sold out, leaving only second-class seats. Lin Yuan frowned after seeing the ticket information. Wife, why don't we drive? Second class is too noisy. However, Mu Qingyun said, Hubby, it's too tiring for you to drive. It's more convenient for us to go there by high-speed rail. Besides, it's nice to have a seat. Without waiting for Lin Yuan to say anything more, Mu Qingyun bought the tickets in no time. Hurry up, get ready to go. Before Lin Yuan could come to his senses, Mu Qingyun had already packed his things. He smiled bitterly. Wife, you seem very excited. Really? It's okay, hee. Mu Qingyun smiled sweetly, and the two dimples on her face made people unable to help but indulge in them. This is my first time sitting in second class, and I suddenly became a little curious. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that the water in those two dimples was a little deeper. Fortunately, the people in the carriage were exceptionally quiet during this journey. Lin Yuan slowly let go of the stone that was hanging in his heart. Mu Qingyun suddenly came up and stared at Lin Yuan's face. "What are you thinking about?" Mu Qingyun said something out of the blue, which scared Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan pretended to be calm. "Nothing, I just haven't been out for a long time." Mu Qingyun tilted his head to listen to him. "Why?" Lin Yuan looked out the window and said with a complicated expression, "Because it's too far." "Yeah, that's okay." Mu Qingyun took Lin Yuan's arm and spoke with a happy smile. "I'll watch it with you from now on." Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingyun and watched the scenery behind her passing by quickly. For a moment, he felt that the whole world was in his sight. Good. Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun's hand tightly, his eyes full of determination. Soon, they arrived at their destination. As soon as I got out of the station, I saw a cool Land Rover parked at the exit. Mu Qingyun took a closer look, then pulled Lin Yuan and ran over with a smile. "Dad!" Mu Qingyun shouted, and the man in the car seemed to see them and responded by turning on the double flashes. "Father-in-law." Lin Yuan stood beside the car and called out Mu Deming politely. "Well, get in the car." Mu Deming glanced at Lin Yuan coldly. Lin Yuan looked up and met Mu Deming's gaze. At that moment, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Lin Yuan thought to himself that this was not good. The car was moving slowly. Except for Mu Qingyun, who was in a good mood enjoying the scenery outside the window, the other two people in the car had their own thoughts. After Mu Deming sent them to the construction site, he let Mu Qingyun leave first. "Why?" Mu Qingyun was a little confused and asked as he got out of the car. Mu Deming held the steering wheel in his hands and said calmly, "Can't I take this brat to do some hard labor?" Mu Qingyun noticed the pain in Mu Deming's teeth and smiled, revealing his white teeth. "Then you have a safe journey." When the car started passing by Mu Qingyun, the little girl waved her hand. Lin Yuan looked at her and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Mu Deming drove the car to a more secluded place and stopped, and asked sternly, "What's the matter with the hot search in the middle of the night?" When Lin Yuan was about to defend himself, Mu Deming continued. "Don't think that everything will be fine just because you removed the trending search this morning." Mu Deming took out his mobile phone, which happened to contain a screenshot of the hot search. He frowned and asked sharply, "Father-in-law, this is a complete misunderstanding." Lin Yuan quickly explained, "Su Weibin teamed up with my ex-girlfriend to frame me." Mu Deming sneered, "You said frame up, and it's just a matter of time before you open your mouth?" "I was drunk yesterday, and everyone present saw it. Afterwards, Su Yangha and Shangyan sent me back to the lounge. If you don't believe me, father-in-law, just ask a few people from yesterday." "Even so, how do you explain this photo?" "This." Lin Yuan himself was so soundly asleep that he couldn't remember any specific details at all. He could only vaguely reconstruct what happened last night. Su Weibin cheated and tricked Shangyan out, which gave them the opportunity to carry out their scheme. "Father-in-law, I swear, I really have nothing to do with that woman anymore." Lin Yuan knew that Mu Deming loved his daughter very much, and he was indeed wrong in this matter. There was a sharp light in Mu Deming's eyes, trying to see through Lin Yuan. After a long time, he slowly let go. "I hope you can handle your own affairs. Although my daughter married you, you dared to let her suffer injustice." Mu Deming raised his head, facing the sharp autumn wind around him, and glanced at Lin Yuan lightly. "I don't care what kind of power is behind you. Even if I lose everything, I will not let you have a good life. Do you hear me?" Lin Yuan said solemnly, "Father-in-law, don't worry, I will never let Xingyun suffer any injustice. I will handle this matter well." Mu Deming glanced at Lin Yuan again and got into the car. Seeing Lin Yuan still standing outside, Mu Deming said impatiently, "What are you still standing there for? Are you planning to walk back?" Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got into the car. On the way back, in order to avoid Mu Qingyun's suspicion, Mu Deming deliberately took a detour to a small market not far away and bought some drinks and brought them to the car. When they returned, they found Mu Qingyun kicking stones at the door out of boredom. After seeing them come back, the haze in his eyes disappeared, like a rainbow after the dark clouds, and the sky suddenly became clear. "Husband." Mu Qingyun trotted towards Lin Yuan, but Mu Deming on the side spoke sourly and angrily. "Your dad isn't dead yet." The guy with the arm bent outwards. Lin Yuan and his wife followed behind timidly, not daring to act rashly. Mu Deming walked ahead angrily, leaving the two of them strolling leisurely behind. Mu Qingyun pulled Lin Yuan and asked, "Hey, husband, what happened to my dad? Why is he so angry? Did he get ripped off again when he was buying things?" "Again? You don't know, my dad is a very face-conscious person. He can't lose face at all. Once when he was buying something, someone offered a sky-high price, but he was so proud that he spent a lot of money to buy something that was worthless." As he spoke, Mu Qingyun couldn't help laughing. "Plus, you guys just bought some drinks, so I think he must have been cheated again." There was a slightly helpless smile on Lin Yuan's lips. "If my father-in-law knew you said this about him behind his back, he would probably be very angry. So, you can't let him know." "I was just speaking quietly." "Could it be that?" Mu Qingyun raised his head and moved closer. "Are you going to tell on me?" Chapter 42, The Villagers Making Trouble. The girl's smiling laughter still seemed to be ringing in my ears. But the next second, Mu Qingyun distanced himself from Lin Yuan and walked forward on his own, still muttering to himself. "It's no use telling on you, my dad won't listen to you." As she spoke, she turned around and stuck out her tongue at Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan saw Mu Qingyun's expression, he could only smile helplessly and walked over with Mu Qingyun. When the workers passing by saw the two of them, they greeted them in a very casual manner, as if they saw old friends. Mu Qingyun also responded to everyone enthusiastically, and even called out a few people's names from time to time. As she was talking, she saw a puzzled look on Lin Yuan's face, and she smiled and explained, "This team was cultivated by my father. Don't look at them like this now. If you count them, they are all small shareholders of our family." "Shareholders?" Lin Yuan had an idea in his mind. Did my father-in-law distribute the shares? I guess so. After all, only when everyone's interests are aligned can a company survive for a long time. Before he finished speaking, Mu Qingyun seemed to remember something. "Honey, I think we can follow this approach. This way everyone will treat the company's affairs as their own, and our company will get better and better." As she spoke, her eyes lit up, as if she had already seen the prosperous future. Lin Yuan smiled lightly. "I always listen to my wife." As soon as he finished speaking, a hushing sound came from the side. The two looked over in the direction of the sound and found a group of workers who had just finished work squatting on the other side. Mu Qingyun saw one of them and ran over with some surprise. "Old Bao, long time no see." "Oh, the little girl is willing to come down to see us." A man in a white hat raised his eyebrows at Mu Qingyun. "That boy is your husband, right?" Mu Qingyun pulled Lin Yuan over with a smile. "Let me introduce to you my husband, Lin Yuan." The person behind Lao Bao smiled. "We all know about that old rich second-generation guy. What a grand wedding. The whole demon city knows about it. It would be rude of us to not know about it. Don't mention it, our son-in-law is much more handsome than he looks on TV." Everyone was talking at once, and Mu Qingyun and the other person couldn't get a word in at all. "Okay, one or two of you, you don't work seriously at ordinary times. Why are you competing in this? If you have the time, why don't you go and move a few bricks for me?" After Lao Bao sent away all the old idiots behind him, he slowly stood up. "I heard from the boss that this piece of land was bought by the son-in-law." Mu Qingyun nodded. Lao Bao looked at Lin Yuan and said, "I didn't expect this guy to be so rich. They have been doing this business for many years, and they can roughly know how much a piece of land is worth just by taking a glance at it. A place like this can't be taken over without more than 100 million yuan. Moreover, the son-in-law took this land from Su Weibin, so the cost must have doubled." When Lin Yuan heard this, he kept a decent smile on his face. "I happen to have a little money." After hearing this, Lao Bao whispered to Mu Qingyun in front of Lin Yuan. "I'm telling you, men will become bad when they have money. You'd better keep an eye on your husband. Don't let him cheat on you. It will be too late for you to regret it." Lin Yuan's face was full of black lines. This guy is really not particular about details. Even when you say bad things about others, you have to say them to their faces. Mu Qingyun, who was standing by, was trying to hold back his smile, his face turning red. "Don't worry, if this guy does this, I will definitely break his legs." Under Mu Qingyun's sweet smile, she said the cruelest words lightly. Lin Yuan behind him couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. He had originally thought of telling Mu Qingyun about the hot search, but now it seems there is no chance at all. "What then?" Lin Yuan interjected weakly, and when the two looked at him, he pointed to the other side where someone was waving at them. We should go over there. Mu Qingyun took a look, curved his eyebrows, and took Lin Yuan's arm. Then Lao Bao, we'll go over first. Remember to have dinner together tonight. Okay. Mu Qingyun led Lin Yuan into the makeshift house. As soon as they walked in, they saw draft papers scattered all over the floor and computer processors running. Mu Deming, who was busy scolding Lin Yuan just now, is now also immersed in his work. Dad, we are here. Mu Qingyun gave a reminder, and the people in the room came back to their senses from their work. Mu Deming looked unhappy. You guys sit down first. After saying that, Mu Deming went back to work. What? Mu Qingyun pursed his lips. Didn't he ask us to come here? Now he's leaving us alone, taking revenge. While Lin Yuan was coaxing Mu Qingyun, he looked at the people busy in the room and frowned involuntarily. Did something happen? They sat like this for more than 10 minutes, and then Mu Qingyun beside them gradually realized that something was wrong. Honey, why do I feel like something's going to happen? Because they saw that the people in the house looked a little unhappy, and even Mu Deming's face became even darker after he received a few phone calls. Lin Yuan took a look and comforted Mu Qingyun. It's okay, I'll go check it out, you sit here now. No. Mu Qingyun also stood up. Let's go ask together. Lin Yuan thought for a while. All right then. The two did not dare to go directly to Mu Deming, or to ask the employees around him for a general idea. After going around in circles, they found a workstation on the edge where there happened to be someone sitting. That? Mu Qingyun asked cautiously. What happened here? As a result, the man didn't even raise his head, and a muffled voice came from under the table. What else could have happened? It's just a bunch of villagers coming to our door to ask for an explanation. Villagers who want an explanation? Lin Yuan caught the problem in the man's words. Isn't this the reclaimed land? Why would villagers come here to ask for an explanation? Of course the land was taken back, but we don't know how. Anyway, since we came here, those guys have come here to cause trouble every now and then. We are used to it. I'm afraid you are new here, and you can't handle this little bit of trouble? The man looked up impatiently, but when he saw Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun standing in front of him, the nonchalant expression on his face changed instantly. Miss. He was so frightened that he stood up and explained hurriedly. I'm not being lazy, I'm just. As he spoke, his words became incoherent due to fear. Mu Qingyun glanced at him, as if he could see through his thoughts, and said calmly, Why are you so nervous? I'm not here to supervise. When the man heard this, he suddenly felt relieved, but he was still respectful when facing the two of them. Miss. Do you have something to ask me? Mu Qingyun glanced at Lin Yuan, cleared his throat, and said casually, Explain to me everything you just said. Just? The man was stunned for a moment. Miss, are you saying that the villagers came here to cause trouble? Mu Qingyun responded with a The man licked his lips and said with some trepidation in his heart. It's like this. When we first came here with the chairman, everything was fine. But after a few days, some guys claiming to be indigenous people appeared out of nowhere and started making a lot of noise at our construction site, disrupting our normal progress. Some people even took the lead and lay down on the excavator's shovel, shouting that if we didn't pay them, they would die here even if they had to. In desperation, the chairman reported it to the police, but after a few attempts, those people still came over and made trouble. It keeps happening over and over again. The people from the inspection department can't do anything about these people. After all, when they arrive, they are back to their old ways. Finally, the chairman took out money to deal with the matter, but those people were greedy and would come to make trouble every few days, and the amount of money they demanded was higher and higher each time. Now that the chairman won't give the money, those people are making even more trouble. The man spoke timidly, glancing at Mu Qingyun's expression from time to time. Lin Yuan was silent for a long time before he said thoughtfully, Have you found out who those villagers are from? The man was stunned. Although he didn't know Lin Yuan, he still answered his questions honestly. We checked with the inspection department and found out that he is indeed an indigenous person here. His identity information matches. But we don't know anything about what happened before that. Lin Yuan asked again, Who bought this piece of land before? That? I don't know. The man smiled bitterly. You can ask the chairman, maybe he knows about this. Mu Qingyun pulled Lin Yuan aside. Honey, is there a possibility that Su Weibin is trying to trip us up? How could it be such a coincidence that we caught up with him? Besides, this piece of land has passed through official hands. If there is any problem, it should be solved by the people who acquired the land before, not us. Mu Qingyun said a few words, which gave Lin Yuan a new idea. Lin Yuan continued, "Wife, I think it's necessary to ask my father-in-law about this. If this is the case, it won't be so easy to solve." After Mu Qingyun nodded, the two of them left immediately, leaving the man looking around in confusion and then lying back on the table. Lin Yuan and his companion were walking in the corridor and saw Mu Deming at the other end, talking on the phone with someone. He happened to turn around and saw Lin Yuan and the other person coming towards him, and immediately hung up the phone. The anxiety on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by the same serious expression as always. Mu Deming took the initiative to say, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to wait outside?" Mu Qingyun took a step forward. "Dad, I have something to ask you." Mu Deming paused, as if he knew what Mu Qingyun was going to say, and said, "If you have anything to say, wait until I'm done." "Lin Yuan, take her back." Lin Yuan paused for a moment and looked up. Was it Su Weibin's doing? Chapter 43, Someone Else is Behind the Scenes. "What did you say?" Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Mu Deming's expression stiffened slightly. Lin Yuan said without hesitation, "Mu Qingyun and I initially suspected that those people making trouble outside were instigated by Su Weibin. Before the auction of this land, I heard from Su Yonghe that this piece of land was originally owned by Su Weibin. I don't know why, the land that was originally under contract was out of the market again at the last minute, so I got it by mistake. Since the land was already in Su Weibin's pocket, it means that there may have been a deal between the land acquisition company and Su Weibin, and those villagers may have been the conditions used by the land acquisition company to threaten Su Weibin. As for why I am here now, it must be Su Weibin's instruction." On his way here, Lin Yuan had already sorted out this series of events. He suddenly realized that all this seemed to have something to do with Su Weibin. Wait a minute. Mu Deming was confused after hearing Lin Yuan's series of words. "You, let me stroke it." After a moment's silence, Mu Deming finally reacted. "You said that those people were brought here by Su Weibin? Is there any clue about that?" Lin Yuan shook his head, "No." Mu Deming's somewhat happy face drooped again in an instant. "You have to know that if those people outside start making a fuss, if something happens, this land will be ruined." Lin Yuan said calmly, "Although I don't have any evidence, this matter must be related to Su Weibin." He curled his lips, and the corners of his mouth raised an arc. "Father-in-law, please invite their leader in and use the benefits to get the truth out of him. I think he will tell me the truth almost exactly. This." Seeing Lin Yuan's serious expression, Mu Deming thought that he didn't seem to be lying and immediately fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Mu Qingyun, who was standing by, also stood up. "Dad, I also think what Lin Yuan said is right. Maybe it is really Su Weibin who is behind this. After all, the Su family is also a business family. Using these methods in business is the simplest way. It costs less money and can do more work. Su Weibin has always wanted to make a small investment for a big gain, and this is in line with his style." While Mu Qingyun was speaking, he also gave Lin Yuan a firm look. After listening to Mu Qingyun's words, Mu Deming analyzed it carefully. At this time, Lin Yuan took the opportunity to speak. "Even if it's not what I said, there must be something wrong with that group of people. Otherwise, why wouldn't they come earlier or later, but at our exact time? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Besides," Lin Yuan lowered his voice, "don't forget who took out this land. Do you think they would check the problems of the land before registering it? If this gets out, we will lose face." On the other side, Mu Deming thought for a long time before saying, "I believe you, and I hope what you said is right." After saying that, he went out and made a phone call. Seeing this, Lin Yuan pulled Mu Qingyun and was about to leave. Mu Qingyun pouted, "Where are you going? This matter hasn't been resolved yet. Wait in the lounge. My father-in-law is going to invite someone in. Let's go and sit down first." This. Mu Qingyun originally wanted to wait here with Mu Deming, but the next second Mu Deming left first. She had no choice but to follow Lin Yuan's wishes and walk towards the lounge. Since this is a construction site, the conditions are quite difficult. The so-called lounge is just a room without any electronic equipment. Apart from a simple table at the entrance and a few kettles and plastic cups on the side, there are no other extra decorations. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun waited in the lounge for a while, and then Mu Deming came in, followed by a few people in patched clothes. Their dark skin reveals the hardships of farming. If it weren't for the cunning in their eyes, one would have to sympathize with them. Everyone, please come in. After Mu Deming finished speaking, he sat down in the main seat first. After seeing this, the people who came in later also sat down separately. However, as they sat down, they also looked at Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun who had been sitting on the chairs. After those people sat down, Mu Deming glanced at them and then spoke slowly. Everyone, my purpose for inviting you in is very clear. You come here to make trouble from time to time. Do you really think we can't do anything to you? After Mu Deming's question, no one dared to speak. The boss is still the boss after all, and his majestic aura is not something that ordinary people can withstand. After those people looked at each other privately, a guy who seemed to be the leader stood up. Boss Mu, we've also said that we are only trying to defend our legal rights. Legal rights? Mu Deming sneered. What you mean by defending your legal rights is that you come to us from time to time to ask for money, right? The previous times we did it because we didn't want to cause any trouble, which gave you the opportunity to take advantage of us. However, you have become more and more aggressive. Is this the legitimate rights and interests you claim to be defending? As soon as Mu Deming uttered the last word, the place suddenly became extremely quiet. The man who just stood up said with a lack of confidence, It's because you haven't given us a solution yet. This is not our fault. Yes. It's you who keep dragging your feet and not giving us a solution. The few people who came with him saw that something was wrong and started talking. It seemed that the louder their voices were, the more confident they felt. Seeing this, Lin Yuan criticized. As far as I know, your contract was not signed with Tianmu Group. If you want to find a solution, go find the person who signed the contract with you. It will not do any good for you to make a fuss here. You, what do you mean? One person seemed to have his weak spot touched by Lin Yuan, and there was a slight tremor in his voice. Lin Yuan ignored the man and turned to ask Mu Deming. Father-in-law, the money you gave them was from the public account, right? Mu Deming nodded. Every penny from the beginning to now will be recorded in the bank account. Lin Yuan thought for a while and muttered to himself. If I remember correctly, extortion is usually punishable by a prison sentence of more than 3 years but less than 10 years. Someone got anxious and said stiffly. What are you talking about? I'm telling you, don't think you can scare us just because we haven't been educated. After they heard Lin Yuan's words clearly, their faces changed suddenly. What the hell? We don't understand what you're saying. I only know that you have to give me money before this matter is over. That's right, hurry up and bring the money over. This way you can relax, and I can relax too. They spoke one sentence after another, and their conversation was so dense that no one could get a break in. However, Lin Yuan and the others were not in a hurry and just watched those people perform quietly. As they talked, their momentum gradually died down and their voices became quieter and quieter. Until later, he wisely shut up. After hearing no more sound, Mu Deming raised his eyes and glanced lazily. You're done? They dared not say a word. Now that you have finished speaking, it is my turn to speak. Mu Deming sat up straighter and said in a deep voice. I'm sure you heard clearly what my son-in-law said just now. The money we gave you will all go into the company's account. If you leave now, we won't hold you responsible. As for the money you paid earlier, you don't have to pay it back. But if you don't know what's good for you and insist on coming here to cause trouble. Mu Deming changed the subject, a stern look in his eyes. I don't suggest that we keep fighting with you. If you can fight against our entire group. You. The man who took the lead first was so embarrassed that his face turned red. It took him a long time to squeeze out a few words. You are threatening us, believe it or not. Mu Qingyun couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Go ahead and sue us if you want. We are upright and have nothing to fear from our own shadows. We are not afraid of you, but you. But you will be charged with defamation, so you must think carefully before doing it. The man was so angry that his hands were shaking. You are going too far. Among the 3 of us and the 5 of you, who is going too far? The man immediately fell silent. The atmosphere fell silent again. The few people who had been confident of victory before now had panic expressions on their faces. Mu Deming stood up and looked at them with a sharp gaze. You guys discuss this among yourselves. I can only give you another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I need your answers. Mu Deming walked away, and seeing this, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun hurriedly followed him. All of a sudden, in the originally slightly crowded meeting room, only a few of them were left looking at each other. They kept staring at Lin Yuan and the others, and when they could no longer see them, their forced calm exterior instantly collapsed. This. What can I do? I don't want to go to jail. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. My whole family depends on me for food. If just one of them wavered, this indestructible dam would suddenly collapse in an instant, as if it had been hit by a flood beast. I don't want to go to jail either. Brother there's no need for us to sacrifice the rest of our lives for this little money. Look, those people don't look easy to mess with. If we really anger them, who knows if they will secretly buy off their connections and put us in jail for life. What will happen to the old lady in my family then? As everyone spoke, the regret on their faces was clearly revealed. It's not so much that I regret it, but I not only don't get the money, but I also have to get myself involved. They don't want to bear the consequences. The man called Brother who was surrounded by the crowd, didn't look much better. What are you arguing about? Do you think I don't know? He's eyes were grim, and his already tired eyes were filled with red bloodshot. Don't forget what that person told us. Oh? A voice came from behind them, startling them all. They turned around and found that the person behind them was the young man sitting opposite them, who seemed to be Mr. Mu's son-in-law. Lin Yuan walked out with a faint smile. Everyone met his gaze, only to feel that the pair of bright eyes were cold to them. Lin Yuan curved his lips and smiled. Who is that person you are talking about? Chapter 44, The Name I Dare Not Admit. One person was so frightened that he fell to the ground, pointing at Lin Yuan and speaking tremblingly. You. It's just that he talked for a long time and couldn't finish a sentence. Lin Yuan looked at the trembling people nearby and said lazily, Who is that person you were talking about just now? After a long time, no one responded. You are quite loyal, that's good. Lin Yuan smiled playfully, but you are so loyal, what benefits did that person promise you? In other words, what benefits did he give you to make you work so hard for him? When Brother heard this, his expression suddenly turned ugly. What are you saying? I don't understand. Don't understand? It's okay. We still have time. But wait, we won't be the ones talking to you anymore. Having said that, Lin Yuan sat down. I'm so sorry for what you said just now. I just happened to pass by and heard you guys talking about this, but I think if you guys don't have any hidden agenda, you probably won't mind. Those people looked at each other, and they had no idea what to do with Lin Yuan. What should I do? One person muttered something quietly, while the others remained silent. Not long after, Mu Deming and Mu Qingyun came back from outside. Everyone, what do you think? Mu Deming did not sit down, but stood aside and asked. A trace of solemnity flashed across He's eyes, and he said stubbornly, Don't talk nonsense like that. If you don't give us the money today, we won't leave. When he was about to speak, the people beside him wanted to stop him, but they were a step too late. They all hung their heads and sighed helplessly. Mu Deming said casually, The people around you don't seem to think so. Brother turned his head suddenly and saw the person walking behind him didn't have time to hide his expression. He saw the panic on his face. He secretly cursed these cowards in his heart, turned around and responded awkwardly. That's their business. Anyway, without my consent, this matter can't be completed. Then let's wait for the people from the inspection department to solve this problem. Mu Deming snorted coldly, this way, everyone can have a satisfactory result. He's expression changed immediately. You actually reported it to the police? You can't report it to the police. Mu Qingyun found what this person said very funny. Hey, uncle, you are the ones causing trouble in our place. We have said all the nice things but you won't listen. So we will naturally hand it over to the people who are specialized in solving this kind of problem. She came out and said in a cold tone. You regret it now? What did you do earlier? Brother gritted his teeth and didn't say anything for a long time. But the people around him were anxious and urged him to compromise. Goodbye, brother It's not worth it to sacrifice the rest of our lives for such a small amount of money. I'm not going to do this anymore. I want to quit. I want to quit too. Before the people from the inspection department arrived, they had already collapsed internally. They argued with each other and their faces turned red. Soon, people from the inspection department arrived. The leader, a uniformed man, walked in and asked, Who reported this to the police? Mu Deming raised his hand and said, "I signed up." After seeing this, the man took out a notebook from his pocket, asked his partner behind him to turn on the camera, and asked, "What's going on?" The caller said someone was causing trouble here. Who was causing trouble here? Although he was speaking to Mu Deming, his eyes were always on the farmers. Mu Deming continued, "Comrade from the inspection department, these are the gentlemen who are causing trouble." The man from the inspection department took a look and then his eyes fell on one of them. "Have we met before?" He stopped what he was doing. "Your name is Hee-jun, right?" Brother, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and there was some evasiveness in his eyes. "Comrade Patrol Division, you got the wrong person." Lin Yuan looked at Hee-jun's subtle expression changes and already had an answer in his mind. "Really? Then maybe I made a mistake." The inspection officer paused, then wrote a few simple words on the paper. "Please follow me back to the inspection office and make a statement." "Comrade Inspection Division, we didn't do anything." Seeing that something was not right, the others quickly began to make excuses for themselves. However, the comrade from the inspection department said calmly, "If you didn't do anything, would anyone come back to report to the police?" And he put down his pen and looked at the people in front of him. "If I remember correctly, your accomplices have been there several times before. If it weren't for the fact that the boss didn't bother with you, do you really think you can get out so quickly?" The inspection officer's words made everyone shut up immediately, and then they obediently got into the car with the staff behind them. Mu Deming originally wanted to follow, but was stopped by Lin Yuan. "Father-in-law, you just wait for the news at the construction site. I'll be there with you." Mu Qingyun also hurriedly persuaded him, "Yes, Dad, the work on this construction site still needs your dispatch. If you leave, this huge construction site will have to stop working." Mu Deming thought about rejecting their proposal, but what they said was right. If he left, a lot of work on the construction site would not be carried out. After thinking for a while, I finally agreed to this plan. When Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun away, Mu Deming said in a mellow voice, "You little bastard, take good care of her." Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun's hand tightly and promised in a loud voice, "Father-in-law, don't worry, I will definitely protect her." Inspection Department. After the comrades took their statements from different rooms, they gathered them in one room again. "This is the coordination agreement. If you think there is no problem, please sign it." Afterwards, the comrades from the inspection department placed the coordination letter in front of everyone. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were the first to sign their names on the paper, and then handed the document to Igu and others on the opposite side. The people behind Brother He signed their names swiftly, but the document ended up in front of Hee-jun. He glanced at the coordination letter and hesitated to write anything. "Sir, do you have any questions?" the female comrade from the inspection department asked with a smile. "No, it's okay." Brother He picked up the pen, hesitated for a long time, and finally signed his name on the document. Lin Yuan looked carefully and saw the two words signed by the man just as the document was about to be closed. "Congratulations." He was somewhat confused. His name is obviously Hee-jun, why didn't he dare to admit it just now? Is there any hidden secret behind this? Just as he was thinking this, a comrade from the inspection department opened the door of the conference room. "Everyone, now that the mediation agreement has been signed, I hope you can discuss anything in the future, and I don't need to bother you to come all the way here." Everyone responded in unison. But after going out, the good atmosphere just now collapsed in an instant. "Don't think this matter will end so easily." Hee-jun's words were harsh and cold. "If I don't see the money, you won't be able to finish this project." After throwing out some harsh words, he turned and left. But the next second, he was stopped by someone. "Wait a moment." Hee-jun paused, turned his head and spoke. "Do you have anything else to do?" There was even a hint of impatience in his tone. "Something's going on." Lin Yuan asked, "You are Hee-jun, right?" Hee-jun was stunned, and the words he was about to say were stuck in his throat. Lin Yuan did not give him a chance to think, but instead asked another question. "If that's the case, why didn't you admit it just now? Do you have any hidden secrets?" One question after another came one after another, abruptly interrupting Hee-jun's speech. The atmosphere was silent for a long time, and the person behind Hee-jun stood up and said something. "Young man, there are some things you'd better not know." As they said that, they pulled Hee-jun away. Lin Yuan looked at their departing backs. For some reason, they looked a little desolate. Honey, do you think there's something wrong with that guy who's leading the group? Mu Qingyun noticed Lin Yuan's intention at a glance. Lin Yuan considered his words carefully and said slowly, I'm not sure, but I think there must be other reasons for him to do this. We need to have someone investigate. After Jun returned home, he lay down tiredly on the somewhat tattered wooden chair. He sighed deeply, and just as he was thinking about taking a nap, he suddenly noticed a figure looming in the darkness of the room. Who is it? Jun stood up vigilantly, and his hands behind his back quietly touched the wooden stick standing beside him. The air in the room froze for a moment, and then the figure in the darkness walked out. Is it done? A woman's voice came out. When Jun heard the man's voice, the vigilance in his eyes gradually faded away. Why are you here? Didn't we agree not to meet? Things have changed. I came to take a look at the situation. The woman spoke slowly, but her tone occasionally revealed a threat. So how are you doing? Jun lowered his head. Everything was going well, and we did everything you said. But who knew that Mu Deming would find 2 reinforcements? There's no way to get rid of him. The woman said calmly, are those 2 people a man and a woman? Jun was a little surprised. How do you know? He only heard the woman laugh softly, and then took out a cell phone from her bag. Are these 2 people? Jun leaned over to take a look and recognized that the 2 people in the picture were Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. That's right. They were the 2 who ruined my business. The woman put away her phone and said quietly. That's your problem, but the agreement between us won't change. If you can't do it, don't blame us for abandoning you. Chapter 45, The Man Being Punished. After Lin Yuan returned, he immediately asked Su Yonghe to check Jun's identity. After Lin Yuan finished the call, Mu Qingyun frowned and pursed her lips. Honey, could it be Su Weibin's doing? Lin Yuan paused for a long time. It's hard to say now. We can only make a decision after the big brother's intelligence comes out. Mu Qingyun lowered his eyes, looking a little depressed. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately coaxed her, it's okay, my husband will definitely take care of it. As the 2 were talking, a crisp cough was heard from the side. They looked up and found Mu Deming standing nearby. The 2 people who were feeling sick of each other separated in an instant. Dad, why did you come out? Lin Yuan stood aside obediently and said nothing. Mu Deming glanced at the 2 of them and asked, those people didn't embarrass you, did they? They both shook their heads. He sighed, and his face suddenly looked more haggard. I originally wanted to bring you here to see where you will work in the future, but who knew something like this would happen? Lin Yuan continued, Father-in-law, do you know where these people came from? Mu Deming shook his head. Not long after we arrived, these people came to cause trouble. I also asked people to investigate, but there was no useful clue at all, otherwise they would not be allowed to do so here. So, what about the previous company we took over? Are there any problems with them? Mu Deming shook his head again. I have thought of everything you can think of. It is because I cannot find any problems that things become difficult to solve. That's really a bit troublesome. Lin Yuan touched his nose, his brain working rapidly. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Mu Deming waved his hand and said, I'll take you to see the plan first. As for what else happens next, let's talk about it after it happens. The 2 nodded and followed Mu Deming into the model area. Chairman. When the people inside saw Mu Deming come in, they greeted him respectfully. Mu Deming nodded and said, please introduce them to each other. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I understand. After speaking to Mu Deming, the man turned and looked at Lin Yuan and the others. Miss, uncle, please follow me. The 2 of them responded and followed. It turns out that the model outside is just a rough outline, and there is a small compartment inside the studio, which is the real data model. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the high-tech technology in front of him. I didn't expect civil engineering to have developed to this point. I thought it was all drawn on computers and then laid brick by brick. The director smiled. Sir, you are joking. That is a technology from a long time ago. Although the construction industry is doing things that are old-fashioned, the technology in the industry is naturally advancing with the times. It is precisely because of the country's vigorous development of science and technology that our industry has also benefited. These are all products born out of technology. Lin Yuan looked at the computer-generated special effects in front of him and couldn't help but sigh at the power of today's technology. The tour guide did not interrupt Lin Yuan's appreciation, but waited for him to finish his admiration, then naturally integrated himself into the experience and began his own explanation. After listening to the whole thing, Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire the civil engineer's wild imagination and strong execution ability. The plan that he and Mu Qingyun gave to Mu Deming was just a rough idea, or even just a prototype of an idea. Unexpectedly, the pictures in their minds were not only created by others, but also improved many of their shortcomings. The land was large and there were many things to be designed, but the guide used his excellent professional skills to introduce them to the two people in a concise and clear manner. Even though they are both laymen, they can not only understand the professional things, but also raise some questions in certain places. The director will also record their ideas and then submit them for fine-tuning. After a few exchanges, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the young man in front of him. If he wasn't Mu Deming's subordinate, he would have wanted to poach this person to his own company. After all, talents like this can carve out a niche for themselves even if they don't work in their profession. Just as they were discussing enthusiastically, there was a commotion outside the door. Not long after that, someone came in and knocked on the door. Oh no, something happened. The man who opened the door said in a panic, dig out a dead body. Everyone in the room was stunned. What? Lin Yuan and others followed the man to a construction site. I saw a cordon around the edge of the big pit in front, and on the side, there was a protruding object covered by a white cloth. I guess that thing is a corpse. When Lin Yuan arrived, Mu Deming also arrived late. After the two looked at each other, Mu Deming walked to the front to find out what was going on. What's going on? There was a hint of anger in Mu Deming's tone. The person in charge wiped the sweat from his forehead and his voice trembled when he spoke. When we were developing this piece of land, we noticed something foreign underneath. Who knew that while we were digging, we would find this? The body was originally covered with cement. He said, swallowing his saliva. But, maybe, someone hit him alive. When the person in charge said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Live piles are very familiar to civil engineers. Someone in the crowd stammered, why would anyone still be doing this? Isn't this place too weird? Everyone present was a civil engineer and had heard of the existence of living piles. But that was a long time ago. Since modern times, no one has done this. They didn't expect that they could still see the existence of living piles in the 21st century. It was really unbelievable. For a moment, discussions broke out everywhere. Mu Deming looked unhappy and scolded, why are you arguing? Have you finished your work? You haven't finished yet and you're still standing here watching the fun? Mu Deming's angry words silenced the crowd. When everyone saw that something was wrong, they immediately dispersed. In the end, only a few senior executives were left at the scene. What should we do? One person felt a chill down his spine and said in panic, if this gets out, won't our land depreciate? I'm afraid the money we invested in the early stage will be wasted. Mu Deming glanced at the man coldly, this is a life at stake, do you think you can get away with it? After being glared at by Mu Deming, the man swallowed back what he was about to say and dared not say another word. Mu Deming looked at the corpse not far away and his expression became solemn. I have already reported the matter to the police. When the people from the inspection department come, we will go through the necessary procedures. People who do wrong are nothing, and there is no need for people to panic too much. Besides, the dead are the greatest. When Mu Deming looked over there was a hint of pity in his eyes. We have to give them justice. We can't let the deceased die in this wasteland without knowing why. Not long after, people from the inspection department came again. When they passed by Lin Yuan, he could even hear a few people whispering. Why is this place so weird? There was a riot not long ago, and now someone is dead. Sho, why are you talking so loudly? Someone in the team covered his mouth and whispered, you don't want to live anymore. You can't tell anyone about this. Mum. The man with his mouth covered nodded quickly. They could never have imagined that all their whispers were heard by Lin Yuan. A seed of doubt was quietly buried in Lin Yuan's heart. This time, not only did the people from the inspection department come, but the forensic doctor also hurried over behind. The crime scene was heavily surrounded by people from the patrol department. Every time they passed a place, they left a number plate on it and recorded it with a camera. In comparison, the forensic side seemed a lot quieter. A woman wearing a mask and gloves slowly lifted the plastic sheet covering the body. Lin Yuan and the others were too far away to see clearly what she was doing. Meanwhile, the assistant behind the woman was taking pictures with a camera. At this time, an inspector came over. "Excuse me, the inspection department is busy, please step aside for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, another person came over with a list in his hand. "Who among you is called Mu Deming?" Mu Deming stood up and said, "I am." The man looked down at the thing in his hand, then looked up at Mu Deming and compared the two. "The person in charge of the construction site will come back with us to make a record." Mu Deming nodded and left with them. "Dad." Mu Qingyun grabbed Mu Deming's clothes. Will this be okay?" Mu Deming smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will be back soon after I go with him." "You kid, keep an eye on her." Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. Looking at Mu Deming being taken away, the relief on Mu Qingyun's face had long disappeared. "Hubby, you think my dad won't get into trouble, right?" She always felt that her mind was difficult to calm down, and the figure of Mu Deming who had just left was still lingering in her mind. "It'll be fine." Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun in his arms. "Didn't my father-in-law say that we didn't do this, so we don't have to worry too much? The inspection department will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and will not wrongly accuse any good person, of course. I won't let any bad guy go. The law is long and wide, and there is no loophole." With this in mind, the two of them temporarily settled down in an empty room on the construction site. Even after a tiring day, they dare not close their eyes. "Wife, take a rest first. I'll watch." Lin Yuan felt distressed when he saw Mu Qingyun's haggard appearance. Mu Qingyun shook his head. "I'll wait a moment. My dad said he'll be back soon." The two just sat there, looking at each other in silence. However, one night passed and Mu Deming did not come back. Chapter 46, Who was embarrassing whom? Early the next morning, the ringing of a phone broke the heavy atmosphere in the house. Lin Yuan answered the phone with dark circles under his eyes. "Hey, bro." Su Yanghe heard the somewhat weak voice on the other end of the phone, paused, and then spoke. "Brother, I asked someone to check the matter you mentioned to me yesterday, and I actually found out something." "What is it?" When Lin Yuan heard this, he was no longer sleepy. Mu Qingyun, who was half asleep, stood up quickly and leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear to listen to the call. That guy named He Jun was detained for causing trouble at the construction site a year ago, but the record didn't clearly state what he had done. Su Yanghe said, and asked, "Brother, why are you investigating a migrant worker for no reason?" He originally thought that the person Lin Yuan wanted him to investigate would be some ruthless character, but he didn't expect the result to be such a small character. This made him even more confused and he didn't know what Lin Yuan wanted to do. Lin Yuan spoke in a calm voice, word by word. "That person may be involved in a murder case." "Murder?" Su Yanghe pursed his lips into a line and his expression became serious. "Are you and your sister-in-law okay?" "We are fine, but we can't go back to the Magic City for a while." After hearing that Lin Yuan and the other two were fine, Su Yanghe breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Don't worry. I will help you deal with the matter in the Magic City." After Lin Yuan responded, he hung up the phone. "It seems, we have to talk to He Jun. It is not difficult to find a person's address in this small town. After all, this place is only the size of a palm. Just look for it in one house and ask in another, and you will basically find the address." On the way to He Jun's house, Mu Qingyun pursed his lips thoughtfully. Lin Yuan yawned. "Wife, what are you thinking about?" "I was thinking. He Jun is not from here, why is he so persistent in doing these things?" "Maybe for the money." Lin Yuan was not surprised. After hearing this, Mu Qingyun muttered and denied Lin Yuan's words. "I don't think so." Lin Yuan patted Mu Qingyun's shoulder gently. "Okay, let's not think too much about it. As for what the truth is, there will always be an answer." Mu Qingyun nodded and walked on with a heavy heart. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated apartment building. To say that the house in front of us is a dilapidated apartment building is a bit of an overestimation. After all, looking at those crumbling windows upstairs, it is not an exaggeration to say that this is a dangerous building. Lin Yuan followed the vaguely discernible numbers downstairs and found the apartment building where He Jun lived. When the two walked in, they didn't expect that there was an elevator in this residential building, but the elevator had been out of service for a long time. Afterwards, they found a fire escape nearby and climbed up the stairs, muttering to themselves, "Fourth floor, room 402. After reaching the fourth floor, they pushed open the fire door and were attracted by the bright red paint not far away. It goes without saying that that is He Jun's home. Knock knock knock. Lin Yuan knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, no one came to open the door. Lin Yuan knocked on the door again. Not long after, a lazy voice came from inside. Who is it? Lin Yuan and the other man didn't say anything, and He Jun roared again. Who is this blind fellow who comes and knocks on my door? After hearing some crackling sounds from inside, the impatient footsteps gradually moved towards them. I've already said. The tattered wooden door was suddenly opened. He Jun was still muttering to himself, but when he looked up and saw Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun at the door, a look of fear immediately appeared on his face. He subconsciously wanted to close the door, but he was a step too late. Lin Yuan's hands had been on the door from the beginning, and no matter how hard He Jun tried, the door remained motionless. Seeing this, He Jun simply gave up struggling and asked with a red face, "You, what do you want?" Lin Yuan did not directly answer He Jun's question, but looked at him with a playful expression. What are you afraid of? We too won't eat people, why are you so nervous? Nonsense. A trace of panic flashed in He Jun's eyes, which eye of yours saw that I was nervous? Lin Yuan smiled and pointed at his hand that was reluctant to withdraw. Then why did you close the door the first time you saw us? He Jun was choked by Lin Yuan's words and didn't know how to respond. Then he seemed a little exasperated. This is my home. What I want to do is none of your business. If you mess around again, I'll call the police. He Jun said, taking out his cell phone. What you did is called trespassing. Lin Yuan raised his chin and said, I didn't expect you to know so much. He Jun snorted and looked at the two of them unhappily. Now you know you're wrong, so leave now if you're smart. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. He felt that the two people in front of him did not seem to be unreasonable people and would definitely retreat when they saw difficulties. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. In order to prevent He Jun from closing the door unexpectedly, Lin Yuan deliberately stuck his foot between the doors and spoke slowly. It's not impossible for us to leave, but you have to answer a few questions for me first. He Jun looked at Lin Yuan warily. What's the problem? You are not from here, and you don't have a job here. Why are you still staying here? What do you care? He Jun said without hesitation, Why, this place is owned by your family, why do you care so much? Lin Yuan said nonchalantly, a person without a job and no savings, living in this remote place for so long, where do you get your income? He Jun was silent for a moment and did not immediately refute Lin Yuan's words. Also, a pile of live wood was dug out at the construction site yesterday. Lin Yuan paused, staring at He Jun. I think, you should know about this, right? When He Jun heard Lin Yuan's words, his pupils instantly expanded several times. Lin Yuan curled his lips and smiled. It seems that you know something? He Jun came back to his senses, and said in shock, what did you say? I don't know. It's okay. I just came to you to confirm what I was thinking. Lin Yuan said lazily, but now I understand almost everything. I think, it won't be long before the people from the inspection department find out about you. You should think about how to tell those people. After saying that, Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun and prepared to leave. Mu Qingyun asked in a low voice, Husband, are we leaving just like this? She didn't expect that Lin Yuan would leave in such a hurry after coming here, and they didn't even ask anything useful. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry, he won't let us leave so soon, otherwise, he wouldn't do things for others. Mu Qingyun looked at Lin Yuan as if he understood something. He Jun watched the two people leave, and stood at the doorway hesitating for a long time. When he saw them about to go down the stairs, he hurriedly shouted, Please wait a moment. Finally, He Jun invited Lin Yuan and the other man into his house. He Jun casually sat down on the side and spoke to Lin Yuan and the others. Please feel free to sit down. This is the appearance of my home. It cannot compare to the big villas of you rich people. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun sat down opposite He Jun. He took out a crumpled cigarette box from his trouser pocket, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then handed the cigarette box to Lin Yuan. Do you want to smoke? Lin Yuan waved his hand. That's right. He Jun laughed at himself. How could you rich people like these $8 cigarettes? Lin Yuan didn't argue with him too much, but asked. What do you know? He Jun laughed, but there was an unspeakable sadness in his smile. He took a deep puff of cigarette, and the smoke slowly spread in the room. He squinted his eyes and asked, What do you want to know? Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. First, who is behind you? Second, what happened when you were at the construction site? Third, you'd better explain the matter of the pile. Hee-jun sneered. You guys are really greedy. Lin Yuan stared at Hee-jun and said, it's just the same for each of us. Aren't you the same? Hee-jun's face twitched twice, and he felt that the thick smoke in his hand became bitter. In that case, why do you have to embarrass me? I'm not trying to embarrass you. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Hee-jun. You are involved in a murder case. Even if it's not me who came to your door today, people from the inspection department will come in a few days. You will definitely not be able to escape. The light in Hee-jun's eyes gradually dimmed. It wasn't me. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyon looked at each other and guessed what was going on. If you are willing to go with me to the inspection office and explain this matter clearly, you can get a lighter sentence. After hearing the word inspection office, Hee-jun's face changed instantly and he muttered. I can't go to the inspection department. Since you didn't do it, what are you afraid of? Anyway, I can't go to the inspection department. Seeing Hee-jun's firm attitude, Lin Yuan had to give up the idea temporarily. Putting this aside, let's change the question. Lin Yuan showed a serious expression. Who is the person behind you? Is it Su Weibin? Hee-jun was stunned when he heard the name from Lin Yuan's mouth. I don't know the man you're talking about. Lin Yuan thought about it carefully and changed his way of saying it. Do you know the person you are meeting with? Hee-jun shook his head again. Male or female? Female. Lin Yuan was a little confused. The woman, couldn't it be Wang Rong? Mu Qingyun frowned. It's unlikely. From what I know about her, she would definitely not do such a thing. Lin Yuan nodded and agreed with Mu Qingyun's statement. Then the person behind this is a bit tricky. Chapter 47 Killing two birds with one stone. Hee-jun didn't understand what Lin Yuan and the other person were talking about. All he cares about is his own interests. Hey, can you two really help me? Lin Yuan replied, what do you think you are worth that deserves our help? So far, you haven't said anything. You. Hee-jun wanted to say that the two people went back on their words, but the next second, he realized that he seemed to have said nothing. He hesitated for a moment, but finally compromised. If I tell you what happened, can you keep me here? Lin Yuan did not say it completely, but spoke tactfully. If you haven't done anything to harm anyone, I think, the inspection department won't hold you responsible. Hee-jun prepared himself mentally for a long time. Just as he was about to speak, a shrill ring suddenly rang in the room. Everyone was silent for a moment. At this time, Hee-jun stood up and apologized. Excuse me, that's my phone ringing. Hee-jun walked to the simple bed beside him, picked up his mobile phone and answered the call. Hello. As a result, the next second, Hee-jun's face changed suddenly, and the phone in his hand slipped and was handed over. What's wrong? Both of them focused their attention on Hee-jun. After a long pause, Hee-jun turned around, with a hint of trembling in his voice. Someone from the inspection department asked me to come over, but... Hee-jun became more and more scared as he spoke, but I clearly didn't do anything. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyon looked at each other. You'd better tell us what happened first. But Hee-jun seemed to be frightened and kept muttering to himself. I didn't kill him. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, grabbed Hee-jun's shoulders and roared. What's the point of you talking to yourself here? If you tell us everything now, maybe we can give you some advice. Hee-jun was shocked by Lin Yuan's roar, and his unfocused eyes gradually became focused. I didn't kill anyone. As he spoke, he lowered his head and began to cry softly like a little child. She fell down by herself. It has nothing to do with me. After Hee-jun finished speaking, he realized that he had said the wrong thing and was about to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Lin Yuan and the other man heard it clearly. Lin Yuan asked, slipped? What happened? Hee-jun realized that he could no longer hide the matter, so he just told everything. Lin Yuan listened and finally understood. It turned out that the deceased was not hit by a stake, but fell down by himself. The people at the construction site didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so they simply buried the woman with the waste materials. Hee-jun said that the bag of waste material was originally cement. Once it was poured in, no one would be able to notice the presence of a corpse inside. Perhaps God was too merciful to this woman. When she was poured with cement, it happened to be the rainy season, so the cement was not solid, and she was discovered by Mu Deming and others in no time. He Jun lowered his head and narrated the story in a dejected manner. That's all? Lin Yuan always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this story, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. He Jun's voice trembled as he replied, That's all. Okay, let's go, we'll take you to the inspection department. Lin Yuan stood up, and Mu Qingyun followed closely behind, but He Jun was not happy. I don't want to go to the patrol department. Lin Yuan shrugged helplessly, brother, now the people from the inspection department invite you over. Do you want to wait for them to carry you over before you go? He Jun couldn't help but tremble. In the end, he left with Lin Yuan and the others. After getting in the car, Lin Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror and found that He Jun was sitting restlessly in the back seat, as if the back seat was covered with nails and he was uncomfortable no matter how he sat there. Why are you so nervous? Lin Yuan asked casually. He Jun thickened his neck and stammered, I'm not nervous, I just feel a little dizzy, carsick. Yeah? Lin Yuan rolled down the car window. Then you better hold on tight. This inspection department is still a bit far away. He Jun looked at the scenery outside the car and kept falling back, swallowing his saliva uncontrollably. Is motion sickness that serious? Mu Qingyun glanced at He Jun behind him and found that he looked uncomfortable all over. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, but there was a hint of solemnity between his brows. After driving for a long time, we finally arrived at the door of the inspection office. After Lin Yuan locked the car, he led He Jun inside and happened to meet Mu Deming standing at the door. Dad! Mu Qingyun ran over and shouted in surprise, Dad! Are you okay? I'm fine. Although Mu Deming had a stern face, he looked visibly more haggard. He asked vaguely, Why are you here? We'll bring someone along on the way. Mu Qingyun pointed at He Jun behind Lin Yuan. This guy. When Mu Deming saw He Jun, his face suddenly turned bad. Who did he kill? Mu Qingyun shook his head. We don't know either, but he should be aware of this matter, and he was notified by the inspection department to come here. Is that so? Mu Deming thought thoughtfully. At this time, He Jun followed Lin Yuan timidly, confirming again and again. You will really protect me? Lin Yuan thought his behavior was very funny. Did you do something wrong that you have to ask me to protect you? Besides, don't you have people above you who are arranging things for you? They should protect you. He Jun paused, with some melancholy in his eyes. They must have abandoned me. Just when Lin Yuan wanted to ask something else, two staff members came out from the inspection department and took He Jun away. Before leaving, He Jun shouted to Lin Yuan, I really didn't do anything, you have to believe me. Lin Yuan was completely confused and thought this person was incomprehensible. After seeing He Jun off, Lin Yuan trotted to Mu Deming. Father-in-law, are you okay? Mu Deming shook his head. Let's go back first. The people from the inspection department said that this matter has nothing to do with us. They just told us to stop digging on that piece of land. If anything happens later, that place will be the final evidence pit. When they returned to the construction site, they found that all the workers looked like eggplants hit by frost. Mu Deming frowned, What's wrong with you? Everyone was silent. After a while, the chief planner came over in a hurry. Chairman, this is bad. The company's stock price has plummeted. What? Mu Deming took the tablet from the director and found that since the market opened this morning, the share price of Tianmu Group has been going down. Seeing this, countless shareholders sold their stocks one after another, causing panic among retail investors. For a time, Tianmu Group was in great prosperity. At this time, Lin Yuan's phone was also bombarded with messages. Mu Qingyun came forward to take a look and found that the work group was full of rumors about Lin Yuan and Wang Rong. The two looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. It seems that their employees are still considerate of their feelings and did not publicize this matter immediately. Although he appeared in their field of vision again, compared to the first time Lin Yuan discovered the hot search, he was much calmer this time. After all, I have talked it out with Mu Qingyun. Rumors are just rumors after all and will eventually be dispelled. As for those spectators, they are just people who have nothing to do on the internet. They would fight for 3 days and 3 nights in the online world over something that has nothing to do with them. As a result, before they could figure out which employee accidentally sent the message out, the forwarded messages have disappeared. Lin Yuan also noticed that the method used to make the message disappear was particularly clever. The code was directly deleted from the background data instead of being withdrawn directly from the chat page. As a result, there was no reminder message about the withdrawal on the page. If Lin Yuan had not remembered the scene when he first entered and knew which sentence was the forwarded message, he might have been fooled by those clever people in his family. Then the employees in the company started to scroll through the screen in tacit understanding, and everyone acted as if nothing had happened and talked about other things. It was as if the message that was accidentally forwarded just now came from another world. Lin Yuan's face suddenly turned dark. Apart from the few computer experts he found, I'm afraid no one else can do this kind of thing, right? Good job. It turns out that these guys accidentally forwarded the message to the wrong person and ended up getting themselves into trouble. They won't be able to get away with this unless their bonus is deducted, right? He did it as soon as he thought of it and immediately sent a message in the group. This month's bonus is gone. Everyone, find the traitor on your own. Good luck. After Lin Yuan sent the message, he ignored the wailing of the employees in the chat group and focused his attention on what was happening here the next second. He thought that there should be no news about this incident on the blog, but he still underestimated the influence of the internet. Who knew that before he could even search for it, this matter would directly top the hot search list, and the word explosive after the entry added fuel to the fire. Mu Deming, who was not far away, saw the news on the tablet and his eyes turned cold. Who leaked the news? No one present dared to say a word. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan clicked in to read the clip from the first marketing account. It was discovered that this was the scene of yesterday's incident. Not only were people from the inspection department photographed coming, but even the faces of Mu Deming, Lin Yuan and others were clearly captured. So the sudden drop in Tianmu Group's stock price must be related to this, right? Lin Yuan was looking at his phone when a message floated across the screen and he clicked on it. Boss, Eno wants to terminate the contract with us. Boss, I, Binyo, also want to cancel the contract. Boss. Lin Yuan looked down and found that no less than 10 brands had offered to terminate the contract. Also affected are the new artists. Several crews that had previously extended olive branches all tactfully expressed that they had found suitable personnel and simply abandoned the people from Yuanmu Group. Lin Yuan looked at the news that came one after another, his eyes becoming increasingly deep. What a great way to kill two birds with one stone. Not only did he pull him into the water, but he also pulled Mu Deming down with him. Isn't this clearly asking them to give up this piece of land? Chapter 48 I Can't Be the Murderer. The whole audience was silent. No one admitted that they were the one who leaked the secret. Seeing this, Mu Deming became even angrier. You are all people I trained myself. I think you all know what kind of person I am. Mu Deming lowered his voice and said, now that something like this has happened, I will definitely investigate it and give you an explanation. Please rest assured. Father-in-law, I think there is another possibility. Lin Yuan took out the video on his phone and played it. In fact, it may not be leaked from our internal team. Mu Deming's expression was very serious, but he did not refute Lin Yuan's words. Do you have any other ideas? I just watched it. In fact, most of the other videos on the internet are based on this original video. Lin Yuan pointed to the beginning of the video. Please look, the beginning of this video is also when the inspection division just arrived. Perhaps there is another possibility that the person who filmed this video came in with someone from the patrol division. After all, the situation yesterday was so urgent that no one would notice that there was an unrelated person following the patrol division. Mu Deming thought about it carefully and felt that what Lin Yuan said made sense. He recalled the scene of yesterday and seemed to vaguely remember that there was a black sedan following behind the patrol officer, but the situation was like that at the time, and no one would notice the car at all. What you said makes sense, but just in case, I will still ask the technical department to check it out, so that I can give everyone an explanation. Mu Deming made the final decision. Okay, let's end this matter here for now. Don't touch the crime scene yet. The rest of you should do what you need to do. After hearing this, everyone dispersed. However, this kind of thing happened yesterday, and many people are worried, even though they are still working, but they don't know where their minds are going. Lin Yuan and his group returned to the conference room. Mu Deming looked at the pessimistic stock price on the screen with a serious expression. Chairman, we have to hold a press conference, otherwise. The chief planner wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at Mu Deming's face, which was gradually getting darker, not daring to utter a word. Is it useful to hold a press conference? The details of the matter have not yet been finalized. If we step out now, won't we become the target of public criticism and play into the hands of some people? But, if we don't hold a press conference, we will suffer heavy losses. How good can it be after it's opened? Mu Deming raised his eyes and glanced at the chief planner. Do you think those netizens will buy it? The chief planner's words suddenly froze in his throat, and he didn't know how to respond. Mu Deming's eyes dimmed, and he decided, don't worry about this matter for now, just let them go. A large number of stockholders selling their stocks will cause panic among other retail investors. This is the butterfly effect. The chief planner didn't finish his words, but Mu Deming knew what he wanted to say. Then we will take back the shares. Mu Deming's eyes flickered. As long as this matter is over, everything will be restored. The chief planner looked unhappy and said timidly, our working capital has basically been invested in this piece of land. Upon hearing this, Mu Deming frowned and a serious expression appeared on his face. At this time, Lin Yuan stood up. Father-in-law, I can take all the stocks that were sold. You? Mu Deming asked suspiciously, boy, are you trying to pull me down? Lin Yuan quickly waved his hands and shook his head. No, father-in-law, you are too serious. Mu Deming's words frightened Lin Yuan. How can I trust you? When it comes to interests, Mu Deming will never let it go like that. After all, the company does not belong to him alone. The hundreds of employees behind him are all part of the company. Even if he is not responsible for himself, he must be responsible for the employees who have invested in the company. Even if retail investors don't have many stocks, they can accumulate them and then buy other people as stocks. Lin Yuan saw Mu Deming's concerns, so he assured him, don't worry, father-in-law. These stocks will be registered in Mu Qingyun's name. I won't touch a cent. Mu Deming paused for a long time and looked at Lin Yuan deeply. I'll trust you for once. With Mu Deming's permission, Lin Yuan quickly contacted his own company to help purchase it at a low price, and then asked Su Yonghe to help with the review. For a time in the stock market, as soon as the shares of Tianmu Group were sold, someone would quickly take over. This operation has confused many veteran investors. But in a situation where everyone is in danger, no one will be stingy with their own money, and the best thing for them is for someone to take over quickly. After half a day, most of the scattered shares on the market had been acquired. Of course, by the time the stock market stopped trading, Tianmu Group's stock price had fallen to a new low. Mu Deming couldn't help feeling pain when he looked at the data. Although Lin Yuan was there to take over and minimize the losses, the millions that evaporated were real money. Well. Mu Deming sighed, relaxed for a while, and then started to deal with the piled-up emails again. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun exchanged a glance and tactfully left, leaving Mu Deming alone for a while. Mu Qingyun's mood also became depressed along with Mu Deming's sigh. Hubby, if this matter is not resolved soon, if the trend continues, my family might go bankrupt. Wife, what are you thinking? Lin Yuan was stunned. Such a big company is not as fragile as you think. But if the problem is not solved today, and we continue to fall like this. Honey, don't worry. This matter has become a hot topic now. I believe that the people from the inspection department will speed up the progress of the matter. Maybe in a few days, there will be good news. Lin Yuan touched Mu Qingyun's head and said, besides, my wife, don't forget that your husband still has money. Believe me, your father-in-law's company will be fine. Really? There was still some redness between Mu Qingyun's eyebrows, and he looked pitiful. Lin Yuan said softly, really, just relax. The inspection department has not yet come up with any results, but for the Tianmu Group, this is actually good news. Although many people followed suit and sold their stocks on the first day, some veterans discovered over the next few days that even with their large-scale sales, the shares of Tianmu Group even had a subtle upward trend. When they wanted to take it back, they found that the shares were already gone. Seeing this, it's too late to regret. They could only vent their complaints on the internet, and there were also some marketing accounts that wanted to lead the rhythm of Tianmu Group, but in the end they found that other people's attention was not focused on the conspiracy theory about Tianmu Group as stocks. The marketing account posted several articles in succession, but they were all covered by the new wave. After that, they simply gave up on this hot topic and turned to the living pile case that was widely circulated. Not long after, the inspection department came with news that the murderer had been found, and asked Mu Deming and others to come over and sign the agreement. On the way to the inspection office, Mu Qingyun's gloomy mood over the past few days finally improved a little. She looked at the scene outside the window, stretched lazily and said, this matter can finally come to an end. Lin Yuan was driving the car with a faint smile, while Mu Deming was sitting in the back, his stern face softened a little. After all, it's a good thing for them that things are over. However, when they arrived at the inspection office, things changed again. Mu Deming and others, led by the staff, were about to enter the conference room when they heard Hee Jun's voice coming from inside. He shouted desperately, "I have said it many times, I am not the murderer." With a click, the door opened and the sound of a heated argument came out from inside. The person inside heard the noise outside the door and subconsciously looked towards the door. Hee Jun found Lin Yuan standing outside, and his expression suddenly became agitated. He shouted, "Brother! I am not the murderer." Seeing that Hee Jun was too excited, the inspection staff nearby immediately trotted over and pressed him down on the chair to prevent him from doing anything extreme. Hee Jun tried his best to break free, but two adult men held him down and he couldn't move at all. Seeing this, Hee Jun had no choice but to cry out to Lin Yuan, "Brother, you have to believe me, I am really not the murderer. I'm not." As he spoke, Hee Jun actually started crying. "Everyone, this way please." The staff beside Lin Yuan led them in and sat them opposite Hee Jun. This situation was very similar to the last time, except that this time Hee Jun was handcuffed and looked like a criminal. "I really didn't kill anyone." Hee Jun's voice continued to be heard from the side, but the people from the inspection department did not take it seriously. After all, almost all the suspects who came here looked like this, and they had seen too much of it. The person from the inspection department handed over a document and said, "We have investigated the matter thoroughly. The person in front of us is the culprit. We are really sorry for the negative impact it has brought to your company." Mu Deming continued, "It would be great if the truth of the matter came out. I'm sorry to bother the comrades from the inspection department. Don't worry, after the document is signed, our official account will also issue a clarification statement. Thank you for your help." As Mu Deming was about to put pen to paper, Hee Jun beside him suddenly became excited. "You can't sign it. I'm not the murderer." An abnormal blush of excitement appeared on Hee Jun's haggard face. "I can't be a murderer." Chapter 49, Fate Picks on the Unfortunate. "Be honest." The two patrol officers who were holding down Hee Jun said harshly, "Everyone who came here said they were wronged. Now that we have all the evidence, what else do you have to deny? What is going on?" Lin Yuan asked the staff nearby. A staff member nearby explained. "We found Hee Jun's biological tissue from the deceased. We also learned about the actual situation and found that there was a dispute between Hee Jun and the deceased, and there were multiple marks of beating on the deceased's body. There are all the witnesses and evidence, but Hee Jun refuses to plead guilty." Hee Jun's eyes were red with tears in them. "I didn't. I was wronged." The person who was holding Hee Jun captive said in a somewhat cold tone, "Then how are you going to explain that your child was found on the body of a dead person?" After hearing this, Hee Jun fell silent instantly. The patrol officer who had just led Lin Yuan and the others in said, "Maybe he didn't want the deceased to leave, so in a hurry, he committed manslaughter. Even so, the death penalty is inevitable, and the living punishment cannot be escaped. Neglectful manslaughter is also a crime." After listening to the description of the comrade from the inspection department, Lin Yuan turned his head and glanced at Hee Jun. "I found that he had his head down and looked lifeless. This doesn't look like someone who has killed someone at all. The melancholy in his eyes makes him look more like someone who has lost someone." Hee Jun raised his head and looked at everyone with empty eyes. "She's my girlfriend, yes, but at the same time, she's also my sister." The moment Hee Jun said this, everyone in the audience was stunned. Mu Qingyun's eyes were tinged with anger, and he suppressed his emotions and said, "Beast." After the others reacted one after another, the way they looked at Hee Jun changed. "You must be joking." Comrade Zunchisi didn't quite believe it. "Your registered permanent residence is not in the same place. The difference between the north and the south is so big, how could your sister come from?" Hee Jun lay dejectedly on the chair. "If that doesn't work, you can ask someone to do a DNA test." The comrades from the inspection department looked at each other, and to be on the safe side, they called in the comrades from the inspection department. After the comrades from the laboratory collected Hee Jun's blood, they rushed to test it, leaving the shocked people in the same room. The comrades from the inspection department reported the matter to their superiors, who sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered them to conduct a detailed investigation. They went in and out for a while, and finally a gentleman who looked elegant came in with a recorder in his hand. "Hee Jun, can you please tell us what happened just now again?" Hee Jun looked at the man dully, his lifeless eyes revealing endless sorrow. After a long time, he opened his mouth and uttered a word bitterly. Good. While waiting for the results from the laboratory, Jun told them a story that had been hidden for many years and was unknown to the public. He and the deceased Huang Huifang met on the construction site. After all, life on the construction site was boring and monotonous, and Huang Huifang's arrival seemed to add some fun to Jun's boring life. Because of this, the two of them got together quickly and had a child. He thought that their happy life had just begun, but an unexpected prenatal checkup broke this peaceful life. After Huang Huifang became pregnant, Jun heard from others that the technology for testing children for genetic diseases was very advanced, so he took Huang Huifang to the hospital for examination. You wouldn't know until you check. After the check, both of them were shocked by the results. Although there was nothing wrong with the child, in the parent column, the test results of him and Huang Huifang showed that from a biological point of view, the probability that they were siblings was as high as 99.99%. In the doctor's words, they are siblings. These words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting this small family. He vaguely remembered that after he went to ask his parents for confirmation, he learned that he had a younger sister, but because his family was too poor at the time and could not afford to raise her, they gave her away. Who knew that after all the twists and turns, his sister eventually came back to him, but she came back with a different identity. He was helpless, but the matter had already been settled, and they had no choice but to go ahead with it, no matter how much it went against the conventions. Who knew that the good times wouldn't last long and the matter became known to outsiders? For a time, they became the target of public criticism, the object of ridicule by the workers, and were marginalized. They thought that they could just bear with it and it would pass. Who would have thought that these people would be so ruthless and even become more aggressive? Rumors, abuse, moral accusations, all of these became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Huang Huifang. Huang Huifang specifically chose the day when Jun was at work and found a deserted place to commit suicide. When the comrades from the inspection department heard Jun say this, there was more sympathy in their eyes. What a cruel world! Fate always picks on the unfortunate, and a hemp rope always breaks at its thinnest point. The patrol officer waited until Jun calmed down before asking, why was the dead buried on the construction site? When Jun heard this, a hint of anger ignited in his originally dull eyes. When I came back from work, everyone told me that Huang Huifang had just gone home and would be back in a few days. But I waited for half a month and there was no news of Huang Huifang's return. During that time, I couldn't even get through to her on the phone, so I realized something might be wrong. But Jun covered his face and cried bitterly, his voice choking, I never thought that she would die. It was my co-workers who couldn't stand it anymore, so they told me quietly. But by then our construction had already been completed, and the site had been handed over to another company, so I couldn't go in and help my sister clean up. She lay so miserable in that pit without seeing the sun, even no one was willing to disclose the news of her death. She is just like that. Jun said that later he was so sad that he couldn't speak. After listening to Jun's self-narration, everyone present was silent. I thought the sibling plot was outrageous enough, but who knew there would be this kind of plot later on? Even though the colleagues in the inspection department sympathized with Jun's situation, their task was not just to sympathize, but to understand the essence of the matter. In that case, why did you come here to cause trouble this time? Because. Jun stopped crying and said slowly, because that person promised me that if I do something for her, she will help me transport my sister's body out and bury it in peace. Who is that person? Male or female? A woman, but I don't know who she is. I don't know? Comrade Patrol's tone rose a little. I don't know how you can cooperate? How did she find you? Jun recalled. I came home one day and she showed up at my door and asked if I wanted to work with her. Do you have a photo of that person? Jun shook his head. Are there any cameras where you live? Jun shook his head again. This is a difficult matter. The comrades from the inspection department suddenly felt that the matter had become thorny. Comrade Patrol Division asked again, she just asked you to come here to cause trouble. Did she say anything to you? Or, does she have any connection with the people before you? Jun thought for a moment and answered with certainty. She just told me to come over and make a scene in front of the construction site. She didn't say anything else. And, I'm sure I've never seen this person on the construction site before. Although her face was covered, the expensive-looking clothes she was wearing showed that she was not from our side. The comrade from the inspection department stopped taking notes with his pen, not knowing how to continue. Comrade from the inspection department. Mu Deming reminded after listening for a long time, that person may be our business rival. I think he has nothing to do with this matter. The comrade from the inspection department thought for a while and felt that what Mu Deming said made sense. Then they had a brief discussion and temporarily put aside the appearance of this mysterious man and focused on dealing with Huang Huifeng's matter. Just at this moment, a comrade from the laboratory came running over, panting. Check, the check results are out. Seeing this, everyone made way for the female comrade so that she could come in. What's the result? The comrade sitting on the chair asked her. The female comrade did not answer, but put the report on the table and said, "You can read it for yourselves." He Jun raised his head timidly, but after seeing only a corner of the document, he lowered his head timidly again, not daring to look directly at the document. The comrade from the inspection department picked up the folder, opened it and looked at its contents. The test results of He Jun and Huang Huifeng. The possibility that they are siblings is 99.99%. The laboratory comrade then added, from a biological point of view, this is 100%, which means that He Jun and the deceased Huang Huifeng are indeed siblings. Although she did not hear the excerpts from He Jun's self-narration, based on her many years of experience, she roughly guessed part of the truth. Although He Jun knew the result a long time ago, when the result was announced in front of everyone, especially in the inspection department, he felt relieved. The secrets that had been hidden for many years were all released at this moment. Sister, did you hear that? Our identities are no longer a secret. I can finally. He Jun raised his head, his face already covered with tears. I can finally take you home as your brother. Chapter 50. Is it you? The atmosphere was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The female colleague from the laboratory swallowed and said, "Well, if you all don't have anything else to do, I'll go take care of other things first." After saying that, she quickly slipped away. After all, compared to facing the current situation, she still felt that it would be more comfortable to go back and face those cold test materials. It took some time for everyone to digest this matter, and then Comrade Inspector General spoke. Your case is a bit complicated. Let's go back and investigate it thoroughly later. A case that was almost concluded now has to be overturned and started over again, which has increased the workload for all personnel in the inspection department. He Jun stood up and bowed deeply to the people from the inspection office. You don't need to thank us. This is our job. The people from the inspection division helped He Jun up. Although Huang Huifeng's death may have nothing to do with you, your malicious harassment of the Tianmu group is another matter. He Jun lowered his head and said, I understand. Afterwards, he left with the people from the inspection department, leaving only Lin Yuan and others in the meeting room. How dramatic. Mu Qingyun looked at He Jun's departing figure and suddenly felt emotional. In this day and age, there are still such ridiculous things. Mu Qingyun couldn't understand these things, but for Lin Yuan, these things were no longer strange. After all, for poor families, most of the children they cannot afford to raise are given away. At that time, one extra mouth to feed could bankrupt a family. Lin Yuan said calmly, every family has its own problems. But this sutra is too difficult. Mu Qingyun looked at the cold words on the coordination book. Tell me, when He Jun's parents sent Huang Huifeng away, did they ever imagine that they would meet at some point in the future? China is so big, the chances of meeting each other in such a huge crowd are slim. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but shook his head. He Jun is lucky, at least, he met his long-lost sister, but at the same time, he is also unfortunate. Oh, who could have thought that this would be the result? After so many twists and turns, I didn't expect that the child I sent away would come back, but this is the price. It's really sad. She lamented the ignorance of He Jun's parents and the evil of rumors. Lin Yuan touched Mu Qingyun's head and said, okay, let's not think too much. At least, the ending is good now, and it can be regarded as an explanation to He Jun's sister. After Mu Qingyun was touched on the head by him, the pout on her face retracted a little. I just feel so sorry. Lin Yuan knew that Mu Qingyun was kind-hearted, so he said, then when He Jun is dealing with his sister's funeral, we will go and help him, just as a good deed. May I? Lin Yuan smiled and said, of course, my wife is so kind. Okay, you too, do you still have eyes for an old guy like me? Mu Deming sat aside in a lonely manner, looking as if he had been excluded by Lin Yuan and his wife. Although he said this, the smile on the corner of his mouth could not deceive anyone. Of course, we both have our eyes full of you. Mu Qingyun gave Mu Deming a big hug. Mu Deming glanced at Lin Yuan and said, that brat is useless. He might vomit out my breakfast later. Lin Yuan couldn't refute and could only smile helplessly. After a few more days, the case of Hijun and Huang Huifang was finally solved. The people from the inspection department made the details of the case public, and all the people who made mistakes were gradually caught. After the Tianmu group was clarified by the official account of the inspection department, the attitudes of netizens who had been cursing suddenly changed 180 degrees, and they all targeted the people who were arrested in the case. The final impact of this case also made many people sigh. With the lessons learned from the past, governments across the country have begun to promote premarital medical examinations and enact policies to control rumors. On the other hand, programs related to finding relatives have also reached the highest popularity in their history as the truth of this case has come to light. Countless children who were sent away or abducted have found their biological parents. Everything is slowly getting better. And in a corner of the countryside, a buffet is in full swing. At the head of the banquet, Mu Deming raised the big bowl in his hand. This bowl of wine is to thank you for sticking with me in times of trouble. After Mu Deming finished speaking, he drank it all in one gulp and poured himself another glass of wine. This second bowl of wine is thanks to my son-in-law, Lin Yuan. Mu Deming half turned sideways and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood up quickly. Father-in-law, you are too serious. There is no need to be shy about what you said. Everyone has seen what you did. Besides, you really helped Tianmu. As the chairman of Tianmu, I toast to you with this bowl of wine. After Mu Deming finished speaking, he quickly drank the bowl of wine in his hand. Lin Yuan didn't dare to be negligent and followed him to finish the wine in the bowl. Cough cough. After drinking one glass, Lin Yuan was choked by the spiciness of the wine. An uncle passing by smiled and reminded, "Young man, this wine is very strong." When Mu Deming saw Lin Yuan's expression, he finally smiled after having a stern face for a long time. You are no good, go back and practice more. Drinking this little bit of wine is not even enough to feed the fish. Lin Yuan was coughing with his face flushed, and Mu Qingyun was helping him to breathe out. My dad is such a fool. Why didn't he tell me in advance? He knew that the wine was so strong. Mu Qingyun muttered a few words quietly, but Mu Deming heard it all. Mu Deming glanced at Mu Qingyun and said, "Isn't it just asking him to drink a bowl of wine? Why are you so protective of him?" Lin Yuan stopped Mu Qingyun and said, "Father-in-law, ahem, it's okay. I just drank too hastily." Seeing this, Mu Deming's expression softened a little. After these two people opened the show, the buffet really got going. While Lin Yuan was eating, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He looked again and found that the man was the one who followed Hijun when he came to cause trouble last time. "Honey, I'm going to the bathroom." After she nodded, she was about to give Lin Yuan some advice, but when she turned around, she couldn't see him anymore. Mu Qingyun felt a little confused. Are you in such a hurry? But she didn't think much about it and slowly ate the food in front of her. On the other side, after Lin Yuan walked out, he looked around and found that no one noticed him, so he hurriedly chased after him. You, wait a minute. Lin Yuan called out to the person in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, turned around and saw that the person behind him was Lin Yuan, and subconsciously wanted to run. However, he was a step too slow and was caught by Lin Yuan before he could run away. Why are you running? Lin Yuan grabbed his collar and asked, "Will I eat you?" The man shook his head nervously and stammered, "Huang Huifang's matter has nothing to do with me. The inspection department has already investigated everything. That matter is fine and has nothing to do with me. And I was the one who told Hijun about Huang Huifang's matter." He got nervous and blurted out everything. When Lin Yuan heard this, his eyes unconsciously turned cold, but he did not forget the purpose of his visit this time. Are you and Hijun in the same group? The man was a little confused. What do you mean by that? I heard from Hijun that the reason you guys are causing trouble is because a woman promised you benefits. Lin Yuan stared into the man's eyes. Do you know who that woman is? The man shook his head frantically, his eyes full of panic. I don't know. When that woman appeared in front of us, she was wrapped up tightly, even her eyes were not exposed. How could we know who she was? The man took a breath of cold air. We just took their money and did something for them, it's that simple. Lin Yuan saw that he didn't look like he was lying, so he loosened his grip and let him go. With a thump, the man's legs went weak and he fell to the ground, sprawled out in the mud. Lin Yuan wanted to help him up, but the man quickly avoided Lin Yuan's hand as if he had seen the plague god. His hand paused in the air, and it was neither right to withdraw it nor to stretch it out. Finally, he walked around, reached into his pocket, and took out the phone. Lin Yuan swiped twice on his phone. The man didn't dare to leave, so he stood nervously in front of Lin Yuan waiting for him to speak. After a while, a video was playing on Lin Yuan's mobile phone, which showed Wang Rong's family asking for money at that time. Listen, does that woman's voice sound like this? Even though he had previously thought that Wang Rong would never do such a thing, his intuition told him that the person behind the scenes was most likely her. The man paused and answered weakly. Listening to the voice, it is quite similar, but... He thought carefully, the woman's voice is not that sharp. Instead, it is a bit seductive. Hooked? You mean that woman's voice is very captivating? Yes, that's right. That's what I mean. The man strongly agreed with what Lin Yuan said. As soon as that woman opened her mouth, even without seeing her face, I knew how charming she was underneath her veil. As he spoke, the man laughed somewhat obscenely. Vulgar. Lin Yuan was not interested in what was in their minds. Listen carefully again. Is this the woman's voice? The man put away his little thoughts. I can only say that their voices are somewhat similar, but not completely. After asking, Lin Yuan only got an ambiguous answer. Lin Yuan handed the man a few red bills and said, "It's all over for you, let's go." Looking at the man's leaving figure, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Is that person Wang Rong? Chapter 51. This cooperation cannot be successful. What did you promise me? Su Weibin looked at the woman in front of him with amusement. Didn't you say you had a plan? Why, are you just standing here and not saying anything? When Wang Rong heard what he said, her face turned a little unhappy. They just got lucky. Yeah. Su Weibin threw out a few photos and took them on Wang Rong's face. Is this what you call good luck? Not only did your first plan fail, but your second plan also failed. How else do you want me to trust you? Wang Rong said nothing, squatted down and picked up the photos on the ground one by one, and when she looked in front of her, she found that these were the photos of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun leaving the station when they returned to the Magic City today. She paused, then stood up. Failure once doesn't mean anything. Come to think of it. Wang Rong glanced at Su Weibin slyly. Isn't Mr. Su also getting more courageous after more setbacks? The smile on Su Weibin's face suddenly froze, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Woman, do you know what you are talking about? Wang Rong replied calmly, I know, I am just stating the facts. The current failure is nothing more than our original plan not keeping up with the changes. No one knew that Lin Yuan would go to that place the next day, and no one knew that He Jun was so unreliable. Who would have thought that they could have dragged Lin Yuan and Mu Deming into the case, but in the end they managed to get out of danger. Mr. Su thought of something I didn't think of? Wang Rong quickly turned the topic to Su Weibin and looked at him with a faint smile, as if it was just an unintentional act and not intended to embarrass Su Weibin. Su Weibin was stunned for a moment, then smiled sinisterly after he realized what was happening. Wang Rong, why didn't I realize before that you were so eloquent? You make me feel itchy. Boss Su, you must be joking. I just did what I should do. Wang Rong smiled charmingly. Besides, if I can't get something, I'll just destroy it. I won't allow others to get what I want. Su Weibin smiled disdainfully. You talk so much, but what have you done now? You just have a mouth to talk to me. If you were not still of some use to me, I would kick you out in a minute. Failure is the mother of success. Mr. Su, please don't rush to make a final decision. Wang Rong said with a serious expression, my value will definitely not be elsewhere. Su Weibin snorted coldly. You'd better be like this. I don't keep useless people. After all, what you can do, others can do too, and they can even do it better than you. Wang Rong's eyes flickered. I understand. On the other hand, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun have been busy with their work since returning to the company. Although the scandal and He Jun's incident have brought many negative effects to their Yuan Mu group, many people also understand that interests are the long-term principle. After all, as Lin Yuan is a rising star in the circle, many people are eager to cooperate with him. As for those who politely refuse to cooperate, it is ultimately because they lack the strength unilaterally and are afraid of not being able to bear the consequences of any accidents. Boss, here's a contract you haven't read yet. An employee came over holding a large stack of documents. When Lin Yuan saw the thickness of the document, his head suddenly became heavy and he pointed to an empty space nearby. Put it there. The employee did as he was told, but before he could put down what he was holding and leave, another employee rushed in. "Boss, there is a missing document here." After they went in and out several times, the table, which was originally covered with things, was now piled up like a small mountain, and Lin Yuan's figure was almost invisible. Lin Yuan looked at the table full of documents, propped up his head and looked melancholy. How long will it take to complete this process? Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan heard the sound of the door being pushed open again. He said in despair, "Today's workload has exceeded the quota. I will deal with the remaining documents the next day." However, after he finished speaking, he did not hear the door closing. Instead, the footsteps of the person coming in were getting closer and closer to him. "I've already said." Lin Yuan stood up a little irritably and found that it was Su Yonghe who came. Seeing this, he quickly swallowed back what he was about to say and said awkwardly, "Brother, how come you have time to come to my place? Come sit down, come sit down." Lin Yuan asked Su Yonghe and the people around him to move to the sofa on the other side and sit down. Who is this? From the moment he saw Su Yonghe, Lin Yuan noticed the middle-aged man behind him. He originally thought that this person was Su Yonghe's subordinate, but when he looked carefully again, the two did not seem to be in a superior-subordinate relationship. "Oh, look, I forgot to introduce you first." Su Yonghe patted his head and said with a smile, "This is Mr. Yang from manhwa Entertainment, Yang Gaodan." Lin Yuan paused. He had also heard of manhwa Entertainment. Although it was not as powerful as Excellence Group, it was also a mainstay in the entertainment industry and had many well-known artists under its banner. But, how could such a person come to me? Lin Yuan had a trace of doubt in his heart, but he still smiled and extended his hand. "Boss Yang, I have heard of your great name for a long time." Yang Gaodan shook it and said with a smile, No, I have long admired Mr. Lin." They both smiled. After Su Yonghe saw this, he quickly said, "Yang Gaodan, since I have built this bridge for you, the rest is up to you." "Thank you very much anyway." Yang Gaodan and Su Yonghe sang the same tune, but Lin Yuan, who was sitting in front of them, was completely confused. He had no idea what these two people were up to. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lin Yuan spoke up. "I came here today to bring you a cooperation." Su Yonghe smiled and pointed at the person next to him. "Yang Gaodan and I have known each other for a long time. Recently, he encountered some difficulties. I just remembered that you are also involved in this area, so I wanted to see if you can help." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. "Since he is my friend, he is also my friend, Lin Yuan. If it is not difficult, I will give him this favor." When Yang Gaodan heard Lin Yuan's words, a hint of joy appeared on his face. "I don't know, what kind of cooperation does Mr. Yang want to discuss with us?" Lin Yuan looked up at Yang Gaodan. No matter how careless he was, Yang Gaodan could sense a ruthless intent in his look. His original thought of looking down on Lin Yuan disappeared instantly. Yang Gaodan cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "I know that Mr. Lin is trying to develop his career in the entertainment industry. If Mr. Lin is willing to cooperate with me, I can introduce you to the connections I have accumulated over the years." "Connections?" There was an intriguing smile on Lin Yuan's face. "Mr. Yang, this is a good suggestion. At this stage, connections are indeed what I need. I just don't know how Mr. Yang wants to cooperate with me." The conditions offered by Yang Gaodan were indeed very tempting, but he also knew very well that nothing in this world comes for free, especially in the fiercely competitive entertainment industry. "I want Mr. Lin to invest in manhwa Entertainment." "Investment?" Lin Yuan was a little stunned, then smiled and said, "Boss Yang, I think you may have made a mistake. This is an advertising company, not a venture capital firm. If you want to get investment, you may have found the wrong person." Yang Gaodan also smiled. Mr. Lin should know that investment companies will not set their sights on the entertainment industry, right? Lin Yuan's eyes gradually became sharper. "Does Mr. Yang think that I can?" Yang Gaodan smiled and did not say anything final. Instead, he answered Lin Yuan's question ambiguously. "I just told Mr. Lin the benefits of cooperation, but as for how to do it specifically, that's Mr. Lin who makes the decision." Lin Yuan chuckled, "Then I wonder how Mr. Yang wants to cooperate with us?" He admitted that he was tempted by the offer. Yang Gaodan stretched out his hand and slapped it. "I hope that Mr. Lin can invest 50 million in working capital for us." 50 million? Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched. Mr. Yang asked for a really large sum of money. The benefits brought by the connections are far more than 50 million. "I think you know this better than me, Mr. Lin, right?" Yang Gaodan looked confident of victory, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of this negotiation. Boss Yang has made a very good calculation. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, but the next second, he changed the subject and spoke in a loud voice. However, I do not accept this cooperation. Mr. Yang, please go back. Yang Gaodan's smile disappeared in an instant, and he frowned. Boss Lin won't cooperate? No cooperation. Lin Yuan spread his hands. Your conditions are indeed very attractive to me, but they are only very attractive. As for connections, even without Mr. Yang's help, do you think I can achieve this level? Yang Gaodan was silent. After all, he had heard about Lin Yuan's affairs. Compared with Lin Yuan, the only difference between him and Lin Yuan is that he started earlier, so he is far ahead of Lin Yuan. But if Lin Yuan is given some time to grow up, his future achievements will definitely not be inferior to this. Lin Yuan said to Su Youngha apologetically, "Brother, I'm really sorry. I really can't help you with this." Su Youngha teased, "Brother, what are you talking about? Business matters are all about fate. There are many cases where fate is not right. Don't worry too much, brother." Lin Yuan and Su Youngha sang in unison, making Yang Gaodan feel a little embarrassed. He had begged Su Youngha to set up this scheme, but who could have known that this would happen? Not only did he get nothing, he even had to lose a favor. Yang Gaodan took a deep breath. I don't know what it will take for Mr. Lin to cooperate with me. Chapter 52. Nothing but a lot of money. Lin Yuan observed Yang Gaodan for a while. Let's not talk about my conditions first. I want to know why Mr. Yang wants me to invest 50 million in your company? Although your conditions are indeed very attractive, anything in this world that can be solved with money should not be a difficult matter for me. After all, he has a system, and that system is just an intermittent office worker, but it is undeniable that the system does have its strengths. For example, when it comes to making money, it seems to have never lost. Yang Gaodan hesitated for a long time and spoke slowly. Several of our sitcoms that were in backlog could not be put on screen at all for the time being due to the new requirements. Investors have withdrawn their capital one after another, and the liquidity has suddenly decreased. Coupled with the backlog of dramas that cannot be broadcast, the situation has become even more serious. If they can't find any more capital injection, manhwa Entertainment might just declare bankruptcy due to a broken capital chain. After hearing what he said, Lin Yuan was a little surprised. Is it that serious? I thought the entertainment industry was easy to make money. People outside the industry say that your industry is extremely profitable. Boss Lin, you must be joking. If it's really that easy to make money, then everyone would come in and work here. Yang Gaodan smiled bitterly. What the public considers as huge profits is only for some of the top companies, or for companies with popular celebrities. That's why they can be called huge profits. A small company like ours is just a foil for others. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a plan came into his mind. Boss Yang, although I really want to help you, I feel that your connections alone are not enough to support my 50 million yuan. Seeing that Lin Yuan had given in, Yang Gaodan immediately asked, Then what do you think we should do, Mr. Lin? The purpose of his coming this time was very simple. As long as Lin Yuan's request was not excessive and he could help him get the company, it would not be impossible for him to give up something. I can invest in you, but the premise is that I hope your company's resources can be used at my disposal. You can't do that. Yang Gaodan flatly rejected Lin Yuan's request. Lin Yuan shrugged, Forget it, Mr. Yang, please go back. Yang Gaodan gritted his teeth. I can give you 15% of the shares. I don't need shares in your company, I just want resources. Lin Yuan originally wanted to train a team on his own, but during this period of time he found that instead of training a new team, it would be better to use someone else's mature team. Not only can it speed up their work efficiency, but it can also drive the learning of their own team. It can be said that you spend money and do two things. This is impossible. Yang Gaodan flatly rejected Lin Yuan's plan. Asking him to use all the company's resources, it's really hard for him to do it. I hope Mr. Yang will think it over carefully. I only want resources. As for things like shares, I am not interested. Lin Yuan said slowly, If you miss this opportunity, you will miss this opportunity. If you don't want your company to go bankrupt, I think you should think about it carefully. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Gaodan gritted his teeth and replied, I can promise you, but this money is not enough. Then how much do you want? Lin Yuan curled his lips and smiled. He thought for a while and finally stretched out a finger. I want 100 million. Lin Yuan smiled and said, okay, deal. This is so straightforward? Mr. Lin, are you really going to give me 100 million? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Am I going to lie to you again? Yang Gaodan looked at Lin Yuan suspiciously. Boss Lin said 100 million, should we just transfer it directly? He felt that it was necessary to get to the bottom of this matter, otherwise if the duck he had got slipped away, he would have no one to turn to for justice. Of course, we will transfer the money directly. As long as Mr. Yang signs the cooperation contract with us, the money can be transferred immediately. That's good. After getting a definite answer from Lin Yuan, Yang Gaodan felt relieved. Lin Yuan originally wanted to delay signing the contract with Yang Gaodan for a few days, but Yang Gaodan said that the company could not hold on any longer. Under his emotional tone, Lin Yuan had to ask the legal department to quickly draft a contract. When they got the contract, it was still warm, which shows how anxious they were. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that what made him even more anxious was Yang Gaodan's actions. Less than 3 seconds after the contract was placed on the table, Yang Gaodan hurriedly took the contract in his hands and glanced at it. Before Lin Yuan had even finished drinking the glass of water in his hand, Yang Gaodan actually picked up the pen and was about to write his name. Boss Yang, why don't you check it again? No need, I believe in Mr. Lin's ability. As he spoke, Yang Gaodan wrote his name on the contract in a flamboyant manner. Lin Yuan took a sip of tea and sighed inwardly. It can be seen that he is indeed very anxious. After Yang Gaodan signed the contract, he handed it to Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then stood up and held his hand. It's been a pleasure working with you. After Yang Gaodan left, Su Yonghe sighed lightly. Brother, even if you have money you can't squander it like this. There was a hint of blame in Su Yonghe's words. Brother, I know my limits. Lin Yuan smiled. Although Yang Gaodan's company is not as good as Luo Chengzhu's, Fenghua Entertainment has been around for so many years, so I think it has accumulated a lot of savings. I will just treat it as paying him some tuition and let their people teach these useless guys under me. Su Yonghe's eyes lit up. You are trying to steal my skills? Brother, what you said is wrong. I paid for it, how can it be called stealing? Su Yonghe laughed and said, you're the one who knows how to play, brother. After a long time, Su Yonghe said in a deep voice. But, 100 million, isn't that too much? Isn't this obviously giving money to that guy? Lin Yuan didn't know how to explain the startup fund to Su Yonghe, so he simply said, brother, this money can not only buy the resources in Yang Gaodan's hands, but also advertise for yourself. After Su Yonghe finished listening to this, there was an indescribable complexity in the look he gave Lin Yuan. I have to say, Yang Gaodan's movements are fast. Not long after Lin Yuan transferred the money, he received a large amount of densely packed information in his mailbox. It was all the contact information of some big names in the industry, as well as some of their unknown hobbies and so on. He watched and made a clicking sound. Yang Gaodan is indeed a seasoned veteran. No wonder he can still stand firm in this circle. After taking a quick look at it, Lin Yuan immediately sent the information to Xiao Cheng from the artist department, and also sent Yang Gaodan's contact information. As for what to do, it's up to them. After dealing with these trivial matters, Lin Yuan felt a wave of sleepiness coming over him. He didn't care too much and just lay down on the table and took a short rest. Now it is gradually approaching autumn, and even the midday sun is warm, not as hot as in summer. The sun's rays lazily sprinkled on Lin Yuan's body, bringing a touch of warmth. Mu Qingyun originally wanted to come in and ask Lin Yuan to have dinner together, but when she pushed the door open, she saw Lin Yuan sleeping behind the pile of documents. After seeing this, she could only shake her head helplessly and complained in a low voice, "You don't cover yourself with clothes when you sleep. Be careful not to catch a cold, I won't take care of you." Although Mu Qingyun said this, he still walked to the lounge nearby and took out a thin blanket and draped it over Lin Yuan's back. Then, he tiptoed to help Lin Yuan tidy up the messy documents on his desk. After working for a long time, Mu Qingyun pushed it out carefully. Outside the door, an employee was about to knock on the door and come in, but was stopped by Mu Qingyun. "The boss is sleeping, don't disturb him." The employee nodded and left with Mu Qingyun. Lin Yuan didn't know how long he had slept. He only remembered that when he got up, the mess in front of him had already been cleaned up. And I also had an extra quilt on my body. Lin Yuan folded up the quilt and could still vaguely smell the faint aroma of white tea mixed in the quilt. He raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. He was very familiar with this taste. Just as he was thinking this, the door at the side was pushed open. Lin Yuan looked up and found that it was Mu Qingyun who came in with a plate of fruit. "Honey, you're awake." Mu Qingyun put what he had said on the table and then took the things from Lin Yuan's hand. "Are you hungry? Eat some fruit first." Lin Yuan was pressed down on a stool by Mu Qingyun to rest, and she started to get busy as soon as she came in. "Wife." Lin Yuan had just woken up and his throat had not yet recovered. His voice was hoarse when he opened his mouth. Mu Qingyun quickly put down the things in his hands and rushed over. "Hubby, what's wrong? Did you catch a cold while sleeping just now?" Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. "No, come here." Lin Yuan extended his hand to her. Mu Qingyun walked towards Lin Yuan without any hesitation. Lin Yuan sat on the chair, hugged her, and then buried his head in her flat belly. Mu Qingyun felt a little itchy because of him, and asked softly, "What's the matter?" "No, I just feel really good having you around, my wife." When Mu Qingyun heard this, he smiled so hard that his eyes curved like the bright moon in the sky, filled with stars. After a long time, Lin Yuan reluctantly let go of Mu Qingyun. At this moment, a scene flashed through Mu Qingyun's mind, and she smiled softly. "Honey, is the charging finished?" Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what she was talking about, and said jokingly, "No, just a little bit more." "What's missing?" Mu Qingyun blurted out the words quickly. Of course, she regretted it immediately after saying this. But how could Lin Yuan miss this opportunity? As soon as Mu Qingyun finished speaking, he pulled Mu Qingyun into his arms. He whispered in Mu Qingyun's ear, "I need to have further communication with my wife." When Mu Qingyun heard him say this, he subconsciously lowered his head, and his cheeks felt slightly hot. "Wife." Lin Yuan leaned forward, but was pushed away by Mu Qingyun shyly the next second. But he still persevered, and with the attitude of not giving up until he achieved his goal, he spoke softly in Mu Qingyun's ear. He watched Mu Qingyun's earlobe turn red little by little, until it looked like it was about to bleed. Mu Qingyun was ultimately unable to defeat Lin Yuan. She turned her head away and looked at the triumphant smile on someone's face. She had no choice but to shyly move closer. Even though it was just a fleeting moment, like a dragonfly touching the water, Mu Qingyun could feel Lin Yuan's unique body fragrance enveloping her. Mu Qingyun sniffed it subconsciously and found that the smell was faint, but with a hint of cedar. Lin Yuan was amused by Mu Qingyun's behavior. "Wife, do you like my taste?" "I didn't." Mu Qingyun wanted to refute, but the next second, the smell of cedar completely surrounded her. Chapter 53. Then let's have a painting. After a tiring day, the two returned home and planned to simply wash up and go to rest. As a result, before going to bed, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of the brocade box beside him. He opened it and found the piece of white jade that he had bought at the charity auction last time lying inside. At this time, Mu Qingyun happened to come in while drying her hair. Lin Yuan quickly put the brocade box aside and picked up the hairdryer to help Mu Qingyun wipe his hair. Whoosh whoosh. The wind from the ion hairdryer blew, and Mu Qingyun was already feeling a little sleepy. With Lin Yuan's gentle touch, the sleepiness became even more obvious. Lin Yuan held up Mu Qingyun's head, which was about to droop, and said lovingly, "Wife, let's hold on a little longer, our hair is almost dry." Mu Qingyun yawned slightly and sat up again. She forced herself to open her eyes, and tried to look around for something interesting to play with. However, after looking around, her eyes finally fell on the brocade box. "Honey, help me get that." Lin Yuan looked in the direction of Mu Qingyun's finger, smiled faintly, and took the brocade box with his free hand. After Mu Qingyun took the brocade box, he said to himself, "What is this?" When the brocade box was completely opened and the contents appeared before her, Mu Qingyun smiled. It turned out to be the white jade we bought last time. I've been so busy lately that I actually forgot about its existence. At this time, Mu Qingyun's hair was almost done, so Lin Yuan turned off the hairdryer, put it aside, and used his hands to smooth her hair. As he went along, he said, "Wife, how about we go find a shop tomorrow and polish this rough jade into jewelry?" Tomorrow. Mu Qingyun thought for a moment, doesn't the company still have a lot of things to do? How about a few days later? Mu Qingyun looked at the piece of white jade in front of her. The cool and smooth texture made her unable to let it go. The joy in her eyes was almost visible on her face, but she also knew that Lin Yuan had been very busy these days, and she wished she could let Lin Yuan have some more rest with the extra time. As for this thing, it's better to wait a few days. She wasn't in a hurry either. Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingyun and saw a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He then said softly, "It's okay. There's no need to rush about the company's affairs. After all, my wife is the most important thing in the world. I'll make beautiful jewelry with my wife to make those single guys in our company envious." After hearing this, Mu Qingyun couldn't help laughing. If they knew you had this in mind, they would be so angry that they would die. Lin Yuan hugged Mu Qingyun and said softly, "Don't worry about those single guys. As long as they don't starve to death, that's fine." Mu Qingyun felt warm in his heart and lowered his head shyly. The smile on his face was like peach blossoms blooming after the rain, refreshing. "I always listen to my husband." Immediately, Lin Yuan turned on his cell phone and informed everyone that he would have a day off tomorrow. As soon as his message was released, countless employees followed suit and expressed their anger. However, Lin Yuan simply turned off his phone and ignored the wailing of the group of singles in the group. After all, people with families can enjoy a great nightlife. Lin Yuan counterattacked, and the two of them slowly fell into a sweet dream amidst laughter. The next day, when they woke up, they felt particularly refreshed, and the tiredness of yesterday had long been washed away. Warning, wife. Lin Yuan fell asleep peacefully yesterday while holding Mu Qingyun in his arms. How could he not sleep well with such a warm and tender girl in his arms? Mu Qingyun had just woken up and was still a little sleepy. Her brain had not yet fully started, but when she saw Lin Yuan's reaction, she instantly laughed. "Why are you so energetic so early in the morning?" Lin Yuan pretended to be mysterious and said, "A day's plan begins in the morning." He even emphasized the pronunciation of a certain word, causing Mu Qingyun's face to turn red. "Don't be shy, honey." As he spoke, Lin Yuan gently touched Mu Qingyun's tender spot, stayed for a moment, and then left. "Good morning." Mu Qingyun pretended to be disgusted and pushed Lin Yuan aside. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." "Go away." Lin Yuan refused, and after pulling Mu Qingyun on the bed for a while, he slowly got off the bed. Since the two of them had to find a jade shop to polish the white jade later, they simply asked the housekeeper of the community to send them breakfast. While the two were washing up, the housekeeper called a few chefs over and started preparing the meal in the living room on the first floor of their house. When Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun just came down, they were almost scared by the scene in front of them. Mu Qingyun had never seen such a scene before. Even though her family was rich, they were not so extravagant. The housekeeper quickly explained, "You are our distinguished owner. The property management is fully covered by our community." He looked to the side for a while, then continued, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon." Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at each other, then slowly walked to the dining table nearby, waiting for the food to be served. In the past, Lin Yuan would never have dared to imagine enjoying the service of a professional chef at home. He looked at the busy chef over there and sighed again. This is the happiness of rich people. Looking back, what kind of life did he lead before? Just as he was thinking about it, a strong fragrance brought his thoughts back to reality. Lin Yuan came back to his senses and found that a thick soup had been placed in front of him. Next to the soup were a few slices of bread. He was already feeling a little hungry early in the morning, and seeing a bowl of such a fragrant soup in front of him instantly whetted his appetite. Lin Yuan finished the food in front of him in no time. Seeing this, the butler beside him made a gesture to the servant, and then brought a small Chinese breakfast. Then there are desserts, fruit plates, juices. After a long time, the housekeeper asked with a smile, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, do you need anything else?" Lin Yuan glanced at Mu Qingyun, and after Mu Qingyun shook his head, he waved his hand. "No, thank you for your help. It's no trouble. It's our honor to serve you too. If there's anything else, please feel free to tell us." With that, the butler and the chef pushed the cart away. If it weren't for the aroma of food lingering in the air, it would be hard to imagine that this was a private customized breakfast banquet just a second ago. After eating and drinking, the two drove to a hidden jade shop. Since he had this idea yesterday, Lin Yuan gave the information to his assistant and asked her to check if there are any highly rated jade shops in the Magic City. Unexpectedly, the girl did not disappoint me and actually found a jade shop that specializes in private customization. However, the only bad thing is that the owner of this store opens the business based on his mood, so there is a high possibility that they will return empty-handed. But Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun both agreed that no matter what, they would only know the result after they went there. So, the two of them set out with unwavering determination. After arriving at the destination, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised that this jade shop was actually located in the most prosperous area of the Magic City. He and Mu Qingyun had already prepared to walk there, but who knew that the location of that place was in no way inferior to the World Financial Center? "Honey, are you sure the assistant didn't give you the wrong address?" Mu Qingyun looked at the prosperous pedestrian street in front of him, which seemed somewhat out of place with the private custom jade shop. Logically speaking, shouldn't that kind of store pursue an elegant style? But this worldly place in front of me seems to have nothing to do with jade. Lin Yuan answered Mu Qingyun's question only after he parked the car. It should be correct. Let's go over and take a look. Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun's hand and walked down the pedestrian street. Both sides of the pedestrian street are lined with shops with local characteristics, and in front of the shops, there are vendors selling some exquisite handicrafts and even some street snacks. There was a constant stream of people coming and going, and at every stall there were people who were attracted by the things on the stalls and then stopped to appreciate them slowly. People always say that the fast pace of big cities takes away the human touch, but that is not really true. Even in the bustling city center, there are places full of the flavor of life. It's just a matter of whether someone is willing to stay there. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were walking among them, and many passers-by recognized them. Some people tactfully gave way, took out their mobile phones, took a couple of photos and posted them on their blogs, but some people were extremely ignorant and even stepped in front of the main character, asking some very stupid questions over and over again. What's more, that naked gaze fell on the two of them. Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown and black lines appeared on his forehead. The world is really going downhill and people's hearts are no longer the same as before. Do these people nowadays not care about gender? After Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at each other, their good mood for shopping was ruined in an instant, and both of them put on a look that said keep away from strangers. They have outstanding looks in themselves, and they have the aura of being superior. Now, coupled with the almost cold look on their faces, many people are intimidated when they see them. And those passers-by who came up to cause trouble, after seeing that there was something wrong with the two men's faces, fled the scene as quickly as they could. Mu Qingyun murmured, "These people are too much. They dare to be so arrogant in broad daylight." Lin Yuan pulled Mu Qingyun over and said, "Wife, don't be angry. Let's not bother with those rubbish and ruin our mood today." After Mu Qingyun snorted twice, his mind was focused on other things. At this time, a fragrant caramel smell came from the air. Mu Qingyun paused, looked in the direction of the smell, and found a craftsman making sugar paintings nearby. The craftsman worked on the caramel liquid, which had no shape, until it gradually solidified into a lifelike picture on the iron plate. The craftsman took out a bamboo stick from the bamboo tube next to him while the sugar painting was not completely solidified, and pressed it on the sugar painting with a click. Then he picked up the small shovel next to him and shoveled it skillfully. The whole sugar painting flew into the air with the bamboo stick. When Lin Yuan saw a hint of envy in Mu Qingyun's eyes, he immediately understood what she wanted. The next second, Lin Yuan pulled Mu Qingyun over there. "Boss, give me a sugar painting." "What do you want, young man?" Lin Yuan asked in disbelief. "Anything is fine?" The boss responded confidently. "As long as you can say it, I can try my best to satisfy you." Then, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Mu Qingyun with a smile on his face. "Then let's have a picture of the two of them holding hands under the sycamore tree on campus." Chapter 54, Sugar, Very Sweet. Okay. Before Lin Yuan finished speaking, the boss started working directly. After a while, a brand new sugar painting appeared in front of the two of them. Mu Qingyun looked at the sugar painting scene and felt it was somewhat familiar. The boss looked up and found that there was no change in Yuzinu's expression in Mu Qingyun's eyes. He seemed to have realized something and picked up the sugar spoon he had just put down. On the space where the two were holding hands, he sprinkled star-like petals with syrup. "Take it, you two." The boss handed over the sugar painting. "I hope you two can be together forever in the future. Young love lasts a lifetime. Young man, you must treat the lady next to you well." Mu Qingyun laughed dumbly. He didn't expect that buying a candy would make his boss worry about his love life. Who knew that after hearing this, Lin Yuan hugged Mu Qingyun and smiled. "Thank you for your kind words, boss. My wife and I will be together forever." When the boss saw this, his eyes almost narrowed with laughter. "I wish you happiness." Mu Qingyun was holding the sugar painting in her hand, her cheeks were flushed, and she didn't even remember how she walked out. The young people around the sugar painting stall already knew them, and many of them were secretly taking pictures of them. However, since their behavior was not considered presumptuous, Lin Yuan and the others just let them go. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, they all started to make a fuss. Suddenly, there was laughter around the sugar painting stall, and the aroma of sugar was mixed in with the laughter. Everyone seemed to be immersed in the world of candy. Lin Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. After all, everyone was exaggerating about himself and Mu Qingyun. He was very pleased with what he said. However, Mu Qingyun's attitude towards this situation was completely different. Mu Qingyun prided herself on being someone who could keep the situation stable. Once this issue came up, she couldn't help but brag. Her pink puff smiling face instantly turned as red as a red apple, and was even as red as the candied haws next to the sugar painting stall. She shyly buried her head in Lin Yuan's chest. Lin Yuan's hand was originally wrapped around Mu Qingyun's small hand, but at this moment, he felt that the small hand in his hand was moving restlessly. Lin Yuan protected Mu Qingyun and said to everyone, "Everyone, please make way. My wife is shy." Everyone laughed and made way for them. Mu Qingyun, who was hiding in Lin Yuan's arms, felt her face getting hotter after hearing the noise outside. She buried her head in front of Lin Yuan. She didn't know how long she had been walking before she heard Lin Yuan's chuckle from above her head. "You, what are you laughing at?" Mu Qingyun's voice came out muffled. Lin Yuan held the sugar painting in one hand and rubbed Mu Qingyun's head with the other. "Wife, how long are you going to be shy?" Everyone has laughed. Well, Mu Qingyun was somewhat reluctant, but still let go of Lin Yuan's hand, still scolding, "It's all your fault. If you and join those people in making trouble, I. Mu Qingyun hesitated for a long time but couldn't make out what was going on. "Okay, husband, don't make trouble with those people next time." Lin Yuan combed down Mu Qingyun's fur and gradually smoothed her frizzy hair. "Wife, if you don't eat this candy painting, it will melt." Lin Yuan pointed at the sugar painting, and the originally angular areas had begun to gradually become sharper. Seeing this, Mu Qingyun no longer cared about being angry with Lin Yuan, and his eyes were filled with tension. How did it melt so quickly?" Lin Yuan teased, "Maybe you're too hot, my dear, and you melted it all." "You?" Mu Qingyun said coquettishly, What weird things are you saying?" Okay. Lin Yuan handed the sugar painting to Mu Qingyun's mouth. "Take a bite quickly, or it will melt all over your hands." Mu Qingyun took a look, took a small bite from the edge of the sugar painting, and began to taste it. Then she laughed. "It's delicious and sweet." Mu Qingyun pushed the sugar painting towards Lin Yuan. "Hubby, you try it too, it's not bad." "Okay." Lin Yuan grinned. Mu Qingyun looked at Lin Yuan expectantly, wondering what he would say about the sugar painting. But she never thought that Lin Yuan's face gradually enlarged in her eyes and got closer and closer to her. The next second, Lin Yuan sealed Mu Qingyun's lips. Mu Qingyun opened her eyes wide in disbelief, and when she came to her senses, she tried to break free. Who knew that Lin Yuan seemed to have anticipated what she was going to do next and immediately restrained her actions. Mu Qingyun couldn't move and could only let the sweetness just now fade away bit by bit. After a while, Lin Yuan let go of Mu Qingyun with a look of satisfaction on his face. He savored the sweetness in his mouth and raised his eyebrows slightly. "It tastes really good." Mu Qingyun glared at Lin Yuan angrily. "Why are you?" She saw passers-by looking in their direction, and she was too embarrassed to say the words touching, so she gave up angrily. Snort! Mu Qingyun turned around, and his hair drew a perfect arc in the air before moving away from him. Hey, wife! Unexpectedly, Mu Qingyun not only did not stop, but walked faster and faster. Lin Yuan thought to himself that something was wrong and quickly chased after him. Fortunately, after walking for a while, they soon reached the end of the pedestrian street, and there were gradually fewer passers-by around them. "Wife, don't be angry." Mu Qingyun said coldly, "I'm not angry. Which eye of yours saw that I was angry?" Lin Yuan thought, "I saw it with both my eyes." But he pursed his lips, not daring to say it out loud, and just smiled awkwardly. "The sugar painting is melting, my dear. If you don't eat it, it will be gone." Mu Qingyun hesitated for a while, but still took the sugar painting from Lin Yuan and started eating it. "Wife." Lin Yuan thought Mu Qingyun had calmed down, but Mu Qingyun was eating candy with a warning look in his eyes. Lin Yuan's little thoughts were instantly retracted. For the next short distance, the two walked quietly. As there were fewer pedestrians on the road, their attention was drawn to the scenes on the road. "I didn't expect that behind this bustling city center, there is such a place that is completely unoccupied by business. It is so quiet here. Who can believe that there is a prosperous commercial center just across the street? Finally, they stopped in front of a shop. Lin Yuan looked up and saw that the decoration of this store was particularly antique. The overall style of the store is dark wood, except for the plaque on the door with 3 bold and powerful words written in gold ink Yuan Shugu. It seems that their luck is not bad. At least the lights inside are still on, which means that the store is still open. At this moment, Mu Qingyun had just finished eating the sugar painting in his hand, so he found a trash can on the side of the road and threw the bamboo stick into it. When Lin Yuan saw that her hands were stained with some burnt brown sugar stains, he took out a wet tissue from his pocket and gently wiped off the sugar stains on the back of Mu Qingyun's hand. Mu Qingyun wanted to pull back his hand the previous second, but after seeing Lin Yuan's actions, his heart softened instantly. She was not angry with Lin Yuan in the first place, but she felt that if Lin Yuan was not taught a lesson, his behavior might get even worse next time, so she wanted to curb Lin Yuan's overly open behavior. But Mu Qingyun didn't say anything and let Lin Yuan help her wipe it clean. After a moment, Lin Yuan pushed open the door of Yuanshu Pavilion. As a result, when his hand just touched the door, he was a little surprised by the touch on his hand. The door that looked like wood was actually very heavy, even heavier than the material used in their villa. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue twice inwardly. As expected, the guys who are involved in this field are all very rich. Even the door of a shop may be worth more than a car. He pushed the door open gently and the bell beside the door rang. 2 people walked in, and the scent of sandalwood lingered around them. The furnishings inside the original book pavilion are no different from those of an ordinary bar. If it weren't for some strange and bizarre antiques hanging around the sides, you wouldn't have thought this was a jade shop. After Lin Yuan and his friends had been visiting for a while, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the counter. He secretly looked at the man in front of him. He had an elegant and refined demeanor, and just by seeing him, Lin Yuan felt as if he were bathed in spring breeze. This person is not simple. The man smiled faintly and said, "What do you two want to do?" "Boss, this piece of jade, see if you can make it into jewelry." Lin Yuan took out the white jade from the brocade box. The man put on gloves, placed the lens on his chest in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully. After a long time, the man smiled. "Of course you can do it, but with such good material, it might be more valuable if it's made into something else." "No need." Lin Yuan declined the man's suggestion. "You can just make the jewelry for us. Just make it according to my wife's size." "Understood." The man took out a small toolbox from underneath, and when he opened it, he saw various devices neatly arranged inside. He picked up some tools, hung them directly on his body, and walked out from the counter. "Miss, I'm sorry." After getting Mu Qingyun's approval, the man helped Mu Qingyun measure the specific data and then recorded it down. After a while, the man scratched the paper twice, looked up and asked, "Sir, do you have any other requirements for jewelry?" Lin Yuan shook his head and asked Mu Qingyun next to him, "Honey, what do you want to do?" "Master, I believe in your craftsmanship. Just do whatever you think suits me." Mu Qingyun actually felt that for something like private customization, if the designer could design it according to his own style, it would definitely be much better than what he described. Therefore, only by giving the decision-making power to the designer could unexpected results be achieved. "Then I have to do my best and not let you two down for your trust in me." The man smiled and handed Lin Yuan a handwritten note. "Please come back in a week to pick it up." Lin Yuan nodded, took the note, and left with Mu Qingyun. After the man simply tidied up, he returned to the backstage. Once the curtain was opened, several people could be seen sitting around a round table. One of them saw the man coming in and exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect. Lin Yuan actually found this place." Chapter 55, There can be no 2 tigers in one mountain, just like a cat and a mouse. If Lin Yuan had not left, he would have recognized the man who was speaking. He was the chairman of Excellence Group Luo Qinghua. "Xinghua, aren't you being a little unkind? You actually told him about this place." After Jiang Xinghua heard this, there was no trace of annoyance on his face. He just smiled at everyone, just like his elegant attire. "Brother Luo, your words are too serious. They came here by fate. How can you blame me?" Luo Qinghua didn't quite believe what Jiang Xinghua said. "You have come back twice for this kid, and this time you want to settle down in China for the first time. Do you dare to say that you are not biased at all? I don't understand what is so charming about this kid that you all want to use him for your own benefit." Jiang Xinghua looked at Luo Qinghua with a smile and said slowly, "You seem not to like this young man very much?" Luo Qinghua snorted coldly, with an unhappy expression on his face. If he were a family member, I would definitely want him to be as high as possible, but the problem is that this is not my family. Luo Qinghua said, with a hint of fear in his eyes, this kid will become a dragon in Phoenix in the future. Moreover, this guy's focus is on the entertainment industry. Given time, with the capital in his hands, won't he be able to reach the level of being on par with me? There was a gleam in Jiang Jinggua's eyes. That young man will definitely become your competitor? Can't you cooperate with him? Luo Qinghua had a playful smile on his face. Jinghua, you also know that there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Sooner or later, he and I will have to compete on stage. Jiang Jinghua just smiled and did not answer Luo Qinghua's words. Seeing this, Luo Qinghua's tone of voice was tinged with anxiety. So, you came back this time to change your camp? Luo Qinghua's eyes revealed a surprise. Your Jiang family has been silent for so long. If you take action, the world of Demon City will change. Jiang Jinghua did not directly answer Luo Qinghua's question, but said casually. I'm just tired of staying abroad, so I go home more often. China's beautiful mountains and rivers are no worse than those abroad. Luo Qinghua sighed. I really don't know what you like about this guy. At the same time, Fenghua Entertainment gradually began to revive. Before this, everyone knew that Fenghua Entertainment was in danger and on the verge of collapse. Many people in the industry had already prepared their seats, waiting for a good show to unfold. After all, if one Fenghua Entertainment collapses, there will be a second and third Fenghua Entertainment to take over in this circle. Most people even hope that Fenghua Entertainment will close down soon. For them, the loss of a mainstay group means a slight increase in the chances of getting the cake to the lower levels. But who would have known that in just 2 days, Fenghua Entertainment would emerge from the dark underground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and its growth rate would be even faster than before. When industry professionals saw this, they were completely confused by the situation. Of course, the most angry person was Su Weibin. After Su Weibin took the document handed over by his subordinate, the more he read, the gloomier his face became, until he saw that Yang Gaodan not only eliminated all obstacles, but also obtained a huge sum of funds from unknown sources. He could no longer sit still. He threw the document in his hand away and questioned the subordinate in front of him. What's going on? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. The subordinates noticed that Su Weibin was angry, and there was a slight tremor in their voices. I don't know where Yang Gaodan got the money. Not only did he fill all the holes, but he also, the subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and surpassed their best performance in history. It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but after he said this, the anger that had been lingering in Su Weibin's heart instantly burst out from his head. Then what are you still doing here? Hurry up and find out who gave Yang Gaodan the money. A dangerous gleam flashed across Su Weibin's eyes. Yang Gaodan is in cahoots with Su Yonghe. Without Yang Gaodan, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to make a splash in the entertainment industry. This Fenghua Entertainment must not be allowed to stay. No need to check. As soon as Su Weibin finished speaking, Wang Rong appeared from somewhere and spoke in a loud voice. That sum of money must have been given to him by Lin Yuan. Su Weibin narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Rong, the uninvited guest. Although he was a little unhappy that this woman had intruded into his private space without permission, what Wang Rong said at this time aroused his curiosity. Oh? You seem to know a lot about it? Su Weibin looked at her with a joking smile. How do you know? Wang Rong raised her head and glanced at Su Weibin. He is a suspicious person by nature, and if he doesn't explain clearly, it might affect their cooperative relationship. So, Wang Rong explained, Boss Su just said that Yang Gaodan is Su Yonghe's man, and Su Yonghe's focus is now on Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan wants to get in touch with Yang Gaodan and help him when he is in trouble, then they can achieve a mutually beneficial and win-win situation. Besides, there are only a handful of people around Su Yonghe who can do this. After eliminating all the other people, it is not difficult to conclude that it is Lin Yuan. Su Weibin said arrogantly, I didn't expect that you, a woman, still have some brains. When Wang Rong heard this, she felt very uncomfortable, but she couldn't say anything in front of Su Weibin, so she had to follow Su Weibin's wishes. Then, she paused, and then said, but, where did Lin Yuan get so much money? She and Lin Yuan had been together in college for 4 years, and she knew exactly what kind of person Lin Yuan was. However, since Lin Yuan left her, she found that the man who had been following her seemed to have become a stranger all of a sudden. If it was about the wedding of the century, she could still comfort herself by saying that it was the work of Mu Qingyun's family. But where did Lin Yuan get so much money to help young Gaodan now? She thought about it for a long time, but it was difficult to get a result. No matter how rich Mu Qingyun's family is, it is impossible for them to take out so much money again and again. Lin Yuan's behavior was truly unbelievable. Su Weibin lowered his eyes and was silent for a moment before speaking. You don't know either? Weren't you boyfriend and girlfriend before? Why did you hide the fact that I'm rich from you? I don't know. Wang Rong shook her head, a trace of regret in her eyes. When he was dating me before, he was just a poor boy. Who knew he would be so rich now? Su Weibin smirked. Is it possible that you are not worth spending so much money on him? After all, rich people like us have long forgotten what money is. It is not impossible for us to find someone like you to experience life for him. Impossible. Wang Rong blurted out this sentence subconsciously, but as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had lost her composure and began to make amends. I've been dating him for 4 years, and I know him best. If he didn't like me, why would he pursue me for so long? As for the money, maybe he won the lottery by accident? Su Weibin was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. You woman, you must be crazy. Which lottery has such a large share of the prize money? But when he looked at Wang Rong's expression, she didn't seem to be lying. Su Weibin stopped smiling halfway and stared at Wang Rong. If you had known that he was rich, you would have stuck to him shamelessly, right? A complicated look flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. After thinking for a long time, he nodded slightly. Su Weibin looked at her with disdain. It's really undisguised. The manhwa entertainment incident is still slowly fermenting. Some people with ulterior motives wanted to find out the truth of all this, but before they had the chance to investigate, manhwa Entertainment took the lead and proactively released the news of its financing with Yuanmu Group. As soon as the news came out, it went viral on the internet. Oh my god, I didn't see it wrong. How much money did Yuanmu Group give? Oh my god. There are so many rich people in the world, why can't there be one more of me? National husband Lin Yuan is so handsome. He can easily throw away 100 million yuan. Such a charming man is worthy of being the perfect husband candidate in my mind. Hey, wake up that sister up there. She already has a wife. Stop wanting to eat swan meat like a toad. After this incident, Lin Yuan has completely made a name for himself in all walks of life. After all, before this, most netizens thought that Lin Yuan was just a son-in-law. As for the food, clothing and daily necessities, they were only obtained thanks to Mu Qingyun. Now it seems that Lin Yuan is really a second-generation rich. Even though no one knows what kind of power he relies on, judging from his performance in recent times, he has already leapt into the ranks of the upper class. Many bigwigs have shown their goodwill to Lin Yuan, and the most prominent force among them is the Su family. It was common knowledge that Lin Yuan and Su Yongna had a good relationship, but Su Gaoyuan would come and join in from time to time, calling it daily greetings. In fact, everyone knew that Su Gaoyuan was determined to pull Lin Yuan into his camp this time. Coupled with the existence of Su Yongna's relationship, many people had already acquiesced to this indisputable fact. And Yang Gaodan is a man who keeps his promises. After he dealt with the problems in his own company, he began to arrange the cooperation between manhwa Entertainment and Yuanmu Group, helping Lin Yuan's artists to open up the market in the entertainment industry one by one. However, in the entertainment industry, being popular or not is a mystery. Yang Gaodan didn't dare to guarantee Lin Yuan, but he tried his best to do his best. As for the rest of the metaphysics, it all depends on the fate of the artist. But Lin Yuan is not worried about the future of his artists at all. After all, with the support of Yang Gaodan and Su Gaoyuan, if the artists under his management are not popular anymore, he may suspect whether it is the artist's problem. Of course, not everyone is willing to help newcomers. For example, Su Weibin. Chapter 56. It's time to change the Su family. Today the company is divided into two major divisions. Lin Yuan is responsible for matters related to entertainers in the entertainment industry, while Mu Qingyun is responsible for advertising planning matters. After all, that was what she liked and she was happy to delve into it, and naturally all those miscellaneous things were reported to Lin Yuan. Boss, these are the news from marketing accounts in recent days. The assistant packaged the artist's data and gave it to Lin Yuan for review. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and pointed to the side. Put it over there, I still have something to read. The assistant agreed, put the things down and left. Lin Yuan looked at the information on the document and suddenly felt mixed emotions. Do marketing accounts have nothing to do nowadays? They even post every detail of the daily activities of their juniors and seniors. People who don't know the details may think that the marketing account is dedicated to recording the lives of celebrities. After reading for a long time, Lin Yuan felt his head buzzing, so he put down the document in his hand and turned his gaze to the stack of documents that his assistant had just reported to him. Who knew that he only flipped through a few pages and suddenly lost the mood to read on? It turns out that these things are all the same? Lin Yuan turned to the last page of all the documents and found that the transactions in those accounts almost all came from one place, Su Weibin. This Su Weibin is really persistent. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly and made an internal call. Everyone listen, don't worry about the marketing account, just leave it there, don't give it any attention, it won't take long before someone finds it boring. He knew people like Su Weibin too well. If you pay attention to him, he may even be more enthusiastic about flirting with you, but if you ignore him, he will find it boring and try another way to come back, and the cycle will repeat itself. After putting down the work at hand, Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair and half closed his eyes for a while. Just as Lin Yuan said, the news soon reached Su Weibin's ears. However, he was on his way back to his ancestral home and couldn't spare any extra attention to Lin Yuan. Needless to say, Su Weibin guessed the purpose of the old man calling him back this time. Su Weibin looked at the scenery outside the window that was constantly receding, and the look in his eyes became increasingly indifferent. He will never agree to it. As expected, after Su Weibin returned to the ancestral home, the old man spoke directly to the point. I heard that you have been causing trouble for Lin Yuan recently. The old man took a puff of cigarette and slowly exhaled. White smoke lingered around him, making him look unpredictable. Su Weibin responded, and the old man paused, then looked at him coldly. You are already an adult, but you are still as childish as you were when you were little. Can you be more mature? You are using such a small trick to cause trouble for others. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at our Su family if you tell others about it? The company is mine, and what I want to do is my business. Although Su Weibin stood respectfully in front of the old man, the words that came out of his mouth had nothing to do with his respectful appearance. Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, the old man angrily smashed the pipe in his hand to the ground. His dry hands gathered all their strength and knocked on the cane in the hall. Do you know what you are doing? Su Weibin met the old man's gaze without showing any weakness, his eyes filled with violence. Su Weiwen, who arrived late, stood between the two of them. Second brother, you are such a fool. No matter how reluctant you are, you should not confront him head-on. After Su Weiwen finished blaming Su Weibin, he ran to the old man to help him calm down. Old man, don't worry. My second brother knows what to do and will not take risks with the entire Su family. The old man was so angry that he was blowing his beard. When he saw that someone was giving him a way out, the anger on his face eased a lot, but he was still unforgiving in his words. Why not risk the entire Su family? I've heard everything. So many people can't find out the identity of a young man. Isn't that enough to prove his identity? We definitely cannot afford to offend such a person. Besides, he has Su Gaoyuan behind him to help him. If this brat angers that guy, and he joins forces with the Su family to suppress the Su family, then our Su family will be completely finished soon, right? In my opinion, this century-old foundation is about to be destroyed in the hands of a stinky boy like you. Su Weiwen quickly stopped the old man's crutch from falling. Old man, what you said is too serious. The resources that Su Gaoyuan can mobilize are only domestic industries. As for foreign industries, they will not be easily moved. After all, so many people are watching them. Anyway, if your relationship with Lin Yuan becomes too strained, I will never forgive you. After the old man made these harsh remarks, he left angrily. Su Weibin raised his foot and slowly walked away, with a sneer on his face. You want me to have a good relationship with him? Dream on. He left the lifeless-looking ancestral home without looking back. It's time to change the leader of this rotten Su family. On the other side, after Lin Yuan had a good rest, he found that Mu Qingyun had not returned yet, so he took the initiative to visit him. Good afternoon, Chairman. Chairman. The chairman is here to look for the boss lady, right? A kind-hearted girl pointed Lin Yuan in a direction. The boss lady is still inside supervising the filming process. I think it's almost over now, so don't worry. After teasing Lin Yuan, the girl turned around and went back to her work. When Lin Yuan was about to reach the door, an employee just came out. Seeing Lin Yuan coming, he was about to go back and greet Mu Qingyun loudly, but was stopped by Lin Yuan. No, go and get busy first. The employee nodded and left in a hurry. After all, this is how it works in their industry. Time is money, and everyone basically jogs during work hours for fear of delaying the filming process. Lin Yuan walked in quietly. When some staff members came to him and were about to say hello, he made a hush gesture, signaling everyone to keep quiet. The staff members smiled at each other and treated Lin Yuan as a transparent person. What are you laughing at? Mu Qingyun looked so serious when he was working. It was the first time that Lin Yuan had seen such a cold aura. If you don't finish the filming schedule for today, forget about eating. I'll accompany you and finish filming slowly before eating. Lin Yuan found a small corner in the back and sat down. Looking at the cold and indifferent big sister in front of him, his heart was almost blossoming. Who could have imagined that this icy queen is actually such a clingy little wildcat in private? Sure enough, there is a reason why the contrast cuteness has become popular. After all, he himself finds this character very useful. Under Mu Qingyun's strict supervision and Lin Yuan's nonchalant attitude, the filming crew progressed extremely quickly and completed the originally scheduled 2-hour filming task in just 40 minutes. Mu Qingyun sat in front of the monitor, carefully examining every frame. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Mu Qingyun to give the final instructions. Another 10 minutes passed, and Mu Qingyun took off his monitoring headphones and said slowly, "It's okay, everyone has worked hard." Ha! After a huge cheer from the crowd, everyone started to clean up the filming location. Mu Qingyun rubbed his temple, and when he turned around, his eyes met Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the ground. "Why are you here?" There was a hint of surprise in Mu Qingyun's tired tone. "Come visit the set, my wife has worked hard." Lin Yuan held Mu Qingyun in his arms so that she could relax. The employees behind Mu Qingyun all exclaimed looking as if they were not going to look at anything inappropriate. Lin Yuan noticed the nervousness of the person in front of him and smiled. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and pack your things. I'll deduct your bonus from the slowest one." Everyone exclaimed again, packed their things and rolled out quickly. The studio, which was originally bustling with activity, suddenly became quiet. Lin Yuan looked at the little head still buried in his chest and said softly, "Wife, they are all gone, don't be shy." "I'm not shy." Mu Qingyun's little mouth opened and closed, making Lin Yuan feel itchy. "I'm hungry and I don't have the energy to move." Mu Qingyun looked exhausted, and it was really hard to compare her with the strong woman with a strong aura just now. "Okay, husband will take you out for dinner, but before that, I'm hungry too, you have to feed me first." Lin Yuan came up with increasing familiarity. Mu Qingyun was really hungry and no longer had the energy to agree, so he gave the initiative to Lin Yuan. The two of them stayed in the studio for a long time before walking out. As soon as the door of the studio opened, the employees in the office pricked up their ears at the same time, wanting to listen to what the two of them were doing. Some employees are in a unique position where they can see both people in full view with just a quick glance. When one of the girls looked up, she saw Lin Yuan's satisfied look and Mu Qingyun's lips that were red as blood. She was so excited that she typed a little harder. Suddenly, the sound of tapping could be heard all over the office. Some people even type on their keyboards at a very fast speed, which further demonstrates their inner excitement. After Lin Yuan and the other person left, the employees were immediately fed with a lot of dog food. "I know love is beautiful, but I never thought it could be this beautiful. I declare. From today on, I love going to work." "Bullshit, you call this loving going to work? You clearly love the salary the chairman gives you." Which toad is confused again? I'm here to pour water on him to wake him up. Chapter 57, Evil Collaborators. Yuanmu Group is located in the commercial center of Shijin, and there are countless mid to high-end restaurants in the surrounding area. After Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun came out of the company, they just found a restaurant that looked comfortable to have a meal. Before they entered, the servants standing at the door hurried out to greet them. "Sir, madam, do you have an appointment?" Lin Yuan shook his head, and then the waiter continued. "Then can you two dine in the hall?" The waiter explained in a friendly voice, "Because those private rooms have been reserved, you cannot enter the private rooms without a reservation in advance." "We're all fine. Just reserve a seat by the window." Then, the waiter led them to an excellent viewing spot in the hall. Because it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was no one eating in the hall. Some tables of people had finished their meals long ago and were sitting in their seats, discussing happily with laughter. After Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun sat down, they looked around. Looking out of the window, he could just see the winding Beijiang River, and on the other side of the Beijiang River were various corporate buildings. But Mu Qingyun lost interest after just taking a look. If we come here at night, it will definitely be much more beautiful than this. Then we can do it again tonight. That's not necessary. I'm used to it. After Mu Qingyun finished speaking, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have said something wrong, and then looked at Lin Yuan with some apology. Well, I mean. Mu Qingyun was panicked and at a loss. His little brain was working frantically, trying to fill the hole he had just dug. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke. What I meant just now is that this floor is a bit low. We need to go up a few floors to see a better view. Lin Yuan smiled softly and did not expose Mu Qingyun's poor excuse. The building they were in had only more than 80 floors, and the restaurant was on the 47th floor, which was high enough to overlook the entire Magic City. Lin Yuan continued speaking in accordance with Mu Qingyun's meaning. Then let's eat upstairs next time. Mu Qingyun blushed and nodded. After a while, the waiter came up with the meal. From appetizers to main courses, each dish served, although not large in portion, can be finished in 1 or 2 bites. However, after eating so many dishes together, I still felt a little full. Lin Yuan finished eating quickly and picked up the napkin beside him to wipe his mouth. Seeing this, Mu Qingyun asked, "Husband, are you full?" "It's okay, wife, take your time eating." Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingyun eating in small bites, his thoughts already drifting away. I have to say that the life of rich people is still very comfortable, but it is this kind of comfort that makes Lin Yuan very uncomfortable. Even though the restaurant's ingredients were indeed good, he still felt that this kind of exquisite molecular cuisine was far less satisfying than a big, fragrant lunchbox. Perhaps this is the reason why home cooking remains so popular. Just as he was reminiscing about the home-cooked dishes, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin and Mr. Mu from Yuan Mu Group?" Lin Yuan looked up and found that a man was standing next to them. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" After all, anyone who dares to talk to them outside either has something to ask of them or has ulterior motives. The former is naturally good, and Lin Yuan is also happy to do this favor. But if it's the latter? The man saw the alert look in Lin Yuan's eyes, smiled faintly, and then took out a gold-stamped postcard from his shirt pocket. "This is my postcard." Lin Yuan took the card from his hand and looked carefully at the contents on the postcard. General Manager of Xiaobai Culture Company, Limited. Zhang Mingyu. Lin Yuan covered his postcard and said, "So, what do you want to talk to us about?" "I'd like to ask President Mu to help make a promotional video for our models." Zhang Mingyu smiled and his eyes fell on Mu Qingyun. "I particularly admire President Mu's talent. If President Mu can direct our promotional video, I think the effect will definitely be outstanding." Mu Qingyun paused while eating, and then looked at Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan didn't know why, but he felt a little uneasy, but he still answered. "Thank you for your trust and recognition of our company's capabilities, but if you want to cooperate, please go through our company's formal procedures. After all, we are not professional in reviewing these things." "I see. I was just too excited. I didn't expect to see Mr. Lin here. I was a bit rude." Zhang Mingyu smiled, with a hint of apology in his words. "Did I disturb your meal?" Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun waved their hands. Who knew that Zhang Mingyu still felt very sorry and directly called the waiter over to pay the bill for Lin Yuan. "Boss Lin, please don't be polite to me. Just consider it as my apology for disturbing you too." Lin Yuan said lazily, "Thank you very much, Manager Zhang. As for the cooperation." Zhang Mingyu rubbed his hands. "Please take care of me, Mr. Lin." Lin Yuan just smiled and said, "I am not responsible for cooperation. If Manager Zhang's cooperation plan passes our company's review process, we will cooperate if we need to." "That's fine. I guess I have to go back and think about the cooperation plan." Zhang Mingyu was quite tactful and continued, "Then I won't disturb you two from having dinner. I'll leave first." After Lin Yuan nodded, he slowly left. Mu Qingyun looked at Zhang Mingyu's departing back and couldn't help but sigh. These days, it turns out that people shouldn't get too angry. Otherwise, they won't even be able to eat properly. As she spoke, she was eating food and her words were a little unclear. "Speak slower." Lin Yuan handed her a tissue and helped her wipe the sauce off her hands. Mu Qingyun enjoyed this personal service and smiled sweetly. "Honey, I think our company will be very successful. After all, there aren't many businesses that come to our doorstep this easily. This shows that we have made an impact." Mu Qingyun became more and more excited as she spoke. There were not many people in the huge hall to begin with, and after her shout, everyone turned their eyes to their table. Lin Yuan knew that Mu Qingyun was happy, so he let her go. When the guests nearby saw this, they just smiled knowingly. Maybe, they also remembered the happy mood they had in the early days of their business. After a quick glance, they turned their attention to the person opposite them, but there was a smile on their faces. Yes, we have made an impact, but before that, honey, let's eat well first and don't go hungry. Mu Qingyun's eyes changed and he stared at Lin Yuan. Are you saying I eat too much? There were several black lines on Lin Yuan's forehead. Why does this woman's understanding always end up in strange places? No. Lin Yuan said softly, what I mean is that the food will get cold soon and won't taste good. Mu Qingyun looked at him with a smile. Honey, this is low-temperature aged beef, it's cold by nature. Well, I have seen too little. Lin Yuan suddenly felt fortunate that he had not spoken too loudly just now, otherwise it would have been a bit embarrassing to show his timidity in such a high-end restaurant. A few days later, when Lin Yuan was handling some affairs, he happened to catch a glimpse of the contract presented by Zhang Mingyu. I have to say that this guy has some means. After all, their Yuanmu group now has certain conditions for screening business cooperation, and they don't just accept everyone. For business auditions like this, if you don't have strong capabilities, you would have been eliminated during the initial screening. But now it appears on Lin Yuan's desk, which shows that Zhang Mingyu is still quite capable. After taking a quick look, Lin Yuan felt that there was no problem with the cooperation, so he agreed to the cooperation. After all, they are just seeking cooperation. If you don't have any obvious disadvantages and you arbitrarily cut off other people's requests for cooperation, over time, you will inevitably be kicked when you are down. Before putting pen to paper, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that when this guy came to them, he actually asked Mu Qingyun to take charge. In fact, even if he didn't say it, the cooperation matter would eventually fall into Mu Qingyun's hands. Lin Yuan's eyes gradually became solemn. There's something wrong with this man. As expected, once the cooperation started, Zhang Mingyu's true colors were exposed. Lin Yuan has been working in his office most of the time in recent days, but rumors have already spread outside the office. He noticed something was wrong and called his assistant in. As soon as the young assistant came in, Lin Yuan asked in a cold voice, "What are those rumors out there?" The young assistant knew that her boss was here to call her to task, but when she really saw Lin Yuan's indifferent look, she was so scared that she swallowed several times. Seeing that the assistant didn't respond, Lin Yuan raised his eyes slightly. "Now I'm going to spare your wallet's life." The young assistant pursed his lips in fear and covered his trouser pockets. It's just. The young assistant hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and told it all. That new client always comes to visit the set every now and then. Visiting the set? Lin Yuan paused with his pen in his hand. Isn't it normal to visit the set? I see that his relationship with the artists under his company is not pure. By chance, Lin Yuan discovered that Zhang Mingyu and the artists he brought with him seemed to have an improper relationship. He guessed that he came to visit the set for his own Yenruyu. The assistant said with some embarrassment, but he was visiting the boss's wife. Chapter 58, Claiming Sovereignty. This kid, he's poaching people and he's finally found me? Lin Yuan stood up suddenly, and the air around him instantly became several degrees colder. The assistant stammered, "Well, boss, which studio is my wife in?" After the assistant tremblingly said a place, Lin Yuan rushed out in an instant. Looking at Lin Yuan's figure leaving like the wind, she was already thinking about whether to call an ambulance. Along the way, many employees were ready to greet Lin Yuan, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they were scared back by Lin Yuan's aura. The next second, he kept silent and walked past Lin Yuan with his head down. After Lin Yuan left, the employees began to whisper. What's wrong with the boss? Why does his face seem darker than before? Are you stupid? Didn't you see that Party A has been trying to get close to the boss's wife time and time again? Shouldn't the boss go and assert his sovereignty? Ah. Are you talking about that white manager? Bah, what manager Xiao Bai? I think he is more like a pretty boy. He looks decent, but I think his private life is not that good. While the employees were gossiping, Lin Yuan had already walked to the door of the studio with ease. He stood at the door, listening quietly to the movements inside. Zhang Mingyu's voice came out. Ms. Mu, it's great to have you here. I don't have to worry about anything. It was quiet inside for a long time, with only the rustling sound of some equipment being fiddled with. Then, Lin Yuan heard Mu Qingyun speak. Manager Zhang, this is all my job. Please move aside and don't disturb our work. Okay. Zhang Mingyu's laughter could be heard. When Lin Yuan heard the man's laughter, the veins on his forehead instantly tensed up. This is really intolerable. With a clang, Lin Yuan pushed the door open. The loud noise scared everyone inside. One photographer was so frightened that the food in his hands almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she risked her life to save him, otherwise he would not be able to eat instant noodles for many days and nights after this fall. Chairman. The employees working in groups of 3 or 4 felt that something was not right. They dared not even breathe and just stood aside respectfully. Mu Qingyun turned around, the frosty look on his face disappeared instantly, and he looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Honey, why are you here? The employees were already used to Lin Yuan and his wife's display of affection, and they all tactfully organized their tools. Only Zhang Mingyu and the others were stunned when they saw the situation in front of them. They all knew that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were in love, but they never thought that the two of them were so hypocritical both internally and externally. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun into his arms and looked at Zhang Mingyu with a hint of alertness in his eyes. I'm tired from work, I want to recharge with you. When Mu Qingyun heard the word charging, he instantly knew what Lin Yuan was thinking and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. I'm still working. It's okay, they are used to it. As he said that, Lin Yuan smacked Mu Qingyun on the face. After seeing this scene, Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Lin Yuan's expression was clearly directed at him. Mu Qingyun is a shameless person, and with people from other companies present, he instantly became extremely shy. Even if she didn't look in the mirror, she knew that she must be red all over. In desperation, Mu Qingyun bit Lin Yuan's lips hard and warned him with a vicious look. Still working? Get out now. Mu Qingyun was embarrassed and anxious and refused to let Lin Yuan, the chairman, in. Of course, there was another person who was dragged out with her. She lowered her head and pulled Lin Yuan out, not paying any attention to what was happening behind her. Who knew that when he turned around, he found that there was another Zhang Mingyu beside Lin Yuan. Why are you picking on others? This guy is also a useless guy. Don't stay in there and affect your work. It's not good for a grown man to hang out with a bunch of little girls like you. Mu Qingyun was silent for a while, but in a moment, he was suddenly defeated. Okay, you are right. Mu Qingyun didn't like Zhang Mingyu in the first place, as he always interrupted her filming when she was working. She only gave him some face because he was the client. Now that Lin Yuan had taken him out, she was so happy that she didn't even bother to argue with Lin Yuan about these things. No one is allowed to come in before the work is finished, especially you. Mu Qingyun pointed out Lin Yuan by name. If you come over again, you will be punished by the family rules. Lin Yuan was a little confused. When did our family have this thing called family rules? Mu Qingyun turned around and snorted. I just added it. Lin Yuan laughed dumbly. As the door of the studio in front of him gradually closed, the smile on Lin Yuan's face slowly faded. Lin Yuan gave Zhang Mingyu a cold look. Manager Zhang, don't dream of getting some things, or you'll be left with no one to collect your body. Zhang Mingyu was stunned, as if he knew nothing, and looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? I can't hear you clearly. It's okay. It's okay if you can't hear clearly. Lin Yuan sneered. Since the other party was pretending to be crazy and stupid with him, there was no need for him to spend too much time on this person. As he was about to leave, he seemed to remember something, and the smile on his face became cold and sarcastic. But I still want to give Manager Zhang a piece of advice: don't do stupid things and you won't die. Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Yuan's back, with a sinister look in his eyes, but he concealed it very well, at least no one could see it. Ever since Lin Yuan warned Zhang Mingyu, he rarely heard these gossips from his employees anymore. He even thought that Zhang Mingyu had turned over a new leaf. If he had any brains, he would not go against Lin Yuan. After all, he had worked hard to get to his current position, and he would definitely not joke about his future. But Lin Yuan was wrong after all. The collaboration between Mu Qingyun and Zhang Mingyu is coming to an end. Today is the last day of finishing work. After the filming of the materials is completed, the post-production work will no longer be the responsibility of Mu Qingyun. She only needs to give a quick supervision when the finished product comes out, and there will be no problems with the film. At this moment, the small studio was surrounded by staff members, and in the middle of them, there was a small figure squatting on a small stool, watching the screen of the monitor intently. No one dared to disturb Mu Qingyun from reviewing the last section of the material. The approval of this piece of material can be linked to their schedule. If it ends early, they can still have a leisurely short vacation. The only sound in the studio was their breathing. After a long moment of silence, Mu Qingyun's lips curled up slightly. "Congratulations everyone, it's done." "Yeah." Everyone cheered. Although they have experienced this scene many times, every time this happens, they feel joy. All right, pack up your equipment and go back to have a good rest. You'll be back to work in 2 days at the latest." Everyone smiled and bowed, saying, "Boss Mu is so generous." Mu Qingyun was also infected by their smiles and revealed a faint smile. Zhang Mingyu shouted at this time and stopped everyone. "Well, thank you all for your hard work these past few days. I have already booked a hotel, and I hope you will come and see me." Mu Qingyun couldn't help but frowning when he heard that. Zhang Mingyu seemed not to notice the embarrassment on Mu Qingyun's face. He walked up to Mu Qingyun and invited her. "Ms. Mu, I hope you can come too." Mu Qingyun saw everyone looking at him with hopeful eyes and knew that he could not escape this so-called celebration banquet. When it was almost time to set off, Mu Qingyun sent the venue information to Lin Yuan, and then left with Zhang Mingyu and others. At this moment, Lin Yuan was staring at the computer screen and did not notice that the screen of the mobile phone on the table lit up twice. After Mu Qingyun followed Zhang Mingyu to the private room, Zhang Mingyu asked the waiter to fill the glasses of wine for everyone present. After speaking for a long time in a rhythmic manner, he encouraged everyone to drink the half-full glasses of wine. Some who could drink drank it all in one gulp, while those who couldn't drink were like Mu Qingyun, who took a few sips and didn't touch the wine again. Seeing this, Zhang Mingyu walked over from his seat and wanted to persuade Mu Qingyun to drink, but was rejected. "Ms. Mu, you are really not enjoying yourself like this." Zhang Mingyu seemed a little drunk, his eyes were fixed on Mu Qingyun, wandering around. "Manager Zhang." Mu Qingyun raised his eyes and glanced at him. "Whether you are having fun or not is none of my business." When she glanced over, Zhang Mingyu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The temperature of his whole body suddenly dropped, and the alcohol addiction that had been in his head also dissipated a lot in an instant. He. Zhang Mingyu had a wicked smile on his face. "Okay, it's normal for President Mu not to give me face. After all, the Mu Group is a big company, and President Mu really doesn't need to give me this face." Mu Qingyun frowned when he heard Zhang Mingyu's words. "What do you mean?" When Zhang Mingyu saw the change in Mu Qingyun's expression, his heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended to be calm and took a sip of wine, and that sip of wine seemed to give himself courage. After taking a sip, the ferocious look on his face faded away and he returned to his usual gentlemanly appearance. "I don't have any intention, I just want to have a good chat with Miss Mu." Zhang Mingyu shook the wine glass in his hand, and the dark red liquid appeared somewhat translucent under the light. "Reminiscing about the past?" A hint of vigilance appeared in Mu Qingyun's eyes. "What is there to reminisce about between you and me?" Zhang Mingyu snorted and put down the wine glass in his hand. "Miss Mu, you are really forgetful. Have you forgotten about the poor family that the Mu family sponsored 15 years ago?" Chapter 59, Reunion with Old Acquaintances. Zhang Mingyu's words were like the key to memory, opening up a long-forgotten memory. Mu Qingyun remembered that 10 years ago, she and her parents went to the countryside to inspect a construction site. At that time, the area around the land was still in the early stages of development, and the surrounding supporting facilities were in a mess. Even cars could not drive in or out. In the end, the people on the construction site had to ask nearby villagers to transport them in by motorcycle. The conditions at the construction site were already shabby, and the living conditions were even more appalling. As soon as Mu Deming arrived at the construction site, he followed the workers to inspect and had no time to pay attention to Mu Qingyun and Taoan. As the mother and daughter had just arrived, they did not dare to walk around and simply stayed in the temporary house on the construction site all day. She was a teenager at that time, and was very curious about everything unknown. Naturally, she couldn't stand the loneliness, so she slipped out from the back door when Taoan wasn't paying attention. However, the construction site outside was not as fun as she had imagined. There were dangerous tools everywhere, and huge pits that were difficult to see. If you are not careful, you might fall into it. Sure enough, after avoiding several big pits, she turned around and fell into a pit more than 2 meters deep. At that time, she seemed unaware of the danger. Instead, she began to think about the meaning of sitting in a well and looking at the sky in the textbook. But as time passed, she began to panic. The sun gradually set and the sky became dim. She hadn't had a drop of water for a long time, and now she was so scared that even her cries for help became trembling. Help, help! She shouted a few times, but she could hear no other sound except her own echo. At this moment, she felt a little regretful, and fear occupied her entire mind. She squatted alone in the cave, huddled up in a ball and shivering, trying to provide some heat for her frail body. Even if it was better than nothing, it was still better than feeling like she was freezing to death. Just when she was about to give up, she suddenly heard the sound of several dry branches being crushed from above. She was startled, woke up from her trance, and shouted loudly. Later, she was rescued by adults. Afterwards, she heard that a boy found her and rescued the adults. In order to express his gratitude to the boy for saving his life, Mu Deming sponsored the family and covered all the boy's expenses until he graduated from university. Recalling this, Mu Qingyun lowered her eyes, then looked up at the man in front of her. He seemed very different from the boy in her memory. So it's you. Mu Qingyun's voice was a little hoarse, and the look in his eyes was very complicated. Remember? It seems that Miss Mu still hasn't forgotten her savior. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Zhang Mingyu's face. Mu Qingyun didn't want to get too entangled with Zhang Mingyu, so he asked, "What do you want to do? I am your savior after all. Don't you have any concrete expression?" Mu Qingyun said coldly, "Zhang Mingyu, although I am very grateful that you saved my life, but our Mu family owes you, it should be repaid in the past 10 years, right?" Even though she didn't pay much attention to Zhang Mingyu's situation, she knew that Mu Deming transferred money to their family every year, and the amount was not small, enough to support their lives for a whole year even if they didn't work. Pay it back? Miss Mu, you make it sound so simple. Mu Qingyun looked at him quietly without saying anything. You look like this again. Zhang Mingyu was a little unhappy. 15 years ago, you looked at me so arrogantly and coldly. 15 years later, after I spent countless efforts and finally became equal to you, you still look like this. You are indeed a child raised by a wealthy family. Compared with people like us who got rich later in life, there is really a world of difference between you and me. What do you want to do? It's very simple. Zhang Mingyu crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes full of malice. Divorce Lin Yuan and be my girlfriend, otherwise, I can destroy your father's company. As far as I know, all the funds of Tianmu Group have been invested in the land of that idiot. If I link up with several companies to suppress your family, do you think you can still keep your position as the eldest daughter of the Mu family? You. Before Mu Qingyun could finish his words, there was a loud noise at the door, followed by a voice that responded to Zhang Mingyu's words. My first step is to destroy your company. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure standing at the door. Mu Qingyun looked carefully, recognized the person in front of him, and exclaimed in surprise. Husband. Zhang Mingyu made an irritable TSK sound. Damn it, that bad guy. He waved his hand, and several tall and strong bodyguards appeared out of nowhere. Catch him. After receiving the order, the bodyguard quickly rushed towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan just had a playful smile on his face, and didn't dodge at all, while Zhang Mingyu's men were subdued. What? Zhang Mingyu didn't even react to what had just happened. Lin Yuan glanced at the person on the ground and said disdainfully, You don't think you are the only one with bodyguards? When Zhang Mingyu heard this, his face turned a little ugly. Lin Yuan walked over quickly, held Mu Qingyun in his arms, and asked with concern, Wife, are you okay? Mu Qingyun shook her head, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner feelings. Lin Yuan's heart sank, and his eyes turned cold. Recalling that half an hour ago, he was still investigating Zhang Mingyu's background, but who knew that the system that had been silent for a long time suddenly popped up? Task 1, get to Hill Hotel within 20 minutes, and be rewarded with 5 retired soldiers. He didn't know what was going on at the time, but he thought the reward was very generous. Without saying a word, he picked up his phone and car keys and prepared to leave. As a result, at this moment, he noticed that Mu Qingyun had sent him a message 20 minutes ago, and the place he went to was the Hill Hotel. Besides, this police was set up by Zhang Mingyu, so Lin Yuan knew something might have gone wrong. So he didn't care about anything else. After starting the car, he stepped on the accelerator and ran through several red lights. It only took him 13 minutes to reach the Hill Hotel. The moment he stepped into the hotel, Lin Yuan noticed that 5 people appeared out of thin air behind him, and at this time, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, and reward 5 retired soldiers. He glanced back, unable to help wondering. With just these few guys, could they be retired soldiers? How come it was so different from the character he had imagined in his mind? Lin Yuan shook his head. Forget it, one more person means more help. After arriving at the destination, Lin Yuan kicked the door open and hurriedly looked for Mu Qingyun in the room. Fortunately, nothing happened. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became quiet. When Zhang Mingyu saw that his bodyguard was pinned down by Lin Yuan's men and couldn't move, veins popped out on his clenched fists. A poor boy who relied on women to get to the top dares to show off here? You are so shameless that I feel ashamed for you. Lin Yuan said casually. The daughter of Huasher Entertainment is very close to you. If she knew that you had an improper relationship with an artist under your company, do you think that your company and Huasher Entertainment can still cooperate? There was a hint of danger in Zhang Mingyu's eyes. Are you investigating me? Manager Zhang, please don't put such a big hat on me. It's not an investigation. I just want to find out each other's details before doing business. Lin Yuan's mouth curved up. I just didn't expect that there are so many things behind Manager Zhang. After the Mu family realized that you were no longer useful to them, they turned to your current employer. It's a pity that your chairman still doesn't know that you have already taken away his power. Now he is just a bachelor commander. And you, with the resources of your old employer, have become a wealthy man again. If this move succeeds, Manager Zhang, you will be a great success. As Lin Yuan spoke one sentence after another, Zhang Mingyu's face became increasingly gloomy. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think you are so great just because you have some filthy money? Zhang Mingyu suddenly burst into laughter, but the laughter sounded a little creepy to their ears. I don't care how much money you have outside, but in China, in the Magic City, you want to fight me? You are still too young. Zhang Mingyu smiled contemptuously. Don't even mention the Mu family, even if it is your UN Mu group, I can bring you all down. No matter how powerful you are, can you still cover the sky with one hand in this devil city? Speaking of which, I have to thank you for all this. Miss Mu, if it weren't for your Mu family, it would be a bit difficult for me to get to where I am now. But I think I'm very possessive. If I can't get it, then you can forget about it. As he spoke, Zhang Mingyu took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and was about to make a call. With a whoosh sound, something passed by his ear. With a ding sound, Zhang Mingyu looked back and found that his mobile phone was firmly stuck to the wall by a chopstick. Lin Yuan was also a little surprised. He turned around and saw that the 5 people behind him were calm and composed. He had no idea who had done that just now. However, the fact that they can nail the phone firmly to the wall with just a chopstick shows that these people really have a remarkable background. The mechanical sound of the system flashed through my mind again. Mission: cut the grass at its roots, bankrupt Zhang Mingyu's company, reward body function value +2. Lin Yuan suppressed his shock and spoke slowly. Since you are so possessive, why not just own nothing? Chapter 60, The King of Soldiers on a Mission. He. He. Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun provocatively and grinned. Just you? You can't touch me. Lin Yuan raised his eyes slightly. He's just a minor character. Where does he get so much confidence from? Small character? You. Zhang Mingyu got a little angry when he heard this and was thinking about refuting Lin Yuan. Who knew that when he looked up, he met Lin Yuan's eyes? The indifference in his eyes scared him away for a moment. Zhang Mingyu held it in for a long time before squeezing out a few words. You are the one. Where do you get so much confidence? You want to defeat me? You are dreaming. Zhang Mingyu swallowed nervously. Don't think you are great just because you have more people now. I warn you, don't do anything rash, or I. Lin Yuan snorted coldly and made way for him. Upon seeing this, the bodyguard at the door also released the man. You, what do you mean? Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Yuan warily. Can't you see clearly? Now I ask you to leave, but you won't go? Lin Yuan smiled playfully. Didn't you say that we have more people and more power? Well, I won't bully you and will let you go for now. Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Yuan with doubt. You'd be so kind? I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not, I am an upright person. I am not like you who has to resort to such tricks to achieve your desired goals. Lin Yuan embraced Mu Qingyun and left. Before leaving, he left a word for Zhang Mingyu. By the way, find a few more bodyguards to protect you when you go back. I'm afraid that you have too many enemies and they might kill you before I can do anything. Zhang Mingyu looked at Lin Yuan's departing figure with fear, his heart filled with unwillingness, and anger burning in his eyes. Lin Yuan, just wait for me. When Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun away, they happened to meet the staff who were rushing over. The leading security guard recognized Lin Yuan. Boss Lin, why are you here? Lin Yuan paused for a moment and looked at the person who had just spoken to him. The man's tone sounded like he knew him, but he had no memory of this person in his mind. Who are you? The security guard smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Boss Lin, I was working as a security guard at your last wedding. You may not recognize me, but all of our employees remember you. After all, you have a good relationship with our chairman Su. Su, is it Su Yonghe? The security guard nodded. Lin Yuan asked again, is this hotel also owned by Su Yonghe? The security guard nodded again, then he seemed to remember something and asked quickly. By the way, Mr. Lin, we just received news that someone is causing trouble on this floor. I wonder if this has disturbed you and your wife. Lin Yuan said calmly, we are in the same private room as the perpetrator. When the security guard heard this, his face changed instantly. Boss Lin, don't worry, we will definitely give you and your wife a satisfactory answer on this matter. No need. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Just ask them to compensate for the losses. After all, his life won't be much better after today. Although the security guard was a little confused, he still agreed. After Lin Yuan left, some employees behind the security guard became curious about Lin Yuan's identity. Boss, this is Lin Yuan, the rich second generation who was all the rage in the Magic City? I don't think he's anything special. Apart from being a little more handsome than us, he doesn't look like a rich man at all. Yeah, I really don't know what those rich people are thinking. After hearing this, the security guard said unhappily, what's the matter? You guys are too full, right? You keep gossiping about others behind their backs. Aren't you afraid of retribution? I'm telling you, even if you have to offend the chairman, don't offend Mr. Lin. The chairman can only ask you to resign at most, but no one knows what this CEO Lin will do. After all, even our chairman has to give some face to this young man. When everyone heard this, their eyes widened instantly, and then they quickly covered their mouths, fearing that they would say something disastrous. Someone asked weakly, is he really that powerful? The security guard was too lazy to explain and just left. Hurry up and deal with the guests. If you can't handle it well, you'll have to go home and eat your parents' food tomorrow. After hearing this, they hurriedly followed. Although gossip is exciting, in reality, salary is more important. After Lin Yuan returned home, he found that the 5 bodyguards had also returned with him. Mu Qingyun nervously tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve, hubby, who are these people? After all, they all look fierce, and anyone who sees them would feel uneasy. Lin Yuan turned around and asked, you guys? As a result, when he was about to speak, he didn't know how to address these people. Among the 5 men, a thinner one stood up. Brother Lin, my name is Eagle, the one next to me is Tiger, and the one over there is Lone Wolf. The brother called Eagle introduced the people in front of him one by one, and Lin Yuan's gaze followed his introduction, looking back one by one. When it came to the last person being introduced, Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, because the person in front of him knew a girl. The situation was so urgent just now that he didn't notice that there was a woman among the 5 people. This is Night Owl, the most powerful one among our 5 brothers. When Laoling said this, his eyes were full of pride, as if he was not introducing his brother, but more like showing off his daughter to Lin Yuan. Ah, well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Yuan was a little embarrassed. Even if this was a reward from the system, it would seem a bit abrupt for him to integrate into these 5 people all at once. Old Eagle seemed to notice Lin Yuan's embarrassment and explained. Brother Lin, you don't have to worry too much. From now on, the 5 of us brothers will protect you and your sister-in-law. Mu Qingyun looked at Lin Yuan with a puzzled look, as if saying, where did you find this person from? Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the power of the system. He didn't know what kind of love potion he had given these 5 people, but he could actually make 5 military kings work for him. This was really unbelievable. Then I'll rely on you guys a lot. Oh, no way. Old Eagle smiled naively. We have been through life and death for so many years. It's rare to get a leisurely job. We are so happy. Position? Lin Yuan paused, a little confused. After noticing Lin Yuan's expression, Old Eagle was also confused. Could it be, didn't that person tell you? Lin Yuan thought about it and thought that the person that Eagle was talking about should be the system. He mumbled a few words. He did say a little, but because you are so special, he didn't explain it to me directly. I see. I think so. Old Eagle smiled again. He made a deal with our former organization and bought our freedom, but as a condition, we need to protect the safety of Brother Lin and his wife. Brother Lin, you want to hear a detailed story? This way, we can improve our relationship. Lin Yuan's face was covered with 2 streaks of sweat. He waved his hand and refused. I don't think so. He felt a little ashamed. Are all military kings like this? Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at the friends beside Old Eagle. Even though they had not had much contact with each other, it seemed that the 5 of them had very different personalities when viewed face to face. Besides, he was a little interested in the organization that Eagle mentioned. But he also knew that that thing was not something he could touch now, so he had to bury his curiosity in his heart for the time being. When Eagle heard Lin Yuan's answer, he showed some regret. Well, if Brother Lin or sister-in-law is interested, they can come and chat with us brothers. We will tell you everything we know. After that, Lin Yuan simply asked some questions. According to the Eagle, under normal circumstances they would not appear where they could be seen, but would only stay in the dark to protect them. After all, in a place far away from the battlefield, ordinary people are not worth the brothers' joint efforts. When Old Eagle said this, Lin Yuan even thought of how cruel the battlefield they had been on was. However, Lin Yuan really didn't have the mood to talk with Old Eagle all night long about things that were not part of their knowledge. After all, there was a long time to come, and there was no need to rush for the moment. After settling them, Lin Yuan called Su Yonghe and asked him to cooperate with Yuanmu Group to take action against Zhang Mingyu's company when the stock market opens tomorrow. After hearing this, Su Yonghe immediately agreed without even asking a question. Brother, I've heard about everything. No matter what the reason is, I will stand by you till the end. Don't worry, I will support you in whatever you want to do. Lin Yuan held the phone, somewhat moved. Thank you, brother. Oh, brother, you are so unfamiliar now. Why should we be so polite to each other? Lin Yuan and Su Yonghe exchanged some pleasantries before hanging up the phone. As soon as he turned around, he saw Mu Qingyun's gloomy eyes falling on him. My wife. For some reason, when Lin Yuan saw Mu Qingyun's eyes, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Mu Qingyun curved her eyebrows, and her sweet smile at this moment looked like a poppy in Lin Yuan's eyes. Even though we know it is poisonous, we still can't stop eating it. Things outside have been resolved. Don't you think you need to explain to me what the situation is between us? Lin Yuan pursed his lips and smiled awkwardly. So, then. Lin Yuan really didn't know how to make up an excuse. He couldn't tell Mu Qingyun that this was a reward from the system, and that 5 living people had fallen from the sky out of thin air, right? Not to mention that Mu Qingyun would think he was a fool. Even if someone else told him about this matter, he might think that person was a fool. Lin Yuan cleared his throat. Wife, if I say that I only found out about this not long ago, would you believe me? Chapter 61 Who is the prey? That night, Mu Qingyun naturally did not care about these things with Lin Yuan. After all, they are both adults, and it is not abnormal for them to have their own secrets. When Mu Qingyun was lying on the bed, his thoughts seemed to drift away involuntarily with the description of Old Eagle. After a long time, she turned over and asked softly in Lin Yuan's ear. But are they really that good? That's natural. Those are 5 military kings. However, Lin Yuan swallowed the last sentence. Normally, the appearance of one soldier king is amazing, but now 5 of them appeared together, even if these 5 were retired characters. But as the saying goes, a lean camel is always bigger than a horse. Their extraordinary abilities cannot be explained in a few words. Mu Qingyun on the side waited for a long time, thinking that Lin Yuan would say something to highlight the strength of the bodyguard, but after Lin Yuan said that, there was no sound for a long time. Honey, are you asleep? Mu Qingyun called softly. Lin Yuan responded subconsciously. When Mu Qingyun learned that Lin Yuan was still asleep, the little wildcat became furious. Then why didn't you reply to my question just now? Were you thinking about that girl? Girl? Lin Yuan was completely confused and had no idea what Mu Qingyun was talking about. Wife, what are you talking about? Where did the girl come from? Mu Qingyun said angrily, isn't the bodyguard named Night Cat a girl? I just glanced at her secretly, she's pretty. Do you dare to say that you didn't glance at other girls more than once? Aye. Lin Yuan felt that he really had no way to defend himself at this moment. This was even more outrageous than jumping into the Yellow River. Not to mention what Yemo looks like, he just found out that there is a girl here. Look at you, you're stuttering and you still say you didn't peek at anyone else. Mu Qingyun seized Lin Yuan's weakness and started to attack crazily. As expected, men change. Now the delicate flowers at home are not as fragrant as the wild flowers outside. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that when Lin Yuan and his colleagues were chatting with the employees, a female employee blurted out home flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. Unexpectedly, when these words fell into Mu Qingyun's mouth, she changed the meaning. Lin Yuan chuckled. Because the room was originally quiet, even in the dark, Mu Qingyun felt that he saw the smile on Lin Yuan's lips. She confronted him angrily. Why are you laughing? Cough cough. Lin Yuan pretended to be calm and said, I'm not laughing. Mu Qingyun stared at someone lying on the bed in the dark. You are lying. I heard everything. Tell the truth. Confess and I will give you leniency. Then I'll tell you the truth. Lin Yuan's tone was filled with a hint of pleasure, and he quickly controlled Mu Qingyun. My dear, you smell so good, just like a delicate flower that makes people want to pick you. His words and deeds were teasing Mu Qingyun. When she heard Lin Yuan's words, she instantly realized what the man was laughing at. Originally, it was just a joke between them and their employees. Mu Qingyun just repeated a few words and didn't intend to take it seriously. Unexpectedly, these words just came out of his mouth without thinking. Mu Qingyun's expression was a little complicated. Lin Yuan gazed at the delicate flowers below through the dim light. I don't know if you like it, my dear. I hope you can pick more of it. Lin Yuan's voice was a little bewitching, and his deep voice made Mu Qingyun lose consciousness for a moment. But when she reacted, the gentleman did not give her a chance to escape. Drops of dew fell on the petals and slid down the corners of the mouth. It is as crystal clear as nectar. Early the next morning, the two men woke up with dark circles under their eyes. Mu Qingyun sat up in a daze, and then she felt her lips were a little swollen. Her dizzy mind suddenly recalled the memory of last night, and she directly punched Lin Yuan. It's all your fault. Mu Qingyun's hand fell on the slightly swollen lips. How can I face people after what you have done? Lin Yuan was beaten so hard that he quickly begged for mercy, still smiling as he said, Wife, spare me. My wife is so beautiful, how could she not be able to see anyone? I am still admiring my wife's beautiful face. Looking for a fight. Mu Qingyun grabbed the pillow next to him and threw it towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan caught it quickly and threw the pillow gently next to Mu Qingyun. Honey, calm down. That pillow is quite expensive, let's not waste money. As he said this, Mu Qingyun picked up another pillow in his hand, but he hesitated for a moment before throwing it away. But the next second her face changed and she threw the pillow at Lin Yuan. Sister is rich. Lin Yuan was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. Afterwards, he had to help pick up the pillow and place it around Mu Qingyun. After a long while, the fight between the two finally ended. Mu Qingyun snorted twice and walked out, leaving Lin Yuan alone to clean up the mess on the battlefield. By the time Lin Yuan arrived at the living room, the long table that had been deserted was now full of people. The eagles had already sat down to eat, and Mu Qingyun was slowly cutting the steak. As for Lin Yuan's plate, there were only a few pieces of bread that looked like leftovers. This. Lin Yuan raised his knife and fork, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. Although these scraps were good, they were completely different from what he had eaten before. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? Mu Qingyun turned around and looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. If you're not hungry, ask the butler to remove your plate. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly dilated. My goodness, Mu Qingyun's smile is full of hidden daggers. He forced a smile and said, No, I'm quite hungry. Lin Yuan put those things into his mouth and started chewing. Mu Qingyun asked with concern, Is it delicious? It's delicious. What Lin Yuan said was true. After all, the food was made with very particular ingredients, and even the leftovers tasted much better than what we had outside. Mu Qingyun smiled faintly and waved. Butler, my husband said these are not enough. Please bring up the rest. After hearing Mu Qingyun's words, the butler immediately did as he was told and brought up a plate filled with all kinds of leftovers. Lin Yuan accepted this sumptuous breakfast with a wry smile. Seeing this, Old Eagle and others on the side fell silent. Ever since the two of them walked out of the room, they felt that something was wrong between Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. Now they saw that it was really the case. Looking at Lin Yuan eating the leftovers of their breakfast, the brothers came to the same answer in their hearts. It turns out that brother Lin is a henpecked husband. Today's breakfast ended perfectly with Lin Yuan finishing it all. Even when the butler came to close the meal, there was a hint of sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that he had lost all face and was almost speechless in front of the elders and villagers of Jiangdong. He lay in a chair with a look of despair, digesting his food, his eyes drifting back and forth in the living room, finally landing on Eagle and the others. Speaking of which, it was too dark yesterday and it was late, so he didn't get a good look at the 5 people. The first one to speak was Eagle, who, just like his name, had an eagle-like demeanor between his eyebrows. Even with a smile on his face, there was a hint of vigilance hidden beneath that smile, and he was observing the surrounding environment intentionally or unintentionally. And the man called Tiger is even more powerful. Even the loose clothes could not hide his bulging muscles, and with his fist as big as a sandbag, Lin Yuan had no doubt that if he punched the wall with all his strength, a hole would be smashed into the wall. Sitting next to the tiger is a leopard, with its agile body, as fast as lightning, as if it could sprint 100 meters in the next second. The taciturn man sitting alone in the corner must be the lone wolf. Lin Yuan remembered that a documentary he had watched before had said that lone wolves are the most dangerous and cunning among wolves. In order to achieve the goal, one can endure things that Chang Lang cannot endure. Looking closely, the most eye-catching one among the 5 people is the girl in the pink skirt. If he remembered correctly, the girl's name seemed to be Night Cat. The cat at night is also called a black cat, but in ancient Chinese books, black cat has another meaning, that is, a dusk cat. But for the girl in front of him, Lin Yuan found it hard to associate her with the most powerful identity among the 5. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. After sighing, Mu Qingyun walked over. Still looking. And you said you have no other thoughts about other girls? Lin Yuan felt like he was being taken advantage of. It was really like a case of having the blame thrown on him while he was still at home. Mu Qingyun sat down next to Lin Yuan and brought over a glass of freshly squeezed juice. If you keep watching me, don't even eat the leftovers for lunch or dinner today. Lin Yuan quickly took the juice and stroked Mu Qingyun's erect hair. My dear wife, I have no second thoughts about you, heaven and earth can bear witness to that. You must investigate clearly. Mu Qingyun originally wanted to put on airs, but who knew that his attitude was instantly exposed not long after Lin Yuan said this. You're the only one who's too dramatic. Mu Qingyun smiled, and that smile dispelled all his worries. Drink all the juice quickly. Okay, I got it. Lin Yuan picked up the juice and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Eagle and others on the other side smiled and looked away. They had already had a full breakfast and didn't want to eat a handful of dog food at this time. Chapter 62, The True Face of a Woman. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun didn't go anywhere today. They just stayed at home and had a good time. Of course, they were not idle. The stock market had not yet opened, but Lin Yuan's employees in Su Yonghe were already eagerly waiting. The stock market opens on time at 9 in the morning. The stock market's trend was normal, with trading volumes being the same as usual. After rising, it fell slightly, and then fluctuated back and forth. But at 9:15, one stock was rising steadily at an astonishing rate. This situation has attracted the attention of many people. Some bigwigs began to dig into the origin of this stock. They originally thought that this stock would become a new dark horse stock, but who knew that after just checking this stock, they couldn't see anything special about it. Of course, in addition to the huge influx of funds, it has become a beautiful landscape in this sluggish market. Many newbies followed suit and bought a few shares. Some experienced veterans also purchased stocks in large amounts. After all, making money is directly proportional to the risk, and only gamblers can shine in the stock market. Zhang Mingyu, who was sitting in the office, soon learned the news. When he saw this situation, he remembered what Lin Yuan said yesterday, and his eyes gradually became solemn. However, this crazy trend was only a flash in the pan. After reaching a certain high point, it fell off a cliff. Zhang Mingyu had been keeping an eye on the market, but who knew that this trend would catch him off guard? He immediately dialed the internal line and asked, "What's going on?" General Manager, the top investors are frantically withdrawing their capital. After seeing this, the retail investors are also selling their stocks one after another. Zhang Mingyu's eyes turned red with anger. Hurry up and buy back the stocks you sold. The employee's tone was somewhat embarrassed. General manager, it's useless even if we take back the domestic market. As for the foreign shares. Fuck. Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but curse after hearing this. You bastard Lin Yuan, you actually did this to me. Zhang Mingyu put down his phone and was about to go to Yuanmu Group to settle accounts with Lin Yuan, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw people from the board of directors standing in front of him. Chairman. Chairman. Zhang Mingyu's heart couldn't help but beat a nerve, and he was a little flustered, but he still pretended to be calm and asked, "You all suddenly blocked my door, is there something wrong?" The middle-aged man surrounded by the crowd slowly said, "Zhang Mingyu, I have worked so hard to train you, but in the end you treat me like this?" "Chairman, what do you mean?" Zhang Mingyu forced himself to smile and try to confuse the audience, but he only got a cold face from the person on the other side. The chairman looked at Mu Deming deeply and sighed helplessly. Forget it, forget it. You have to bear the consequences yourself." Zhang Mingyu's eyes changed. "Chairman, what do you mean?" The chairman walked away, and the board members behind him shook their heads and left as well. One person seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and spoke up. "Do you really think no one knows what you did?" Zhang Mingyu looked up suddenly, as if he realized something. The man then said, "They actually know all about it. Otherwise, why do you think these things are so easily transferred to your account? It's just us who are behind the scenes fanning the flames." Zhang Mingyu watched the man's mouth opening and closing, but he could no longer hear anything. He was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. The entire corridor was filled with his laughter, but now there was no one beside him. After noon, a new round of war started in the stock market. However, the protagonist in the morning had already disappeared, and was replaced by the next mediocre main force. "Hubby, why are you still looking at the tablet? Come over and have something to eat." Mu Qingyun brought some food to Lin Yuan's desk. Lin Yuan was reluctant to even take his eyes away from the screen and responded perfunctorily. "I'll be there in a minute." He seemed to realize that he was being too perfunctory, and added, "I'll be there quickly." Seeing Lin Yuan working so hard that he forgot to eat and sleep, Mu Qingyun walked over quickly and snatched the tablet from Lin Yuan's hand. "Eat first." "I." Lin Yuan wanted to retort, but when he met Mu Qingyun's eyes, he instantly changed his words. "My wife is right. Your health is your capital for hard work. I'll eat now." As he spoke, Lin Yuan began to eat voraciously. Seeing this, Mu Qingyun shook his head helplessly. After giving a few reminders, he opened the tablet and started watching for Lin Yuan. Now that the situation has come to this, there's no need to look at it anymore, right? She herself is studying this subject, and now by looking at the stock market trends, she can probably judge the life or death of a company. Unless someone is willing to invest a huge amount of money to drive the circulation of funds, it is simply a fantasy to want to revive a company on the verge of bankruptcy. Lin Yuan stopped eating and concentrated for a moment. A temporary failure doesn't mean anything. I need to see him never get up again, and then I will feel at ease. Besides, Zhang Mingyu has already caused the leakage of commercial secrets. I have asked Su Yonghe to hand over the relevant evidence to the relevant departments. I believe that it won't be long before Zhang Mingyu will be thrown into prison. Business leak? Mu Qingyun exclaimed, "This guy is so brave." Lin Yuan chuckled. "It's a good thing he was so brave that I caught him. Otherwise, after he finished this job, he might really quit. There will be another hypocritical good man in the world. So, am I not a great hero? What reward does my wife want?" Mu Qingyun pondered for a while, then laughed. "Keep it a secret." The final outcome was just as Lin Yuan had expected. Zhang Mingyu's company announced bankruptcy shortly after the market closed. What followed was the news that Zhang Mingyu was arrested and imprisoned. However, not many people pay attention to the popularity of the latter. After all, people are more worried about where their money goes. But when they arrived at Xiaobai Culture Company, limited to ask for an explanation, they found that the place was already empty and only an empty shell company remained there. The remaining warm coffee on the table seemed to tell the visitor that the scene here was completely different just a second ago. It's just the result of everyone scattering when the tree falls and everyone pushing down the wall when it falls. At the same time, after Lin Yuan looked at the real-time news on the internet, the big stone in his heart was finally put down. Mu Qingyun hugged her from behind. "Are you happy now?" Lin Yuan's lips curled up slightly and he closed the tablet in his hand. The happiness value is still a little short. He turned around and hugged Mu Qingyun. If my wife could have a deeper exchange with me, I would probably be happier. Mu Qingyun's face turned red in an instant. However, she thought that this was her home, so she reluctantly agreed to Lin Yuan's wishes. At this moment, the mechanical sound of the system came into Lin Yuan's happy brain. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, reward, body function value +2. Lin Yuan was stunned. He didn't know what this so-called body function value was, but he felt that his body's senses seemed to have changed quietly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but deepen the long kiss. As autumn gets cooler, especially in the north, the difference becomes more obvious. Even in the evening, there was a slight chill in the air, not to mention the bare prison. Ding ding ding. The jailer knocked on the hard iron door. Number 318, someone is looking for you outside. The prisoner called 318 looked up blankly at the light that finally came in, and his first reaction was to close his eyes. After all, the light here was dim, and he could no longer tell the changes in daylight outside. Now that he hadn't seen the sun for the first time in a long time, he began to feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing that he didn't respond, the jailer knocked on the iron door again. Be quick, don't dilly-dally. The man stood up with difficulty, took 2 or 3 steps, and left the small room. He looked at the small room at the back, laughed contemptuously, and followed the jailer out. Clang clang clang. The cold iron chain rubbed slowly against the ground, and the sound it made echoed in this huge space. It seemed that with every step he took, the ruthless sound hit Lin Yuan again. After walking a short distance, the jailer brought number 318 to the visiting room. Go in, you only have 10 minutes. After the jailer pushed number 318 in, he started calculating the time with the stopwatch in his hand. After looking around the small room, number 318 walked to the narrow window. Who's looking for me? The man asked, sitting on a chair. After a long time, a woman's voice came from the other side. You failed. When the man heard the voice, he instantly became excited. Hey! I have done what you said, but why don't you protect me? Zhang Mingyu, you are no longer useful to me. The woman's voice was cold and emotionless. Boss Su abandoned you. Don't you know what's going on? Zhang Mingyu, who had been crazy for several days, seemed to be much clearer at this moment. You guys ordered me to do that. I didn't do anything. It's all your fault. Zhang Mingyu's expression suddenly became ferocious when he thought of this. Don't think you can get away with it out there. If I give you up, you won't have an easy life. At worst, we can die together. I've fallen to this point, and I'm not afraid of you. The woman chuckled and spoke lightly. How many people do you think will believe what you say? You are a criminal of economic crime. You. Zhang Mingyu roared helplessly behind him, but there was no one in front of him. After walking out of the dim prison, the woman went to a secluded corner, took off all her disguises, slowly opened the door of a Maybach parked on the side of the road, and then got in. A man's voice came from beside me. How's it going? Don't worry, Mr. Su. The woman raised her head, tucked her hair behind her ears, and smiled charmingly. Zhang Mingyu will definitely spend the rest of his life in prison. When Su Weibin heard this, he looked quite satisfied. Looking at the woman in front of him, he felt a little bit of peace in his heart. Wang Rong, you really surprised me. Wang Rong smiled brightly. Thank you for your help, Mr. Su. Su Weibin laughed loudly, and the sound of the Maybach starting up drifted into Zhang Mingyu's ears with the wind. But for him, that laughter was the beginning of endless darkness. Chapter 63, The Road to Eating is Difficult. It is said that people feel refreshed when good things happen to them. After Lin Yuan solved Zhang Mingyu's troublesome problem, he felt much happier. There is a beauty in my arms, good wine in my hands, and money in my pocket. This is the pinnacle of life. However, Lin Yuan felt that something seemed to be missing. Suddenly, he remembered a sentence that Mu Qingyun mentioned casually a few days ago, so he spoke. Honey, shall we go out for dinner? Mu Qingyun looked at Lin Yuan with a very strange look. You must have been so hungry this morning. Didn't you just have dinner? And you're still going out to eat? Your stomach is a bottomless pit. Being able to eat is a blessing. Lin Yuan pinched Mu Qingyun's soft face. Besides, we have dealt with a certain annoying person, shouldn't we celebrate properly? What's the point of just eating at home? Mu Qingyun refuted with 2 sentences. What's wrong with eating at home? The food at home isn't bad either. But she seemed to realize something later and added another sentence. But to be honest, there really isn't much atmosphere when eating at home. Yeah, so wife, let's go out to eat. Lin Yuan picked up Mu Qingyun and prepared to go out. Of course, this ending ended with sleep. After all, Mu Qingyun yawned and went back to bed to sleep, leaving Lin Yuan alone looking at his lonely beloved Carbleak in the autumn wind. After standing there for a while, Lin Yuan felt the chill in the cool breeze and immediately went back home. He has a lovely wife who warms the bed for him, so he has to go in and feel the warmth. As soon as he returned to the room, Lin Yuan saw Mu Qingyun leaning on the bed reading a book. She heard some movement at the door, looked up symbolically, then lowered her eyes and went back to wandering in the ocean of knowledge. Seeing that he was ignored by Mu Qingyun, Lin Yuan smiled helplessly and took the initiative to move closer. Mu Qingyun moved his mouth. Didn't you say you were going to eat? How come you're back so soon after eating? Honey, since you're not here, I'm going to be killed by the couples next to me when I'm having a candlelight dinner alone. After Lin Yuan leaned over, his hands began to move restlessly in the quilt. Wife, it's a shame to read on this beautiful night. Look at me instead. The book in Mu Qingyun's hand was snatched away by Lin Yuan, and the next second, she met Lin Yuan's upturned mouth. Another round of deep and shallow communication. The next morning, Lin Yuan was punished by Mu Qingyun to eat some leftovers, but he enjoyed the meal very much. After all, the red and swollen mark on the corner of Mu Qingyun's mouth was his masterpiece last night. When the five outsiders saw the scene, they looked at each other, shook their heads, and lowered their heads to eat the food in their bowls. It must be because of the sins he committed in his previous life that he has to eat dog food in this life. After a short breakfast, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun drove to the company. Although the employees under them are very capable, people are lazy. If they don't keep an eye on that group of guys for too long, who knows if some of them will slack off at work. As the boss, Lin Yuan would never allow this to happen. This hindered the progress of him and Mu Qingyun's plan to give up. In order to realize the dream of giving up as soon as possible, they had to let the employees work harder. When Mu Qingyun heard Lin Yuan's reason, he couldn't help laughing while sitting in the passenger seat. Hubby, if your employees heard what you said, they would be extremely happy. Lin Yuan smiled happily. Don't worry, as long as we are of one mind, how could they know? Mu Qingyun made two tsk sounds. Husband, you are so bad. Do you love your wife? A smile appeared in Mu Qingyun's eyes, and he answered seriously, love. Lin Yuan whistled casually and stepped on the accelerator. The engine of the sports car was turning madly, making a rumbling sound, and it was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, sprinting 100 meters straight down the road. Now the company's operation has entered a regular stage. Except when it is not necessary, Chairman Lin Yuan is more of a mascot placed in that position. Through the integration of various premises, a group of people who were unfamiliar with each other at first are now gradually becoming familiar with each other. Especially after fighting side by side several times, they seem to have grasped the degree in their hearts, so most of the time, they were able to do things easily. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's strong logistical support, Yuanmu Group has been listed on the list of companies with the highest happiness index, which makes many people envious. Lin Yuan finally waited until the end of the night in the office, and rushed to Mu Qingyun in a flash. The employees who were packing up to go off work were attracted by the noise, but they didn't even see the man's appearance clearly. They only saw a figure flash past their eyes and rush towards the studio. If the figure had not blown up a few pieces of white paper as he passed by, they might have thought that it was just a gust of evil wind that passed by. However, this little episode was quickly ignored by them. After all, they were already accustomed to this scene. They were fed up with eating the chairman and his wife's dog food day after day. They are especially unfriendly to those single people in the company who are still single. Such behavior is even outrageous to both humans and gods. A few programmers with chills on their foreheads put away their equipment and left the scene filled with the sour smell of love cursing. The others followed suit and left. Employees who are not active after get off work usually have some mental problems. At the same time, Lin Yuan had been standing outside the studio door for quite a while. He originally wanted to pull Mu Qingyun away directly, but seeing that the photography team inside was still busy with the process, he, as the boss of the company, could only stay alone at the door, looking at his lovely wife eagerly. It looks like a stone looking at his wife. The employees inside seemed to have noticed Lin Yuan's burning gaze. Some of the brave team members poked Mu Qingyun to remind her that there was someone standing at the door. Mu Qingyun raised his eyes slightly, glanced towards the door, and said casually, "The boss is here to supervise us. If your progress continues to be so slow, I will have him deduct your wages." "Ah, Boss Mu, please show some mercy." Everyone wailed instantly. Lin Yuan stood at the door and vaguely saw that they seemed to be talking to each other, but he was too far away and couldn't hear clearly what Mu Qingyun and the employees were talking about. Just as he was concentrating and listening carefully, he heard the crying and shouting of the employees inside, which instantly aroused his curiosity. The next second, an employee came over. Boss Mu said you can go in and sit in the back." Lin Yuan looked up and happened to meet Mu Qingyun's eyes. She nodded, with a hint of urgency in her tone. "Aren't you tired of standing? Come in and sit down. We'll be done soon." After Lin Yuan went in, Mu Qingyun and others quickly got into work mode. I don't know if it was because of Lin Yuan's supervision or because Mu Qingyun's expression became more severe. The employees were walking on thin ice and dared not relax at all. Under such high intensity and nervous tension, the filming task was completed unexpectedly quickly. Mu Qingyun checked everything from beginning to end again, and only let his employees go after there were no problems with the materials. It was just because Lin Yuan was here, so they all looked extra calm when they got off work. After cleaning up the mess, everyone picked up their belongings and left. The last person to leave the studio was particularly conscious of bringing his door with him. Lin Yuan memorized the person's face and thought about giving her a raise. Mu Qingyun waved his hand in front of Lin Yuan's eyes a few times. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Lin Yuan quickly concealed his thoughts. "Wife, it's getting late, let's go eat." Their company's normal working hours were 6:30 in the evening, except for the photography team under Mu Qingyun. After all, their working hours are not very regular, so their get-off work hours are naturally irregular as well. Of course, Lin Yuan generously paid them overtime pay for the extra working hours. Simply exploiting employees will only lead to the downfall of your company. Only mutual benefit and win-win results can create a situation where everyone is happy. After all, Lin Yuan also worked his way up from the bottom, so he naturally understands what the workers are thinking and knows what to do so that his employees will work harder for him. Mu Qingyun paused, but still agreed. So, Lin Yuan took Mu Qingyun directly to the 76th floor of the World Financial Center. When Mu Qingyun saw Lin Yuan pressing the elevator floor button, she vaguely guessed something in her heart, but in order not to affect the surprise he had prepared, she kept it to herself. Ding-dong sound. The elevator reached the 76th floor. As the elevator door opens, what comes into view is a heavy bronze door. The golden tassel-like decorations on both sides exude an atmosphere of wealth. As a 3-Michelin star restaurant, it is even located on the 76th floor of the bustling World Financial Center, which is enough to show the strong financial resources behind the restaurant. Before the two of them walked out of the elevator door, a waiter was already waiting for them at the elevator door. "Is it Mr. and Mrs. Lin?" the waiter asked respectfully. Lin Yuan nodded. The waiter made a pleased gesture. "Please follow me, both of you." Lin Yuan followed the waiter's instructions and came to an enormous floor-to-ceiling window. This is the best viewing spot in the restaurant, even more stunning than the view they saw on the 47th floor. After all, there is always a slight difference between an unobstructed beauty and a beauty restricted by certain rules and regulations. "Please take a seat, both of you." There were other attendants beside the table. When Lin Yuan and the others arrived, they pulled their chairs back a little, and then when they sat down, they moved the chairs forward a little. Everything is so perfect that no one feels uncomfortable at all. After we sat down, the waiter took out a small notebook and leaned over to ask, "Do you two have any dietary restrictions?" Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun shook their heads. "Just do as we said yesterday." "Okay." The waiter backed away from Lin Yuan, and only turned around and left after he was a certain distance away. Lin Yuan looked around the restaurant. Even at dinner time, there were very few people in the lobby. It's not because no one comes to eat, but because they prefer to choose a private room with good privacy, rather than sitting like Lin Yuan in the most eye-catching place in the entire lobby. Mu Qingyun looked at Lin Yuan and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Honey, didn't you already make the reservation yesterday?" Chapter 64, Money is easy to repay, but favors are hard to repay. The Magic City is indeed extremely charming at night, especially when you look at it from a high place. It feels as if you are in a starry sky. Lin Yuan looked at the lights of thousands of homes below, paused for a moment, and spoke slowly. "This feels really good, much better than the 47th floor." When Mu Qingyun saw the faint smile on Lin Yuan's lips, his mood also became cheerful, and a little bit of pride rose up. "That's not true. Only when you stand high can you see farther." Mu Qingyun realized belatedly that he had just been interrupted. "By the way, did you book this restaurant early in the morning?" Mu Qingyun was used to going in and out of these places, so he naturally understood that in some places, no matter how rich you were, you would be refused entry if you didn't have a reservation. You haven't been wanting to come for a long time, have you? Mu Qingyun recalled Lin Yuan's enthusiastic look yesterday and felt that this matter was almost certain. I just think what my wife said the other day is right. Being high up does have its own unique features. Although Lin Yuan did not answer this question directly, Mu Qingyun already knew what he meant. Soon, the waiter came with the dishes. The two of them just ate the delicious dishes while admiring the night view below, taking a sip of wine while sighing, and it was a very comfortable feeling. The pale yellow candlelight fell on Mu Qingyun's face, and combined with the faint light behind him, Lin Yuan only took a glance and was completely immersed in it. He couldn't help but speak. Wife, I think you look really beautiful today. Mu Qingyun smiled, her eyes moved flexibly, and she slightly opened her red lips. Am I beautiful only today? Have I never been beautiful before? Ah, no. Lin Yuan hurriedly tried to make excuses. My wife has always seen it, but it looks better today. Mu Qingyun teased Lin Yuan, and the fatigue from a day's work gradually dissipated in this warm daily routine. At this moment, the originally quiet lobby suddenly became noisy. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked in the direction of the sound and found that the door of a box nearby was opened and several people walked out. He looked carefully and actually saw an acquaintance among them, Su Gaoyuan. Those people walked together in twos and threes with smiles on their faces. Su Gaoyuan was originally talking to the person walking next to him, but he intuitively felt someone's eyes on him, so he immediately looked over. It turned out that the person looking at him was Lin Yuan. All of a sudden, his sharp eyes softened and he walked towards Lin Yuan. Brother Lin, what a coincidence that I meet you here. Su Gaoyuan looked at the person opposite Lin Yuan again, and the smile on his face became brighter. Oh, my sister-in-law is here too. Am I disturbing your world? Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun stood up quickly. No way, Mr. Su, you are joking. Su Gaoyuan waved his hand, motioning Lin Yuan and the other man to sit down. Hey, why are you all standing up? Sit down quickly. I am the one who disturbed you in the first place. Soon those old guys behind me will accuse me of bullying the younger generation. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at each other but ultimately did not sit down. After all, the business talk is about those guys who look smiling but are actually ruthless and ruthless. Even their jokes should not be taken seriously. Seeing this, Su Gaoyuan wanted to persuade them again, but at this time his friends behind him seemed to notice something and came over with smiles. Gao Yuan. You have some familiar kids, why don't you introduce them to us? If you ask me, this guy might be bullying the younger generation again. I also want to see which kid has caught the eye of our Xiao Gao. With a few jokes here and there, they instantly put Lin Yuan in a very high position. Su Gaoyuan smiled slightly. If you say that, the pressure on our brother Lin will increase a lot in vain. When they heard this, they burst into laughter. What kind of pressure is there? We don't eat humans. That's right, maybe it's you, Xiao Gao, who's hiding it. The kid is so cute, it would be a shame if you don't get to know him, don't you think? Yes. Lin Yuan felt that his expression at the moment must be very interesting. The two of them looked quite old, but in the mouths of these people, they were actually called kids. It was really unbelievable. But Lin Yuan looked carefully at the person behind Su Gaoyuan. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. Behind Su Gaoyuan, there were actually a few celebrities who had been on the Forbes list. Lin Yuan studied finance, so he was naturally well aware of the Chinese celebrities on Forbes. He originally thought that he could only see these people in books, but he never imagined that one day he would meet these celebrities in real life. As a financial person, these bigwigs in front of him are his idols. Lin Yuan couldn't help but quicken his breathing. In order to suppress the excitement in his heart, he secretly clenched his fists to make himself look calmer on the surface. Su Gaoyuan, who was standing by, didn't notice that Lin Yuan's expression was a little strange at all, so he introduced Lin Yuan to the people who were traveling with him one by one. After everyone heard this, there was a hint of appreciation in their eyes when they looked at Lin Yuan. So you are Lin Yuan. It's true that we have our own talents. If it's us, they might be 2 generations younger than you. This should be called the Yangtze River, where the waves behind push the waves ahead. The person who was being scolded immediately looked gloomy, but what he said was just a joke. You are the only one who has a lot of trouble. Did you see what Xiao Gao said? Xiao Yuan doesn't want you to care about it. Hey, why are you still excited? As the two of them were talking, they started fighting in front of everyone. The people around seemed to be accustomed to this situation, and no one even stepped forward to mediate. Sugawiwan sighed helplessly and looked at Lin Yuan and the others with a little apology. They have been fighting for their entire lives. Brother Lin and his wife don't need to worry about it. No, it's okay. Lin Yuan waved his hand. How could he dare to care? That was his idol. Afterwards, Sugawiwan introduced the people behind him to Lin Yuan one by one, and Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun also bowed slightly. After one round, Lin Yuan felt his hands were full of sweat. They looked at Lin Yuan just like a father looking at his son-in-law. The more they looked, the more satisfied they became. They spoke one after another. Little friend Lin Yuan, if you need help in the future and Xiaogao can't solve it, just come to us. If you ask me, don't look for him. Just come to us directly. It's hard to say anything else, but we are in the Magic City early. We can handle anything for you. Lin Yuan bowed and said, I, the junior, would like to thank all the seniors first. Everyone nodded, with a more satisfied look in their eyes. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Sugawiwan asked everyone to leave. Brother Lin, it's really too late today. Let's reminisce about the past in a few days. Sugawiwan said this and left with a group of people. The hall, which was bustling just now, suddenly became quiet again because of their departure. Lin Yuan secretly wiped the sweat from his hands and slowly sat down. It would take him a while to recover from the sudden happiness. Although Mu Qingyun also recognized that there were several bigwigs standing behind Sugawiwan, her interest in finance was not as strong as Lin Yuan's, so she was not as excited as him. She was silent for a while, then spoke slowly. Hubby, this favor is hard to repay. Mu Qingyun's words awakened Lin Yuan's rationality, which was about to be overwhelmed by joy. Yes, how can there be a free lunch in the world? Lin Yuan thought deeply for a while. The action just now might be a piece of cake for Sugawiwan, but from the perspective of interests, the mere fact of having a connection with a big boss is enough to make others envious, not to mention meeting so many big bosses in and outside the industry at one time. Things that can be solved with money are easy to deal with, but if the other party has no shortage of money, then the favor you owe will not be so easy to repay. After a long time, Lin Yuan put the sweet dessert on the table into his mouth, and his out-of-focus eyes slowly came into focus. We can only take it one step at a time now. If we want to continue, we still have to rely on the Su family a little bit. After all, with the protection of the Su family, our path in the circle will be smoother. As for the question of favors, the Su family will definitely ask us for something. Lin Yuan was afraid that Mu Qingyun would be suspicious, so he quickly added, who knows what will happen next year. Maybe we can really become bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Mu Qingyun couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Lin Yuan was just joking. Things in the business world are not that simple. Besides, the Su family's strength was not formed in one day. How could such a day ever come? But in order not to disappoint Lin Yuan, Mu Qingyun still agreed with his point of view. Little did he know that Lin Yuan was already imagining the possibility of such a thing happening. The two of them sat leisurely in the candlelight for a long time, until the candles on the table were completely extinguished, and then they gradually came to their senses. After seeing this, the waiter standing nearby came over immediately. Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin, do you need new candles? No need. Mu Qingyun said, take this away. Okay. When the waitress was about to take the candlestick away, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped her. There's no need to evacuate. You can go down first. The waiter paused, then smiled and said, okay, if you two have any other instructions, please let me know. After Lin Yuan responded, the waiter left. Mu Qingyun was a little confused. Honey, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this thing? Chapter 65. It's great to have you. The candle on the candlestick had already burned out, and the red candle turned into wax and fell down the candlestick. As it fell, the originally hot wax gradually melted and finally solidified on the candlestick. Stacked up layer upon layer, they have a kind of irregular beauty. Looking through the light from the hall, you can also see some white wax sticking out from the layers of red wax mountains. Seeing this thing, Lin Yuan seemed to have thought of something. Something that they all had forgotten in the corner of their memories. Seeing that Lin Yuan did not answer her, Mu Qingyun followed Lin Yuan's gaze and looked over. When the waitress at the side saw the two of them like this, she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. Even though she was wearing a mask, the movement of the edge of the mask seemed to tell of her panic. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun stared at the candlestick for a long time, lost in thought. And then at some point, the forgotten memories seemed to be uncovered again. The next second, they both said in unison, "White jade." The waitress who was preparing a speech next to her seemed to be startled by the movement on Lin Yuan's side. Her eyes darted back and forth between the two of them frantically, but after observing for a while, she found that the movement did not seem to be caused by their improper service. After realizing this, the waiter finally felt relieved. Puff! After seeing each other's state, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Yuan curled his lips and smiled. "Wife, it seems that we really have the same thoughts and think alike. It's mainly because the color is too similar. That's all. We spent 200,000 yuan to buy this thing. 200,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. If we forget about it, wouldn't we lose 200,000 yuan? Ha, my wife is right." The next morning, after looking at each other, they both skipped work at the company again. Before leaving, Lin Yuan called his assistant directly. "We are not going to the company today. If it's nothing important, please don't come and bother us." Ah. The assistant was carrying her soy milk and fried dough sticks, and was about to start her new day happily. However, as soon as her left foot stepped into the company door, she suddenly felt extremely unlucky. "Boss, I can't do this," the young assistant cried to Lin Yuan on the phone. Who knew that Lin Yuan had already gotten used to it and didn't care what the assistant said at all? He just said what he wanted to say. After finishing speaking, Lin Yuan continued in a slightly threatening tone. "I believe in you. You can do it. I gave you such a high salary so that I can use you to the best advantage." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he didn't even wait for the assistant's reply and hung up the phone directly. The young assistant felt hopeless in an instant when he heard the busy tone on the other end of the phone. She stared blankly at the steaming soy milk in her hand, then looked at her outstretched left foot, and then remembered the news about her salary arrival on her mobile phone. The young assistant took a deep breath, stepped his right foot into the company's door, and walked slowly forward with heavy steps. When she walked in, she took a big bite of the fried dough stick, took a big sip of soy milk, and spoke vaguely. "Woo woo woo, evil capitalists." Of course, Lin Yuan could not empathize with the young assistant's pain. After all, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun had already driven to the vicinity of Yuan Shu Pavilion. Although they had already figured out the streets nearby last time, Mu Qingyun still wanted to walk along the pedestrian street again, so they got out of the car at the place where they parked last time. The difference from last time is that there seemed to be fewer people on the pedestrian street this time. Lin Yuan saw the disappointed look in Mu Qingyun's eyes and quickly explained, "It may be because today is a workday, and we came too early. It's okay, we can just take a walk." Although Mu Qingyun seemed to be indifferent, the expression on his face changed visibly. She walked on her own for a long distance and didn't even remember when Lin Yuan left. When she realized that there was no one around her, she was stunned for a moment. But the next second, a bright red object appeared in her eyes. A familiar voice came out. "I just looked around, and although I didn't find the master selling sugar paintings, there happened to be someone selling candied haws over there. I thought, sugar paintings and candied haws are both sweet, so it shouldn't be a problem to slightly substitute them." Mu Qingyun took the candied haws and saw Lin Yuan's serious look. All the depressed mood he had before was instantly swept away. She said somewhat arrogantly, I didn't say I wanted to eat candied haws." "Then, I want to eat?" Mu Qingyun tore off the plastic wrap on the candied haws, and then put the string of candied haws to Lin Yuan's mouth. "Then I'll reluctantly give you one." Lin Yuan chuckled and took a bite of a candied haws. The thin and crispy sugar coating of the hawthorn shattered in an instant, and the sweetness of the syrup and the sourness of the hawthorn intertwined in the mouth, neutralizing each other's shortcomings. "Tasty." "Really?" Mu Qingyun ate one with some doubt. When she first took a bite, she thought it was nothing special, but after tasting it carefully, she found the taste of this candied haws was a bit unexpected. She couldn't help but wonder, it was just an ordinary string of candied haws, why did it taste so good today? Mu Qingyun was just thinking when Lin Yuan's appearance entered her sight. Then, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Why is that?" Mu Qingyun held the candied haws and walked forward with joyful steps. "Wife, wait for me." Lin Yuan hurriedly caught up. After hearing his voice, Mu Qingyun did not stop, but the smile on his face became brighter when no one could see. "No wait, catch up quickly." The sun's rays fell on the sugar coating of the candied haws in my hand, creating dots of light. Maybe, it's because of the people I was traveling with. The two walked to the front of Yuanshu's shop, but the shop was not open yet. Is it closed today? Or are we here too early? After Mu Qingyun returned, he also looked up the origins of Yuanshu Pavilion. Although there is very little information online, it seems that the master has good skills. But skilled craftsmen all share a quirk, even if it's different for each person. The owner of Yuanshu opens a store based on his mood. If you are lucky, you can see him in business. If you are unlucky, you can only admire the black and gold door and feel the luxurious atmosphere. Lin Yuan took out the handwritten note that the boss handed to them last time and started reading it. According to the time of that day, today was exactly the 7th day. It shouldn't be closed, maybe we came too early. Lin Yuan felt that since the boss had already said this to them, he would definitely not be absent on this day. Then Mu Qingyun looked at the empty street and didn't know where to go for a moment. Lin Yuan suggested, how about just taking a walk? Just think about nothing and walk aimlessly. Free yourself? Lin Yuan smiled and said, that's about it. Now that we're here, we might as well take a look at what good things are around here. After all, we all have eyes that can discover beauty. The two hit it off immediately, and without giving it too much thought, they just walked down the street. The greening on the road is very good. Even though it is in the city center, people walking on it even have the illusion of walking in a forest. They had previously thought that this was the old town, so it seemed particularly quiet. After all, young people don't like the old city, and those who stay are older locals. Over time, it naturally becomes quieter and more peaceful. As a result, when Lin Yuan and his companions walked inside, they found that their previous judgment was completely wrong. This is not an old town at all, it is clearly a paradise for rich people. High-end shops are hidden among them, and seem to blend in with the surrounding environment. If you don't look carefully, you can't even see that there are various high-end clothing stores and some private custom restaurants in between. On the contrary, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun were like outsiders who had never been to the city. They were frightened by the display of these invisible rich people in the magic city. After a stroll around, Lin Yuan once again felt the joy of being rich. Looking back on the past 20 years or so, his life was really unsatisfactory, but his only luck was that he still had parents who loved him. And now, he has a virtuous and lovely wife. Lin Yuan felt that all of this was a gift from God, and he must cherish it all. As Mu Qingyun watched, he suddenly felt a burning gaze falling on him. When she turned around, she found that it was Lin Yuan who was looking at her. The deep affection in his eyes was so easy to fall into. What's wrong? Mu Qingyun was suddenly at a loss when Lin Yuan looked at him like this. He touched his face and asked uncertainly, Is there something strange on my face? Lin Yuan shook his head. And you? Mu Qingyun originally wanted to blurt it out, but when the words came to his lips, he still expressed his meaning tactfully. Why don't you look at the road when you walk? Even though there are no cars on this road, you still have to pay attention to safety. She breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt that her little head was really smart. She even repeated it again. Be safe, you hear me? Lin Yuan smiled indulgently. Mu Qingyun thought he had concealed it well, but he didn't know that all his little expressions were seen by Lin Yuan. I heard it. Lin Yuan suddenly hugged Mu Qingyun and whispered in her ear, Wife, it's great to have you. Chapter 66, Invitation from Sunan Group. The place was actually not very big, and it took the two of them less than an hour to go around the area. Of course, another reason is that the residential area inside has long been sealed off by the property management, and passers-by like them cannot get in at all. So Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun went around in circles and finally returned to the road they came from in the beginning. Maybe it was close to noon, and there were more and more pedestrians on the road, and many of them were carrying large and small bags. From the edge of the bag, you can see a few green leaves. These are the aunties who just bought ingredients and went home to cook. As Lin Yuan was looking, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Hey, wife, look at the guy in front of us, doesn't he look like the boss who received us that day? Mu Qingyun looked in the direction Lin Yuan pointed and saw a middle-aged man with some gray hair. Even when looking at him from behind, the man's meticulous attire made it difficult to tell his age. They really look alike, so that should be it. At this moment, they also discovered that there was another person standing next to the man. Judging from the way he was dressed, he seemed to be a generation younger than the man. Under their gaze, the two people in front of them stopped in front of the door of Yuanshu Pavilion. then took out the key from their trouser pockets and opened the door of Yuanshu Pavilion. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect it was really them. He was just guessing just now, but who knew that he would be right after all this random guessing? However, after they recognized the two people, they did not go over immediately. After all, the boss is the one who opened the store, so he naturally has to tidy up before he can receive customers. After considering the boss like this, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun hit it off and found a nearby dessert shop to sit down. Plus, I was a little hungry after walking around, so it was a good time to eat something to replenish my energy. After Mu Qingyun looked through the menu, he ordered red bean soup. Lin Yuan ordered a taro soup and a cup of ginger milk. Mu Qingyun became curious after seeing the bill. You actually like ginger milk? Lin Yuan shook his head. I don't like it. I ordered it for you. Order for me? Aren't you having your period? Drink something warm, it won't be so uncomfortable. When Mu Qingyun heard this, his face turned red. Well, it's not so bad. Soon, the waiter brought out all three desserts. Mu Qingyun's eyes moved back and forth between the two bowls of dessert in front of him, and finally he reached out for the bowl of ginger milk. If you don't look carefully, you would think there is egg custard in the bowl. She picked up the spoon and dug a piece from the edge, and a small hole suddenly appeared on the milky white, round, and flawless surface. Mu Qingyun took a sip, and the rich flavor of ginger spread in his mouth. He felt a slight spicy taste on the tip of his tongue, but this feeling was quickly covered by the sweetness of milk. The ginger milk slid down his throat into his stomach, and Mu Qingyun felt that his whole body seemed to become warm. Soon, she finished the bowl of dessert in her hand. But when she put down the bowl and saw the red bean soup on the side, the pleasure of enjoying the food just now disappeared instantly. Mu Qingyun pouted, "Hubby, I can't finish it." Lin Yuan calmly replied, "I'll take care of whatever you can't finish." Okay. After taking 2 casual bites, Mu Qingyun handed the dessert to Lin Yuan, saying with a smile on his face, "Red beans are good stuff. They can strengthen the spleen, remove dampness, dispel wind, and dredge the meridians." A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. "This is really good stuff, honey, you can eat more." Mu Qingyun paused. She didn't understand why Lin Yuan was laughing so happily. Until she thought seriously about the effects of red beans, she raised her little fist and punched Lin Yuan hard. Because adzuki beans can be said to be another great beauty food supplement after papaya. After staying in the dessert shop for a while, the two got up, paid the bill, and walked towards Yuanshu Pavilion. The dessert shop was not far from the original bookstore, so they reached their destination after just a few steps. After the tightly closed door of the original book pavilion was opened, the solemn feeling that hit me turned into the fragrance of books, allowing people to calm down instantly in this noisy world. Mu Qingyun felt warm all over. He didn't know if it was the spicy taste of the bowl of ginger milk or the warmth of Lin Yuan's palm. It was as if he was swimming in a warm ocean. "Wife, what's wrong?" Lin Yuan realized that Mu Qingyun's expression was a little strange, so he quickly asked about it. After Mu Qingyun came back to his senses, he pretended to be calm and said, "No. It's okay, I just ate too much." Like this. Lin Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with this reason. Mu Qingyun had a small appetite to begin with, so it was normal for him to feel full after eating so much. "It's okay. After we get everything, we'll slowly digest the food." Mu Qingyun responded and walked in with Lin Yuan. Ding-ling. The wind chimes on the door rang as the door opened and closed. The two people who were packing up inside looked towards the door, and their eyes met. The boss recognized Lin Yuan and the other man and said with a smile, "Young man, you are here." The boss put down the feather duster in his hand, fiddled under the cabinet for a while, and took out a brocade box with 3 dark golden words Yuan Shugu printed on it. "This is an ornament made from your piece of jade." After Mu Qingyun took the brocade box and opened it, he saw several pieces of jewelry neatly arranged inside. There is a jade bracelet, 2 jade disc necklaces, and several bracelets and earrings made of small white jades. Among them, the most eye-catching are the 2 beige jade rings located in the center of the brocade box. Seeing Mu Qingyun falling on the ring, the boss explained with a smile. "Since ancient times, jade has nourished people, and people have nourished jade. I took the liberty of using the central axis of this piece of jade to make 2 rings. I hope your love can be as pure and flawless as this piece of white jade, and last forever." After hearing what his boss said, Mu Qingyun's eyes were already filled with tears. Blessed love is beautiful. When someone blesses you sincerely, it seems as if love itself becomes sacred in an instant. Thank you, boss. Mu Qingyun solemnly put the box into his arms. I am very satisfied with this jewelry. Girl, as long as you like it. While Mu Qingyun was having a heated discussion with the boss, Lin Yuan on the side had his eyes on another man in the store. This person, he has seen him before. Lin Yuan's eyes became sharp as he looked at the man, his mind frantically searching for information about this person. When did you meet him? After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with any results, so he had to give up the idea for the time being. Looking to the side, Mu Qingyun and the boss were talking very happily. Lin Yuan felt that if this trend continued, the two of them might become good friends regardless of age. Fortunately, the boss seemed to be aware of Lin Yuan's gaze and spoke. You two, we've got this thing. If you think there's no problem, let's pay the balance. The boss took out the payment code from the counter with a smile. Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone and scanned it, then he heard the sound of the account being credited for payment in the store. Okay, the boss took out the invoice and handed it to Lin Yuan. Hello, both of you. Thank you, boss. The two of them thanked the boss briefly before leaving. After they left, the man who was hiding in the corner at first came out. Dad, what is so charming about this young man named Lin Yuan that he deserves your attention? The boss smiled and patted the man on the shoulder. Jun Hao, you are still too young. After all these years of experience abroad, don't you understand the truth that you can't judge a person by his appearance? There was a hint of complexity in Jiang Juanhao's eyes, but he didn't say anything in the end. By the time Lin Yuan and the others returned to the company, it was already afternoon. Originally he wanted to go home directly, but Mu Qingyun was unwilling to waste this working day and insisted on coming back to the company. Lin Yuan couldn't persuade Mu Qingyun, so he drove to the company building. As soon as he returned to the company, Mu Qingyun called a few people in the office and immediately went to work. After all, according to the usual time, this time is exactly when their filming crew is working, so it is reasonable for Mu Qingyun not to want to waste working time. As for Lin Yuan, he had already pushed all the work to his assistant, and now he was an idler in the company, with nothing to do in the office, so he just wasted his time on the internet. When he was surfing the internet enthusiastically, an email suddenly appeared in the lower right corner. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yuan moved the mouse and clicked on the email. Immediately, the content of the email jumped out, and only a few lines of content appeared on the computer screen. Lin Yuan took a closer look and found that it was an invitation letter. At the end of the letter, there is the seal of Suning Group. Lin Yuan was stunned. This content was not sent to him personally by Su Gaoyuan or Su Yonghe, but he was invited by Suning Group as the CEO of Yuanmu Group to attend the event. He suddenly remembered that when he met Su Gaoyuan yesterday, he seemed to have mentioned this matter, but Lin Yuan originally thought that this matter would not be put on the agenda so soon. Unexpectedly, Su Gaoyuan was not only fast, but also invited me in the name of the company. Such great pressure made him feel that he could not bear it anymore. After all, the nature of a private invitation and a business invitation are completely different. But the notification has been sent, and the physical invitation letter will be delivered soon. It is impossible for him to refuse the invitation from the industry giant, Suning Group, a Fortune 500 company. Lin Yuan leaned his head on the chair, looked up into the distance, and tapped his fingers on the table rhythmically. Will this be another Hongmen banquet? Chapter 67, Boarding the Ship. I have to say that the people under Suning Group are quite efficient. Lin Yuan just sat there in a daze for a while, and the assistant at the door opened the door of Lin Yuan's office with her own messy hair. Boss, someone is looking for you. They say they are from Suning Group. The young assistant yawned and looked listlessly at the culprit who made her so tired. If someone hadn't suddenly said they couldn't come, she wouldn't be so busy. As soon as she saw Lin Yuan, she thought of the breakfast on her desk that had already gone cold. Lin Yuan sat up straighter, only to meet the young assistant's resentful gaze. He couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Ahem, I get it. Bring them in. After receiving the order, the young assistant gently closed the door. After a while, Lin Yuan heard the sound of tat-tat footsteps outside. The door was opened again, but this time it was different. The little assistant's messy hair was tidied up. After Lin Yuan sighed a little inwardly, he turned his gaze to the person sent by Suning Group. What he didn't expect was that a girl was sent over there. Is Su Gaoyuan afraid that I won't come, so he's preparing to attack me with his beauty? Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, and the young assistant tactfully left the scene, silently closing the door when leaving. Mr. Lin. As soon as the woman opened her mouth, it was like an electric current. A tingling sensation entered his left ear and exited his right ear, but the tingling feeling spread throughout his body and never went away. Lin Yuan looked at the woman. She clearly did nothing, but just by opening her mouth, it seemed as if she had cast a net all over him. Although he didn't know what Su Gao Yuan was planning, Lin Yuan felt that it was always a good idea to keep some distance from the woman in front of him. The woman chuckled when she saw Lin Yuan's expression. "Boss Lin, you seem very nervous?" Lin Yuan simply said, "Miss, you are just here to deliver the invitation. You can leave after putting your things down." The woman boasted about her good looks. She stepped on her 5-centimeter high heels and walked towards Lin Yuan step by step. Maybe she was too confident. When she handed over the invitation letter, she deliberately showed off her beauty. Of course, Lin Yuan had no interest in these voluptuous girls at all. He even guessed what this person was going to do when the woman came over, and he shifted his gaze before she did. A trace of disappointment emerged in the woman's eyes. She thought that Lin Yuan just happened to look away, not knowing that these were deliberate actions. But based on the woman's IQ, she probably would never have thought of this level. "By the way, Mr. Lin, Mr. Su said that Mr. Lin should make more preparations." Lin Yuan paused. "What do you mean?" The woman smiled and pointed to the invitation on the table. "This time the banquet will be held on the cruise ship. I can't tell you the specific route in advance, Mr. Lin, but we will stay at sea for at least 3 to 5 days. I hope you and your wife have a pleasant holiday." After saying that, the woman walked away in her high heels. Lin Yuan stared at the invitation letter on the table in a daze. Regardless of how long they will be away, as long as the location is still on land, everything will be fine. After all, if something happens, they can run away at the first opportunity. But at sea, the situation is completely different. Once the ship leaves the port, there is only the endless sea around it. If something happens at that time, the ship will be really isolated and helpless. Even if it jumps into the sea, it will worry about being eaten by sharks. Lin Yuan thought for a long time and didn't even notice that the office door was opened. Mu Qingyun walked in and his eyes fell on the papers on the table. She wanted to tell Lin Yuan in advance, but she had been hanging around in front of Lin Yuan for so long, and she didn't know what the stinky man in front of her was thinking. She was so old, standing there, but she didn't react at all. Based on the above, Mu Qingyun simply took the things on Lin Yuan's desk, without saying a word to him, and sat down on the sofa beside him. The content on the invitation letter is much more formal than that on the email. Of course, it may also be because the gold-plated brush calligraphy is particularly eye-catching, which instantly elevates the style of the entire invitation letter. As a result, when he saw the signature on the invitation letter, Mu Qingyun couldn't help but read out the words. Sunang Group? Some sounds finally came out of this quiet room, and Lin Yuan was brought back to reality by this sound. He looked around and saw a figure suddenly appear nearby, feeling somewhat confused. After seeing that it was Mu Qingyun, the expression on his face eased a little. "Wife, why are you?" Before Lin Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mu Qingyun. "Why would someone from Sunning Group come to you?" Mu Qingyun realized that he had spoken too quickly, and immediately changed his words. "I mean, why would they invite you in the name of the company?" She had listened to Su Gao Yuan's words before, but what she didn't expect was that this time it was not a private banquet invited in the name of an individual. This means that many people will be watching them. Originally, the affairs of the Su family and the Su family had already been a fact tacitly acknowledged by people in the industry. Now, every new force joining the camp would inevitably be scrutinized. As for Lin Yuan has no idea how many people are eyeing him covetously. Su Gao Yuan's move is undoubtedly pushing Lin Yuan into the fire pit. Lin Yuan seemed to sense the displeasure in Mu Qingyun's words. "My wife doesn't want me to go?" "Not really." Mu Qingyun looked a little embarrassed. How could he not accept the invitation from Sunning Group? After a pause, she changed her words. "Hubby, have you thought it through?" Mu Qingyun knew that Lin Yuan had his own considerations, so she didn't say much. Lin Yuan snatched the invitation from Mu Qingyun's hand and put it aside, holding her face. The soft and warm touch made him unable to help but feel a little pity for her. "Don't worry, honey. I can do it." As he spoke, Lin Yuan rubbed Mu Qingyun's back again, soothing her inner anxiety and jokingly said, "Don't forget, we have 5 powerful bodyguards. With them around, at least your life won't be in danger." After hearing this, Mu Qingyun felt unhappy. He sat up abruptly and said angrily, "What are you talking about? How can anyone say that about themselves? Spit it out." Mu Qingyun was a little anxious. "It's just a simple banquet. Why are you making it seem like we're going to the battlefield the next second?" Lin Yuan smiled silently, and under Mu Qingyun's supervision, he spat out what he had just said. After seeing Lin Yuan do as he was told, Mu Qingyun smiled with satisfaction, and the invitation letter was forgotten by the two. The time agreed in the invitation letter soon arrived. Su Gaoyuan was considerate enough to avoid the working day and moved the boarding time to Saturday noon. At that time, most people had woken up. As for those who knew that they might not be able to board the ship on time, they simply spent Friday night on the cruise ship. Anyway, by the time they woke up, the cruise ship had already sailed into the sea. Lin Yuan and others were brought here by the housekeeper. They stood in front of the huge cruise ship and suddenly felt how insignificant they were. Lao Ying and his friends followed Lin Yuan in another car, but they didn't seem very interested in the big guy in front of them. Their purpose was only to protect the safety of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun. In their words, they were almost rusty after not working for so many days. It was a rare job opportunity, so they were fully prepared. Yemo said to Lin Yuan calmly, "If you two get even a little hurt, I lose." The rest of the people were ready to fight, and the danger that had been dormant in their eyes for a long time began to rise again. They walked to the boarding entrance, and two tall and mighty bodyguards checked the invitation letter and Lin Yuan's identity information before letting them in. After all, as long as the information of the bearer is correct, the Su family doesn't care how many people you bring up. Besides, everyone who comes here will bring his or her own bodyguard to a greater or lesser extent. Everyone knows that putting one's life in one's own hands and putting it in the hands of outsiders are two different concepts. After everyone came up, Lao Ying and the others didn't even wait for Lin Yuan's orders. The five of them left on their own, completely ignoring the fact that their financial sponsor was still standing there in a daze. However, when the lone wolf was halfway there, he seemed to realize something, and turned back, then stayed beside Lin Yuan. "They are going to," the lone wolf said without any emotion, "investigation." The wind on the deck was already weak, and the air was mixed with the salty smell of the sea breeze. Now, with the frost from the lone wolf, they felt that there seemed to be a hint of coolness in the air. After spending a few days together, Lin Yuan has gotten to know their personalities. The lone wolf is not talkative to begin with, so if I force him to talk, I will undoubtedly be asking for trouble. After figuring this out, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun reached a consensus and no longer forced the lone wolf to talk. The two of them walked on the deck and admired the scenery in the distance. In fact, there is nothing interesting around the port. On one side are countless containers parked at the port, and on the other side is rolling yellow mud water. The reason why it is yellow muddy water is that there are frequent ships coming and going in the port, constantly dropping anchor and raising anchor. The riverbed of the port is originally low, and such operations will always bring up the silt below. Coupled with the busy waterway, over time, the river has long been filled with yellow seawater. During this period, many people came to chat with Lin Yuan and his companions. Not long after, there were a few sounds from the horn, and then there was the sound of iron chains being quickly retracted. The ship sailed away. Chapter 68, The Second Prince. The loud noise startled the seagulls that were temporarily anchored on the shore, and the white seagulls followed the boat towards the blue distance. Lin Yuan stood on the deck, looking at the magic city whose outlines were gradually becoming blurred, feeling deeply moved. When he was living in poverty before, he thought that a commercial center like the World Financial Center and his narrow, dimly lit room were his whole world. But since that day, the appearance of the system and Mu Qingyun changed his life. Just like at this moment, he is standing on this cruise ship worth hundreds of millions, looking at the most prosperous commercial city in China. His mentality is already completely different from what it was at the beginning. The cruise ship sailed out of the harbor. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at the seawater around the ship, which gradually changed from turbid yellow to azure blue. The scorching sun was in the distance, the salty sea breeze was blowing beside them, and they could even see seagulls flying along for a while. Lin Yuan felt it superficially and felt the happiness of rich people. However, the two did not stay on the deck for too long. Even though it is almost noon now, the temperature on the sea surface has already gradually risen, but the sudden strong sea breeze can still give people a headache. Moreover, they were far away from the mainland, and the sea was bare and sparkling. There was nothing to see, so they might as well go down and have some food, drinks, and fun. It has to be said that the Su family's wealth is reflected in all aspects. Putting aside the fakery of this yacht, the daily expenses just to operate such a huge vessel on the sea are not a small sum, not to mention other furnishings. Before getting on board, Lin Yuan paid special attention to this cruise ship and found that the logo of Sunang Group was everywhere on the ship, which unintentionally revealed the powerful strength of the Su family. Once they get off the plywood, a special waiter will take them to where they want to go. However, during this period of time, there is only one destination for everyone to go, which is the restaurant on the ship. Before Lin Yuan and the other person walked in, they could feel the lively atmosphere just by walking in the corridor leading to the restaurant. The sound of clinking glasses and sizzling grilling. People's appetite is aroused in an instant. As soon as they entered, a waiter saw what was happening and immediately trotted over to Lin Yuan and the others and took them to an empty table. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, what would you like to eat?" Lin Yuan paused, then said, "Just let the chef recommend it, but don't use cold ingredients, try to make it milder." The waiter took a pen and wrote a few words on the paper, then smiled and said, "Okay, please wait a moment." Having said that, he left. Mu Qingyun propped up his head and looked at the people around him. These waiters actually wrote down the names of all the guests. Even though the number is not large, it is really difficult for them. Lin Yuan didn't take it seriously. "It's just a job requirement. If I neglect a big boss because I didn't remember it clearly, there's no guarantee that those people will do something behind my back. If you can't even meet this basic requirement, you are not qualified to work for Suneng Group." Just as I was thinking about it, an uninvited guest suddenly came in. "Excuse me, both of you." They looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man holding a wineglass standing next to them. "You are Lin Yuan, right?" The man glanced at Lin Yuan, then his eyes fell on Mu Qingyun. "I guess you are Miss Mu, I have seen you several times." After the lesson from Zhang Mingyu last time, the two of them had some stereotypes about this uninvited person. "What can I do for you?" Lin Yuan answered indifferently, but in a good tone, and did not directly offend him. Although the man didn't know where the two people's displeasure came from, he still looked at them with a smile. "Nothing, I just want to make friends with you too." Lin Yuan paused and searched carefully in his mind, but he still had no impression of the man in front of him. He had already known all the business tycoons in China in advance. Even if he didn't know the person in front of him, he should have had some influence on him. He wouldn't be like he is now, with his mind completely blank. After the man finished speaking, he was ignored by Lin Yuan again, but he was not angry. Instead, he introduced himself. "You probably don't have much impression of me, but you should know the old man in my family." The man pointed out what Lin Yuan was thinking. "My father is Shi Kangyu." When the man said this, he couldn't help but raise the ending tone. "You can call me by my name, Saber. Of course, if you find it easier to pronounce, you can also call me by my English name, Saber." Lin Yuan couldn't help but be distracted for a while. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but Shi Sibo gave him the impression of a middle school boy. Obviously, there doesn't seem to be much age difference between the two of them, so why does it feel like there's an insurmountable gap between them? The name Shi Kangyu sounds familiar. Lin Yuan lowered his head and thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Shi Sibo in disbelief. "The one who made the world's first hand-painted video, Shi Kangyu?" After hearing that Lin Yuan finally realized his identity, Shi Sibo became very satisfied and proud. "Yes, it's my old man." After Lin Yuan said this, Mu Qingyun seemed to have some impression in his mind. "Have we met backstage at the school celebration?" Mu Qingyun said it with some hesitation. At that time, she was the host of the school anniversary celebration, so naturally she had to deal with people from various programs. She vaguely remembered a person who was dressed in a weird way, because his dress was too conspicuous. The lighting backstage was rather dim, and the woman's makeup was a bit scary, which scared the little girl into tears. For a while, the backstage lounge was in chaos. Finally, Mu Qingyun stepped forward and dragged the culprit out. Only then did the farce come to an end. What Mu Qingyun didn't expect was that the warrior would actually be the prince of Dace film and television. The name Shi Kangyu can be said to occupy most of their childhood memories. After all, many of the cartoons they watched when they were young were created by this childhood master. If you ask these young children who is the greatest person in the world, I think many of them will answer Shi Kangyu's name without hesitation. There are even children who say they want to be Shi Kangyu's children so that they can watch endless cartoons. The most important thing is that Shi Kangyu is also very rich. But there is a widely circulated saying in the industry: success in business, failure in love. This meant that Shi Sibo was destined to be spoiled from the moment he was born. However, the popularity of two-dimensional animation in recent years is not as high as that of the entertainment industry, so very few people know Sher Kangyu and Sher Sibo. Sher Sibo saw that Mu Qingyun recognized him and smiled with satisfaction. It seems that senior still remembers me. Sher Sibo whistled at the two of them. Seeing this, Lin Yuan frowned. No one goes to the temple unless he has something to do. Sher Sibo laughed and joked. Senior, don't be so defensive against me. I'm not the same kind of guy as that Zhang. Lin Yuan, whose little tricks were exposed in public, couldn't hold on to the serious look on his face. He pretended to cough twice to ease the atmosphere. But even if he didn't do so, the fragrance in the air and the music that drifted from time to time seemed to have quietly blown away the embarrassing scene around him. I just think the seniors are interesting. I just want to make friends with them. There's nothing special about it. Sher Sibo revealed his purpose. On the other hand, the two people who were judging the minds of middle school students with a cautious heart hurriedly apologized to Sher Sibo. Fortunately, Sher Sibo didn't take it to heart, and the little incident just now disappeared as the dishes were served. After a few unusual conversations, Sher Sibo couldn't stand his father's official language anymore, so he just started communicating with Lin Yuan casually. Most of what they talked about was the great achievements that Lin Yuan had made during that period. Not only was Sher Sibo, who was half an insider, paying attention to it, but many people outside the industry had also been talking about it for a long time. According to unreliable news, due to Lin Yuan's influence, the number of people choosing liberal arts has increased dramatically this year. This is undoubtedly a big deal for society. Over the years, the ratio of arts to science has gradually increased, especially the number of science students has almost reached 70% to liberal arts. After Lin Yuan's incident, unexpectedly, the ratio has gradually been pulled back. It is not the case that only engineering can make a country strong. The same is true for liberal arts. It is just a matter of specialization. After chatting for a while, Sher Sibo ate and drank with them until the white plate was finished. Then Sher Sibo smiled and stood up. Oh, I'm sorry to have disturbed your meal. Lin Yuan glanced at him indifferently. If this guy would suppress the smile on his face, he might believe it. It's okay, sure. Lin Yuan originally wanted to call Sher Sibo by his name, but after he uttered a few syllables, his tongue became tangled and almost started fighting inside his mouth. After thinking for a while, he decided to just call him Junior Brother. Junior, if it's not enough for you, you can ask the waiter to bring another portion. Sher Sibo looked at Lin Yuan's smile and thought to himself that something was wrong. Well, then, that's not necessary. Seniors, enjoy your meal. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As soon as Sher Sibo finished speaking, he ran away as fast as his feet would grease. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and called the waiter to serve them a new meal. Only. Lin Yuan stared at the direction where Sher Sibo left. The Prince of Taste Group? Chapter 69 Pink Love. When it comes to Taste Group, perhaps most people don't know it. But if you list all of its works one by one, the company's influence is self-evident. Lin Yuan still didn't know what Sher Sibo's purpose was in approaching them, but his arrival did open up a new path for Lin Yuan. A road to riches. Judging from the current situation, it is true that the entertainment industry is the big boss, but the top layer of the cake has already been divided up by Luo Qingzhua and his group, and leaving behind some cake crumbs is ultimately a drop in the bucket. If you want to break this situation, you have to find another way. Right now, Sher Sibo is a good breakthrough. The two-dimensional world may have already been classified as something not doing their job properly in the eyes of their elders, but Lin Yuan knows clearly how much money is flowing behind this huge market. There are countless IP properties and many film and television adaptations every year. If you think seriously, two-dimensional works have even supported many film and television programs. The two-dimensional world has made an indelible contribution to the fact that the entertainment industry can maintain this momentum. Thinking this way, the outline of a money-making plan slowly formed in Lin Yuan's mind. After having a full meal and tea, the two of them walked slowly on the deck to digest the food. There were quite a few more people on the deck at this time, lying on the deck, lazily basking in the sun. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun did not have this habit, but the warm sunlight shining on people really made them feel sleepy. They hadn't walked a short distance when they both started yawning, and the air around them was filled with a sleepy feeling. They smiled at each other and immediately decided to go home. If I don't sleep now, what else can I wait for? The room Su Gaoyuan arranged for them was a luxurious sea-view suite. Although it was not as good as the rooms on the top floor, it was still considered top-notch in the upper middle class. Before coming, Lin Yuan was afraid of appearing timid, so he secretly searched for some bloggers' videos on a certain website and watched them. Of course, the economic strength of bloggers varies, so the rooms they live in are naturally very different. Combining other people's experience, Lin Yuan felt that it was good enough that Su Gaoyuan gave them a room with a window, but he still underestimated the Su family's wealth. Lin Yuan even suspected that, except for the cabin below, all other places were covered with explosion-proof glass. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan turned over and took Mu Qingyun into his arms. Soon, there was no sound in the room except for the sound of waves outside, which accompanied the two of them into sleep like a lullaby. When I woke up again, it was already evening. They did not draw the thick curtains before taking a nap, but simply put a layer of white sand to block the floor-to-ceiling windows. A ray of orange light hit Lin Yuan's face. Although the light was not very dazzling, it broke his dream. After protesting silently for a long time, he finally admitted defeat and opened his eyes. Looking down, I found that the kitten in my arms showed no signs of waking up. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, thinking about closing the curtains in front of the French window, but he underestimated Mu Qingyun's ability to lock people up. He just moved slightly, and the little cat on his body moved with him. Mu Qingyun couldn't help but frown when he noticed the movement. After frowning, Lin Yuan didn't dare to move. He just lay obediently on the bed and let Mu Qingyun punch and kick him. After Lin Yuan stopped moving, Mu Qingyun's frown slowly relaxed. Her cherry lips moved towards Lin Yuan's body, and after mumbling a few words, she became silent again. During this leisure time, he can still have his wife's company. He feels the breath of the lovely person on his body, and can't help but smile slightly. From time to time, the sea breeze blew in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, lifting the white curtain as thin as gauze. The sunset on the sea outside was reflected in Lin Yuan's eyes from time to time. The sun, as red as a duck egg yolk, cast a long afterimage on the sea. As time passed, the sun gradually set and fell to the other side of the horizon. The afterimages of the sun and the sea, as well as the skyline, intertwined together are truly incredibly beautiful. Suddenly, a pink figure appeared outside the window. There was joy in Lin Yuan's eyes as he gently woke up Mu Qingyun in his arms. Wife, wife! Wake up, there's a surprise outside. Wife, wife! In response to Lin Yuan's call, Mu Qingyun opened his sleepy eyes and asked vaguely. What happened? She rubbed her eyes and yawned. The restless alopecia on her head even told her that she was not awake. Lin Yuan smiled helplessly and directly picked up Princess Mu Qingyun. After all, if he waited until his beauty was fully awake, the surprise outside would be gone. The sudden leap into the air made Mu Qingyun a little overwhelmed, and he subconsciously hugged Lin Yuan. Ahem! Mu Qingyun's unconscious force was so great that in just a moment, Lin Yuan's face turned red. Wife, you, cough cough. After being so frightened just now, the sleepiness in Mu Qingyun's mind had long been washed away, but she was still immersed in the panic just now, and it took her a while to recover. It was not until Lin Yuan's cough that she was brought back to her senses of running away from home. When Mu Qingyun saw Lin Yuan's situation, he immediately felt embarrassed. He grabbed Lin Yuan's collar and whispered, "Put me down." Lin Yuan smiled and did as he was told. However, as soon as Mu Qingyun's jade feet landed on the ground, she carried Lin Yuan on her back and walked towards the door. What are you doing? Lin Yuan hurriedly grabbed the aggrieved girl and coaxed her. You can walk barefoot without worrying about catching a cold. Lin Yuan said a few words to Mu Qingyun, but he took Mu Qingyun to sit on the edge of the bed, then took out a pair of disposable slippers for Mu Qingyun to put on. They say cold air enters from the feet, and we are on the sea here, so the cold air must be enough to kill us. Mu Qingyun was a little stunned at first, but after hearing what Lin Yuan said, he immediately broke down and laughed. What kind of crooked and evil ways are you using? Lin Yuan made a hush sound and spoke in a mysterious manner. Family secrets must not be disclosed. Mu Qingyun smiled, and the gloom on her face had long since disappeared, but then she began to question him. Honey, why did you suddenly pick me up just now? She touched her chest and still felt a little scared. Lin Yuan smiled, took Mu Qingyun's hand, brought her to the small balcony in the room, and pointed in a certain direction on the sea. Wife, look, what is that? Mu Qingyun looked in the direction Lin Yuan pointed. The sea was calm, with only the rippling water reflecting the setting sun which had not yet completely set. The golden light reflected on them, as if they were in a magical ocean. There's nothing. She looked over there with great anticipation, but all she saw in the distance was endless sea. Lin Yuan coaxed, Don't worry, it will come out soon. It? Mu Qingyun was a little confused, but before she could think about it anymore. At this moment, a loud sound broke the calm sea surface. She saw it. A dolphin with a red body appeared on the sea, and the splashing sound of the water seemed to be greeting humans. Wow! Mu Qingyun's eyes fell on the pink dolphin and he couldn't look away for a long time. However, just as the exclamation was uttered, another pink dolphin appeared next to that dolphin the next second. The two dolphins entangled together, and their joyful cries symbolized their mood at the moment. They should be a pair, right? Mu Qingyun looked at the scene in front of him, tears welled up in his eyes and he was somewhat moved. Pink dolphins are certainly beautiful and are the darling of many photographers. However, this beautiful color also announces that a dolphin's life is about to come to an end. What a wonderful story it is to have companions by your side at the end of your life. Lin Yuan's eyes softened because there were several more white figures in front of them. The white dolphins surrounded the pink dolphins in the middle, and their calls came one after another. That should be the case. Lin Yuan gently hugged Mu Qingyun's waist. Look, those white dolphins might be their children. Mu Qingyun leaned his head gently on Lin Yuan's shoulder, and the two of them just quietly admired the beautiful scenery in front of them. They watched them frolicking in front of them, then sinking into the sea, leaping into the air with all their might, and finally falling heavily into the sea. After repeating this several times, they seemed to feel tired. After flapping their wings a few times on the sea surface, they dived into the sea and never emerged again. Why did you leave? Mu Qingyun pouted, with a hint of regret in his words. Indeed, pink dolphins are rare, and such a beautiful scene is something you will never get tired of watching no matter how long you watch it. That is what she thought, and Lin Yuan thought so too. Lin Yuan rubbed Mu Qingyun's head. They have families to take with them. After their performance, they naturally have to look for food to fill their stomachs. What kind of performance fee can we give you? Mu Qingyun would sometimes be amused by Lin Yuan's amazing train of thought. Wife, you don't know this. Lin Yuan stretched out his finger and pointed at the waves around the ship caused by the power. The engine of this cruise ship is very powerful. There must be a lot of small fish that are swamped by us. Those dolphins are smart and know how to reap the benefits. Isn't that what others deserve? Mu Qingyun felt something was wrong as soon as he spoke, so he changed his words and uttered a few words, changing others to dolphins. Lin Yuan couldn't help laughing as well, rubbing his head against Mu Qingyun's body. Other dolphins have food to eat, so I want to eat too. What to eat? Lin Yuan laughed evilly. Eat you. Lin Yuan kissed Mu Qingyun and took her to the bed. With a thump, the two of them fell heavily onto the bed. The sunset glow gradually disappeared, and as the room was filled with thunder and lightning, night slowly came. Chapter 70 The Purpose of the Voyage. The arrival of pink dolphins seems to add a little color to this unchanging sea surface. Lin Yuan and the other person stayed in the room for quite a while until the broadcast on the ship sounded, and then they reluctantly parted. Dear guests, the welcome ceremony will be held in the lobby at 7:30. Please come. The broadcast was repeated 3 times before the sound from the loudspeaker died down. Lin Yuan looked down at Mu Qingyun, who was breathing rapidly in his arms. His lively eyes were filled with mist and there was a hint of redness at the corners of his eyes. He looked very lovable. After hearing the broadcast, Mu Qingyun in his arms thought about getting up and changing clothes. Who knew that Lin Yuan did not give her this opportunity and directly blocked Mu Qingyun's way? After that, there was another round of conversation, until the time was almost up, and the two finally stood up from the captivating bed. While Mu Qingyun was changing his clothes, he did not forget to say a few words to Lin Yuan. The few words he repeated over and over again were nothing but complaints about Lin Yuan's procrastination. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, this is just flirting between a young couple. While the two were changing clothes, many people passed by their door. After vaguely hearing the voices inside, they couldn't help but laugh. Among them there were some men with their female companions' arms. Listening to the noises of the young people inside, they seemed to remember that they had quarreled with each other in the same way when they were young. The memories came to their minds aimlessly, and then, when they looked at each other, there was an extra lingering love in their eyes. It is not the naked love of youth, but the companionship of life. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Along the way, Mu Qingyun kept complaining about the culprit beside her. If her clothes hadn't restricted her movements, she would have kicked this messy man. Lin Yuan had no choice but to smile apologetically. Honey, calm down. You will definitely outshine everyone today. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyun's expression became even worse. He looked at Lin Yuan dimly, and then pointed at the red spots on his neck. You want me to use this to outshine everyone else? Lin Yuan felt a little guilty, but when he saw his masterpiece on Mu Qingyun's neck, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Wife. While he was still thinking about saying something, Mu Qingyun simply blocked the signal to take over Lin Yuan. With the thought that he was going to die anyway, he walked towards the venue with his head held high. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed, and ended up hearing Mu Qingyun mumbling bad things about himself. It's all that guy's fault. Why leave marks in such a conspicuous place for no reason? Now it's alright, everyone knows. Asshole. Bad guy. Lin Yuan laughed dumbly. Although it was indeed his fault, when one is deeply in love, many things are beyond his control. When changing clothes just now, Mu Qingyun struggled for a while. If she had worn a high-neck dress, maybe she could have covered up the marks under her neck. Unfortunately, she looked around but couldn't find a high-neck dress, so she had to change into a high-end casual dress. It's not as formal as a dress, but it's still stylish. The two of them walked one after the other and soon arrived at the hall. Many people came into the hall in twos and threes. Some people who knew each other had already started chatting, while others just stood quietly by and watched the noise in front of them. It's not that they don't know each other. After all, they have all reached this level and their social circles have long been fixed. This overt contact means nothing at all. After looking around, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun found a quiet corner and sat down. Not long after, a lot of people came in through the door. Among them was a young man mixed in with a group of middle-aged people. After looking around the venue, he immediately set his sights on Lin Yuan and the other person. Senior! Senior! Shibo shouted and ran towards them. The two men looked in the direction of Shizuber's voice and saw the stupid son of the landlord waving at them. Seeing that they did not respond to him, Shibo thought that the two people did not notice him, so he shouted again. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on them. Hubby, I feel a little embarrassed. Mu Qingyun smiled, but still whispered a few words into Lin Yuan's ear. Lin Yuan smiled at Shibo, his mouth opening and closing. Wife, to be honest, I feel the same way. The two looked at each other and laughed twice. What are you laughing at? Are you whispering something behind my back again? Shibo stared at the two people in front of him. Just now he saw the two people's mouths moving, but the environment here was a bit noisy, and they spoke in relatively low voices, so he had no way of judging what they were saying. As soon as Shibo finished speaking, Lin Yuan and the others blurted out without thinking, no. He still didn't believe it, but he couldn't make out anything after staring at the couple's disguised faces, so he had to give up. Why are you sitting in this corner? Shibo sat down with a look of disdain in his eyes. There's nothing here, it's so deserted. Lin Yuan blinked. The prince's words were a bit too much. They didn't have nothing in front of them. You can't just ignore the existence of the Lafite on the table just because it is from 1993 instead of 1982. Before they could say anything, the protagonist appeared on the scene. The lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, leaving only a beam of light in the middle, and Su Gaoyuan was standing under the spotlight. First of all, thank you all for coming aboard. Are there any things you are not satisfied with during your stay? Everyone just exchanged a few words, and silence returned to the room full of guests. Su Gaoyuan smiled and gave a simple opening speech to mark the beginning of this journey. The first few sentences were lively, interesting and graceful, instantly livening up the cold atmosphere. When he realized that the atmosphere was about right, he finally revealed the real purpose of this journey. Everyone knows that the situation in Magic City is tense right now, whether it's business or all walks of life. Even though we are united on the surface, the undercurrents are still surging behind the scenes. When he said this, Su Gaoyuan looked distressed, as if something really terrible had happened in the Magic City. Although we have the help of brother Lin Yuan, our strength is still limited. If we want to change this situation, we have to work together. Foreigners have been eyeing China's piece of the pie for a long time. Coupled with the recent commotion, they must have united as a whole now. If we continue to be scattered, we might really be outdone by them. So I invited everyone here to discuss future matters. In fact, everyone understands what Su Gaoyuan said. The current market situation is indeed becoming increasingly serious, with foreign capital targeting emerging in an endless stream, and many people have been drawn into this vortex of capital. Before this, they had thought about changing the status quo, but the power of one person alone was always limited. After struggling for a while, they could not make any splash in this wave. Before long, many people had given up the idea of opposing. Instead of struggling, it is better to protect your interests. The money is a little less, but it's not enough to wipe out the whole army. Now that Su Gaoyuan is willing to be the leader, and he has the entire Suning group as a backup force, this camp is a sure win no matter how you look at it. The people sitting below were also smart. After a brief analysis, they agreed with Su Gaoyuan's decision. After all, most people here are on good terms with the Su family, and some have even received help from the Su family. It is natural that they stand on the same front with Su Gaoyuan now. In just a few minutes, the bosses with smaller capital had basically taken sides, while those mainstays were not in a hurry to agree. Facing the gazes of many people, they just smiled and did not take it seriously. Su Gaoyuan noticed that the atmosphere had become a little cold, so he quickly said a few words to get everyone present to focus their attention on him. The journey was still long, and he had not originally intended to win them over at the outset. There are still a few days left, which is enough time for him to act as a lobbyist. Only. Su Gaoyuan's gaze fell on the corner, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. When did Shi Sibo become so close to Lin Yuan and the others? Su Gaoyuan continued speaking for nearly 10 minutes before walking out from the center of the light. After the waiter operating the light tubes saw the situation in the venue, he slowly turned on the lights in the venue, and the originally dim environment became bright. After a few pleasant piano sounds were played, the saxophone and cello followed closely, and an elegant artistic atmosphere once again filled the venue. The waiters, who had been waiting for a long time, placed the plates in their hands on the guests' tables one by one. Yeah. It's time to eat. The food that the waiter placed on Lin Yuan's table had not stayed on the table for more than 3 seconds when a magical hand took the plate away. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun looked up and found that Shi Sibo looked like he hadn't eaten for 800 years. He just started eating in this situation without paying any attention to other people's expressions. The waiter who had just brought the meal seemed to have not expected this situation, and could only apologize to Lin Yuan and the others. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, I'm so sorry. We'll send a few more copies as soon as possible. It's okay. Seeing Shi Sibo eating, Lin Yuan ordered, just give him 2 more servings later. The waiter responded and then stepped back. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingyun's food were snatched away by Shi Sibo, and now they could only stare at each other. Who says this person is the Prince of Taste Group? Who told them not to bully children? The two shook their heads helplessly. While waiting for the meal, they took out their mobile phones and played Candy Crush. While playing, Lin Yuan felt that there seemed to be a black figure beside him. Then, a familiar voice was heard. Brother Lin, why are you sitting here?